At the end of a quiet, forgotten street, only an empty yard and a crumbling building remained. Yet, one day, a noblewoman arrived unannounced and out of place. Heart of the Holy Knight Order, correct. Clad in a striking red dress, she gazed down imperiously. As recognition dawned, a cold sweat broke out on my back. Alesia Luminal, the villainess from a romance fantasy novel I had read in my past life. Ruthless, cunning, and more formidable than even the so-called final boss. Some even joked she had wandered into the wrong genre, her competence too overwhelming for a mere antagonist. But in the end, a villainess is still a villainess. And villains, they always meet their downfall. Just like I did. It was difficult to find you, she continued. The temple's protection made it troublesome, but I managed. A pit formed in my stomach. But now that I have, I can finally make my proposal. Proposal. With practiced ease, she thrust a stack of documents toward me. Let's get married. What? Well, to be precise, a contract marriage. She tapped the papers. This will make it official. Marriage. A contract marriage, at that? The sheer absurdity made my head spin, but before I could fully process it, movement caught my eye. Small figures peeked through the slightly open door. Then, a voice. Papa. What did you just say? The little girl grinned brightly and clung to me. Papa. She called me the title again, loud enough for Alesia to hear, her arms wrapped around me like it was the most natural thing in the world. I turned to the stunned noblewoman, whose perfectly aligned white teeth were visible in her gaping mouth. As you can see, I said with an awkward smile, I already have a kid. The answer should have been obvious, but I asked again just to be sure. Were you prepared for this too? Alesia's expression froze, her lips parting slightly as if to respond, but no words came out. Maybe if she had answered differently, our fates wouldn't have been thrown into chaos. But this was the day everything changed. I remembered my past life on my 19th birthday. The trigger? Something utterly ridiculous. Back then, I was a promising holy knight at the temple. But during a routine patrol, I tripped and fell headfirst into the sacred pond. The other knights burst into laughter, but the pond lived up to its legendary reputation in the most unexpected way. The moment my head submerged, memories of another life flooded back. A life from a completely different world. And with it came a shocking realization. This world was the setting of a romance fantasy novel. My name? Heart Messiah. A name doomed to tragedy. According to the novel, Heart Messiah, the future Holy Knight Commander, was fated to die a miserable death in about 10 years. The cause? Unknown. But did it matter? Death was death. And I had no intention of sitting around, waiting for it to come knocking. Quitting the Holy Knight Order. I'm quitting the Holy Knight Order. What? Why? The current commander, completely blindsided, looked at me as if I'd grown a second head. Were the rules too strict? Look, you can bend them a little. Just don't visit brothels. Or is it the pay? Position? Don't you know I've been training you as the next commander? That's part of the problem. But I wasn't about to explain myself. I heard leaving the Holy Knight Order is a measure of intelligence, I said with a smirk. Who the hell said that? Someone pretty high up. Like, the literal goddess who decided my fate. If they're so high up, I'll personally give them a piece of my mind. Wow, even the commander dares to blaspheme. I handed in my resignation without hesitation. Are you really leaving? Yes. What'll you do out there? Good question. I hadn't thought that far. The real world is tough, you know. The commander sighed. The Holy Knight Order gives you food, shelter, and all you gotta do is pray and train. There's no better job, right? This feels familiar. Like that time I got roped into a terrible job in my past life. A job that involved wild boars, the smell of gunpowder, and a lot of running. So this is what you went through, past me? Good luck to you. And with that, I bolted before he could drag me back. Come back here, you brat. I covered my ears and kept running. 3 years later, the commander wasn't wrong. At first glance, the Holy Knight Order really was a cushy job. Using divine power as a civilian was illegal. Mercenary work barely paid. And despite having memories from another world, my modern knowledge was completely useless without the internet. Maybe the goddess pitied me because, one day, fate threw an opportunity my way. I found a child injured in a carriage accident. The wound was fatal. If I left them, they would die. So, breaking every law, I healed them. And somehow, I didn't get arrested. Instead, the child's noble parents were beyond grateful. I am truly indebted to you. How can I ever repay this kindness? You'll keep this a secret, right? Naturally. Then, how much are you willing to offer? The father's smile soured at my blatant money grubbing. But I was broke, starving, and running on 2 meals a day. By the end of the conversation, my wallet was considerably heavier. The birth of an orphanage owner. So, what's your plan now? The nobleman asked. You don't seem to have a stable job. He had a point. With no better options, I decided to do something I actually enjoyed. Taking care of kids. In my past life, I had worked at children's cafes. If I played my cards right, I could even secure government funding. My temple background would give a good public image, too. So, with a confident smile, I declared, I'll use this money to open an orphanage, Count. Oh my, I thought you left the temple for material reasons, but it seems I was mistaken. Oh, such refined speech. Then, of course, I must support you. A noble cause deserves noble backing. Wow, such a generous heart. Under the Count's patronage, whose generosity shone as brightly as his balding head, my new career was set. Just then, the young boy I had healed grabbed my trouser leg. Big brother, are you really opening an orphanage? Of course. Then, can I come play when it's finished? If your father allows it. The kid turned to his father with wide, hopeful eyes. The count nodded with a smile. At that moment, the light hit his head at a different angle. It was blinding. Yay, I'm so excited. Yes, yes. I patted the kid's head, discreetly channeling a bit of divine power into his scalp. May your father's generosity be repaid with an abundance of hair for future generations. And that was how I ended up opening an orphanage. Recruiting orphans. Or not. With the orphanage set up, the next step was clear. I needed orphans. Or abandoned kids. Or children with nowhere to go. The responsibility is massive. Starting with a whole classroom's worth of kids sounded terrifying, so I settled on a more manageable number. 3. Baby steps. With that goal in mind, I set out. The first potential candidate? A girl selling flowers on the street. Hey, do you not have a mom? I asked. She scowled. Are you insulting my parents right now? This isn't easy. Turns out, she wasn't an orphan, just an overly dedicated child worker. And just like that, my first lead went up in smoke. An unexpected guest. As the sun set, I returned to the orphanage empty-handed. But someone was waiting for me. The Count. I greeted him with a nod. It's been a while, Count. Indeed. The orphanage seems small. It'll grow in time. Perhaps smaller is better, he mused, looking down. At his feet stood a noble-looking boy with golden hair and cold, calculating eyes that didn't belong on a child. I trust your character, the Count said. So I wish to entrust this person to you. This person. The boy didn't even flinch at the title. Who is he? The third prince. Holy sh. Ahem. Language. You're telling me royals are being sent to orphanages now. The political situation is complicated, the Count said calmly. It's for his safety. A tree is best hidden in a forest, after all. Even so, a prince. An actual royal child was being entrusted to me. Are you even allowed to be his guardian? I asked suspiciously. Shouldn't that require at least a marquis? I may be a count, but I am a court count. A court count is acceptable. That explained a lot. More importantly, it meant I had secured a powerful connection. If that's the case, I said, turning to the prince, from now on, you'll need to act like a normal kid. No royal airs. No formal speech. He blinked. I understand, yo. What? I said, I understand, yo. That's not how it works. This was going to be a nightmare. And so, the chaos began.
Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Chapter 2, The Monster of Rumors. The moment I brought the prince into the orphanage, I focused on cooking with our meager ingredients while asking for his opinion. What would you like? Anything will do. Yo. Then how about Poppy? Have you lost your mind? Yo. The prince's awkward formal speech confirmed that blue blood indeed flowed through his veins. As expected, he was undeniably a noble prince. Even for something as trivial as choosing a fake name, he was on edge. Picking a nickname is serious business. He wouldn't be satisfied with just shortening his original name to 2 syllables. Dioksun. That sounds like a girl's name. Yo. Diaku. I'll just choose my own name. Yo. This brat had already mastered semi-formal speech, the art of winning women's hearts. Meanwhile, his eyes resembled those of a salaryman on his 3rd consecutive night of overtime. His maturity, so unlike a child's, felt strange. All right. Let's see how you do. I'll evaluate just how royal your naming sense is. At novel bin at. I naively expected the child to come up with something cute. Instead, the brat handed me a bitter taste of defeat. Nephilius Ulyshion Effenpercunis 3. Why are kids these days so precocious? Such precociousness made me wonder if a 14-year-old's dark dragon was frolicking inside this mere 10-year-old boy's head. The prince was far more Gen Z than I'd expected. Well, Ulyshion isn't bad. But it reminded me of a cute Dalmatian, so I decided to tweak it a bit. Ulyshion. Julian. How about Julian? The brat pondered my suggestion for a moment before nodding decisively. I suppose I must compromise. Yo. All right. From now on, your name is Julian. Julian it is. And so, the prince's first nickname creation event concluded. Now there was no turning back. He wouldn't get another chance to change his name until the original story began. What should I call you? My name is Hart, but just call me Director. Understood, Director. Now bring out the food. Yo. This world's male lead seemed to have quite the sarcastic way of speaking. If I were one of those typical evil orphanage directors in romance fantasy novels, I would have spanked him good. But having left the Holy Night Order to break the death flag, my patience was strong. Yo, just adding yo at the end doesn't make you polite, you little brat. That's quite an insulting remark. Yo. This won't be easy. The orphanage director's authority had already hit rock bottom. Julian's royal authority versus the orphanage director's educational authority. A structure reminiscent of the humiliation of Kanasa 1 was forming in this small orphanage. What else could I do? As someone supported by a count, I had no choice but to yield. I wasn't the kind of despicable adult who'd stubbornly try to win against a 10-year-old kid. I ladled a bowl full of bubbling meat stew and handed it to Julian. True to his noble heritage, Julian dipped his spoon into the bowl without a word of thanks. Still, I had high expectations. Just like the cliché of a rich kid's pampered child experiencing culture shock from cup noodles, I thought Julian's eyes would light up upon tasting the stew, awakening him to a new world. How could I be so sure? Well, this was K-meat stew. In other words, a new culinary invention known as kimchi jjigae, stew, with pork. I didn't want to show you this in a place like this. Take a good look, I thought. Behold this masterpiece. Witness the years of experience of a seasoned bachelor. No, this taste is. Julian froze like a statue for a moment. Then, slowly putting down his utensils, he said, Director, the soup is too salty. You've got to be kidding me. It was an unexpected mother-in-law-like nitpicking. The vegetables are so spicy they'd boil ice water. Yo, if that were possible, I'd be rich from running turbines. The basics of cooking lie in following the recipe. As if I need that kind of advice from you. Ha, adults who lack self-awareness are truly exhausting. Yo. Julian shook his head disapprovingly while picking out only the meat to eat. Faced with such noble picky eating, I felt dizzy. It was as if my entire life as a proud cook had been completely denied. My head's already spinning. Did I underestimate this? Can I really handle 3 of them? If I had to sum up my first impression of meeting Julian in one word, it would be challenging. Dash. On a quiet morning, I was out with Julian, exploring the peaceful downtown area. Surprisingly, Julian came along without much fuss. Though he had no choice since I couldn't leave him alone, it seemed he genuinely enjoyed strolling through the city. He never explicitly confessed this. But his wide eyes, taking in the unfamiliar scenery, couldn't lie. Just as I was crossing to the opposite side of the street, a girl selling flowers brightened up and shouted, It's the annoying Mr. Not Mr., but Big Brother. Someone who curses at my mom isn't a big brother. Hearing this, Julian's expression soured. The director's morals and character must be incredibly devious. Yo, not at all. Meanwhile, the flower-selling girl seemed quite intrigued by Julian's manner of speech. But why does he talk so weird? It's because he doesn't have a mother. Since Julian's mother, the second queen, had already passed away, he had to use formal speech with me on this quiet street. But the girl in front of us interpreted my words differently and shot me a look of contempt. Mister, you're really human trash. What do you do for a living? I'm an orphanage director. Oh my god, an orphanage director who makes mom jokes? That's unbelievable. I'm going to file a complaint. Whoa, don't do that. Please stop. It would be troublesome if a complaint reached the Imperial family and Julian's identity was exposed. More shocking was the fact that the term mom joke existed in this romance fantasy world. I had learned this fact in the worst possible way. Hey, what's your name? Julian. Hi Julian. I'm Flocia. Listen, if this Mr. ever mistreats you, tell me. I'll protect you at my house. I shall take that into consideration. I'm not kidding, okay? You really should. Here, this is a token of our promise. Flocia skillfully twisted the stems of small, delicate flowers from her basket, creating a cute flower ring. Before he knew it, Julian had extended his hand and ended up wearing a white flower ring on his left ring finger. Seeing this adorable scene, I couldn't help but jeer. Ugh, how dirty. Hey, the flowers I sell are clean, you know. Yeah, but the seller's heart is dirty. Stop talking so creepily when you're old. Right, Julian. Indeed. The director's teeth have rotted due to age, hence his strange way of speaking. Pay it no mind. Julian really does have a unique way of speaking. Finally realizing the cruel reality, Flocia's mind seemed to reel. As I looked at her triumphantly, Flocia pouted and retorted. You're still a bad person no matter what. Then shall I act like a bad person and spend lavishly? I took out a few silver coins and handed them to Flocia. I'll buy all the flowers in your basket. Mister, are you actually a good person? You're just realizing that now. Mom said you get to know people gradually. Indeed, there's nothing money can't buy. Having successfully completed this meaningful big deal by trading my character, I smoothly presented my real objective. You don't have anything else to do now, right? Nope. Then come along with us for a bit. Guide us to some interesting places. I'll buy you something delicious in return. Really? If you call me Big Brother instead of Mr. Okay, handsome Big Brother. Whoosh. At that moment, Julian suddenly turned his head away, as if he had seen something he shouldn't have. What was he so displeased about? Honestly, I deliberately included Flocia, a child of his age, because our dynamic was awkward. Kids these days hit puberty way too early. Still, the silver lining was that the conversation between the two flowed smoothly. Julian, where do you live? At the orphanage at the end of 4th Street. Huh? Was there an orphanage there? Come to think of it, miss. Big Brother said he was an orphanage director, right? A newbie orphanage director. It hasn't been open long, and Julian is the only child there. I see. So I can come play anytime, right? If Julian allows it. Nod. As soon as I finished speaking, Julian nodded quickly. So quickly it felt unnatural. Thanks, Julian. Flocia added with a bright smile. That's a relief. You know the mountain path at the end of 7th Street, right? There've been some weird rumors about that place lately. Rumors? What kind of rumors? I hadn't paid much attention to street gossip, so this was news to me. Seeing how clueless I was, Flocia lowered her voice and whispered with a serious face. Actually, they say a vampire appeared there. Something with a small body was sucking the blood of animals? They say it was covered in blood so you couldn't see it clearly. Well, that description gives me quite the sense of déjà vu. After pretending to think for a moment, I asked Julian. Julian, yes. What do you think about increasing the orphanage's population by one more person? What a strange question. Isn't that the very purpose of an orphanage's existence? So you're saying it's not a problem? I asked, but I'm not sure if it really won't be a problem. After all, the identity of this rumored vampire is probably this world's one and only female protagonist. One humiliation of Canossa refers to an event in 1077, between the Holy Roman Emperor and the Pope. Chapter 3, Divine Power. A quiet hallway in the temple. Rupert, the middle-aged man serving as the current Holy Knight commander, let out a deep sigh. Damn, what the hell is he up to out there? The man beside him asked casually, something wrong? I'm worried something might happen. Not that I'm whining for his holiness to pay attention, busy as he is. Even if you asked, there's not much I could do anyway. I suppose not. The two had entered the temple on the same day. Their friendship ran so deep that such informal exchanges felt natural, despite the hierarchy between them. If he was going to leave the temple, he should have just lived quietly. But no, that Orwell court count wasn't enough. Now even someone from the Luminal family is stirring up trouble. What on earth did he do? I don't know. That's what worries me more. It seems he hasn't actually done anything. Can't you ask the Lord about it, just in case? You still think the Lord God is some neighborhood teacher, don't you? TCH. Rupert clicked his tongue in frustration. He should have tried harder to keep Hart from leaving the temple. No, I don't understand it in the first place. The man had dunked his head in the pond and changed in an instant. At first, Rupert thought Hart might have been possessed by an evil spirit. But that was impossible, so he quickly ruled it out. You seem uneasy. Damn right I am. You know it too. He's a walking miracle. Not something that should be let loose in the outside world. Well, I see it a bit differently. What? The Pope, called God's representative, quietly took in the vast sky. His devout blue eyes curved into a gentle crescent. If such a being chose to venture into the outside world of his own accord, this too must be the will of our Lord. At least, that's how I see it. What if he abuses his powers out there? That's difficult. Extremely difficult, but... He continued after a slight pause. As Pope, bound by the temple's laws, I suppose I would have to pass judgment. A deep night, as if a black curtain had been drawn across the sky. I was climbing a nearby mountain path with Julian. Unexpected. Despite heading to meet the rumored vampire, Julian showed no signs of complaint. Though a prince might find walking tiresome, his cynical face betrayed not even a hint of discomfort. Julian, you're not scared, are you? A little. But the Count wouldn't have assigned me a useless companion. So right now, my curiosity about vampires is stronger. I see. It was a novel feeling. Despite his grumbling, it meant he ultimately trusted me. It's closer to trusting the Count who trusts me, but who cares? Julian. Yes. It's better if you don't use honorifics. From Floche's reaction earlier, it seems to draw more attention. You're certainly right. I can speak casually to you anyway. They'd never think a commoner would speak informally to royalty, right? You're already far too casual. Right, so let's just drop the formalities altogether. Got it. Understood. Whew, it's so nice not hearing that half-polite speech anymore. It had felt uncomfortable, like forcing him to wear ill-fitting clothes. Director. Yeah. Apart from concerns for your safety, I don't understand your thinking. How could you come up with the idea of taking in someone as wicked as a vampire at the orphanage? That's the normal way to think about it, I suppose. I added one more thing. If it really were a vampire, this world, being a fantasy world, is home to various races. Among them, the most widely known are humanity's adversaries, the demon race. And vampires are considered high-ranking even among demons. Just a sighting is enough to put nearby villages on high alert. The notion that such a vampire would be drinking animal blood in human territory. We had been walking in silence for a while when a cluster of lights appeared in the distance, moving. Those are torches, it seems. 1, 2, 6, 7. At this hour, it was puzzling why anyone would cross this mountain path at such a gloomy hour, especially with sinister rumors circulating. Moreover, judging from their silhouettes, they seemed to be traveling light. There was only one possibility to consider. Hunters. But likely hunters of rather poor quality. In fact, with a bit of thought, anyone should realize the rumors weren't about an actual vampire. Most people would probably deduce that the mysterious figure was some harmless creature that just drank animal blood. That kind of uniqueness is worth money. Put it up for auction in the black market, and you'd likely hit the jackpot. Director, is that where we're headed? Probably. The lights weren't scattered but clustered tightly together. Plus, individual movements were minimal. High chance they've found their target. I scooped up Julian and muffled our footsteps. The dense foliage blocked out the moonlight, making the path too dark. The inexperienced Julian might have fallen and been left behind. Then, suddenly, the situation changed abruptly with a man's death scream. Arg. The neat row of torchlights wavered chaotically, then extinguished one by one until the forest fell silent. Now only the moonlight, feebly filtering through the leaves, served as our guide. Rustle, rustle. We pushed through the undergrowth. As we drew closer, the scent of burnt wood began to tickle our noses, soon overwhelmed by the nauseating stench of rotten blood. Ugh. Julian's face contorted in disgust. This kind of foul odor seemed too harsh for a child his age. As we emerged from the dense forest into an open, meadow-like clearing, the bright full moon illuminated our previously dark surroundings. Julian, seeing the red eyes glowing ferociously beyond the fallen hunters, spoke in a tense voice. Director. Yeah. Is that a vampire? No. I could state with certainty. Human. Just a bit special. Indeed, its appearance was wretched enough to be mistaken for a vampire. Covered in blood from head to toe, the stench was overwhelming from not washing. Though clearly small in stature, its menacing aura was unnaturally intimidating. A true predator. A child that seemed to be of a different biological class altogether. Human, really? Are you sure? I told you. Just slightly different from ordinary people. Several years ago, there was a dragon who took role-playing to the extreme. Usually, a dragon's idea of fun is playing pretend. Those lunatics transform into whatever creature they find interesting and go all in on method acting. Plus, they're a bunch of borderline intellectually disabled folks who throw tantrums if their act is exposed. At least they have enough sense to feel embarrassed about it. Then one day, a next-level psychopath is born, unsatisfied with ordinary roleplay. This dragon cast a spell on itself the moment it transformed, to fully immerse in its setting. The spell made it forget its life as a dragon for the duration of its roleplay, and so began an insanely hardcore roleplay life as an amnesiac ordinary person. Luckily, he succeeded in living as a human and eventually married the woman who had helped him, the day after the newlyweds spent their first night together. That day marked the end of the dragon's planned roleplay period, and the day it would regain its memories as a dragon. The dragon, having lost its human emotions, left its wife without a second thought. That son of AB*TCH dragon's nickname was Bloody Dragon. Instead of gold, it craved blood, truly the king of psychopaths. Ugh, ah. And the girl making those eerie sounds over there was the fruit of that broken couple's one night together. A half-dragon descended from Bloody Dragon, huh. It must have been too much for her mother, who was likely an ordinary woman. From overwhelming strength to the instinct for blood, she probably gave up on the child very early on. That's why I have no choice but to say this. You've done well all this time. Those bastards trying to hunt the child. They're just unconscious, not seriously injured. She must have lost her mind craving the blood of her own kind, yet somehow managed to survive on animal blood. She's probably 10 years old, the same age as Julian at novel bin at. You too, of course. I patted Julian's head. He's no different. He must have cherished each day of life, dealing with loneliness in the Imperial Palace. The world is truly harsh. Why are there so many hurting children around me anyway? As I took a step forward. No, stay away. Ugh. The child backed away with a shrill cry. Huff, huff. Her lustful breathing was terribly rough. Yet fear was etched on her face as she bit her lip hard. The girl's mind was incredibly strong as she fought against her instincts. Director. Just then, Julian grabbed my sleeve. What are you going to do? What do you want me to do? Answering his question with another, Julian responded with yet another question. Can you save her? Well, look who's being uncharacteristically timid for a royal. As a noble, you should show some confidence and, you should say, save her. Julian nodded. It's enough that I confirmed his intention this way. He doesn't even suggest running away. I suppose he has the spirit of a male protagonist, rotten as he may be. If that's the case, I have no choice but to respond to that spirit. Since you've given permission. Julian, you're an accomplice now, okay. Director. I take a step forward. In that moment, golden particles like fireflies rippled up from the earth. The elegantly rising particles of light spread out like a golden Milky Way. Shimmering leaves scattered the brilliant light like morning dew, and flowers bloomed atop the verdant underbrush, displaying the vitality of life. Divine power. It is the authority over all creation, possessed only by a select few believers who bear the name of God. It is a defiance of heaven that forcibly brings forth miracles not permitted in the mortal realm. My God who judges the world. Don't, come. I too judge the world in your name. The golden particles transform from points to lines, and from lines to planes. The golden light that became a plane connects us like rope, then binds us like a knot. I continue to recite sacred words. For the completion of an imperfect miracle, may your benevolent power reach this pure life, and may I atone for the sins of that life. May innocent sins be forgiven, and thus, bestow a blessed life upon the child who will one day run beyond the horizon. As one who bears God's name, I pray. As I finish my prayer, a crimson energy traveled along the golden rope binding us and began to infiltrate me. It was the process of the dragon's instinct transferring from the girl to me, the manifestation of an omnipotent realm that should be impossible. That is the miracle brought forth by divine power. Thanks to this, I was able to see the world from the girl's perspective for the first time. My bound hands felt hot, and the urge to crave blood stirred, as if demanding I kill these two children right now and suck their blood. So this is a dragon's instinct. Strength comparable to a dragon's would follow to carry out those urges. That was the nature of a dragon's instinct itself. Just having this makes me feel utterly disgusting. So I compressed the red energy into a bead-like form and expelled it onto my palm. It looked like blood vessels densely tangled inside a bead filled with blood. The Empire really needs to form a dragon control squad or something. I roughly crushed the bead of concentrated instinct between my fingers. With a shattering sound, the crimson energy dissipated into the air. Such was the anticlimactic end of the curse that had been strangling the 10-year-old girl. Ugh. A turning point came for the child who had been breathing heavily. Thud. The blood-covered girl collapsed limply. She seemed to have reached exhaustion after suddenly being freed from the instinct that had been tormenting her all this time. I picked her up and signaled Julian that it was time to leave. Julian, who had been trailing behind, cautiously asked as if facing a stranger. Director, what kind of person are you? What do you mean, what kind? I told him exactly what I was. I'm a newbie orphanage director. The brilliant light of miracles and the curse-craving blood had vanished, leaving only serene darkness. The once desolate orphanage welcomed a new family member. Chapter 4, That's How the World Works. The dead of night. Julian gazed at the stars embroidered across the sky, unable to sleep. Normally not one for insomnia, the incredible scene he had witnessed earlier refused to fade from his mind. The overwhelming impression kept resurfacing, chasing away any drowsiness. Was the director originally from the temple? He never would have guessed. All the people Julian knew from the temple were pious and virtuous. To put it bluntly, they possessed a lofty dignity far surpassing most nobles who prided themselves on their supposed nobility. I can't believe it. Objectively speaking, Hart wasn't a bad person. If anything, Julian judged him to have a kind nature. But he was frivolous. To put it bluntly, he had a flippant side. His manner of speech was casual, and his behavior far from dignified. He simply had the air of a commoner from the streets. That's why I had so many doubts when Counterwell entrusted me to this place. Indeed, the court count's judgment was remarkable. No one could have imagined Hart possessed such abilities. Julian recalled the vivid golden light etched in his mind. That was definitely divine power. The miraculous force wielded only by those few granted a baptismal name in God's name, that was divine power. The temple was such a closed organization that even the imperial family didn't know how many baptismal name holders there were. They could only guess that the number could be counted on one hand. The fact that the Pope was the only publicly known holder spoke volumes. That's why it was all the more puzzling. The temple wouldn't just let someone like the director roam free. One thing was certain, Hart was keeping his use of divine power a secret. Probably the bare minimum to avoid catching the temple's eye. The fact that he revealed that minimum to Julian meant, even if it means crossing the line in an emergency, he'll protect us. I suppose that's a fair assumption. Last night, there were 7 hunters present when he used divine power. If even one of them had regained consciousness by chance, he would have been caught for sure. Yet he cast aside his hesitation. Julian was deeply impressed by that decision. Me, who he's only known for a short time, and a girl he just met. In the end, that's the extent of our relationship. The director has no obligation to sacrifice himself for us. I suppose despite his outward frivolity, his true nature is that of a temple person after all. In any case, it was enough to make Julian see Hart in a new light. He's better than my father. The thought suddenly struck him. If only he had been by the side of such a person earlier, wouldn't his current self be somewhat different? Julian could never forgive the current emperor, who had left his mother to die. He was already someone too shameful to call a father. How foolish. As dawn approached, his thoughts seemed to scatter in all directions. Julian shook off his reverie and lay down in bed, preparing for tomorrow. The thick blanket was warm. A week had passed since rescuing the girl. It was morning, with sunlight lazily filtering through the windows. The girl, who had shown no signs of waking, suddenly opened her eyes as if coming to her senses. Director, that child has woken up. Julian, who had been keeping watch by her side, ran to inform me. I abandoned the task of organizing food ingredients and rushed down the narrow hallway following Julian. Bang! I hastily flung open the wooden door. On the narrow bed in the small room, I saw the girl sitting up. Her unkempt pink hair was sticking out in all directions, and her unfocused blue eyes gazed vacantly into space, as if still caught in the lingering effects of a long dream. I knocked on the wall with my knuckles, belatedly announcing my presence. Only then did the girl turn her gaze towards us. Her cracked voice quickly changed to a shrill cry. Thud. The girl hastily retreated backward. But with the wall behind her, there was nowhere to escape. Her words were a one-sided rejection. Don't come. No, please run away. Please. Please. I expected this to some extent, but still. The sight of her rejecting human contact with her entire body was pitiful, even though there was no longer any need for that. I carefully stepped forward, trying to reassure her. It's all right now. No, it's not. You don't know anything. Calm down and look at me. Do you still want to hurt someone? The girl slowly blinked her round eyes and gradually focused on me. Soon, her expression began to fill with surprise, and then she started shedding tears like morning dew. It doesn't hurt. See, it doesn't. It doesn't hurt at all. Even when I see people. Yes, you're completely fine. After briefly savoring her first moment of peace, a dark shadow fell across the girl's face. What if it's only temporary? What is being okay around people? Yes. Is that all? I grinned while patting the girl's head. You see, I happen to be an outstanding physician. I can cure symptoms like yours in no time. Really? Are you a doctor? Well, among other things. I had even saved the court count's son from the clutches of baldness. At this point, no one could dispute my right to the title of doctor. So, little miss, what's your name? I asked despite already knowing, and the girl murmured the answer I expected. Tina. It's Tina. Right, Tina. I'm Hart. And I silently signaled Julian to come closer. Thus, the auspicious occasion of this world's male and female leads meeting in one place was arranged. This is Julian. I am Julian. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Julian's stiff manner of speech seemed to raise her guard. I tapped Julian's shoulder, giving him a light rebuke. Come on, you should speak more gently to a girl your age. But it's difficult to change a lifelong habit in an instant. I'll try to improve gradually, Director. Well, that's true enough. I'm just grateful that a prince is willing to follow instructions so readily. I find Julian's open-mindedness quite admirable. That's when Tina asked. Director. This place is actually an orphanage. And this man is the orphanage director, Julian added. At Julian's introduction, the girl narrowed her eyes. So you're not a doctor? Well, I do that too. Oh. Tina nodded as if she understood. After an appropriate interval of silence, I stood up and addressed the two children. Let's eat first. We'll all have our meal here. Julian, you stay and play with Tina. Understood, Director. However, I hope you'll avoid overly spicy food for Tina's sake, considering she just woke up. Of course. Look at that, already taking such delicate care of his woman. With a pleased smile at the heartwarming sight, I left the room. As much as I wanted to eavesdrop on their chattering conversation, it wouldn't be right for an adult. I didn't even consider it. Sounds like the original plot is going off the rails from the start. But what of it? As long as the kids are happy. Those were my soft-hearted thoughts at the time. Mealtime passed peacefully. Fortunately, both Julian and Tina ate their food without being picky, popping it into their small mouths. They were both so beautiful, like living sculptures, that just looking at them was filling. Meanwhile, Julian kept glancing at me nervously, as if he found my presence burdensome. In any case, Julian seems to have hit puberty or some kind of Chuyunibyo phase far too early. Now that the uneventful meal was over, what should be done for children's health? Why, running around and playing, of course. Therefore, Julian, what do you like? Random, game. What, game. Tag. At Tina's cheerful suggestion, the random game Julian liked was decided to be tag. I haven't really played tag before, and I don't particularly like it. Then we don't have to. We shouldn't force you to do something you don't like. I've never played with other people before, so I was envious of kids playing tag. When Tina dejectedly lowered her head at the harsh rejection, I seized the opportunity to jeer at Julian. Trash. Perhaps I'll try liking it from now on. Really? I'm so excited. Tina clapped her hands together and bounced up and down. Who could possibly refuse a girl rejoicing so innocently? Then I'll be it first. I'll count to 10 and come after you, got it? By the way, going outside the orphanage yard is obviously out. Now, try your best to run away. Understood. Okay, alright, then. 1, 2, 3, 10 seconds. I intuitively sensed the children's presence as I finally finished the countdown. Let the game begin. At that moment, I touched Julian's shoulder at a speed his 10-year-old stubby legs could never match. Julian, who had been running away earnestly, looked at me with a dumbfounded expression. Bwahahaha, Julian's it. That's unfair, Director. Is it okay for an adult to commit such an outrage without penalty in a children's game? Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. You're probably the weakest among us. That's just how the world works. Honestly, it's all excuses and teasing. Julian is the most fun. When I first saw him, I thought he was a boring kid, but surprisingly, there's a certain charm in poking at him. It's fun to uncover the true nature of a child pretending to be an adult. Ugh. See that? Clenching his tiny fists and making that frustrated face. Yes, this must be a type of cuteness. Julian, now burdened with being it, gave up protesting and started counting to 10. And so began the second round of tag. Eek. Come on, give it your all. Whoosh, whoosh. I tormented Julian with graceful movements that seemed catchable yet always eluded him. A competitive glint appeared in Julian's eyes as he kept barely missing. Did I tease him too much? If Julian focuses only on me, Tina will feel left out. I deliberately guided Julian to get closer to Tina. Sensing the approaching it, Tina also began running around innocently. Oh my, Tina's close. Pretending to casually mention it, I made Julian aware of Tina's position. Judging that this unfair adult would never go easy on him, Julian's eyes flashed towards Tina. The distance between the two children was only 3 or 4 steps. Without warning, Julian changed direction towards Tina. Eek. Tina let out a shrill cry. The contrasting emotions of Julian and Tina, one thinking he was about to tag her, the other fearing being caught, were evident on their faces. At least, until the thunderous sound rang out. Boom! The ground shook. A cloud of dust momentarily obscured our vision. The cause was simple. Tina, sensing danger, had desperately stomped her foot. In other words, a simple long jump. Except she fully utilized her superhuman physical abilities as a half-dragon. Hehe. Tina laughed from a corner of the yard, far from the it. Julian stared at his suddenly lost prey with a dejected face, then turned his gaze to me. What? Why? I innocently shrugged my shoulders. I told you earlier, didn't I, Julian, that you'd be the weakest among us. At novel bin at. This can't be. Then, this is just bullying. Julian's body trembled. He seemed to despair at realizing he was the weakest. He'll become a typical overpowered male lead in the future, but he's still too young now. Even so, I showed no mercy despite his pitiful state. Tina? Yulian's crying. CR crying? I'm sorry, don't cry. I am not crying, Yulian bellowed. His face was bright red, but tears hadn't quite welled up yet. However, it seemed like they might start glistening if I pushed just a little more. This should be enough. It was time to cheer him up, as he was probably getting upset. I should wrap up the game of tag. Yulian liked walking through busy streets. It would probably feel safe, being in the Count's domain, and he seemed to enjoy the scenery of crowds gathering. Kids, let's go out to the streets. The streets. Yes. Wow, just being able to walk among people would be a blessing for Tina. Her soft exclamation revealed her feelings. Yulian, let's stay out until dinner today. We'll eat there too. You promise? Yes, I promise. Only then did Yulian's sullen mood start to lift. After all, kids are still kids. Looking at them like this, they still have a long way to go. I wish it could stay this peaceful. Somehow, dark clouds seemed to be gathering over the mountain ridge. Chapter 5, Illegal Auction. A child lay curled up in the grass, trying to sleep. His small, gaunt frame and half-closed eyes reflected the night sky above. The pale moon. Shooting stars streaking across the heavens. Twinkling starlight. Despite the passage of time, the night sky remained cruelly beautiful. History compressed the boy's past into a single phrase. Child of the defeated nation. Or, the youngest prince of a country that dared to break its treaty with the empire and throw a tantrum. The last surviving royal of a fallen kingdom. But now just a vagrant, the boy hazily recalled fading memories of the palace. Back then, his steps were small, his speech clumsy. He was unable to live without help from those around him. Much had changed. He could no longer dwell on dust-covered memories. Sometimes wandering, occasionally stealing, always navigating an endless solitude. Firmly believing something awaited at the journey's end. That's when it happened. Grumble. His hungry stomach growled. Though familiar, the beautiful starry sky made the boy feel wretched. He hated the brilliant heavens that contrasted so starkly with his situation. Suddenly, he felt utterly worthless. Resenting the sky because there was no one else to blame. Venting his frustration at his own weakness on something so pointless. He couldn't fathom why he'd survived this long. He closed his eyes. He would rise at dawn and walk again. He'd live tenaciously and reward himself handsomely for enduring past and present. Though he harbored such lofty ambitions. That night, the boy had no idea that the deep darkness would stretch far longer than usual. A typical morning. An unexpected guest knocked on the orphanage door without warning. Hey, are you in there? At novel bin at. The man at the door was the lord of the domain. The court count who should have been at the Imperial Palace by now. I rushed to open the door at the arrival of this VIP. Welcome, Count. Have you come to see Yulian? I mean, him. Well, to check on the prince and take care of some other business. Anyway, unable to make sense of the Count's rambling, I calmly invited him in. Would you like some tea? I'd appreciate that. The Count sent his attendants away and entered the orphanage alone. Looking around awkwardly, he spoke. I knew it was small, but it's even tighter than I expected. Maybe I should have invested more. If your funds were traced, it could cause problems all around. That's true. Even now we receive a modest living allowance for taking care of Yulian. But there's a limit to what we can accept. If the amount kept increasing, people would get suspicious. I seated the Count at the table and offered. Shall I call him? Just call him Yulian, like in the letter. After spending so long at the palace, I'm worried even the walls have ears. All right. The Count nodded in agreement. I quickly gathered the children and brought them before the Count, who was just about to pick up his teacup. It's been a while, Lord Yulian. You can speak casually. The director does, so it would be odd for only the Count to use honorifics. That's, well, yes. I see. The Count awkwardly agreed, even as his eyes darted about, checking Yulian for any signs of trouble. Are you doing all right? I'm managing well enough. Sometimes this small orphanage even feels bigger than the huge Imperial Palace. Yulian's assessment was more positive than expected. I couldn't help but look at him with pride. Oh ho. He usually grumbles and acts difficult, but deep down he has such sincere feelings. I'll have to tease him even more from now on. Meanwhile, after chatting with Yulian, the Count finally noticed the girl hiding behind me. Is that child a recent arrival? Well, yes. Tina, say hello to the to our guest. Hello. My name's Tina. I'm 10 years old. Tina seemed quite uncomfortable with the stranger. In truth, she'd spent her whole life wary of people, so even exchanging greetings was commendable. The Count smiled kindly and said, You're the same age as Yulian. I hope you two get along well. Yes, I understand. Tina gave a small bow. The Count appeared deeply impressed by her adorable demeanor. My, what a cute child. Her eyes are especially beautiful, almost inhuman. Haha, our Tina does have a certain angelic quality about her. Indeed she does. The Count's intuition was razor-sharp. He's quite perceptive to notice Tina's partly non-human nature, even though Tina's eyes had become much more human-like after suppressing her dragon instincts. As I was chuckling inwardly, the Count caught my attention and spoke softly. Ahem, I'd like to speak with you privately now. Of course. Yulian and Tina, why don't you two go play upstairs? All right. Okay. Though the Count had tried to be casual, Yulian's face showed he'd already guessed what was up. He'd quickly picked up on the Count's desire to have a private chat with me. Once the children's footsteps faded, the Count steepled his fingers. The current situation is not easy. Are you talking about stuff at the Imperial Palace? Indeed. I've been so focused on political struggles that I've neglected my own domain. If I'd known, I should have made preparations here too. Forgive me for saying so, but people seem to be living quite well here. I'm not sure what the problem is. The standard of living is much higher than in other domains. Plus, the tax rate isn't high. I've never heard anyone curse the Lord. It's not an issue with the domain's people. The problem is that my political opponents are painting me as a crook who turns a blind eye to crime. Crime, you say? Yes. Without me knowing, there are miscreants holding illegal auctions in my domain. The moment I heard the Count's words, I thought of Tina. More precisely, I recalled the 7 hunters who had gone to the hills to capture her. They had tried to catch and sell Tina, but ended up knocked out after her counterattack. The next day, I turned them over to the authorities. I heard rumors about vampires and whatnot. Honestly, it's ridiculous, but there were still lowlifes trying to catch them. The problem started when those criminals ended up outside my jurisdiction. They confessed that the illegal auction site was right here in my domain. This isn't what I'd assume those thugs would flee to another domain with Tina if they caught her. After all, the Count's territory was too peaceful for me to imagine illegal auctions flourishing here. Or is it because it's so peaceful? If they exploited the blind spot beneath the lamp, it would truly be a slap in the face. As I broke out in a cold sweat, the Count continued indignantly. And so I've suddenly become a criminal who turned a blind eye to illegal auctions. I can't even set foot in the Imperial Palace until this is resolved. I see. In short, the Count's predicament was the result of the snowball I'd started rolling by rescuing Tina. However, the Count volunteered his opinion. I know it was you who turned in those human hunters. But there's no reason to hold you responsible. You simply did your duty as a resident of my land. Count. Honestly, I'm impressed. How can he separate his reason and emotions so perfectly? Especially given our vast difference in status, he doesn't show any resentment towards the cause of his predicament. For the sole reason that it was the right thing to do. I suppose there's no helping it. I don't dislike upright humans. Moreover, for Julian and Tina's sake, I should roll up my sleeves and step in here. Count, have you found out where these illegal auctions are happening? I've only just had this bombshell dropped on me, so not yet. Once rumors spread, those bastards will move their base. I'm at a loss for how to handle this. I see. Well, we'll have to start there. Start? You mean you? Well, you've done a lot for us, and I feel kinda responsible. More importantly, I deliberately exaggerated in a joking tone. Things like illegal auctions, they're bad for the kids' well-being, right? So we should take care of it quickly. I am a proper orphanage director, after all. Ha. Indeed. Yes. The Count laughed helplessly and then leaned in, his bald head shining benevolently. To be honest, I'm not sure how you plan to help. But let me make you a promise. If you manage to fix this situation, I'll treat you as my benefactor. For how long? Needless to say, for as long as we know each other. You're certainly generous. In truth, I probably deserve to be treated as a benefactor just for saving his son's hair, but whatever. With the Count watching my back, I'll be that much further from a bad ending. This was quite a profitable deal. Now then, mind telling me what exactly you plan to do? Well, let's see. Nothing special, just. I blurted out the first thing that came to mind. Maybe I'll offer up some earnest prayers. If my faith reaches, the Lord will surely provide an answer. Chapter 6, The Devil Dwells in the Human Heart. It was early evening, as the sun began to set. Say hello, Tina. You too, Julian. I introduced the giant with his visibly robust physique. This is Raymond, today's temporary helper assigned by the Count. Pleased to meet you all, Raymond greeted stiffly. Julian acknowledged without batting an eye, while Tina nodded timidly, fear evident on her face. Raymond, being rather sensitive, seemed slightly hurt by Tina's reaction. I've got somewhere to be today. If you need anything, just ask Raymond. Got it? Yes, Director. That's right. I reassured Tina, patting her head. Don't worry, Tina. You're stronger than Raymond anyway. Though called a helper, he was essentially a temporary guard. But there was no way 1 or 2 knights could subdue Tina, a half-dragon. So Raymond would focus on guarding the house while I ran an errand for the Count. Soon, I said goodbye to the children at the entrance. Well, I'm off then. Take care, Director. Please come back soon. Julian didn't seem worried. In contrast, Tina's disappointment was clear, perhaps due to her separation anxiety. I should wrap this up quickly. I considered taking a risk for the sake of the waiting children. Instead of heading to the street, I made my way to the orphanage rooftop. I sat down on the open floor and gazed at the starry sky. That was all the prep I needed. I'll settle this quickly. 10 seconds. That was my gut feeling time limit. The bare minimum to pass off a divine sighting as a hallucination in a place with many onlookers. To achieve this, sighting miracles is preferable to constructing them through prayer. The mother opened her eyes and ears to heaven and earth to observe the tribulations of the mortal world. She herself knew the good and evil prevalent in the world. Book of the Lord, Chapter 1, Verse 3. I materialize a scaled-down version of the Lord's already recorded miracle. That's the citation of miracles. As I recited the verse, ethereal golden particles enveloped the surroundings. They merged into a light and shot skyward, beyond human reach. A cool breeze blew. What settled next was a viscous darkness. An oppressive darkness that seemed to reject all consideration and respect. Surrounded by darkness like a child in the womb, I literally opened the eye of heaven. A massive eye hidden in the dim sky. Instantly, a tsunami of information overwhelmed me. I saw too much. I heard too much. Julian, when's the director coming back? He'll be back before we know it, like he never left. Julian and Tina's conversation? I'm glad they get along even when I'm not around. How was business today? Don't ask. Apples just aren't selling these days. Just merchants chatting. Nothing useful there. I sold loads of flowers today. Isn't that great? Yes, keep it as pocket money. Flosha beams as she brags to her mom. Nice to see such a warm family. Phew, I'm beat. Good work, honey. Evening greetings in an ordinary home. Again, no useful info. Ha, ha. What's this? Oops, my apologies. Feel good. Ha, why ask? Way better than my husband's. Sorry my ass, you f***ing bastards. I saw everything you did. I'll expose it all tomorrow morning, so get ready for those divorce papers. Looks like the court counts caught on. We should make one big score today and wrap up. Good. We just got a big fish in stock. A big fish. You'll see. It's none other than a fallen. Snap. Oh dear. The flood of information cut off abruptly. The 10 seconds I'd set had elapsed. Still, the harvest was good. I learned everything about today's illegal auction, including its location. Wow, never using that again. I end up learning things I never wanted to know. I was impressed by the Lord's stomach. This must be what it takes to play God. It was eventful, but prep was done. Thump, thump. I got up, dusting myself off. Time to tell the Count about the plan and hideout. It'd be fine to wrap up now, but I overheard something worrying. A big fish. It'd be trouble if that item could harm the Count. Where else could I find such a generous patron? Plus, for Julian and Tina's sake, I should do a bit more. Better to be thorough with the after-service. Let's hit that illegal auction house. Dash. Even those with the darkest desires are amateurs if they show them openly. In that sense, the sinners running this illegal auction were quite skilled. On the outskirts, a fair distance from the entertainment district. A location not entirely devoid of foot traffic, but just secluded enough to be off-putting. A pristine mansion stood at this well-balanced site. Covered in ivy, it looked abandoned at first glance. As the auction was in full swing, at a point when no more entrants were expected, I boldly approached. A middle-aged man with a friendly face greeted me with an amiable smile. Excuse me, could I see your token? What? If you don't have one, you can just turn back. At novel bin at. I was surprised by his extremely polite speech and manner. I also found it quite clever that he used the ambiguous term token rather than ticket. He'd never pass for someone running a shady auction like this. So I decided to take the opposite approach. Who the f***ck are you? Pardon. Who do you think you are, blocking me? sh*t, do people come here barefaced? Can't you tell who I am? Well, that's enough. Tell me your rank and name first, you little sh*t. This is, difficult. Ah, damn. I'm losing my nerve. I thought I could imitate those as *hole customers from my past life, but the guilt is killing me. But if speak gently, they won't listen. I'll f***ing, you know, I'm with your boss. We eat together. Hit the baths. We do things. We do it all, you get me. As he stood there sweating profusely, at a loss, a young man in the same uniform emerged from the stairs leading underground. What's going on here? The young guy asked the man facing me. He pulled the youth aside and whispered. He's not showing a token and causing a scene. Guess he forgot it. What should we do? Happens sometimes. It's tough getting into Counterwell's turf. That's why they're more irritable. Anyway, how does he look? From what I can tell, this guy's the real deal. Young as he looks, every time he opens his mouth, it's like he spent his whole life looking down on people. He's got the foulest mouth I've ever seen. Sounds about average for this place. True enough. You animals. I can hear everything. Even without miraculous powers, well-developed senses pick up this much easily. Feeling my mood tank, I snapped at them irritably. Hey, as *holes, get your boss. You two the only ones watching the door. Yeah, just us. Really? You sure? Geez, of course. Why would we lie to a VIP? Wonder how low the bar is for VIPs here if this act works. Then again, people who live off screwing others are all the same. Fine, I get it. Come here for a sec. Step. The two lined up in formation, perfectly aligned. How convenient. They'll be tied up beautifully. Without missing a beat, I recited sacred words. In the name of the Lord and the Holy Spirit, chains of light. Instantly, golden chains materialized from thin air and wrapped around the two men. Clank, clank. Caught off guard, they just stared at me, too shocked to scream. Then it clicked, and they started yelling. Why you tricked us? No, wait, he said something about the Lord. Could he be from the temple? What? This bastard's from the temple? That's impossible. FCK, SHT. Since when do holy men talk like that? What's the temple coming to? You crazy bastards, look who's calling who a bastard with a dirty mouth. And yes, this is exactly how the temple deals with criminals like you. I'd better gag them quickly with the muzzles I brought. The heart of an empathetic person is as delicate as falling flower petals. After dealing with the door guards, I headed upstairs. Walking down the hall, I came to a big door. I threw it open. The rush of perfume hit me like a truck. Excited breaths and vulgar shouts filled the air. People of all sorts sat masked before a stage so fancy it was ridiculous. At this point, I could just signal the count for a clean sweep. Just as I was about to leave the auction house, the auctioneer's hyped-up voice stopped me in my tracks. Finally, time for the main dish of this auction. He had everyone's attention with his theatrical gestures. Clearly, this wasn't his first time running such an event. As all eyes focused, the lights went out. Then came the sound of wheels. An iron cage being rolled center stage. Flash. The lights came on, spotlighting just the cage. This is the cream of the crop? Black hair like night and eyes to match? A boy with features identical to those of the royalty of the fallen nation. Oh, shame he's a bit roughed up from training. But being young, he'll heal quick, right? A bit roughed up was putting it mildly. Dried blood clearly visible from his face to his neck. Must have bled so much they couldn't clean it all. His eyes were so swollen you could barely see them, and his breathing was so hard his chest heaved. Whenever he slumped against the cage, a thug would kick him, forcing him upright. Tears fell on the knees of the boy turned commodity overnight. That's when I realized I'd never known true evil. I never knew one person could do this to another. It was a cruelty I'd never seen in my past life or in the quiet temple of this one. I need to run to the count now, get him to send in troops to arrest them all. These monsters who've ditched their humanity need to pay. As my mind went blank with these thoughts, my mouth started reciting God's words on its own. For you did not mediate friendship and peace, and you turned your backs on humility and law, so I sent down the sword. Chapter 7, The Power of Future Foresight. The boy's night stretched endlessly. He'd expected the hour hand to race by as usual, like starlight streaking across the sky. Another ordinary morning would greet him as he endured the process of growing up. But though the moon waned, night refused to yield. The world was shrouded in darkness. Even imagining the future, the path ahead was murky. Squeezing his eyes shut to escape reality invited more blackness. It was the same when, in a drowsy haze, he found himself stuffed like cargo into a large sack. His will to rebel against the world was crumbling. Here, he learned that nursing resentment after being tossed around only multiplied his wounds. Glaring earned him a beating and forced a servile smile. After all, it increased his value as merchandise and pleased his would-be masters. Outside his pitch-black cell, they talked. He'd fetch a high price for resembling the fallen royals. That's why they'd snatched him up on sight. Sharp eyes indeed. Little did they know he wasn't just similar, he was the real deal. From prince to vagrant. From vagrant to slave. The fall from such heights left him aching. He almost wished their words were true, that he merely looked like royalty by chance. It might hurt less. Night would persist. No matter how much time passed, darkness would reign. In this pit, there wouldn't even be a spider's web to cling to. Just as he resigned himself to this fate. So I merely sent down the sword. The night began to fade. Brilliant golden light drove away the darkness, flooding the world with radiance. Miraculous power manifested in the very next instant. Flash. His vision went white. Dazzling light blinded him, then the heavens split open. All the boy saw was a young man raising a gleaming sword skyward. Yet that simple act made the ceiling vanish without a trace as starlight poured down. Faced with this impossible scene, the crowd scurried about like ants. In the name of the Lord God and Holy Spirit, chains of light. Once more, divine radiance flashed. An otherworldly light straight from legend. Clank, clank. In an instant, the captives were subdued. Particles of light coalesced, shackling the escapees' ankles like criminals. Some tried futilely to break the bonds with blades or clubs, but their efforts were in vain. Until now, the boy had believed these people to be the world's absolute rulers. The thought of seeing them chained like slaves or restrained like beasts had seemed unthinkable. They were godlike beings who had trapped him in this endless night, or so he'd believed. Seize them. How dare they hold such a vile auction in the Count's domain? Every last one of them. What? The Count's soldiers stormed in next. But their bold entrance quickly turned to bewildered eye-rubbing. What in the world? Though witnessing an impossible scene, they carried out their duties. They arrested all involved in the auction, forcibly dragging away those who resisted. As the soldiers firmly restrained each criminal, the golden chains dissolved into motes of light. Thud, thud. From the chaotic auction hall's center, he approached. A man with snow-white hair and violet eyes. A young man in clothes neither flashy nor shabby. At a glance, he seemed utterly ordinary, having dismissed his sword of light. He grasped the iron bars, effortlessly bending them with brute strength. Finally reaching their limit, the bars tore away. Crack. Wordlessly, he caressed the battered boy. A miracle occurred. Festering wounds healed instantly. Dried blood melted away, leaving his face clean. Even his fractured shin bone no longer pained him. You held out well. How do you feel? The young man asked after his well-being. But the boy's response differed entirely from the young man's expectations. Are you an angel? No, I'm an orphanage director. What? The boy gaped at the utterly unexpected answer. The concept of an orphanage director was surprising enough, but the young man casually continued. Oh, there are angels. One's a pain in the neck, but the other's absolutely adorable. I see. But the fun one to mess with is still that guy. It's a good balance in many ways. Though with just the two of them, they tend to get bored. Alright. So it'd be nice if they had another friend or two. The boy couldn't fathom why he was being told this. As his confusion mounted, the young man who had gifted him this miraculous night extended his hand. Want to come with me? Me? Who else? Seems you've got nowhere else to go. You could be friends with our kids, they're about your age. Who was this person? Was he truly human, not an angel? But to work such miracles, to speak such miraculous words. Was he really human? Stay a day and decide. If you don't like it, we'll part ways then. He held out his hand. And the boy took it. Warmth radiated from that large hand. The warmth of salvation he'd likely never forget. I'll go. After slipping through the bars, the boy clung close behind his savior. Having been transported in a large sack, he had no idea what this place looked like. He never dreamed he'd walk out on his own 2 feet, so it still felt surreal. When they finally exited the mansion and gazed up at the vast night sky, the boy at last shed tears. Right before the mansion's entrance, Court Counterwell and his soldiers stood at attention in formation. In the silence broken only by insects, he spoke. Will anyone here speak of tonight's events? As if rehearsed, a thunderous reply rang out in unison at novel bin at. Absolutely not. A light acknowledgement, followed by a dismissive wave of the hand. That'll do? He grinned, as if a promise that could be broken at any time would somehow last forever. The moon waned. Far off, the skyline over the mountains began to tinge indigo, heralding dawn. Thus ended the long night. Hungry? A nod. Too ashamed to speak, he swallowed his words. The young man paid no mind and continued. I'll make you a late-night snack. Though it's not quite midnight, a snack at this hour just hits differently. And so the incomprehensible night began to retreat. I'm screwed. I sighed heavily while preparing chicken fried rice as a midnight snack. I'll be found out, right? Definitely. Why'd I have to lose my temper? No, that's not it. Even if I could go back, I'm not sure I'd act any differently. How could I not rage at such an inhuman spectacle? Despite everything, I've lived in the temple for over a decade. Regardless of regaining my past life's memories, the temple's teachings and ideologies haven't left me. For instance, I'm frankly more used to monarchy than democracy. Modern concepts are merely memories from my past life. In the end, I was still the holy knight I once was. Even if the count's people keep quiet, the prisoners will definitely talk. I knew, yet I let it slide with a verbal promise. Because it was in front of the kid. I wanted to look cool. At my age, I'm still full of vanity. Above all, image is crucial. I feel like I've been given a death sentence. Will I be dragged to the temple? Or treated as a real criminal and sentenced to hard labor? I went a bit overboard. Never mind the chains, I blew a hole in the mansion's ceiling. Talk about desperate for attention. But I figured that much was needed for the count's soldiers to take the hint and raid the place. Ugh, I don't know anymore. Seriously. Just then, the kitchen door swung open and the now cleaned up boy entered. Is there anything I can help with? Nope. Just grow up to be a good kid. Okay, he answered obediently, but I still didn't know what to make of him. Because, well, this kid is a villain. Glenn Baskhill. This is the name of the last royal from a fallen nation, and the puppet manipulated by the original Villainess. He often rivaled Julian in ability, facing off against him frequently. He also cornered Tina politically by exposing her true identity. There was a backstory about him being a former slave, but it seems I've shattered that setting today. This much was pure coincidence. No, meeting Tina at this time was also coincidence, and even taking charge of Julian was chance. I decided to take in 3 kids at the orphanage, and they just happened to be these 3. It's so contrived, it's as if God arranged this fate. Just as I was sinking into worry and contemplation, creak. The kitchen door that shouldn't have opened did so. The intruders greeting morning far too early were quite small. Welcome back, Director. We came down because we smelled something delicious. It's true. Just as Julian said, you returned after one night. Hehe. Yeesh, uninvited guests. Now I have to make 2 more portions. Can't be helped. I am the orphanage director, after all. You 3 introduce yourselves. Know that if you exclude him, you won't even get porridge to eat. 3. Oh, Julian, over here. Tina gestured with her eyes, and Julian looked towards the corner of the table. Glenn had frozen like a statue, mouth full of fried rice. And so the main characters of the same generation gathered in one place. For now, they were just kids eagerly awaiting a late-night snack. No one could predict what direction this momentous occasion would steer their fates. At this rate, will the villainess show up soon too? I'm really overreacting. There's no way that would happen. It's not like I can see the future, so what would she even be aiming for by coming here? Ha ha ha. Amused by my foolish assumptions, I let out a hollow laugh. Chapter 8, Who is the Sinner? Boldly, after personally busting the illegal auction. Day 1 after wrapping up the incident. The Count showed up at the orphanage, grabbing my hands tight with tears in his eyes. I can't thank you enough. You're my savior. This isn't about our deal. I truly believe, from the bottom of my heart, that I owe you a debt I can never repay. Come on, it's not that big a deal. If anything, you're my benefactor for giving me a way to make a living when I had nothing. Such modesty. Alright, enough. Since you're here, why don't you go see Julian? Of course. Again, I'm truly grateful. The Count's gratitude was almost overwhelming. But I was only half present, mumbling empty words. I knew why he was so thankful. My divine power had been exposed. To a massive crowd, no less. He'd be a heartless bastard if he didn't cry and thank me after I'd helped him at such extreme risk. I spent my time in a daze, feeling like a pig being led to slaughter. Day 2 after wrapping up the incident. The perceptive kids were starting to notice something was off. Director, you okay? You're missing your usual energy. At novel bin at. Are you sick or something? No way, the director can't get sick. The director's invincible. As expected, only Tina acknowledges I might be human enough to fall ill. Come to think of it, Julian aside, what on earth does Glenn think of me to say stuff like that? Honestly, his blind faith is a bit scary. Anyway, feeling bad about worrying them, I forced a smile. I'm fine. Just a bit sleepy, I guess. Want to play hide and seek? Hide and seek. Tina reacted immediately. It's her favorite game, so she's excited. On the other hand, Julian looked like he'd rather eat dirt. Let's do it, hide and seek. My ankle hurts. You two should play together. Ugh, it's no fun with just 2 people. Can't be helped. Glenn, you in? Of course I have to join. Glenn nodded enthusiastically. It might seem like nothing, but his choice of words felt off. Have to? Did he take my suggestion to play hide and seek as an order? By the time I tried to clear things up just in case, it was already too late. Glenn, who'd followed Tina out to the yard, came back about 30 minutes later, drenched in sweat and looking ready to collapse. He looked like he'd gone through the condensed version of a boot camp. From what I heard, he became it within 3 seconds of starting, and spent the remaining 29 minutes and 57 seconds running around like a madman trying to catch Tina. He was certainly a determined kid, befitting his former destiny as a villain. Hehe. That was so fun. Huff, huff. Tina beamed brightly, completely ignoring the panting victim. Meanwhile, Glenn shot a resentful look at Julian, which Julian coolly brushed off. These kids sure have a colorful range of behaviors. Day 3 after wrapping up the incident. I don't go anywhere, just holing up in the orphanage. By now, rumors must be spreading like wildfire. It wouldn't be weird for the Imperial Palace or the temple to take some kind of action. Even if the Count could somehow pull strings at the Imperial Palace, he'd be powerless against an independent organization like the temple. I'm genuinely worried and can't stand it. Another day passed under the suspicious gazes of the children. 1 week after wrapping up the incident. Surprisingly, nothing happened. Not even a whisper of news. Why? How? What the hell is going on? By this point, I'm confused. But I can't keep fumbling around looking pathetic. So I put on a fake smile and went into town. And as always, a certain girl appeared. Ah, it's the crazy Appa. At least I'm not Mr. anymore. Looks like Flosha's warming up to me. You bought so many flowers that you're a VIP now. We have to treat you right. I was wrong. It was my wallet she was warming up to. Who knew there could be a crazy VIP in this world? I've learned something new today. Oh, but who's that? She was talking about Glenn. I casually introduced him. This is Glenn, he's new at the orphanage. Oh, I don't know why, but all the kids at your orphanage are such cuties. Come to think of it, I haven't seen that girl before either. Oh, was this Tina's first time too? Tina had been at the orphanage for a while, so I thought Flosha would know her. But thinking back, I guess they've never actually met. I'm Tina. Like the director said, I'm Glenn. Nice to meet you. Tina, shy around strangers, and Glenn, greeting smoothly. To this, Flosha beamed and smoothly offered her service. Nice to meet you both. Oh, here's a gift to celebrate our meeting. Flosha handed out a red flower to Tina and a white one to Glenn. Tina, being shy, quickly retreated after just taking the flower, but Glenn's interaction with Flosha lasted quite a bit longer. Wow, Glenn, was it? Now that I look closely, you're super handsome. I bet there's no flower that wouldn't suit you. Flowers suit me? Me. Eek, do boys not like hearing that? Not particularly. Ignoring Glenn's attempt to correct her, Flosha persisted, holding his hand. But look at this. This white flower is called Replicia, and its flower language means for you whose hardships have ended. It means you'll be full of happiness from now on. Happiness. Glenn murmured with a momentarily blank expression. Then he broke into a faint smile. He carefully grasped the flower Flosha had given him and brought it to his chest. That's when Julian chimed in with a grumbling tone. You didn't give me an explanation like that. Huh. Flosha froze at the sudden complaint. So, Julian. Yeah. Julian's face, tinged with faint expectation, shattered at Flosha's next words. Sorry, what did I give you again? Hey, how can a person remember every little thing? It's fine, it's fine. I'm not fine though. No, forget it. Julian stared blankly at Glenn and Flosha's hands, still clasped together. Then his eyes met Glenn's, who was gazing at the gifted flower. Snap. At that moment, I noticed a strange tension between Julian and Glenn. They both cleared their expressions as if there was nothing going on, but I realized, to my dismay, exactly what these little brats wanted. Tina. Yes. You know, I've seen a lot of that trope where male leads obsess over side characters. What's that? No, well, just. It seems you've become the original female lead in that kind of story, Tina. I'll raise you well so you don't go down the route of a jealous villainess who gets jealous of the side character. I really care about you, you know. I care about you too, director, hee. Your bright smile is truly healing. Ha, Tina is the future. I won't give this child to anyone. 3 weeks after wrapping up the incident. Amazingly, nothing has happened so far. What's going on? Seriously, what's happening? I'm starting to get scared instead. The political climate in the Imperial Palace is buzzing. Especially these days, debates about a certain incident have been super active, turning the conference room into a daily battlefield. Divine power, you say? Even during wartime, that power never leaked outside, and now it's being carelessly thrown around in the real world? This is ridiculous. It goes without saying that this is wrong. It's not like the country is falling apart. How could someone use such power for personal reasons? Watch your words, Viscount Terrell. Though divine power was used, it was for justice against criminals everyone would condemn. If we judge that as a crime, there wouldn't be a single innocent person in this world. One incident, it was about the illegal auction that broke out in Court Counterwell's domain. Arguments on whether to punish or overlook the leakage of divine power, strictly forbidden by law, were going on non-stop. Has His Majesty the Emperor said anything yet? As always, once we reach a conclusion, His Majesty will make a decision on that conclusion. What a waste of time. It's not like it's the first or second time he's overturned a unanimous decision all by himself. At that moment, one person boldly spoke up. Honestly, I don't even get why this is a debate. Even by the temple's rules, this is punishable. Wouldn't it be fine to follow their lead and make a decision? Well, you're right. If it were an ordinary citizen or noble, that'd be one thing, but for someone from the temple's laws come first. More and more people began to agree. As a result, the heated atmosphere naturally began to cool down. Just then, a knock was heard from outside. Knock knock. Next, before anyone could say come in, the door opened. The figure who appeared was Court Counterwell, with a stern look. I've brought a document sealed by the Pope himself after meeting him directly. Of course, it's about the mess in my domain. The Pope. People stirred at the mention of a direct meeting with the Pope. The Pope, called the living God. It was nearly impossible to meet him directly, for any reason. The conference hall fell silent in an instant, overwhelmed by his authority. I'll read it directly. Despite the large paper, the written phrase was super short. The temple will fulfill its duties. Therefore, let the Imperial Palace fulfill its duties. It meant that the temple would decide Heart's fate, so the Imperial Palace should focus on its duties for the citizens without causing a fuss. Facing this devout statement, they looked at each other. And so, all those who had been arguing about the illegal auction fell silent. Court Counterwell had somewhat dodged the bullet, but he couldn't fully relax. Nothing was written about what'll actually happen to Heart. I'm not sure how to take this. He had tried to read the Pope's mood during their meeting, but it was chilling. Unreadable. Ironically, it seemed he had reached a point where he truly needed to pray to God. In an empty corridor of the Imperial Palace. After the situation was settled by the temple's official letter, Court Counterwell had to pause for a moment. Greetings, Duke Luminal. Haha, you're being formal. I apologize for not visiting you more often. He had run into an uncomfortable acquaintance. Duke Luminal was a big shot among the nobility, and he had been subtly trying to recruit Court Counterwell, who stayed neutral. He was an exhausting person in every way, from his abilities to his schemes. I saw your impressive performance. To think you'd strike a deal with the Pope himself. If I had known you were such a bold talent, I would have gotten closer to you sooner. A lord merely took responsibility for an incident in his domain. There's no virtue to speak of. Greed flashed in Duke Luminal's eyes. The contradiction of maintaining neutrality while holding the position of court count. And the unyielding attitude even towards the leader of the nobility faction. Not to mention the ability to actually receive an audience with the Pope. He was a man with many aspects to exploit. But that also made him an inconvenient opponent if he wasn't on the same side. I'm suddenly envious. To think the holder of a baptismal name is close friends with a mere count. What a blessing indeed. Court Counterwell was not one to miss the hidden meaning in Duke Luminal's admiration. With all due respect, please don't think about dragging him into politics. Drag him in? Ahaha, there seems to be a misunderstanding here. Duke Luminal smiled gently. I simply wish to be friends with such a rare talent. Oh, of course, that includes you as well. Court Counterwell's mind raced. He analyzed the Duke's vague attitude, gauging his opponent's capabilities and intentions. In the midst of the ensuing stalemate, the Duke spoke first. However, I would like some assurance. What kind of assurance? 2 things, for now. First, do you respect that person's freedom? I've already told you. He is merely my benefactor, so I can't force anything on him. That's good to hear. Now, about the second thing. Court Counterwell's anxiety peaked at the Duke's next question. You wouldn't have any complaints if I were to become closer friends with your benefactor, would you? After all, you have an obligation to respect his freedom. There was no way to refute that. So Court Counterwell answered, swallowing his unease. I suppose not. I'm grateful for that. I won't be so shameless as to ask for an introduction. Ha ha ha. Even so, the Duke knew best that he didn't have the charm to win Heart over in an instant. It's only natural for someone to be wary when approached by a person of his power, even if they were an uneducated commoner. However, there was one card that could deepen their friendship more than the counts in a short time. Duke Luminal called for his aide while basking in the sunlight outside the Imperial Palace. Aide. Yes, Your Grace. When we get back to the mansion, bring that child. If I may, Your Grace, isn't this going too far? The aide expressed concern, having seen through his intentions. But the Duke twisted his mouth as if his subordinate's advice was laughable. Too far? Kook, haha. He laughed loudly, as if pitying his aide's short-sightedness. Standing before the waiting carriage door, he spoke. You say that because you've never seen it before. The miraculous light that shatters the principles of this world. No one who has seen that light would think it excessive. Is that so? For some reason, the temple is turning a blind eye to Heart's actions. A once-in-a-lifetime chance. The bait is too sweet to question its suspiciousness. That's why Duke Luminal intends to play his most appropriate card. His only daughter, raised beautifully to rule over high society. She's managed to fend off the horny dogs sending love letters almost daily, as if in preparation for this very day. Since ancient times, the best alliance has been a marriage alliance. No matter how extraordinary a person may be, in the end, a country bumpkin from the temple would highly value even a man's skirt hem. If his daughter can properly enthrall him, what does the count matter? I can't wait. He smiled slyly, imagining the future ahead. Chapter 9, I Got a Real Family. The sun blazed directly overhead at noon. And then, completely out of the blue, it happened. It all started with Yulian's slip of the tongue, a moment destined to go down in history as his most cringeworthy blunder at novel bin at. I'm starving. How about we hit up a restaurant in town today, Dad? Sure, I'm not in the mood to cook either. Wait, what? Yulian and I locked eyes for what felt like an eternity. It was as if we were trying to telepathically confirm what had just been said and heard. Tina and Glenn, who'd been listening nearby, gawked at us with shocked expressions. As hard as it was to accept, it had really happened. When this realization hit Yulian, his face turned as red as an erupting volcano. Pft. Ka. Haha. Stop. Don't you dare say it. Ka. Haha. I said stop. Bwahahahaha. Yulian just called me Dad. Kahohaha. Why, you must have heard wrong. Right. Yulian desperately looked to Tina and Glenn for backup, but they just avoided eye contact, looking super uncomfortable. He should have just played it cool. For someone so smart, Yulian's clumsy attempt at damage control was absolutely hilarious. As pitiful as it was, I just couldn't stop laughing. Anyway, you heard wrong? We should get going. Oh my, does my dear son hate his father's cooking that much? How about calling me Papa today? Or Daddy works too. Even Dad like you said before would be fine. Shut up. Hey, is that any way to talk to your papa? Arg. I swear, since getting my past life's memories back, I'd never laughed this hard. If Tina or Glenn had accidentally called me Dad, that'd be one thing. But of all people, it had to be Yulian. I was dying. Not that I didn't get it. I understand. It happens. Like when kids accidentally call their teacher mom. Pfft. But the fact that it was Yulian who slipped up made it 10 times funnier. This was prime teasing material I could milk even at his 60th birthday party. There, it's okay Yulian. Some people have 3 dads in this world, so what's the big deal? However, the issue is that the son killed 2 of the 3. I completely understand. So to celebrate this moment, Papa's treating everyone today. Please. I'm begging you, please be quiet. Wow, Yulian must be desperate if he's bringing out honorifics. They say people can do anything when backed into a corner. This was a textbook example. Alright. Thanks for the laugh. I mean it. Yulian, you bring joy to my life. I'm seriously thinking about running away. I'm sorry, really. I'll stop now, so don't cry. I'm not crying. My mood was through the roof. I felt like splurging at that fancy restaurant Yulian wanted. Besides, after roasting him this hard, I owed him that much at least. We should start getting ready to. Just as I was about to stand up, someone grabbed my sleeve and pulled me back down. Can't you really do it? It was Tina. She looked at me with sad, puppy dog eyes and a gloomy expression. Sensing something was up, I met her gaze and asked, Tina, what do you want me to do? Tina clamped her mouth shut. Then she puffed out her cheeks like a duck and went quiet. Tina pushed for an answer. Tina's eyes welled up as she sat in silence. After an awkward pause, she seemed to steel herself and squeaked out her true feelings. Can't you really be my dad? Now it was my turn to clam up. It came out of nowhere, and I never in a million years thought Tina would ask something like that. I'd only set up the orphanage because I had to. I definitely never planned on becoming anyone's actual family, right? These kids were destined to be big shots in the future. Wouldn't a nobody like me just get in their way if I got too close? As I sat there, shocked by this turn of events. Is it not possible? Tina asked, her blue eyes brimming with tears. Tina. I was about to say it probably wasn't possible when suddenly, memories of Tina's past hit me like a ton of bricks. The kid of a nutjob dragon and an innocent human. Caught up in a mess she didn't ask for, drifting around and stewing in loneliness before ever feeling real love, her childhood haunted me. Faced with those blue eyes, still carrying the weight of her past, I couldn't bring myself to shut her down. Dad, It still felt weird to me. Honestly, I don't think I'd ever pictured myself as a father. Obviously, I had zero experience being a dad, so I had no clue if I'd be any good at it. And yet, I still wasn't sure. Even so, I couldn't bring myself to coldly reject her. In front of me was a little girl who, too scared to take my hand, was clinging to my sleeve instead. Here was a kid who, desperate for some warmth, had screwed up all her courage to ask. More than that, those sky blue eyes held a trust in me that made me feel special. You. Tina looked like she might burst into tears any second. Her hand shook as she reached out, showing how scared she was. but she still held on to my sleeve tight. That took guts. And finally, the words that came out of her mouth, that must have taken some serious resolve. When did I get so soft? I felt myself crumbling in front of that raw, honest determination. The walls I'd built around myself. Next thing I knew, I saw the kids climbing over those now fallen walls. At this point, I had to admit it. That I'd grown attached to them too, way beyond mere sympathy. Tina. I guess it's not. Let's do it. Huh. Tina's eyes went wide as saucers. I gently put my hand on Tina's head as she stood there frozen. Be your dad, I mean. It'd be a once-in-a-lifetime blessing to have such a cute daughter. Of course, I'll probably suck as a father at first, but I'll work on getting better. No, there's no way you could be bad. Well, that's a relief then. Tina and I both knew without saying that we had one last step before we could really be parent and child. For Tina, who'd mustered up the courage but was still hesitating, I took the lead to finish things off. Tina, it's okay, so just call me whatever feels right, yeah. Tina mumbled shyly, fidgeting like crazy. After hemming and hawing for a while, Tina screwed up her courage one more time. Dad. Yes, my daughter. Dad. Yes, my beautiful daughter. You. And just like that, by calling each other by our new titles, we forged a new bond. Overwhelmed, Tina threw herself into my arms and burst into tears. Wah. Dad. Yeah, that's right. There. No more tears, okay. Heek. Sniff. As I patted Tina's back, I glanced over at Julian and Glenn. What about you two? Want to call me dad too? I've already got a perfectly good father who's alive, so that'd be weird. You're the one who called me that first, Julian. I don't have parents, but director, you're too. I dunno, sacred to call dad. Honestly, it's kinda awkward. But, just what do you think I am, some kind of god? But then Glenn's eyes suddenly went wide as he turned to Julian. Julian, if your dad's still around, why are you here? It's not exactly rare. Some people only have fathers on paper. Oh, sorry. Don't worry. I don't really feel anything for him anyway. An awkward silence fell between Julian and Glenn. Yeah, finding out about someone's family drama is always uncomfortable. I looked at the boys while wiping Tina's tears. If you don't like dad, why don't we just be family? That's not so bad, right? Parents and children aren't the only ones who can be family. When people's hearts connect, they can be family even without blood ties. Julian and Glenn each mumbled their own awkward responses. Well, I guess, whatever. If that's all it is, I'm okay with it too. Then Tina put the final punctuation on it. Then from today on, we're all family. Tina's eyes had already dried up completely. My new daughter's radiant smile shut down any objections the others might have had. Finding it somewhat funny, I chuckled. Life's full of surprises. At the ripe old age of 22, still wet behind the ears, with plenty of growing up to do, yet, as if pulled by the threads of fate, today, I gained a new family. Duke Luminal's office is about as welcoming as a prison cell. The only thing remotely open about it is the tall window behind the Duke's chair. But that's just there to make visitors squint when they look at him. Every single thing in that room is set up to scream I'm the boss here. Most visitors feel like they're being crushed by an invisible weight. You called for me. Yes, you're here. Duke Luminal spoke in a quiet voice. Then, without even asking how she was doing, he got straight to the point. Get married. As you wish. I know you think you're too good for. Wait, what? I said I'll do as you say. Duke Luminal was dumbfounded. Even though it was his own order, he could hardly believe what he was hearing. Do you even know who I'm telling you to marry before you agree so quickly? Does it matter who it is? No matter what anyone says, I'm just your property, right? No father thinks of his only daughter that way. How sweet. I feel so much better now. Yeah, right. His daughter's blatant sarcasm caught him off guard. She might not have been a pushover, but she'd never had the guts to talk back to him like this before. Yet here she was, laying down her demands without missing a beat. I just hope you'll cough up a dowry worthy of our oh-so-noble family name. And to top it off, she added, even if the groom's some nameless commoner off the street. The capital always buzzed with energy. As the empire's heart, the finest goods flowed in, fueling lavish spending. Rare, pricey items scarcely seen elsewhere were commonplace here. The capital's nobility often whiled away their time at salons and tea parties. Viscount Chandler's mansion was no exception. Today, ladies gathered to embroider handkerchiefs made of precious fabric. Many flocked there for social pleasures. Wow, Lady Chandler, that butterfly you've drawn is beautiful. Your embroidery skills are so exquisite. I should learn from you, but it's not easy. Really? To me, your embroidery looks splendid too. Linnea Chandler, true to her status as heiress of a distinguished Viscount family, displayed modest humility. Her seemingly innocent smile conveyed sincerity, further warming the gathering's atmosphere. Suddenly, Linnea clapped her hands as if struck by a thought. Come to think of it, isn't there someone whose embroidery skills are unmatched? Unmatched, you say? As Linnea's eyes rolled in a certain direction, the other ladies' gazes followed. There sat a striking young lady on a spacious wine-red sofa, embroidering with a bored expression. Even at this gathering of luxury, her dress fabric was in a league of its own. Every item adorning her was beyond imitation in price. Undoubtedly a powerful family's daughter. Yet not a soul stood by her side. Aha! Someone let out a derisive snicker. The mockery, started by an unknown lady, spread like ink in water. One of the ladies chattering beside Linnea narrowed her eyes and spoke. Well, I suppose we must give Lady Luminal credit for her embroidery skills, if nothing else. With that, the floodgates opened. I wonder how many hours a day she spends on such embroidery. Such remarkable skill, indeed. But what good is skill? Now, she'll have no one worthy to embroider for, will she? Hihi, who would have thought? To think Lady Luminal would end up sold off to a commoner. My, isn't it harsh to say she's being sold off? Harsh? Have you heard how much dowry she's bringing? Meanwhile, the man's utterly penniless, they say. Goodness? If she were at least being sold off, that'd be one thing, but this isn't even that, is it? It's literally a donation. They laughed uproariously, openly mocking. Their usual roundabout speech had long vanished. Yet Alesia Luminal maintained her bored demeanor throughout. Her steadfast posture was almost haughty in its stillness. Still, it might not be a total loss. I hear the man Duke Luminal approved is that man from the illegal auction incident. Ah, I've heard. They say the palace was in an uproar for a while because he used divine power. Rare as it may be, so what? He's still a commoner, and using divine power privately is punishable. At this point, doesn't it seem the Duke dislikes the lady? Still, everything the lady wore was top quality, purely for the family's image. Clearly, even his grace has given up on the ever-expressionless scentless flower. In hushed tones, perhaps Alesia Luminal might be illegitimate. And other such harsh gossip circulated. The atmosphere blatantly ostracized one person, and the instigator, Linnea Chandler, hid a sneer behind her hand. How impressive, Alesia Luminal. Keeping that stoic face even now, it was laughable. She wanted to laugh out loud. Linnea had always despised that woman who seemed to look down on others. From her innate beauty and talent to her aloof gaze that screamed she lived in a different world, everything irked her. Their deep-rooted bad blood was nauseating. What kind of walk is that? You're my age, yet you exude such grace. You call that embroidery? I hear even Duke Luminal's handkerchiefs are embroidered by her. They say it's so intricate it could steal your eyes, but this. Ha, second place again? We're in the same academy, yet how is she so different? If only that child had been my daughter. When Lady Chandler said such things, Linnea's world finally crumbled. Looking up, she felt as if Alphesia's shoe was there. If she couldn't win, why not try to be friends? She'd thought that at times. But whenever Linnea spoke to her, Alphesia ignored her completely. Even persistent attempts didn't elicit so much as a sigh. To Linnea, it seemed like Alphesia was saying they were different classes of human beings. If anyone knew inferiority well, Linnea could confidently say it was herself. That's why she loathed Alphesia to the point of madness. Surely, that woman must have been born without emotions. So she hated Alphesia without guilt. Though she knew she couldn't win, the situation changed dramatically. Finally, I've won? Alphesia Luminal, the best bride candidate, is to become a penniless commoner's wife. By her own father's will, no less. A woman's self-esteem ultimately stems from her marriage prospects. Even a baronet's daughter can look down on countless women if she becomes a duchess. Thus, Linnea's self-esteem promised the title of duchess through her engagement to the second prince, Sword. Even Alphesia's few admirers eventually turned to her. Stay crushed. Alphesia Luminal. Just take off those fancy clothes and walk into the gutter. She indulged in fantasies of Alphesia in rags, fawning over a commoner. It was then that Alphesia took a noticeable action. Whoosh! She unfolded a red fan, covering her alluring lips. All eyes turned to her at this unusual display. At last, Alphesia spoke. I'm delighted to have everyone's attention. I must thank Lady Chandler for holding such a meaningful gathering. She smiled, grinning. Truly, no one present had ever seen Alphesia show emotion before. The audience was shocked. While everyone's composure crumbled, Alphesia continued. Of course, I've been as interested in all of you as you've been in me. For instance, let's see. You in the navy dress. Me? Navy dress. The lady addressed so rudely stood up, bristling. Regardless, Alphesia continued with her sculptural smile. You're wearing quite a jewel-adorned dress. I wonder if the confiscation papers related to your cousin's illegal auction involvement have reached your family home yet. What are you saying? One of the criminals my husband-to-be caught was your relative. The lady whose family's dirty laundry had been aired collapsed in a daze. Her cousin had indeed brought illegal auction items to her father, but unfortunately, it was discovered. This gave legal grounds to confiscate profits from her family home. Ah, and you with the pearl earrings, your fiancé is quite the charmer, isn't he? So charming that he changed women daily. In brothels, of course. What? Wait, Lady Luminal? Please, tell me more about that. You, whose embroidery looks more like a crow than a dog. What gives you the confidence to be meeting two men? Moreover, both think they took your virginity. I'd say you're more progressive than anyone here. Huh. With each word from Alphesia's lips, an invisible dagger struck deep into the guests' vulnerabilities. Some were indignant but didn't dare look up, while others gasped before fleeing the mansion entirely. The once lively tea party rapidly fell apart. Soon, Linnea Chandler and Alphesia Luminal were left to confront each other at novel bin at. Lady Luminal, what are you trying to do? What am I doing? You have eyes and ears. Just see and hear for yourself. I'm asking why you're suddenly acting out like this. Ah, Alphesia exclaimed as if she truly hadn't realized. Her affected attitude made Linea's anger surge. Lady Chandler. Yes, Lady Luminal. Future Duchess. Linea kept quiet, fearing what those disastrous lips might say next. The second prince is so overweight he can barely manage. Perhaps because of that, he's not trusted and long ago gave up on the throne. Does it matter? Rather than getting tangled in bloody politics, it might be wise. Of course. I don't mean to insult His Highness's judgment. In fact, I empathize. Then, why on earth? Why? Questions filled her mind. It was impossible to predict this sharp woman's intentions. Snap. Althesia closed her fan. Sharing a bed with His Highness must be torturous. Especially if you're crushed under all that flesh, you might feel something. You, vulgar. Linea's face burned crimson. In contrast, Althesia wore a faint smirk as she continued. Perhaps the handsome young nobles who flirted with you will haunt your nights. I could just take a lover if needed. After all, marriage is business. It's common to find love with a lover rather than a spouse. That's right. I agree. Your family's marital bliss is rather the exception, isn't it? If one were to distill all the world's pretenses into a narrow society, the aristocracy would be the epitome. They act out marital love at banquets, yet indulge in passionate affairs the moment they're home. Taking lovers has essentially become culture, so Linea's statement wasn't particularly shameless. However, Althesia's mouth curled, revealing pretty dimples. So in the end, a woman finds happiness with a commoner, is that it? What did you say? Shall I put it more crudely? In the end, you're just another woman who'll moan while clinging to a commoner's neck. Huh? You've gone too far? Have you thrown away all your dignity now that you're to be a commoner's wife? Gone too far, you say? You're free to run your mouth, but don't mistake your rank. Tap tap. Althesia tilted her head, tapping her hand with the folded fan. As you said, I'm a commoner's wife. At least I can openly show who my partner is. What, does that matter? Do you really not understand? How much more do I need to explain? Althesia opened her drowsy eyes as if looking at something pathetic. I can openly call out my partner's name. You must whisper names in secret. You should understand by now, but let me be kinder and elaborate. Althesia, while you preach about true love, in reality, you'll be too ashamed to show it openly as a duchess. The very comparison between us is shameful. Do you finally understand now? Then Althesia drove a verbal dagger deep into Linea's heart. From the start, you and I were on different levels. It's been that way since birth, and it will remain so. Outwardly, you'll mock the commoner's wife for comfort, but inevitably, you'll spend your whole life in misery, thirsting for something more. You, buried in vanity and inferiority, utterly broken, may you live unsatisfied no matter how many wrinkles you acquire. When happiness shimmers like a mirage, today's tea party will suddenly come to mind. This is an incantation. It was also a curse of resentment and bondage that will be engraved in your heart for life unless you face the mirror, look deep into your soul and change. A single tear rolled down Linea's cheek. Though they had exchanged only a few words, a woman transformed into a miserable state stood there. Althesia patted Linea's shoulder lightly and left with parting words. You shouldn't have dared to sully that person's name with your filthy mouth. Whose? Linea mumbled incoherently. This wicked woman had always brushed off insults without a care. That's why Linea thought she was empty, without pride or self-respect. A response filled with emotion like this was unprecedented. Althesia stopped in her tracks. Then she turned her head towards Linea and smiled brightly. Who else could it be? She declared cheerfully. The man who will be my husband. Chapter 11, Reunion. Today was no ordinary day. The Grand Theatre that had just opened nearby was all set to welcome its first audience. The promotional blitz had been so intense that even our quiet orphanage had caught wind of it. On this historic opening night, I was heading to the theater with the kids in tow. Tina hummed a tune as she trotted along. Though her singing was far from professional, I imagined a grand orchestra was playing in her mind. I didn't want to burst her bubble. Our daughter, with a voice like that, you could be an opera singer. Really? Of course. It's so sweet that Julian's nodding off. I'm not sleeping. Actually, Glenn was the one dozing off. I could start napping now. These rascals. One doesn't listen at all, while the other listens too well. For the supposed male lead and villain, their roles seem oddly reversed. I guess this is what they mean when they say kids are shaped by how you raise them. So, I'm not good. What? Tina gazed at me with reproachful puppy eyes. At this rate, my little white lie would be exposed. No choice then. No one's better at flipping a sour mood than Julian. So in a flash, I scooped him up. Director? What's the meaning of? Who? I took a deep breath. Then, giving Julian a piggyback ride, I started running. Hey, everyone. Julian? Didn't? Fall asleep. How amazing. What are you doing, director? Aren't you embarrassed? Please praise our child who can stay awake even during an opera. Have you lost your mind? Director. Ignoring Julian's quavering voice, I turned and winked at Tina. She burst into laughter, tears in her eyes, and ran towards us with Glenn. Meanwhile, Julian glared at me after wriggling free from the piggyback. No need to tell me how fun that was, young Julian. That's exactly the kind of comment I could die without hearing. Let's ask the other two if you're telling the truth. I lifted Tina and Glenn. Though they were already about 10, they had some heft to them. Soon, I probably wouldn't be able to carry them on both shoulders like this. Wow, it's so high. This is surprisingly fun. On my left shoulder, Tina squealed with delight, while on my right, Glenn's eyes sparkled as he secretly enjoyed the ride. Of course, I flashed a smug grin at Julian, trying to look as annoying as possible. Oh my, you actually liked Papa's piggyback ride too, didn't you? You, traitors. As they say, a meddling sister-in-law is worse than a nagging mother-in-law. Julian seemed more irked by Tina and Glenn's obvious enjoyment. Tina, unfazed by Julian's glare, exclaimed in wonder. Wow, the whole street is beneath me. It's amazing. Is that so? If there weren't so many prying eyes, I'd have taken you sightseeing in the capital. The capital? I want to see it. At Tina's question, Julian's shoulders twitched. Being the third prince, he'd lived in the heart of the capital, the Imperial Palace, and seen all manner of luxury firsthand. It wasn't clear exactly what he'd experienced there, but unpleasant memories seemed to have surfaced. Feeling somewhat guilty, I deflected casually. Well, it's just a slightly bigger city, nothing special. Dad, have you been to the capital? I have, actually. The temple where I worked until just before my escape was in the capital. Temples are scattered throughout the empire, but as a holy knight, I was stationed at the capital's temple due to my position. I'd assumed I would spend my life as a knight guarding some important figure in the temple. Until that day I dunked my head in the sacred pond. Suddenly, something nagged at me. Come to think of it, I wonder how they're doing. They might have felt hurt that I left the temple without a word. It was a hasty decision made without time to consider the consequences. Or not. I'm not sure since we weren't that close. Though we had a guard-and-guarded relationship, we'd spent enough time together to form an attachment. Perhaps it was just one-sided affection I developed in the austere temple life. I set Tina and Glenn back on the ground and reminisced. Though the temple had been unbearably dull, those days were peaceful. I harbor no ill feelings. Had I not learned of the future where I would lose my life, I would have remained at the temple without complaint. Of course. I have no regrets either. Thanks to leaving the temple, I now have this wonderful family. Moreover, while Julian's fate remains uncertain, Tina and Glenn's childhoods have definitely taken a positive turn. The more I reflected on these strange encounters, the more my lips curled into a smile. I'm glad I left the temple. Huh. Just as I was savoring this peaceful moment, Glenn let out a sharp cry. Director, over there. Following Glenn's urgent gaze, I saw someone in a hooded robe crossing the street. The problem was a carriage speeding towards them on the road. From what I could see, they had pulled their hood down too far, severely limiting their vision. It would have been better if they'd at least heard the noisy carriage, but that seemed unlikely to. TCH. Heine? The startled horse let out a loud whinny. Only then did the figure flinch as if shocked. It seemed the mortal danger had finally registered. I couldn't let the children witness a person's death. My judgment was quick, and my actions were swift. I sprinted at full speed and wrapped my arm around the figure's waist. Then, I used a small burst of divine power under the horse's hooves to slightly slow its pace. In the brief window that dramatically opened, I leapt while holding the person. Only after safely landing on the opposite side of the road did I let out a sigh of relief. People these days. Whoever they were, their lack of safety awareness was ridiculous. I was about to scold them, but I had no choice but to keep my mouth firmly shut. Ugh. Long auburn hair flowed from the completely upturned hood. Her eyes exuded a noble air and were crimson, while her skin was as clear as porcelain. She was beautiful. That was undeniable, but it was too superficial a reason to be captivated. Why? Something was different. That's right, something is off. A sense of unease. The reason I couldn't help but be drawn to her gaze despite not being an unprecedented beauty. The unease stemming from my inability to pinpoint that reason was most peculiar of all. Unable to shake off this feeling, my throat inexplicably felt dry. Whoosh. Before I could figure out the nature of this unease, the woman immediately pulled her hood back on. Then, as she ran away without even a word of thanks, I felt oddly bemused rather than angry. Have I seen her somewhere before? If she were such a striking beauty, I should have some memory of her. What a curious experience this turned out to be. Director. Dad. The children came running. It was time to focus on the present and forget this unexpectedly strange encounter. After all, I'm family to these children. Today was no ordinary day. Near the newly completed Grand Theatre stood a branch of a reputable bank. Alfesia Luminal was on her way back from depositing all of her dowry, which she had converted to cash, into a bank account at Novel bin Adat. The vast freedom granted to her felt unfamiliar. It had been a long time since she'd walked the streets on her own 2 feet, without a carriage or attendants. So she felt excited, and also fell into deep thought. She wasn't yet used to life without attendants, so her guard was down. She realized anew that becoming too absorbed in her own world could lead to unexpected accidents. A carriage accident. Who would have thought she'd feel threatened by a mode of transport she was more accustomed to riding in than colliding with? And at the end of it all, yes, today was indeed no ordinary day. It was that kind of special day, led by an unsought stroke of luck. Early evening, as the sun was setting. When we returned from watching the opera at the Grand Theatre, leaves had piled up annoyingly at the orphanage. So I sent the half-asleep children inside first and found myself wielding a broom. As if that weren't enough. After witnessing our children's behavior at the Grand Theatre, I couldn't hide my disappointment. These brats, every single one of them fell asleep during the performance. Tina in particular shocked me by snoring. Tina of all people, not Julian or Glenn. We tried various quick fixes like gently blocking her nose or turning her head, but to no avail. If it weren't for the VIP tickets the Count had sent us, we surely would have been the target of countless glares. Phew, the chairs were as soft as clouds, though. Buying even one of those would be too expensive, right? Though I'm no expert in furniture retail, I could easily tell from the seating comfort alone. It was clearly a luxury item ill-suited to my circumstances. As I was lost in such idle thoughts, reminiscing about the day gone by, suddenly, a woman's clear voice caught my attention. Excuse me? Oh, you're... I recognized her immediately. She was the woman who had nearly been in a carriage accident earlier. The sense of unease from then still lingered vividly, etching her presence strongly in my mind. The only difference from earlier was her attire. Wearing a dazzlingly splendid red dress, she carried a bag that seemed to contain modest luggage. This paradoxical appearance created a mysterious atmosphere. On the other hand, I narrowed my eyes, finding her look rather suspicious. Seemingly oblivious to my wary stance, she spoke calmly. Heart of the Holy Knight Order. Correct. As she casually disclosed my identity. Chapter 12, An Incomprehensible Proposal. My name is Alesia Luminal. I've come with a proposition for you. Alesia. Luminal. I gasped as soon as I heard her introduction. Then I shook my head, wondering why I hadn't recognized her immediately, given her distinctive features. Alesia's appearance matched her description in the original work perfectly. She glanced around the orphanage. Her eyes roamed about as if examining a curious object, eventually settling on me. It took a while to get here. May we go inside to talk? Very well. As I opened the orphanage door for her, 1,000 possibilities raced through my mind. Even though all three main characters had converged at the orphanage, I never expected the villainous to show up as well. It seemed my offhand joke had become a prophecy. Alesia showed no reaction as she passed through the narrow, shabby corridor. For someone as noble as her, one of the most distinguished ladies in the Empire, it was surprising she didn't wrinkle her nose in disgust. When Alesia finally reached the humble room that we call the reception area, I offered her a seat. She smoothly slid into the chair. A moment of silence. Then, from her delicate lips came my name. Heart. Yes. Heart. Yes. Heart. Yes. What was this? Some kind of test? Or simple harassment? I couldn't read anything from that cynical face, so I decided to ask outright. Should I call you lady? Yes, for now. For now. The tone was odd, but it wasn't the time to press the issue. First, Lady Luminal. How did you learn my identity? Has news of the illegal auction spread that far? Half right. You're quite the celebrity, more than you imagine. But I've been watching you since before that. Pardon. It was difficult to track you down. The temple protected you so well, I barely found you. Though she said it was difficult to track me, she didn't say it was impossible. This implied she knew about the orphanage even before the illegal auction incident. What on earth did this woman want from me? As I raised my guard, she continued. Anyway, it worked out. I managed to find you, and now I can make this proposal. Proposal? To me. Alesia, the cherished daughter of a renowned family and a ruthless strategist. This woman, with who I seemingly had no connection, promptly produced some documents, dropping a bombshell so shocking I nearly blasphemed. Let's get married. What? Well, more precisely, a contract marriage. These documents are to formalize our agreement. Alesia was a woman beyond comprehension. I couldn't fathom her intentions or motives. It seemed more plausible that this situation was a dream. I chuckled, utterly dumbfounded. Marriage. A contract marriage, at that? Yes, a contract marriage. Her confidence was striking, truly befitting Alesia Luminal. It prompted me to blurt out nonsense. Am I perhaps incredibly handsome or something? Why don't you look in a mirror and judge for yourself? Right. I felt like pounding my chest in embarrassment. But seriously, even if Alesia was destined for a bad ending in the future, she currently had everything. Beauty, wealth, power. She was the very embodiment of perfection. This is insane. I can't just dismiss her as crazy and send her away. Honestly, I felt dizzy with confusion. As I struggled to formulate a response, I noticed small eyes peering through the slightly open door. They must have finished their naps and come looking for me. Curious about the rare visitor, they were now secretly spying. Finally, I managed to speak. Let me get this straight. Are you in your right mind? We've never even met, and suddenly, marriage. I have my reasons. Besides, I'm as determined as anyone can be to stand here and make this proposal. Oho, prepared herself, has she? I wonder just how impressive this resolve of hers is. Then, were you prepared for this too? I gestured for the peeking eyes outside to enter. After some hesitation, the children slowly opened the door and came in. Julian, Glenn, and Tina. When I signaled Tina to come hug me, she scampered over and clung to me. Papa. At novel bin at. What did you just say? For the first time, a crack appeared in Alesia's face, which had been as precise as a well-oiled machine. Oblivious to this, Tina helpfully delivered the final blow once more. Papa. Alesia, who had brought out the contract marriage documents, froze like a glacier. I faced her awkwardly frozen form with an embarrassed smile. As you can see, I've got a kid. As a noble lady, Alesia would have already figured out the correct answer. She should withdraw with her contract marriage documents immediately. However, since there's always room for the unexpected, I reconfirmed her intentions. Were you prepared for this too? Her evenly arranged white teeth were truly beautiful. Such an observation came naturally, as Alphesia's lips were gaping wide open. Overwhelmed by confusion and bewilderment, Althesia finally managed to speak. Why you? Yes. A perfect victory for me, or so I thought. Alphesia's face contorted like a malevolent spirit. You, madman. Yes. The next moment, Althesia grabbed my hair and started yanking. Heart, you? Whose child is this? Whose child, I'm asking? Who gave you permission to have a child? Ow, it hurts? It hurts, lady. I'm telling you it hurts. You think pain matters? You think pain matters, you fool. Whack, whack, whack. Not satisfied with pulling my hair, Althesia started pounding my back. Faced with this unreasonable violence, I exploded with indignation. What's wrong with me having a child? What? I suppose there could be something wrong with it. Oh, for heaven's sake. What the hell? What is going on? This is strange. Really strange. Why can't I resist the lady? Is this the power of authority? A sense of dissonance. It was the same dissonance I felt when I saved Althesia from the carriage accident. No matter how many times I thought about it, that feeling remained certain. To end this absurd violence, I finally confessed. Tina is my adopted daughter. Adopted, you say? Althesia finally lowered her gaze to look directly at Tina. At the little girl with cheeks puffed up as much as her hostility. Who are you to hit our papa, lady? That's right, Tina. From today, I'm your mother. Oh, is that so? Well then, I guess it can't be helped. It's just parents arguing. Tina. I called out to Tina, dumbfounded by how easily she accepted it. But Tina's perception was changing far too simply. Just then, I heard Julian snicker. What's this, director? It's too much to pretend not to know your beloved wife. And you've been hiding her from us all this time. What should we call her? Ma'am? Vice director? Or just wife? Glenn was seriously thinking the proper form of address. For a moment, I hated these ungrateful little brats. Especially you, Julian, seizing this chance to annoy me. One way or another, I was the first to back down. Could you all leave for now? We still have things to discuss. Our director is quite the sinful man. Glenn and Tina left, followed lastly by Julian, who exited with an unmistakable scoff. Just you wait. Ha. Despite the chaos, I needed to sort things out. Lady Luminal, I'm not in the mood for games. What's your real motive? Then I'll be frank too. My father sold me to you. What? Father covets the divine power you possess. He wants me to seduce you and persuade you to use that power for the Duke's family. Do people usually reveal such things so openly? Well, my thoughts differ from my greedy father's. Althesia rearranged the scattered contract marriage documents on the table. It was basically a marriage vow form, but some sections were left blank. Likely spaces to fill in details about the agreement. She then added in a solemn voice, if this marriage doesn't happen, I'll be cast out. In high society, our marriage is already considered a done deal. In such a situation, how many people do you think would take in a noble lady abandoned by a commoner? There would be some families who'd want to get their hands on such a woman, even in her current state. But they'd be far beneath the worth of Althesia Luminal. That's why I'm proposing a contract marriage. So you can use me. In return, I can avoid the label of a disowned child. I have no particular attachment to the Duke's family. The conditions I'll include in the contract are quite simple. Even so, if you don't trust me, think about the children. The children. Yes. After answering, Althesia pulled out more documents from her bag and presented them. They were Althesia's bank statements, showing clearly written amounts I couldn't even dare to imagine. This is my dowry. Resources I can use for you as I see fit. What is this? You're not becoming a son-in-law of our family. I'm the one marrying into yours. Good heavens. It was hard to gather my thoughts. Not just because of the astronomical dowry, but also because of Althesia herself. I could understand Althesia's circumstances. But it bothered me that this villainess was offering me such convenient terms. However, Tina, she seemed secretly pleased when Althesia said she'd be her mother. I still remember how her face brightened for a moment, even as she acted annoyed. This deepened my inner conflict. Logically, there seemed to be no downside. In fact, refusing would be foolish given all the benefits. Besides, I had planned to remain single anyway, so marriage wasn't particularly precious to me. Am I overthinking this? Tina and Glenn's futures had definitely changed. Their personalities would develop very differently from the original story. Following that logic, there was no guarantee Althesia would remain a villainess. The future was an unknown that no one could predict. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to hear her out. I stared at the contract marriage documents on the table. If I were to agree, what contract terms would you propose, lady? Mainly 3 things. Please explain in detail. At my request, Althesia picked up a pen and filled in the blanks. For all our grand conversation, the terms were surprisingly simple. The exact wording of the clauses was as follows. First, fulfill the duties of a married couple. Second, do not fall in love. Third, if the contract is breached, surrender everything to the other party. There were some ambiguous parts, but the conditions weren't unreasonable. What exactly do you mean by duties of a married couple? It means not straying, trusting and cooperating with each other, of course. I see. She really meant living like an ordinary married couple, just without love. The third clause didn't particularly worry me. It might seem scary at first glance, but we just need to stick to these simple terms. Now it's your turn. Alesia passed the pen to me, but I declined her hand and responded verbally. Always prioritize the children, no matter what. That's enough for me. I see. At some point, merely listening had led to acceptance, as if I'd been bewitched by some spell. Next, we signed our names on both the marriage vow and the contract. With this, we swore to be husband and wife. The feeling of crossing a river of no return was lighter than expected. Now you're my husband. Let's get along well. Right, wife? Thus, we formed the quietest marital bond in the world. Alesia unpacked in the empty room Hart had provided. After tidying up sufficiently, she lay on the mediocre quality bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Half closing her ruby-like eyes, she recalled the contract they had exchanged. First, fulfill the duties of a married couple. Second, do not fall in love. Third, if the contract is breached, surrender everything to the other party. She judged it a rather brazen contract. After all, it was a condition designed solely for her benefit. Hart wouldn't even begin to guess the hidden loophole in the contract. It was all just self-satisfaction. I've already broken the contract. Do not fall in love. She never intended to keep this petty, childish clause in the first place. So I must fulfill the third condition. If the contract is breached, surrender everything to the other party. Did he think it sounded ominous? What a fool. Hart, you naive man. From the beginning, this is why I came back. For this, Chapter 13, Newlyweds and the Villainess. I had a strange dream. Under a starry sky, soft orange lights stretched out. Tilting my head, I saw a majestic palace. On the terrace connected to the banquet hall, a woman draped in worldly power leaned lazily. She glanced at me as I wandered. I returned her gaze briefly before looking away. Though uncertain, I felt I knew her well. Even though I couldn't make out anything from her face, painted over like static. As I was about to leave, a man walked onto the terrace where the woman lingered at novel been at. A man and woman sharing a terrace usually meant a secret meeting. I didn't want to end up watching their private moment. So I hurried away before things got awkward. I immediately realized that was a mistake. A series of loud shouts, then a body shaking violently, followed by a reddish figure falling. Finally grasping the situation, I sprinted with all my might. One misstep and the banquet might be stained with the woman's blood. Feeling the rush of wind, I managed to catch her safely. My gaze met ruby-like eyes, the only thing shining on her blurry face. They were cold eyes devoid of human emotion, as if she hadn't just escaped death. The moment her lips moved, the world distorted and my vision flickered. The dream world had collapsed. Bright morning sunlight greeted me as I opened my eyes. It was indeed strong enough to make my dream vision flicker. I yawned deeply and commented on the night's dream. What a weird dream. Even looking back, I felt foolish. 7 in the morning. A bit early for the children to wake up. Julian was usually the earliest riser among the kids, but even he woke up 30 minutes later. Tina and Glenn typically got up at 8. So this was the right time to wake up to prepare breakfast. Let's feed them well today too. With that thought, I opened the kitchen door and was startled. There was someone there. Someone who looked very unfamiliar. I cautiously called out to identify them. Lady Luminal. Alesia. Pardon. As I stood there stupidly, she corrected me directly. Call me Alesia. You haven't forgotten what we are to each other now, have you? I know, Ms. Alesia. Again. Alesia. That's right, Hart. Alesia turned her head primly and went back to what she was doing. Though I didn't want to disturb her, I was so confused I had to speak up. Alesia. What exactly are you doing? You're being too formal. Rather than awkwardly raising your speech, just talk normally. That's a bit. First, fulfill your duties as a spouse. As I hesitated, feeling very uncomfortable, Alesia reminded me of our agreement. What kind of couple tiptoes around each other? Are you really okay with this? Don't misunderstand. This is all because of the contract. There's no reason to feel burdened. If that's the case, all right. She's a thorough person. This was my current impression of Alesia, which made me want to ask even more. Why are you here, Alesia? More importantly, I'd like to know what you're doing. Are you still half asleep? As you can see, I'm cooking. At this hour, I come to the kitchen at this time to prepare meals for the children. But Alesia was cooking here much earlier than even me. It was far too early, even for this time of day. Alesia glanced at me then. Well, it's because you wake up at this time. Why, is that? Why? What's strange about a wife preparing her husband's meal? What? Hurry and wash your hands, then sit and wait. I'm almost done. I sat at the table as if in a daze. Then I stared intently at her as she calmly finished cooking. Do noble ladies usually cook? I mean, do you? I didn't. A response in past tense. I wondered if there was some story behind it. Afraid of touching on personal matters, I didn't ask further. As an awkward silence fell, Alesia brought the food to the table. Meat sauté. She had grilled thick-cut meat using a mix of high and low heat. Lemon juice and herbs were added to remove any gamey taste and enhance the texture. Though a simple dish, it showed considerable skill. Just my taste. Though surely a coincidence, I found it remarkable, as if our minds had connected. As I cut the meat and put it in my mouth, I couldn't help but let out a silent exclamation. Oh, it was impressive that I managed to hold back an audible sigh. With each bite, the taste of grilled meat and lemon settled on my tongue, making me hungrier. It seems to suit your taste. Alesia asked haughtily. Her expression was stone-like, as if others' opinions didn't matter. Flustered by the sudden question, I choked. Here you go. Thud. Alesia swiftly set a glass of water right in front of me. Though she frowned, her actions were kind. Faced with this strange contradiction, I could only break out in a cold sweat. Thank you, Alesia. No need for thanks. I'm simply doing my duty. And as always, she added, it's because of the contract. Honestly, I had no intention of holding her accountable even if she broke the contract. I figured it was fine as long as she didn't harm the children. But Alesia was unexpectedly devoted to married life. She turned out to be a person with a remarkably strong sense of responsibility. But with you being so nice, it's hard to believe you once grabbed my hair and hit me. It was when I tossed out that careless joke. I only meant to break the tense atmosphere, but Alesia's face turned bright red. Her eyes trembled as if an earthquake had struck. I could even sense her legs shaking from where I sat. You. She raised her voice. Forget that immediately. I was just scared you'd reject my proposal. No, it's too harsh to ask the victim to forget. Ugh. That wasn't my true nature. Just know that much, at least. No, make sure you understand that. Well, okay. True, it didn't make sense for the cold and ruthless Alesia to grab someone's hair when they first met. It couldn't be explained without it being violence born of shock. It certainly hurt quite a bit then, but, thank you, Alesia. What's with you all of a sudden? I didn't really care about the contract. That's the truth, isn't it? You're the precious daughter of a ducal family, and I'm just a commoner. I thought you might change completely after just signing the marriage certificate. I've heard your words well, painting me as someone without faith or honor. I'm sorry about that. It's just, I think I can be sure now. Sure. I finally smiled comfortably at Alesia as she tilted her head. I think we can be a decent couple in our own way. Even if there's no love, we can still respect each other, like this morning. Fulfilling our duties as spouses. With this promise alone, we could solve quite a few problems. We could become an ordinary family, helping each other when things are difficult and showing kindness together. Hearing my thoughts, Alesia abruptly stood up. Alesia. I'll go up first. Did I go too far? Are you angry? Not particularly. As she put one foot outside the kitchen, she left some final words. Fill the sink with water when you put away the dishes. It'll make it easier. I'll finish them before lunch. Wait, Alesia. Click. Alesia hurriedly closed the kitchen door. I could faintly hear quick footsteps crossing the hallway. I muttered the words I hadn't managed to say. I was going to say, I'd do the dishes. What had upset her so much to suddenly change her attitude? She's a difficult person to understand, perhaps because we haven't known each other long. I wanted to understand Alesia as a person as soon as possible. Because even if it started with a contract, we were already family. It really is delicious. Alesia's cooking was arguably the best meat sauté I'd ever eaten. As if she had watched my tastes for a long time. Returning to her room quickly, Alesia threw herself onto the bed. She then pulled the blanket over her head and curled up like a shrimp. It's hot. Too hot. But she didn't want to show her face. What if someone suddenly flung the door open? There's no way she could let others see her face, as red as if pomegranate juice had been splashed on it. Hugh Hart is a straightforward person to the point of foolishness. He never changes, past, present, or future. You'd think he'd have changed a bit after living this long. I liked it, still do. Beef sauté. The dish Hart himself had told her he liked. She finally heard sincere praise from that unrefined palate that stuffed everything into his mouth. She couldn't remember how long it took to reach this result. Alesia looked at her fingers again. They're clean. In the past, her fingers were always hurt. She'd been told so many times to quit, having to put on ointment and wear gloves daily. Starting late, she was clumsy and struggled to get good results. It was only natural, as cooking wasn't something nobles did. Nobles were only meant to hire chefs. Of course her skills were terrible at first. So she worked hard. Very hard. Tirelessly, showing him even when she got hurt. Because he was the type to prefer honest effort over fancy things. That's why she wanted to give him something she made herself. I'm still, so childish. I should push him away properly. I should act like a perfect stranger. But whenever she looked at Hart's face, she found her expression softening. A few kind words from him felt dangerously close to making her smile. And then, I think we can be a decent couple in our own way. His words kept echoing in her ears, forcing her to leave the kitchen. A couple, he says. Hearing it directly made it hard to bear. Amidst all this, shamelessly clinging to that expression, she finally whispered the wish she'd secretly held. Darling. Flap. The blanket shook from a sudden kick. Belatedly, Alesia buried her face in the pillow, rubbing it frantically. Her broken heart showed no signs of healing. For a very long time. Chapter 14, Abandoned Ties. The Empire's marriage procedures are straightforward. Nobles need the Emperor's approval to marry, as certain unions can shift the balance of power. Commoners only need to notify their local lord with paperwork. This makes sense, as such marriages rarely cause issues. As a result, few lords bother scrutinizing these documents. But what about marriages between nobles and commoners? Traditionally, if the noble is an heir, imperial approval is required. However, for those without inheritance rights, like Alesia, approval from the local lord is enough. so Court Counterwell found himself thinking about the marriage contract between Hart and Alesia on his desk. Duke Luminal has lost his mind. He'd wondered what the Duke was up to, trying to get closer to Hart, but to marry off his daughter? More surprisingly, Hart actually agreed to this. He wasn't one to rush into such a big decision, low status notwithstanding. As much as I'd like to step in, if this marriage was Hart's own choice, Urwell had no grounds to object. Plus, refusing might give Duke Luminal leverage to pressure him. Approving is the right choice, isn't it? At novel bin at. If the marriage was truly ill-advised, the Temple, a powerful organization, would surely intervene. Hart was, after all, a rare individual capable of wielding divine power. Speaking up then wouldn't be too late. Thunk. Court Counterwell's seal stamped the couple's marriage contract. No turning back now. Hart and Alesia were now legally married, having followed proper procedures. May your future be blessed. Urwell prayed with all his might for his benefactor. After Alesia moved into the orphanage, I often watched her in secret. Despite her strong sense of responsibility, I worried about her relationships from the original story. Julian and Tina were openly hostile, while Glenn was treated as her personal assassin. I feared their relationships might worsen. I soon realized these concerns were unfounded. Mom, can you read this book to me? Bring it here. Though she maintained a brusque demeanor, she never refused. In truth, Tina was well past the age of being read to, but it seemed she wanted to act childish with her new mother. No doubt she had things she wanted from a mother, not a father. You know what? I love when you read to me because your voice is so pretty. It's all because of a promise. A promise. Yes. Tina tilted her head, puzzled. What her little mind would make of it was anyone's guess. Though she couldn't quite figure it out, Tina's face beamed. Then it must be a really good promise. Because we got a new family member. I see. Alesia, still wearing a cold expression, popped a cookie into Tina's mouth. Here, eat this. It'll interrupt the reading otherwise. Okay, got it. As Tina munched on the cookie in her lap, Alesia's clear voice filled the quiet room. Indeed, as Tina said, Alesia's voice was quite beautiful. With that voice leading a service, even drowsy clergy would stay awake. As Alesia left Tina's room, our eyes met in the narrow hallway. Feeling awkward for no reason, I blurted out the first thing that came to mind. It's good to see you like the kids. Contrary to my observation, Alesia crossed her arms and turned away. I can't stand kids. How does it make sense for someone my age to have children? What's so great about these tiring little things running around all day? So it's all because of the contract. What other reason could there be? I see. If there's one thing I've learned about Alesia in the past few days, it's that she's not always straightforward. Though diligent in her actions, she has a habit of speaking harshly, as if she has some defense mechanism to repel kindness directed at her. I smirked subtly and prodded her with my words. So giving Julian books and teaching him, listening to Glenn's worries late into the night, that's all because of the contract too. What are you getting at? Just thinking how lucky I am to get such a wise and diligent wife from a single contract. Did I do something good in my past life? Ugh. Alesia's face turned as red as an apple. Moreover, the way she fidgeted with her fingers looked somewhat ominous. Did I tease her too much? I hastily waved my hands, speaking as if to make excuses. No, well, I just mean you're so good at keeping promises. I haven't done much yet, so if you ever need anything, just say the word. I'll keep my end too. Keep what? A husband's duty. Thud, thud, thump, thump. Alesia brushed past me forcefully without a word. I didn't know where she was headed, but she was clearly avoiding me. Suddenly, she stopped and turned her head slightly towards me. She said, "You got one thing right." What's that? That you did something good in your past life. Ahaha. Unexpectedly, she went along with the joke. She certainly wasn't just a rigid, cold person. Hart. Yes, Alesia. Didn't you say you were heading to the night market soon to buy groceries for tomorrow? Yes, I did. I see. Is something wrong? No, just. Alesia's next words were quite suggestive. After the children are asleep, I'll come to you privately. An expression open to multiple interpretations. My mind keeps shifting its meaning in strange directions, leaving me blank. While I stood there stupidly frozen, Alesia quietly vanished. What was that? Alesia headed to Julian's room, bypassing Hart. Their evening routine had settled into tutoring Julian after dinner. So Julian, already seated at his desk, greeted Alesia. Have you arrived, Vice Director? Julian and Glenn address Alesia as Vice Director. This came from feeling that wife or ma'am sounded too distant. Alesia readily accepted the title of Vice Director, but when addressing Julian in private, she used a different, more genuine title. You've done your review, I presume? Your Highness. Of course. The formal speech was mutual. Alesia's manner was as respectful as addressing a superior. From the start, both knew each other's true identity. It was unlikely for Alesia not to recognize the third prince's face, and the third prince couldn't possibly be unaware of Alesia, a well-known socialite. Alesia opened a book identical to Julian's and began reading political theory. Julian listened intently to her explanations and elaborations, taking diligent notes. As the lesson progressed, a moment of leisure arose. This was one of the few times for casual conversation during their studies. Honestly, I'm still amazed. To think I'd be studying under you, Vice Director. Consider it an honor and learn diligently. Studies shouldn't end as mere studies. You can't hide in Court Counterwell's domain forever, can you? As Alesia said, Julian was destined to participate in the struggle for succession someday. With no faction and his young age, he could only lie low for now, but as years pass and he grows into a young man, he must inevitably reveal himself to the world. I wonder how you ended up betrothed to someone like the director. What nonsense are you spouting? Am I wrong? I don't believe your engagement with the director happened through proper channels. There must be some underlying story. And nothing more to add. I just find it curious how you seem to be a good mother and partner to others, if not to me. Julian meant to express a purely innocent observation, but Alesia retorted curtly. Ha, how annoying. I'll give you a memorization test. Suddenly. It's punishment for letting your mind wander during studies. You're much stricter than the director. Unfortunately, unlike him, I know how to get angry. Alesia watched Julian struggle to answer her questions. Knowing what kind of adult he would grow into, she found it rather fascinating. The same went for everyone here. There wasn't a single unfamiliar face at the orphanage. She'd barely managed to hide her surprise upon seeing these familiar faces. Of course, being called Papa was so shocking at first that I only realized later. To think someone like her would flounder in confusion. She wondered how fate had twisted to bring them all together like this. But she didn't dwell on it much. Because heart was at the center of it all. She accepted it as the result brought about by the only man she trusted. Moreover, the future is inherently uncertain. Even the smallest actions can lead to significant changes. There must have been some catalyst at work somewhere. At least, that's what Alesia thought. There's no point in dwelling on the past. From now on, she must do her best. If she could make up for even a fraction of her sins by caring for these children she once hurt, she felt she might be able to look hard in the eye with some dignity. A spouse's duty. What does that entail? Spouses should trust, rely on, and support each other as a virtue. They should also be faithful in all matters as each other's one and only companion. That's what most people think. But in noble society, it's different. In aristocratic circles, a wife's main duty is to produce an heir. It makes sense, given the trouble caused by lacking a legitimate successor. Alesia came from such a noble society. And now this woman says she'll visit me secretly late at night. Though I know it's wrong, I struggle to suppress my wild imagination. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Even in thought, I have already sinned. O Mother in heaven, please grant me chaste discipline. Wung. As I prayed, golden particles fluttered around me like fireflies. The divine power I hadn't meant to use reacted. Hey, disappear quickly. Shik. I wave my hands like fans, trying to shoo away the bits of divine energy. Whew. This is terribly awkward. My prayer was so earnest I nearly caused a miracle. A miracle coming from lewd fantasies. I'd rather headbutt a wall and die of embarrassment than see such a thing. What should I do? It's just base fantasy for now, but if Alesia really comes seeking physical intimacy, I'll be in a tough spot. I can't easily accept such a request. I know loveless physical relationships are common. I'm not naive enough to insist that love must accompany sex. But that's merely respecting others' lives. At least my mindset is no different from the temple clergy. Originally, I planned to stay chaste for life. Now that I've left the temple, I don't have to stay chaste, but that doesn't mean my principles have changed. Loveless sex. The mere thought makes me faint, and it's something I just can't do, even if Alesia wants it. I can't help but sigh. Just then, a polite knock pierced my ears. Knock knock. Unconsciously, I straightened my back and sat up straight on the bed. After waiting over 10 seconds with no entry, I remembered to speak. See, come in. Excuse me? As soon as Alesia opened the door and entered, she glared at me strangely. What's with that ramrod straight posture? Lately, I felt like I've been sitting crookedly. It was such a stupid excuse it made me question my own intelligence. However, Alesia graciously let it slide. Well, whatever. If that posture is comfortable for you, by all means. Alright. An awkward silence hangs between us. Having already committed a sin, I take the initiative to break the ice. Ahem, Alesia. May I ask why you're here? Yes, there's an urgent matter I'd like to discuss. What is it? It's about a child. Cough. A child? Did she say child? About having a baby, that kind of child? I was talking about Tina. Heart, what were you imagining? Tina, I see. Yes, Tina. Alesia let out a deep sigh. I don't particularly want to have your child, but if you really insist, I wouldn't mind. This too is a spouse's duty, after all. Alesia. Yes, heart. Even if it's right now, I truly, really, particularly, don't mind. Aren't you being too shameless? What? What? How can you suggest having a child when there's no love? I shouted while trying my best to keep my voice down. I was careful not to let the children overhear. Alesia, the one in question, immediately retorted with a flushed face. You're the one who misunderstood first. You went along with it. Good heavens, I'm at a loss for words. Look, Alesia, I believe intimate relations should only happen with love. But, hearing such things makes me feel like I'm doing something wrong. The sins of voyeurism and fantasy. This was wrong to do to Alesia, who was the subject of it all. How could we have a child when our contract is so clear? Love is crucial for everything. Love. Not particularly. Important, already, have. Her mumbling made it hard to hear clearly. In any case, judging by Alphesia's spreading blush, she seemed quite embarrassed too. It's time to sort things out. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, we can have an honest conversation. Ahem, anyway, you mentioned Tina, right? What about her? Really, you? Althesia grumbled briefly before focusing on the matter at hand. I should probably discuss this with Tina later too, but I thought I should tell you first. Okay, go ahead. This is just a what if, but what would you do if Tina wanted to go with her birth mother? Her birth mother. She must mean the woman caught up in the dragon's whims. The woman who sent Tina away, unable to handle her outbursts. Things are different now. The dragon's instincts that tormented Tina are gone, and she can mix with ordinary people. In other words, Tina's birth mother could now raise her normally. It's not impossible. There's a reason they call the love for one's own flesh and blood unconditional. I couldn't be sure about the relationship between Tina and her birth mother. But, why do you ask? Because I found her. Found her? You don't mean? Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Althesia made it clear. I know where the birth mother is. Chapter 15, that child, harboring blindness. You know where Tina's birth mother is? Are you serious? Do I look like I'm lying? No, there was no reason to lie. Althesia wasn't the type to deceive about such a sensitive matter. But how did you find out? It couldn't have been easy. I can't tell you. Why not? It would be half truth, half lie. Right, this was Althesia. Rather than spin falsehoods, she'd bluntly refused to answer. I couldn't shake an uneasy feeling, but her honest response inspired trust. I'll leave the decision to you. I only mentioned it because I think hiding it would be wrong. By that logic, it's wrong for me to hide it from Tina too. That's different. You're Tina's father, aren't you? Althesia steered the conversation in a direction I hadn't considered. Respecting a child's freedom is virtuous. Maintaining a peaceful daily life is equally important. But the two can't always coexist. Sometimes you have to choose. Are you saying Tina meeting her birth mother would disrupt her peaceful life? Well, cliffs by the sea aren't the only things worn down by time. Althesia argued that people's hearts erode too. I didn't know how long Tina had been lost, but she'd lived like a wild animal for years. How her birth mother's feelings might have changed over that long span was anyone's guess. Heart. You have the right to decide. You're Tina's parent now, aren't you? And my dutiful wife is just as much Tina's parent. Are you suggesting we discuss this? Together. Why not? Come, sit here, Althesia. Let's consider what's best for our child as a couple. I patted the spot next to me on the bed, inviting her to sit. But Althesia's reaction was oddly stiff. I suppose it's not fancy enough for you to sit on? We should replace the bedding soon. No. Whoa, you'll wake the kids. No, that's not it. After her initial shout, her voice shrank to a whisper. Head bowed, Althesia slowly approached and sat demurely beside me. You must think I'm some noble lady who's only satisfied with luxury, don't you? I know prejudice is bad, but, honestly, yes. You're right. It is prejudice. I don't care if my clothes are patched with cheap fabric. I'd be fine sleeping in a stable full of straw. As long as I have just one thing, nothing else matters. Just one thing. Yes. With that one thing, I'd be fine even if it wasn't a bed, but the floor. Althesia's true feelings surprised me. Who would have thought a woman of such high standing in the Empire would have such modest ideals? The more I learned about her, the more she defied expectations. Then tell me what that one thing is. As your husband, I want to match your efforts. I'll make sure to prepare it. Prepare? What? Anything? It's something in the orphanage, right? Well, yes, but you'll regret it. I'm not particularly materialistic. I'd give you everything I have. If you doubt me, I'll swear on my baptismal name. As a holy knight, I prided myself on embracing a life of poverty. True, after fleeing the temple, I'd developed a desire for money when on the brink of starvation. But if basic survival was secured, I could always return to my former self, devoted to temple life. How can you say such things without batting an eye? Are you some playboy? That's rude. I'll have you know I've taken a vow of chastity. There might have been a possibility of physical intimacy if I'd fallen in love with someone. But now I was Althesia's spouse, and we'd agreed not to seek affection from each other. Barring any major life changes, I would surely end my days pure. So, Althesia. I took her hand in mine and bowed my head, pressing my forehead to the back of her hand. Then I conveyed my sincerity to her through a prayer infused with divine power. If you wish it, I'll gladly give you all that I have. For as long as our mutual faith endures. Brilliant divine energy rippled like gentle waves. Golden light filled the room. Miracle-working radiance surrounded us, engraving a vow into the bond between us. I met Althesia's ruby-like eyes. Eyes are windows to the soul. Reflecting her red windows in my own eyes, I concluded my final prayer. In the name of God bestowed upon me, I etch this eternal promise before the Lord. A golden ring in a figure-8 shape bound our joined wrists. The miraculous light fully permeated us. I smiled, half expecting praise from Althesia. What I got instead was a scolding about losing my mind. Heart, are you insane? Do you know what it means to swear on your baptismal name? What does it mean? How would Althesia know the details? At most, she might know it's an absolute oath. Fortunately, my concerns about her knowing specifics seemed unfounded. Alesia just lowered her gaze with a guilty expression. Getting such concern from my wife, it seems this wasn't a vain oath after all. How could I have ill intentions when you make a face like that? What's wrong with my face? It's as pretty as always. What? Haha. I know it's wrong, but Alesia does have subtle similarities to Julian. She always strives for perfection, yet occasionally shows amusing reactions when teased. I'm truly fortunate that Alesia is my partner. Not only is she capable in everything, but she even has modest living habits. To show such a tender expression at a baptismal name vow, I doubt even a woman I met through love would be as good a match as Alesia. Certainly, I was lucky. So, can you tell me now, what that one thing you need is? Never mind. It's close by anyway. Don't tell me. What? Don't tell you what? I was the fool. The answer was obvious. If she didn't care whether she slept on straw or the floor, then clearly, a pillow. It's not. Was I wrong? Alesia finally broke into informal speech. How far off the mark must I have been for her to abandon her usual manner of speaking? I heard everyone has a favorite pillow. It's important? But how have you gone so far in the wrong direction? Ah, so it is important. Though I got the answer wrong, we should go pillow shopping together soon. Meanwhile, Alesia slumped against my shoulder, seemingly drained of energy. Forget it. Let's get back to our original conversation. Okay, let's do that. As Alesia's posture collapsed, her auburn hair flowed smoothly over the back of my hand. It was so soft and fine that the tickling sensation felt strange. At the same time, a subtle scent of roses settled around us. It felt as if the whole world was filled with Alesia. How odd. This sensation that should feel unfamiliar somehow felt familiar. Strangely, I became aware of my heart's previously calm pulsing. The sense of discomfort I felt when I first saw Alesia resurfaced. My in-depth conversation with Alesia continued until dawn. It was a difficult issue to decide on easily. Nevertheless, our agreement leaned towards respecting Tina's opinion. After finishing breakfast, I quietly asked to speak with Tina in her room. Tina. Yes, Dad. What's the occasion? What do you mean? Don't tell me you think we never talk. Novel bin at. It's been a while since we've talked just the two of us like this, since we're always all together lately. Tina said that, then hastily corrected herself. But I don't dislike being with Julian and Glenn. It's just been a while since it was just us. Hehe. What about with Mom? I've spent a lot of time with Mom. She reads books to me, which I love, but her voice is so pretty that I end up just listening to it instead of the story. That's good to hear. It is. At first I was scared because she seemed cold, but it turns out she's really kind, right? You're right, Tina. Alesia is a kind person. Truly. Last night's conversation revealed her character clearly. Alesia had considered Tina's future more deeply than I expected, and I was deeply moved by it. So, I resolved to completely abandon any preconceptions about her being the villain from the original story or whatnot. Alesia is a good family member. Having gained that firm conviction, I carefully posed a question to Tina. Tina. Yes. This is just a hypothetical question. Okay, Dad. If you could go back to your real mother, what would you want to do? I mean, not Alesia, but the mother who actually gave birth to you. Tina's expression hardened. Her round blue eyes were hidden by drooping eyelids, and her open palms had clenched into fists. I waited for Tina's answer. After that, Tina reconsidered her response 3 or 4 times before conveying her feelings in a cracked voice. I want to see her. Chapter 16, Love and Teeth. Tina, who had been on the verge of tears, suddenly glanced at me and hastily explained. Oh, of course. I love Dad and Mom now. But, why? When I think of my old mom, I miss her. Tina. I'm sorry. Dad. Tina, you have nothing to apologize for. People call a parent's love for their child unconditional. It comes from parents who expect nothing in return, only wanting what's best for their child. That's why we often fall into the misconception that parental love is the noblest and most sacred of emotions. It's not entirely wrong. Heek. But the child weeps, longing for parents she can barely remember, feeling guilty towards me because of those feelings. She lowers her tearful eyes. A child is blinder than an adult's prejudices. Even without reward, a child loves their parents. Even if those parents neglect their own flesh and blood, the child only looks back at the cliff's edge when pushed to the brink. Filial piety. That's what we agreed to call a child's pure love. Tina. Hugh. Yes. Shall we go see your real mother? Really? Novel bin at. Yes, it seems Alesia has been looking into it extensively. Mom, found my real mom. For a moment, Tina's expression grew complex. At first she seemed happy, but then her lips suddenly drooped in disappointment. Tina hesitated slightly before speaking. Did Mom start to dislike me? Is that why she's trying to find my real mom, to get rid of me? Don't be ridiculous. I could firmly reject that notion. I firmly believe in Alesia, after my vow on my baptismal name. Alesia was certainly not the type of woman to resort to petty schemes to get rid of Tina. You just said it, didn't you? That you miss your real mom. Surely, Alesia understood your true feelings and wanted to help. So she doesn't dislike me. How did you feel when Alesia read you stories? Tina pursed her lips and pondered deeply. It took her only a moment to answer. It felt nice. Did it seem like she disliked you? No. See? You know best, don't you? You're right. Mom doesn't dislike me. That's right. I remember having a serious conversation with Alesia last night, sitting on that cheap bed. Her opinions were always considerate, so not a single argument arose. It was proof that she had genuinely considered Tina's situation. Shall we go see your real mother, Tina? What if? Tina clasped her hands tightly and drew her legs together, as if she wanted to ask a difficult question. What if? What if I end up living with my real mom? Does that mean I'll have to say goodbye to you and mom? Probably. You. I patted Tina's head as she made a crying face. But you can come visit us anytime. We're family, aren't we? Yes. Only then did Tina smile faintly, as if relieved. Then she voiced her opinion confidently with a reassured tone. I want to meet her. My real mom. If that's what you want, by all means. Tina nodded vigorously. To me, it seemed like the stirring of a baby bird about to take flight into this world's sky. The journey preparations took a full day. We rented a carriage with Alesia's dowry and packed provisions for the trip. Finally, by locking the front gate, we began the longest outing since the orphanage's founding. According to Alesia's investigation, Tina's birth mother lives in a village on the border. It was in the domain of border Count Aaron Bahiroth, a warrior who guarded the boundary with the demon realm. As the gatekeeper of the empire's most dangerous region, he was renowned as a master swordsman. There were many rumors about this man. He wasn't a prominent character in the original story, so I didn't have much information about him either. So, at this moment, the most important thing was weight, gravity, reciprocal, hydropower, weightlifting, energy, capacity, solar power, arc. Dealing with Julian's thoroughly heated outburst was the most crucial task. Julian, who had gloriously commused in the word chain game, finally bared his fangs towards me. It's unfair, truly unfair, director. What kind of language is that towards Papa who played by the rules? Even so, this isn't right. It's an all-powerful pattern. Oh my, the winner can't hear the loser's excuses, Julian. Gay. Despite his childish complaints, Julian was surprisingly a skilled player who had lasted until the end. Tina and Glenn had been knocked out long ago, and Alesia hadn't shown interest from the start. Still, seeing her watch with some interest, I couldn't help but get serious. One more match? Tina. Sodium. Eek. You're 100 years too early to challenge me, you brat. Go practice with Tina and Glenn first. At my perfect victory declaration, Julian grumbled. I really hate you, director. Papa really loves his son. When I casually retorted, the young boy rubbed his face dry. He was a precocious child, making him fun to tease in various ways. Alesia shot me a disapproving glare, as if I was being vulgar. Goodness, stop teasing him already. Ahem, I was planning to stop here anyway. Ha, I had no idea you were such a playful person. I feel deceived now. Well, they say men are just big kids. Tina, make sure you remember that. Tina diligently inputted my advice into her head. Yes, Julian and Glenn are just big kids. What? That can't be. What nonsense. Julian and Glenn protested against the unreasonable accusations. Amidst the noisy kids' bickering, Alesia spoke to me. Heart, could you lend me your ear for a moment? Sure. Go ahead. As I tilted my ear towards her, our shoulders inevitably touched. Since we were both lightly dressed, the feeling of our skin pressing together was vivid. With our distance extremely close, she spoke. I wanted to discuss something in case of an unforeseen situation. What is it? Nothing's certain yet, but I think we should be prepared. After all, you're the most knowledgeable about this. Alesia whispered her opinion about a certain scenario to me, and I listened attentively to her opinion, following her will. It was a solid conversation. As we continued whispering, I realized once again that Alesia was indeed a caring person. Just as I was paying attention to her whispers again. Thunk, ugh, eek. The carriage shook violently. It seemed we had hit an unusually protruding stone. As a result, the children had to rub their bottoms while letting out various groans. The problem was us. MMPH. Alesia's delicate lips landed softly on my right cheek. That impossibly soft sensation was impossible to ignore. The lingering feeling that seemed to persist for a long time slowly distanced itself. All the children were staring at us with wide eyes. The same went for Alesia. The white of her eyes was more prominent than ever in those crimson irises, and her face was painted the color of a ripe plum skin. I was certain I looked no different. Hick. I stared intently at Alesia's lips that had just separated from me, noticing that the red tint on her lips was slightly faded. Thanks to that, I could roughly visualize my appearance without looking in a mirror. That's when Tina opened her mouth in shock. Dad, Mom's kiss is left on your cheek. An incredibly cruel confirmation shot. Cruel because of its innocence. Glenn was averting his gaze with a face red from embarrassment. Kahuok. Alesia. She glared at me when I called her name. It was a mistake. A mistake? It wasn't intentional at all. Don't misunderstand. Oh, of course it was. I know that. Why do you know that? What's wrong with that? I was dumbfounded by her unreasonable rebuke. Meanwhile, Alesia was frantically wiping my cheek with her handkerchief. The director and vice director really get along well, Glenn commented while covering his bright red cheeks. Then Julian, who had found an opportunity, opened his mouth of disaster. Kook, it seems we're too young to witness Papa and Mama's passionate display of affection. I do wish they'd take it outside the carriage. This is maddening. Not only had I upset Alesia, but now I was being teased by Julian too. This was already close to the worst defeat an adult could suffer. Alesia. Don't say anything. Not a word. Okay. Alesia had her head buried in the corner of the carriage, hiding her shame with both hands. A disastrous accident that not even a miracle could salvage. Our journey continued in a sunken atmosphere until dawn the next day. After time passed filled with laughter and tears, and the sun and moon alternated, we reached the end of our journey. Finally, the carriage arrived at the border region. Since it bordered the demon realm, I had vaguely imagined a desolate landscape. However, the border count's domain that I witnessed with my own eyes was breathtakingly beautiful. Just breathing in made my lungs feel clearer, and with no unnecessarily tall buildings, the view was wide open. Especially the sight of vast fields waiting for harvest evoked a strange nostalgia from my past life. Rice, Even at the temple, we alternated between bread and rice. It was an understandable environment, given how much rice was said to be brought from the border. Well, rice is unparalleled in its ability to support populations, so it's perfect as military provisions. Still, a sense of dissonance was inevitable. We had just crossed the border, yet I was greeted by the familiar scenery of a K-rural village. It felt like I might sit on a wooden platform under a tree and drink makgeolli, Korean alcoholic beverage. That kind of scene. Does it fascinate you, heart? It's not so much fascinating as it is familiar. Have you visited before? No, that's not it. It's just a feeling. Certainly. It wasn't time yet. What wasn't? The time for you to come to the border. Her words were correct. This was my first visit to the border, but somehow, Alesia's words felt off, as if she knew exactly when I would visit. Am I being oversensitive? I wanted to ask in detail, but Alesia was gazing out the window endlessly, as if lost in thought. To me, she looked like she was reminiscing about fond memories. Had she formed some kind of connection with the border region behind the scenes of the original story? A man, perhaps. If she couldn't forget that person, and that's why she made a contract with me stating there would be no love between us? What if it was a relationship that broke off because Duke Luminal forced her marriage to me? Somehow, I don't like this kind of imagination. Every time I inflate these baseless speculations, her diligence towards me seems like nothing but a sense of duty. I quickly shook my head. Idiot. Of course it can only be out of duty. What are you expecting? Me. If there's one thing I hope for, it's that we could at least become good friends. Although our designated titles as husband and wife are obligatory, I wish we could be good friends outside of those obligations. After all, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we'll continue to be a married couple. It's not uncommon for couples to live based on friendship. As I was coming to terms with this on my own, Alesia finally announced our final destination. We're almost there. It's called Lyracia Village. They mainly run orchards rather than rice paddies. Is that where Tina's birth mother lives? Yes. We should arrive in about 10 minutes at most. At Alesia's announcement, Tina curled up as if tense. I was about to offer some words of encouragement, but the children beat me to it, taking the initiative to boost Tina's courage. Stand tall. Your mother is right in front of you. It's no big deal. She'll definitely remember you. Even I remember my parents' faces, and I lost them when I was much younger. In Glenn's case, it's probably due to his exceptional intelligence, but that hardly matters. What's important is that Tina's face brightened considerably. There are things that only children of the same age understand. Would an adult's meddling be out of place here? Feeling both regretful and worried, I tightly grasped Tina's hand. It'll be all right. Yes. Tina seemed sufficiently comforted by those simple words. The clouded expression on her face had cleared up. The carriage's speed gradually decreased. Finally, when the horse that had come to a complete stop whinnied, the coachman announced loudly, "We've arrived, my lords. You see that small vegetable garden in the yard? The house with the yellow roof? Yes, that's the one." We slowly got out of the carriage and turned in the direction the coachman pointed. It looked like an ordinary house that one would never guess had once been the companion of a dragon. Tina stood at the very front and looked back at us. When I nodded and gently pushed her back, Tina finally turned her back to us and advanced towards the house with the yellow roof. Befitting a quiet countryside, there was no latch on the gate. It seemed the concept of thieves had completely disappeared from their culture. Thus, Tina could open the gate without any hindrance. Tina, who had passed through the gap of the open gate, paused for a moment. Judging by the rise and fall of her chest, she seemed to be taking deep breaths to calm herself. After steeling her resolve, Tina moved forward again. When there were less than 10 steps left to the front door of the house, suddenly, a small figure burst out from the wide-open front door. It was a boy, much younger than Tina, but just old enough to run around and play, about that age. The boy with the innocent face tilted his head and slowly opened his mouth. "Who are you, big sis?" Tina's feet, which had been bravely moving forward, faltered. Tina let out a gasp. Her body stiffened as if petrified. Her small, fragile back curled up like an armadillo, as if trying to protect a painful wound. Chapter 17, Tears Seeping into Mud. Rona grew up in a perfectly ordinary family. Raised by loving parents in a comfortable home, she blossomed into a beautiful young woman with a radiant smile. Perhaps because of this, all the eligible bachelors in town couldn't help but steal glances at her. At village festivals, she always had her pick of dance partners, a common occurrence. Occasionally, she even received courtship proposals accompanied by fresh bouquets. Rona sometimes enjoyed the attention, but always turned them down firmly. There was no particular reason. Despite her popularity, Rona held an almost naive fantasy about romance. Someday, her soulmate would appear. She wouldn't date anyone unless she felt this is the one. She thought, maybe someone a bit flawed would be nice too. There could be joy in helping fill those gaps. And wouldn't someone imperfect rely on her more? If he had a great body and handsome face on top of that, it'd be perfect. No matter how tempted she was to date, she patiently held out. All for that destined partner who would someday appear. But was it a stroke of fate? Her soulmate arrived like an uninvited guest, without warning. I can't remember anything. Who I am, what I do, my name. It's all gone. The man who suddenly appeared in the village had striking red hair that seemed to burn with passion. When he blinked, it was like watching sunlight dance across a summer lake, momentarily submerged before resurfacing. She'd never seen a man as handsome as him before. His broad shoulders strained against his shirt, the buttons barely containing his muscular chest. A bell rang clearly in her heart. This was a first love she couldn't let slip away. Rona was certain. This man was truly her destined partner. So she made up her mind in an instant. I'll help you. From that day on, her heart raced with newfound excitement. She stayed by his side, patiently teaching him how to navigate daily life as he fumbled through everything. The kinder Rona was, the more he responded with shy, fluttering smiles. As time passed, she grew increasingly curious about the man's identity. With looks like his, he could easily be a young nobleman. Could he be a noble who'd fallen on hard times? Perhaps when he regained his memories, he might even make her a noble woman. She knew it was a foolish fantasy. An amnesiac noble lord? It sounded like something out of a romance novel. Still, she felt lucky. To think a man so perfectly matching her ideal type would rely on her, and occasionally even show subtle affection while blushing. When he finally proposed, putting clear effort into it despite having nothing, Rona felt like she had the whole world. Surely only happy days lay ahead. She believed that. Until the morning after their wedding night, as the sun rose while she lay in his arms. Darling, where are you? He had vanished without a trace. As if he'd never existed. Delusion? Dream? Was she losing her mind? She considered every possibility, but as the days passed, her body revealed the answer. I haven't had my period. She was pregnant. A single night together had left life growing in her womb. The child of a man who disappeared right after their wedding night. Her parents were against it, but she wanted to keep the baby, even if it meant being thrown out to fend for herself. Because it was his child. The result of her love with the man she cherished so dearly. The baby girl she carried for 9 months was adorable enough to make her forget all her hardships. A child who resembled him in everything from hair color to eye color. It felt as if this child was proof that their love had been real, and she was moved to tears. At least, that was true until the child turned 2. The year she turned 2, she began to speak, able to communicate in short sentences. It wasn't about intelligence, but physical possibility. She'd never heard of a 2-year-old who could actually talk. It was unsettling, but not reason enough to withhold love. That remained true for 3 more months, until just before the child could run instead of toddle. ARF. A wild dog's yelp pierced the night. Thinking some dangerous animal might be outside, she hurried out to check. What she found wasn't a sharp-toothed wolf or a massive bear. It was her child. Her barely 2-year-old baby was covered in blood, rummaging through a wild dog's entrails, staring intently at Rona. For the first time, the mother felt afraid of her child. She even doubted whether this truly was the baby she'd given birth to 2 years ago. Rona vomited on the spot. The year the child turned 4, Rona suffered an injury that would leave her limping for life. From an attack by none other than her own child. From that point on, Rona abandoned raising Tina and ran away. Far enough that her child would never find her, even by chance. Life without the child was peaceful. Farming unexpectedly suited her, and the villagers were kind to Rona, the newcomer. They likely guessed she had her reasons for being there. After settling into the village, she often spent time with one man. Noticing his sorrowful demeanor, she asked and learned he was reminded of his late wife. Rona could relate to the man's story. After all, her first love and husband had vanished overnight. They'd both lost spouses, so they grew close quickly. It only took 6 months for them to remarry. This time, she gave birth to a perfectly ordinary boy at Novel bin Adat. Clearly the issue had been with her ex-husband. Rona felt relieved. It seemed she could finally build a normal family with someone she loved. That should have been the case, but... Mom, there's a girl I don't know here. Jed, do we have a visitor? Rona hurried out the front door to greet this unexpected guest. As she was about to shield her eyes from the bright sunlight. Thud. Her bad leg gave out. No, she couldn't even make it move. It wasn't physical. It was all in her head. That child, the monster who had tried to harm her own parents, had appeared before her eyes again. The red hair she still couldn't forget. Still burning with passion. Those inhuman blue eyes were shining just as beautifully as that day. Her body had grown, but Rona recognized her instantly. You. As the worst daughter who had only given her cruel memories. Jed, get behind Mom right now. Eek, okay. Pitter-patter. Rona's ordinary son scampered behind her, peeking out to stare at Tina. Tina took in the mother and son with wide eyes. Mom, what did you say? Mom, it's me, Tina. Your daughter. Tina reached out as if grasping at empty air, but her hand stopped short, not even reaching her waist. Who are you calling daughter? I never gave birth to a monster. That's right, I never had such a daughter. What? Please leave, I said leave? Are you here to hurt someone again? Not my son. As long as I'm alive. Never. Tina felt like her world was crumbling. Ironically, the firstborn daughter was witnessing the tender maternal love of a mother trying to protect her child from herself. She knew this hostility and maternal instinct were entirely her fault. Mom. Children are blind to reality. Unlike parents who have choices, children only have one path. After all, a child's whole world is their parents. Even faced with this harsh reality, Tina asked pleadingly, Mom, am I not good enough? Get out. Right now. The collapsed mother let out a scream mixed with anger and fear. Tina's world shattered at that fragile cry. Don't ruin our lives. You monster. Ah, sob. Tears welled up in her blue eyes. The tears that flowed down her cheeks seeped into the mud wet with morning dew, as if those tears meant nothing to the mother she'd found again. Tina's tears were no different from the mud trampled underfoot. Just then, a snapping sound came from somewhere. A cruel sound. Today, Tina finally learned what it sounded like when the thread of fate was severed. Just as Rona's strength gave out, so did Tina's legs. Even then, her only thought was a pitiful worry. Her bottom would sink into the mud. Her clothes would get dirty. She'd surely be a bother. She'd look unsightly. Tina squeezed her eyes shut. How long had it been? She let out a faint groan. Huh. She felt no impact at all. No mud splattered, her clothes didn't get dirty. Then, as she opened her eyes, she felt a sense of comfort. Firm, broad, and warm. A now very familiar sensation. Somehow reassuring. Tina softly called out to the one who firmly supported her as she was about to collapse. Dad. Yes, it's your stupid, good-for-nothing dad. Hart regretted his decision. If he'd known it would be like this, he should have sent a letter first. Then he wouldn't have left such a painful first impression. Blinded by optimism, he'd hurt the child who trusted him. I'll be right back, Tina. Hart steadied Tina, then approached Rona without hesitation. Rona backed away, clearly afraid. Why you? What are you trying to do? I can't just stand by and watch this. Though Hart moved slowly, he was faster than the struggling woman on the ground. He knelt beside her and placed his hand on her leg. Then, a faintly shining golden light, a miraculous glow reminiscent of life itself circulated through her body. The woman quickly felt the change. Her useless ankle now moved freely, and her stiff knee felt as good as new. Without any therapy, she could move it as easily as her other leg. What is this? Why would you? Rona, still sitting, struggled to form the question. Hart's answer was simple and clear. Because from today, I'm her real father. What? There's no such thing as parents who don't take responsibility for their child's mistakes. Hart added one last thing. However, as Tina's family, there's one thing I must say. He bowed deeply, showing respect to Rona. Thank you for bringing such a wonderful daughter into this world. What? Ignoring the woman's suspicious gaze, Hart continued. I'll cherish this miracle and love Tina as my own. And I'll raise her with more love than anyone in the world. As much as you, who wanted to love Tina, couldn't. Hart doesn't hate Rona. He doesn't deny that she tried her best as a mother. It's just that the situation was impossible. Fate had torn their bond apart. What's done is done. Now they must each live their own lives with their own families. I hope you find peace in your new life. Chapter 18, Descent. I scooped up Tina as we left her birth mother's place, our connection now at an end. I wiped away Tina's tears that kept falling with my sleeve. Sob, Heek. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. What are you apologizing for, Tina? Sniff, I was trying to leave you and Mom, but you kept helping me, Dad. It makes me so sad. There's certainly a lot to be sad about. A child's sorrow is often hard for adults to understand. While I thought Tina's guilt was excessive, she seemed to feel so bad that she couldn't stop crying. You weren't trying to leave, were you? You were trying to find someone. Sniff, really? Of course. You saw how I won all those word games, right? I'm the smartest, that's what I'm saying. Heek, see. Since it's not your fault, you can stop crying now. Okay. Hugh, okay. Tina tried to force herself to stop crying, squeezing her eyes shut tight. It made her look like she was glaring. I couldn't help but chuckle at how cute and adorable she looked, even though I knew I shouldn't. Why are you laughing? Because I'm happy. You're happy. From today on, we can really be together. That makes me glad. I set Tina down and gently stroked her head. Tina mumbled with her eyes fixed on the ground. Me too. I'm happy too. While I was glad to see Tina's faint smile, I was also worried. The atmosphere when we got off the carriage had been rather solemn, after all. I wonder if it feels like saying a grand farewell to set off on an adventure, only to run into each other at the village tavern the next day. I'm worried Tina might feel embarrassed. Especially that brat Julian, who's been taking a liking to teasing people. If he so much as jokes around, I'll have to smack his behind, prince or not. My worries proved unfounded, as Tina hesitated not because of the children, but because of Alesia. She seemed uncomfortable, probably feeling guilty for choosing her birth mother over her current one. Yes. Tina tensed up and raised her head at Alesia's seemingly cold call. But contrary to Tina's expectations, Alesia quietly extended her hand without a word of rebuke. What are you doing? We need to go back. Where to? Where else? Alesia tilted her head slightly. Our home. Her cheeks flushed slightly, apparently unaccustomed to giving such heartfelt comfort. But the effect was more than enough. Tina shook off her unease and ran to take Alesia's hand. At least it won't be lonely. Shall we play hide and seek when we get back? Julian and I will be it. Let me be clear, that's the last thing I want. Phew, thank you. Both Julian and Glenn. A warm atmosphere settled among the children who had boarded the carriage first. Perhaps children healing each other is indeed the best solution. This might be something that even divine power can't touch. Alesia. What is it? Your escort. I offered my hand to Alesia after letting her go first. She exhaled as if exasperated, but ultimately took my hand and boarded the carriage. As the last to board, I clapped my hands to get everyone's attention after closing the door. Now then, my little friends. I have an important announcement. An announcement. What is it? Glenn and Julian reacted immediately, while Tina tilted her head in confusion. It was a strange feeling. I felt both regretful and happy to be able to share this news. Actually, we're not going back to the orphanage yet. Instead, we're going to enjoy a party at Border Count Bahirotha's mansion. Dad? What party? Well, you see, we decided to throw a fun party to comfort you if you didn't leave. Because of me. It's a party just for Tina, and it was all Alesia's idea. Hey, you. Alesia tried to object immediately, but unable to deny the truth, she clamped her mouth shut. As expected of Alesia, she's the kindest. She'll never be called a villainous in her life. Do you want to die? Alesia threatened me through gritted teeth. This is quite chilling. Even so, the truth that she was the one who suggested going to the Border Count's mansion remains unchanged. I wondered how it would turn out back then. It was during our journey to the border, inside the carriage. Just before Alesia made the terrible mistake of leaving a kiss mark on my cheek. She wanted to prepare for the possibility that Tina's reunion with her birth mother wouldn't end happily. Tina would likely be heartbroken, so she thought it best to have a backup plan ready. After some discussion, Alesia suggested a small party at the Border Count's mansion. When I asked if that would be possible, Alesia immediately said yes. Aaron Bahiroth, the Border Count. He had great respect for warriors more skilled than himself. And Alesia was the daughter of Duke Luminal, known as the Empire's greatest sword. Given their prior acquaintance and the ideal conditions, there was no need to hesitate. I readily agreed, and Alesia nodded willingly. What happened right after was the dad, mom's kiss is left on your cheek incident. It's getting hot just thinking about it again, huh? Since it actually happened, it's borderline voyeurism, but safe. That's not to say I don't feel guilty about it. Anyway, the children's reaction to our plan was very positive. Wow. Tina's eyes sparkled as she listened intently to the end. She opened her eyes wide, especially towards Alesia, almost uncomfortably so. Mom, what is it? Can I sit on your lap? Tina. This time, I was the one taken aback. Though Tina was small for her age, she was clearly 10 years old. She might be too heavy to sit on Alesia's lap, unlike mine. But while I alone fretted and tried to read the room, Alesia gave her permission in a cool voice. If it's just for today, I suppose I can allow it. Alesia. Heart, are you trying to make me eat my words? That's, sorry. I wasn't particularly looking for an apology. Then Alesia mumbled softly. You were just worried, after all. Ahaha, that's a relief. Tina climbed onto Alesia's lap and leaned back. I thought Alesia might show a fleeting expression of discomfort, but she looked surprisingly serene. Alesia seemed to be a stronger person than I had thought, both physically and mentally. But sitting on your lap like this, I can smell mom's scent. Even though you're not wearing perfume, it's like there are roses. Then Tina shouldn't lean on me. Why not? Because roses have sharp thorns. You'll definitely get pricked. She won't get pricked. What nonsense are you saying to the child? Adat novel bin adat. Nonsense, is it? I think Alesia does resemble a rose. She reacts coldly even to the slightest friendly gesture, just like a thorny stem. I don't mean it in a bad way. I just thought Alesia was the kind of woman who suited those thorns. As I mulled over my impression, I felt embarrassed and clamped my mouth shut. In such a lively atmosphere with no room for boredom, we finally arrived at Border Count Bahirotha's mansion. Despite trusting Alesia's bold declaration, Hart still felt some unease. After all, they were heading to the mansion of a border count, who commanded respect equal to a marquis, without so much as a notice. Even as a commoner, he knew how rude an unannounced visit could be. But as soon as they arrived at the count's mansion, his doubts vanished. The moment Alesia revealed her identity to the guard, Aaron Bahiroth came running out in his socks. My goodness, Lady Luminal? What brings you here without notice? There are circumstances. Would it be all right if we stayed for a night? Of course. How could I disregard the only daughter of Duke Luminal? Please, make yourself at home. I appreciate your hospitality, Count. However, there's one thing you should correct. Oh, what's that? Alesia interlaced her fingers with hearts and led him forward. Then she proudly displayed their matching wedding rings. I've been married for quite some time now. Unlike before, the title of lady is no longer appropriate. What did you say? The surprise was so great that his teeth were visible as his mouth gaped open. The border count quickly regained his composure and awkwardly scratched his cheek. Well, I know news travels slowly to the border, but to think I didn't know about the marriage of Duke Luminal's precious daughter. This is quite embarrassing indeed. Then he asked for Heart's name. So, what is your name? It's Heart. Your family name? I don't have one. He looked visibly confused. Unless Alesia was playing a prank, the only conclusion was that she had married a commoner. But this was something that would be impossible even if dirt, let alone a needle, entered Duke Luminal's eyes. Excuse me, but did you two elope? Hard as it may be to believe, the Duke himself arranged this marriage. Is there a particular reason? Well, I suppose he was impressed by his exceptional swordsmanship. As expected of Aaron Behiroth, a man who revered martial arts, he accepted it quickly. He seemed to have understood using the logic that if he would do so, the Duke would as well. You can just call me by my name. I see. By the way, I'm curious about your husband's skills. If it's not too presumptuous, may I request a sparring match? It's just that the Duke Luminal taking a commoner as a son-in-law, well, it piques my curiosity. If you wish to sully my reputation, by all means. Only then did he realize his rudeness at Alesia's pointed remark. But Heart's stance was slightly different. While equally unwelcome, he wanted to uphold Alesia's honor. If he just let this pass, everyone in the Count's mansion would doubt his qualifications as a husband. So if only his own honor were to fall, it would be bearable. But being bound in marriage, their honor was now one and the same. Therefore, Heart chose to elevate his wife's honor as a husband. Count. Yes, I accept. The sparring match you proposed. A calm declaration. Alesia immediately protested. Heart? There's no need for that. You don't even like fighting. It's fine, it's not a fight but a sparring match, right? That's just wordplay. Alesia was dissatisfied with Heart's course of action. She knew from the start that he was the type to avoid showing off to others. Well, I feel bad for causing a marital dispute. What marital dispute? This is ridiculous. Alesia glared at Heart fiercely while grumbling. Do as you please. But don't overdo it. Okay, got it. Aaron Behiroth grinned broadly at the couple's agreement. Excellent, Adjutant. Prepare to depart for the training grounds right N. For the briefest moment. Yes, that's the only way to describe it. His words didn't continue beyond that point. Due to the thunderous roar that followed. Quiet. It came with a vast shadow, without any warning. The massive body that descended from the sky and embedded itself in the earth exuded an overwhelming presence. A veritable descent. A gale blew from the slight flap of its wings. Grass was uprooted and swirled in the updraft. The vast estate was devastated by the mere aftershock of its landing. What in the world is this? Aaron Behiroth exclaimed in shock as he looked the massive body up and down. Crimson scales haphazardly covering its skin, and vertical blue pupils pulsing with an abnormal energy. Moreover, its overflowing energy materialized and dripped to the ground like blood. He knew of only one creature with such distinct features. The bloody dragon. Crack! It tore off the roof of the carriage. Meanwhile, the horses had given up even being startled, cowering flat on the ground instead of panicking. Then the crimson dragon forcefully projected its words directly into their minds. I sensed an energy similar to mine and wondered what it could be. Its eyes gleamed with interest. So an unexpected half-breed was born. It was a lightning-fast development. In that moment, it snatched up its only blood relative and took flight. Tina. Dad. Kwang? Heart swiftly reached out his hand, but missed by a hair's breadth. Aaron, who belatedly reacted, drew his sword, but it was futile to aim at the dragon that had exponentially picked up speed. The dragon's sudden descent was overwhelmingly brief. Like the very incarnation of violence, it ravaged and vanished without a trace. The crimson behemoth that had flaunted its massive form instantly became a mere speck in the sky. Amidst the silence as everyone held their breath, only one person exhaled as if in shock. It was Alesia. She fixed her gaze solely on Heart. Alesia had witnessed her husband's eyes, devoid of any focus, only once in her entire life. Recalling that time made her head throb. You've really done it this time, against such a soft-hearted person. Damn lizard. Tisk. She clicked her tongue bitterly. Simultaneously, the memories etched in her mind shook off the accumulated dust. As Alesia remembered, that day was when the map was rewritten. And also, it was the day when one person's death sentence was decided. Divine radiance shone like a blessing. It was a holiness that enveloped the entirety of the estate and more. Chapter 19, The Courage to Become Real. Poetic sentiments rooted in the mortal realm have trampled heaven and earth. Art, flesh, love, villages, cities, and even power and civilization were demolished through play. It reigned as the incarnation of violence, not distinguishing between the world's beauty and ugliness. Like a natural disaster, it lived as a calamity that broke even the will to plead. Human lives change and fade with fleeting speed. Therefore, that which remains nearly unchanged even after 1,000 years clearly has the right to plunder them as a superior being. When even exercising such rights became boring, people called it the Bloody Dragon. This bloody dragon occasionally acted on a whim. Sometimes it would transform into human form, set a time limit, and erase its memories. Living with the values of a being other than a dragon is quite stimulating. Insignificant beings become special. It helps things feel alive, things once looked down upon. However, when memories return, the stimulating daily life becomes nauseating just by recalling it. Sharing affection and making marriage vows with a human woman were not something it wanted to do even as play. As soon as the memories returned, it would chastise itself for erasing them, until finding a new toy. So this is supposed to be my bloodline. The bloody dragon curiously observed Tina immediately after returning to its lair. To think a tiny human body could contain a dragon's energy. It was the first such case even for the bloody dragon with its vast lifespan. This both piqued its curiosity and ignited a strong desire for possession. Could this be what humans call paternal love? At least if she's tucked away in a corner of the lair, the urge to kill won't arise. After all, one human offspring is more precious than countless piles of glittering jewels. Even if I cut her tendons, they'll regenerate quickly. Surveillance is troublesome, so he should put a collar on her. Obedience training is most effective when the subject is young. While the bloody dragon was thinking its options, it happened. Kek, hyuk. Tina retched and vomited bile onto the floor. Her complexion was pale, and her body trembled. The bloody dragon, coiled up motionlessly, coldly muttered its observations. Perhaps the human body couldn't withstand the high altitude temperature and wind pressure. Well, no matter. Being half-dragon, she'll recover soon enough. For now, let's determine how to treat this newly arrived daughter. If we were to travel the continent together pretending to be human father and daughter, that too would be exceptional amusement. The bloody dragon commanded Tina, who had stopped retching. Call me father. You should at least be qualified for that much. When ordered, one must obey. The inherent hierarchy was transparently visible in those bored blue eyes. But Tina refused in a hoarse voice. I don't want to, she added, trembling but resolute to the end. My real dad, doesn't do this to me. He doesn't grab me and drag me away, and if I say I'm hurting, he worries about me. You're not my dad. This isn't what a dad is. Tears welled up and rolled down her cheeks, falling to the cold floor. Even though her whole body shook with fear, she couldn't simply obey the command. Because he had said so. That from now on, he was her real dad. That no parent who doesn't take responsibility for their child's mistakes could possibly exist. So it's impossible for someone like this to become a dad. Is that so? It was defiance mixed with courage and tears, but far from enough to elicit any emotion from the bloody dragon. Rather, it resulted in giving birth to a hint of sadism. Well, no matter. I'll just tie her up and teach her gradually. Tina's treatment, ignorant of the hierarchy, was decided simply. The bloody dragon turned its gaze to an appropriate bundle of chains. Surely there must have been something made of star iron nearby. At last, the bloody dragon found a chain no thicker than a fingernail. Just as the chain, moving like a living snake, was about to strangle Tina's neck. A golden aura filled the lair, and the transparent space was gently pulled back like a curtain. Break. As soon as Hart appeared, pulling back the space, Tina quickly ran into his arms. Dad. Tina. Hart swiftly tore away the chain that was about to wrap around Tina's neck. Then, narrowing his eyes, he quietly apologized. I'm sorry. To let you slip away right in front of me, to make you go through such a frightening experience. No, I'm fine. Really. I see. He doesn't believe it outright. There was still saliva around her lips that she hadn't managed to wipe away, and her body was cold overall. It was easy enough to infer how much strain the dragon's flight had put on her body. And then there was the chain that was about to strangle her neck. If Hart had been a powerless villager, it was horribly clear what would have happened to Tina. That's when it happened. Well, something interesting has appeared. The red giant body moved. Blood-red energy dripped and evaporated repeatedly like a waterfall. Immense vitality surged like lava from an active volcano. In contrast, Hart was surrounded by only a faint golden light, incomparably calm and static compared to the bloody dragon. In an instant, the bloody dragon's claws rushed towards Hart with enough force to pierce his chest. If you truly despise that person, give them 3 chances. Perhaps they simply lacked the opportunity to change. Hart recited a verse from scripture. Having somehow moved to a spot away from the claws, he was still holding Tina like a princess. Then Hart's footsteps turned towards the outside of the lair. There's still a chance for change. One chance was used up when Tina was kidnapped, and the second chance was shattered by the recent attack. But the final chance hadn't yet flown away. If the hostility is withdrawn by the time they reach outside the lair, nothing will happen. You arrogant thing. In an instant, the red energy took on mass and stretched out its demonic hand in the form of a claw. At that outrage, Hart finally set aside the teachings of the temple for a moment. Leaving behind the red demonic hand that seemed to melt in the golden light, Hart cast a barrier of divine power around the space surrounding Tina. Could you wait for a moment, Tina? It's okay to close your eyes if you're scared. Yes. Be careful. Dad. By the way, which dad? When Hart jokingly asked, Tina blushed shyly and answered faintly. My real dad. Then there's no need to worry. The hand of the real dad Tina had named passed through the barrier and neatly wiped away the traces of vomit on her lips. All dads in the world are strongest in front of their daughters. The father turned his back on his daughter and moved forward. That's right, I was the strongest. Hart had been curious since his time at the temple, what it would feel like to have a family. Once, he saw a woman kneeling for 7 days and nights in front of the temple, holding a sick, dying child. She prayed earnestly, believing that if her prayers reached the gods, the child would regain health. Of course, a priest is not a doctor. Also, the very few beings who use divine power do not intervene in human affairs. That was the principle. Therefore, the woman's wish was likely in vain. Nevertheless, Hart secretly gifted a miracle to the woman's child. Since then, even now when offering prayers, the child's mother trembles and sheds tears. Human emotions are inherently volatile and difficult to hold on to for long. Yet it was fascinating how she still shed tears in gratitude for saving her child. Where does the will come from for a frail woman to kneel for 7 days and nights on the cold ground? Where does such strength to care for one's child come from? How is such selfless devotion possible? That was when he first questioned it. Now, it seems I've found an answer, even if just a fragment. It rushes in like a flash of lightning. Heart's bare fist plunged into the center of the bloody dragon. Kahok. With a choke, blood spurted from the bloody dragon's mouth. Not energy reminiscent of blood, but real blood flowing inside its body. At that moment, Heart twisted his head at the instinctively felt threat. A thin, slender thorn pierced through the air. The dragon's blood freely reconstructed its shape according to its will. Blood manipulation is an innate racial trait of the bloody dragon. Heart was aware of this. I've faced plenty of priests before. You'll be no different. Red blades raised their heads in midair. Their size was easily 5 times that of a human. The massive volume of dragon blood sharpened its edge without warning from all angles. Kadaryuk, Kagagak. Each time Heart evaded, the sharp blades left deep cuts all around. After dodging dozens of times like this, Heart suddenly stopped still. He didn't know the dragon's limits. Though the bloody dragon claimed to have faced priests many times before, this was Heart's first encounter with a dragon. 3-dimensional attacks that transcend spatial constraints. Truly a convenient ability. Blades can be freely drawn from anywhere blood has been splattered. This can't be the end. Surely this isn't the entirety of its repertoire, but how disappointing. Heart ran. He ran very quickly, ignoring even the rising blades. He accelerated fast enough that the belated blades couldn't reach him. The slow-reacting blades tear at the bare ground. At the end of that cruel slicing sound echoing emptily, the small human had arrived right in front of the dragon. Once again, a fist plunged into the center of the bloody dragon. Instantly, thick blood splattered into the air. Kugigigigigu, the blood-soaked giant body rolled disgracefully to the edge of the lair. Heart silently watched that unsightly spectacle as he slowly walked. When I first met Tina, I thought that a dragon's instinct was truly worthless, that it was a fragment of power that crumbled far too easily, that such a pathetic thing persistently tormented a small child. You've twisted people's fates quite well, just for your amusement. It was when Heart stepped into a puddle of blood. You've stepped in my blood. The blood crawled up from his ankle like a carp swimming against a waterfall. The blood flow that had thus seeped in through his clothing soaked into his flesh like a sponge. You fool, you let your guard down? Now that my blood has seeped in, you're my puppet. Srook srook. A puppet, you should be. Srook. A large amount of blood poured out from Heart's body. The dragon blood that had infiltrated came out all at once. But Heart's body and clothes were clean as if washed, far from being soaked in blood. Who's the arrogant one? At their first encounter at Novel Bin Adat, the bloody dragon branded Heart as arrogant, but the truly arrogant one was someone else. For a mere beast to try and sully a baptismal name, how far will your arrogance go? Baptismal name. The bloody dragon had no idea. It never dreamed that Heart would be the bearer of a baptismal name. The advantage of living long is not just power. The knowledge accumulated over long years is a great advantage. While it had torn apart and killed priests many times, bearers of baptismal names were different. Basically, they didn't come out to the human world, so there wasn't even a chance to meet them. However, some say that baptismal names are humanity's final line of defense, that they are beings who only set foot in the mortal realm when believers face the crisis of extinction. Literally, the living incarnation of God. That is what the bearer of a baptismal name was. Why on earth would such a mythical being? Why are you in a place like this? Pray if you're curious. Regaining memories of a past life is an impossible task in itself. As Heart, he could only believe that even that was the will of the Lord. Kook. Quayayayayayak. Keek. An angry roar echoed. Immediately after, the bloody dragon stumped its foot violently. All sorts of treasures in the lair scattered into fragments, and dirt flew outside the lair. Is this its death throes? Heart hurriedly tried to step on the bloody dragon's giant body, but he felt no mass there. Kuu. Following that, a transcendent weight shook the lair. Amidst the chaos of ceiling fragments showering down, a sound that shouldn't be heard pierced his ears. The resonant sound of the barrier breaking. Was the transcendent weight solely to break that barrier? But how? It's impossible not to have felt anything with such a large body moving. Finding the reason comes later. He immediately ran back to where he had placed the barrier. It would be troublesome if a hostage situation were to unfold here. He wook. As Heart waved his hand, the wind blew. Along with it, all the dirt and jewel fragments flowed out of the lair. As soon as his vision cleared, Heart frowned. Dad. There were 2 Tinas. A perfectly copied Tina from head to toe was there. Polymorph. It's a characteristic that dragons naturally possess as living beings. Not only can they transform into all sorts of objects and life forms, but if contact with the transformation target is possible, they can even copy memories. The 2 Tinas looked at each other in bewilderment. They seemed dumbfounded, not yet grasping the situation. What is this? Why are there 2 of me? Did the dragon transform into me? But the peace was very brief. They immediately clung to Heart's pants with pale faces. Dad, it's me, I'm Tina. Don't be fooled. Dad, I'm Tina, I tell you. Liar? That's not true. It's me. Hyuk. Please believe me, Dad. It's me. I'm really the real one. Yuk. Two pairs of blue eyes with gathered tears reflecting light. Whichever side it is, they make tearful faces with desperate wishes. The clumsiest of tricks to deceive people. Ha. Hart sighed deeply and reproached. Even for an ugly death throw, there's a limit. Showing clear anger for the first time, he ground the face of the Tina clinging to his left pants leg into the ground. The Tina, or rather, the thing in Tina's form that was slammed down in an instant, groaned in pain. Impossible. Half, you say. For one who claims to be a parent to make such a black and white choice. Let me ask you the opposite. Hart applied even more force to his grip. Could there be a parent who can't distinguish their own child? You madman. Quiet. The bloody dragon's body, which had been in Tina's form, swelled up in an instant. Returning to its original form in the blink of an eye, the bloody dragon glided while causing a storm. The ceiling of the lair collapsed. As bright sunlight poured into the dark cave, Tina tightly closed her eyes. Tina, watch carefully. Yes. I'm going to erase the nightmare that's been tormenting you. Hart and Tina gazed at the sky. In the cloudless blue sky, the bloody dragon was flapping its wings, preparing its final breath in a do-or-die resolution. A sword carved from divine power shone in Hart's hand as he faced off against the dragon. Power beyond human reach. Authority granted in the name of God. The sword entrusted with humanity's final line of defense. It was the crystallization of miracles, concentrating the culmination of hundreds of branches of faith into a single point. Hart swung the radiance. Golden embers then stretched towards the heavens along the sword's path. The blazing flames bloomed like lotus flowers, paving the way forward. The holy fire, imbued with miracles, greedily devoured the breath the bloody dragon shot while twisting its neck, and finally completely swallowed up Tina's nightmare. Tina shed tears unknowingly as she witnessed the golden flames lingering in the sky. It felt like she could finally truly let go of the past and take a step forward. Because real family was holding her hand without a doubt. That warmth seemed like it would melt away any nightmares. Dad. Yes. You're my real dad. Of course. Yes, that's right. Of course. Because it was so obvious, she had doubted it many times. Because it was a relationship that could be let go of at any time from the other side. Because it was a relationship where a unilateral full stop could be placed. She always tried to look good and gauged the lines while being mindful of his reactions. But that wasn't it. It turns out she was the one who thought it was fake. She was the one drawing lines. She felt so foolish. If she had trusted Hart from the beginning, they could have been real since then. She regretfully longed for the time that had passed. She needs to change herself, even now, to narrow the gap that was close yet far. For the sake of cherishing herself, the only one in the world. And for the sake of the person who cherishes her. It's time to show true courage. Can I whisper something? Of course, anything. He really is a kind person. To agree without hesitation to such a meaningless request. That's why Tina gifted him with a very ordinary phrase she had never said before. I love you, Dad. Somehow steam rose above Tina's head. Chapter 20, Imperial Palace Invitation. The temple of the capital boasts vast grounds. Yet visitors must turn back without seeing even half the area. In contrast, an ordinary priest can view about 80%, while the remaining 20% is restricted to a select few. For instance, the cloister where Rupert, the current Holy Knight commander, rested. Though outwardly unremarkable, it led to the Pope's quarters. Thus, Rupert and the Pope chatting while gazing at the lake was a familiar sight. Your Holiness. What? Aren't you going to do anything? When you phrase it like that, I don't understand. Rupert scratched the back of his head. Then he frowned at the innocent lake. I've never seen or heard of a baptismal name holder roaming freely like this. Why aren't you taking action? Shouldn't you have stopped him from leaving in the first place, Commander? How was I supposed to stop that bastard? How could someone who's just good with a sword prevent something like that? Rupert grumbled, recalling the day Hart deserted the Holy Knight Order. That bastard was dead serious. He looked ready to force his way out no matter what. Though Rupert held a high position, he didn't possess a baptismal name. Yet a walking miracle had left of his own accord. He had no idea how to handle such a situation. A dragon was killed recently, by none other than that Hart. Impressive, as expected. Is this the time to be calmly admiring? Well, I don't have a baptismal name one either, you know. You don't need one to. Forget it. Phew. Rupert couldn't understand the Pope, who seemed utterly unconcerned. He'd always been an incomprehensible man, but he was exceptionally lenient about this particular matter. Perhaps there was some understanding between inhuman beings. It was truly perplexing behavior. What's your real motive? Except for extremely rare occasions, baptismal names have never left the temple, even during wars. Things should be in uproar by now, but it's so quiet it's scary. You're right, it is unusual, isn't it? Unusual is an understatement. The temple was supposed to decide on a punishment, but nothing's been decided at all. Rupert, who had been glaring at the lake, turned to face the Pope directly. I need to decide my position too. Tell me how you view Hart. The Pope stroked his chin. His answer came shortly after. Maybe something like, barely safe. What's that supposed to mean? Actually, we can't punish someone with a baptismal name carelessly. So, to use an analogy, it's like we can't cut off the right arm just because it's paralyzed. Whose right arm are we talking about, by the way? The Lord's, of course. Possessing a baptismal name means being granted a portion of divine power. They have the right to break the laws of the world. This is proof of monopolizing the Lord's favor. No matter how strict the temple's rules are, well, it would be like a believer striking the Lord. It's troublesome. Are you giving up on taking action? Rather than that, to be honest, the gravity of the situation feels unexpectedly light. What? He'll likely refrain from acting recklessly to avoid provoking us. Also, Commander, you don't have a baptismal name so you wouldn't know, but those who do generally understand the line they absolutely can't cross. In conclusion, it meant Hart's deviation would be overlooked. For some reason Rupert couldn't understand. If we were to truly punish him, it would be for crossing that line. So my conclusion is that it's barely safe. What's barely safe? A woman's voice intruded on the two men's conversation. Turning to look at her approach, the Pope smiled gently. Ah, Holy Maiden. Welcome. We were just talking about your bodyguard. Your Holiness was. Well, it seems your bodyguard is adapting too well to the outside world. Ah. As the Holy Maiden showed a complex reaction, Rupert bluntly delivered old news with an indifferent face. Holy Maiden, did you know? That bastard Hart got married. What? He stirred things up in Luminal and ended up ensnaring a duke's daughter. Maybe he's weak against women. They sure hooked him good. Momentarily stunned, the Holy Maiden soon regained her composure and showed her usual clear smile. That's cause for celebration, isn't it? Of course, from a human perspective. The Holy Maiden nodded at the Pope's casual, gentle affirmation. I suppose. I'll have a chance to bless them soon. After returning to the orphanage from the border, the orphanage was always peaceful, but a subtle change had occurred unlike before. It's good we came back by train, right? It was so fun riding for the first time. It was surprisingly refreshing. I feel like I could ride it every day. How nice it must be for the railroad workers. These were Glenn, Julian, and Tina's impressions, in order. The three were chatting in a small single room dubbed the playroom. As I passed by, Tina would often notice my footsteps and scurry over. Then she'd gift me a bright smile and trail beside me. Dad, is that laundry? Can I help? My dear, I'm not so pathetic as to let my daughter's hands touch cold water. But I want to be with you. Can't I? Tina showed deep disappointment. Meanwhile, the reason for her disappointment is so pure that I feel like I'm achieving enlightenment. What is this? An angel. It's surprising enough to suddenly have a daughter, but I never expected to hear such adorable cuteness in my life. Our child has changed. Lately, Tina has become dangerously heart-melting. She was cute from our first meeting, but recently she's reached a level where it's difficult to even find words to describe it. Indeed, the biggest change since returning from the border was this transformation in Tina. Tina. Yes. May I hug you? Yes, please. I set down the laundry basket and lifted Tina up with all my might. Our child, floating in midair at eye level, seemed so precious I could put her in my eyes without pain. As our eyes met for a while, Tina suddenly stretched out her neck. Smooch? Her tiny lips briefly stamped my cheek. Who knew such an unexpected peck on the cheek could be so blissful? Indeed, Tina was a child who seemed sculpted from the very idea of daughterness. Hehe. It's the exact same spot where Mom kissed you? What am I going to do with you, Tina? She seems to vividly remember the incident in the carriage heading to the border. If only she hadn't said that. Thanks to it, the sensation of Alphesia's lingering kiss revived, and a wave of guilt washed over me. While I was tormented by inner conflict, Tina tilted her head. Can't you do it for me too, Dad? Me too. Yes. Tina nodded vigorously. Her braided pigtails sway in time with the movement. I clear my throat, trying to maintain some semblance of dignity. Ahem, if my daughter wishes. Receiving such a request makes me feel our father-daughter relationship has progressed. This too was a blessing to celebrate. So, just as Tina had done, I brought my lips to her cheek, or tried to. What do you think you're doing? Until Alphisia glared at me with strange eyes. Ah, a kiss. A kiss, you say. But Alphesia's reaction was odd. She stared at me with bewildered eyes, her tone tinged with what sounded like resentment. It was hard to understand. I'd rather she looked at me with contempt. Though an adopted daughter, she's 10 years old, so it might come across as creepy. Especially for a noblewoman raised conservatively like Alphisia, she might judge it as excessive doting. But looking at her now, that doesn't seem to be the case. Tina looked back and forth between me and Alphisia, shaking her head. Then, as if she'd discovered some great truth, she clapped her hands and jumped down to the floor. Dad, did you kiss Mom today? What? Tina. At novel bin at. Did you? Didn't you? No, well, I didn't. As soon as she heard my deflated voice, Tina narrowed her eyes and grabbed my hand. Then she forcibly joined it with Alphesia's and puffed out her chest proudly. Then what are you doing? You've made Mom upset. What? Who said I was upset with anyone? I read in a book that dads and moms always give morning kisses when they wake up. But wait. The innocent Tina then posed a question far too cruel for us. Why don't Mom and Dad share a room? Tina. What? You kissed in the carriage, so aren't you on good terms? Did you fight? Mom pulled Dad's hair before, remember. Ugh. Alphisia groaned, pummeled by this one-sided verbal assault. Tina nodded to herself, recalling even the one-sided violence from when the contract marriage began. From Tina's perspective, unaware of the details, it was a conclusion that made perfect sense. Dad, Glenn, Julian, and I will do the laundry well. So from now on, you should love each other in the same room, not separate ones. Alesia and I were dumbfounded, losing our ability to speak. Meanwhile, our daughter was faithfully fulfilling her role as a marriage mediator, dragging the married couple into the same room. When I closed my eyes and opened them again, the location had changed. It happened so suddenly that I felt as if I was hallucinating. Have a cozy time together. Dad, Mom. Swoosh. Tina, who had forcibly confined us, closed the door. No, to be precise, she left a crack as thin as a hair to secretly observe us. Does she really believe we can't notice that? This adorable misunderstanding is enough to bring tears to my eyes. Huh? I guess there's no helping it. Huh? Heart, you. I took a step towards Alesia, and for each step I took forward, Alesia took one step back. During this ridiculous farce, I lowered my voice as much as possible and whispered, Tina is watching. So what? I'll finish quickly. I know you don't want to, but I'd appreciate your cooperation, Alesia. The back and forth dance soon came to an end. Given the small size of the room, there was only a bed behind Alesia. Alesia stumbled, her knees giving way. Thus, the scene of her body collapsing onto the bed was complete. Alesia's eyes lost focus, overwhelmed with bewilderment. Seeing her so pitiful and helpless, I hastily added an explanation. Calm down, Alesia. I'll just pretend adequately. We definitely won't touch. Huh? Why? Well, because you'd hate it. Right. Why yes? Of course, but... Somehow, Alesia's face looked like she might burst into tears at any moment. Ugh, since she's watching, we have no choice, right? It's all because of the contract. Contract? At a time like this, you said it yourself, to always prioritize the children. And I emphasized the duties of a married couple. So what I mean is, take full responsibility and be properly grateful. Alesia, you. What tremendous resolve. Indeed, Alesia was a woman who valued promises as highly as faith. Hearing her tearful words, I felt a surge of affection for her once again. Where should I do it? Choose the least unpleasant spot. Anywhere is fine, I guess. We are married on paper after all, so, lips, would be okay too. Lips, you say. To avoid controversy, well, the cheek might be good too. This time, it was my turn to rub my face dry. Alesia had already steeled herself to sacrifice, but I felt too honored to accept her goodwill. However, she, a noble lady, had mustered this much courage. Not repaying that courage would make me less than a man, less than a husband. Here I come, Alesia. Sniff, come on then. Lips and lips slowly close the distance. I advance very slowly towards the red flesh perfectly sculpted like a work of art. Alesia's breath feels enchanting at close range. Perhaps that's why a tingling temptation kept threatening my purity. Just as the distance between us was about to reach zero, Director, Julian and Glenn suddenly came thundering down the hallway towards us. Consequently, our efforts were inevitably ruined, and I ended up landing unceremoniously on my backside. Ugh, it was such an important moment. That's not what's important. Do you even know what you're talking about? Tina openly scolded the two boys. This makes it awkward to pretend we didn't notice. In any case, it was rare for the boys to run unnecessarily down the hallway. There must have been a reason compelling enough to discard manners. Kids, what's the matter? As I moved towards the children gathered outside the door, Julian handed over an envelope containing a letter. Mail just arrived, with the temple's seal on it. I roughly tore open the seal and read the contents. Excluding extraneous details, the content was concise enough to summarize in a single sentence. Therefore, we order Sir Hart to attend the Royal Palace Ball on Founding Day. P.S. The commander is quite angry, and the Holy Maiden sends her congratulations on your marriage. Of course, I do too. His Holiness wrote this letter personally. I became extremely confused. I had expected a series of stern warnings, but every sentence was far too carefree. Of course, the content itself wasn't carefree, but still. Is this my karmic retribution? Crumple? The Pope's letter was crumpled haphazardly. Not because I hated him, but because I was too distraught. Enduring my dizziness, I turned my gaze to Alesia. She had buried her face in her knees, wallowing in solitary shame. I don't understand any of the situations given to me. One Rai, in chapter 4, it is said from Julian's perspective that the Pope is the only known name holder. I've triple-checked the Ross. Everything looks right from both chapters, so, scratch that, I guess. Chapter 21, What a Man Should Be Careful About. I was floored when I received the invitation. Not a single line criticized my reckless use of divine power. Instead, it mostly contained greetings asking how I'd been. If it had stopped there, I would have been relieved. The problem was the summons to attend the Founding Day ball at the Imperial Palace written on the last line. In the past, I wouldn't have hesitated. But now, with 3 kids in tow, I wasn't as free to move around. What am I going to do about the children? To be honest, I could probably figure something out for Tina and Glenn, even if it was a stretch. However, it would be risky to leave the third Prince Julian unattended. While I was lost in thought, Alesia, who had been quietly observing behind me, peered over my shoulder at the invitation. An invitation from the Imperial Palace. I knew it was coming, but I didn't expect the temple to be behind it. You knew it was coming? Why? To my genuine question, Alesia's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you really think the world would turn a blind eye after you used so much divine power so recklessly? Honestly, it could be seen as a desperate cry for attention. But every situation was unavoidable. Just because a situation is desperate doesn't mean people ignore it. Anyway, now that it's come to this, we should come up with a plan. At novel bin at. Alesia quickly formulated a strategy. Let's openly reveal Julian. Are you out of your mind? Of course not. If I claim to be Julian's guardian, who would dare make a foolish move? Don't tell me you're planning to use the Duke's name. You guessed it. You might have forgotten, but I'm a pawn in my father's game, remember? I'm not exactly out of favor. Alesia's argument made sense. I had assumed her ties with the Duke's family were severed since she was living in a humble orphanage. But as I mentioned earlier, Alesia wasn't a neglected child. She was pushed into marriage because the Duke coveted divine power. In other words, Alesia's will could align with that of the Duke's family. If I say I want it, the Duke would likely agree. From then on, House Luminal will have joined a faction. We'll be in the political game. Not that I'm worried about father losing, not even a bit. Besides, he might even be pleased to be on the same side as the court count he's been so eager to recruit. Heart. No, I was just wondering if we're already forcing Julian onto a difficult path. That's what worries me. I knew Julian couldn't stay at the orphanage forever. After all, he's destined to return to the cutthroat Imperial Palace someday and claim the regalia. I could help with other things, but politics was beyond me. If I, with a baptismal name, were to step into politics, the separation between church and state would crumble. Above all, the chances of crossing a line that shouldn't be crossed would skyrocket. At times like this, the baptismal name feels like shackles. To the world watching us, the miracles of the baptismal name might seem like an all-powerful blessing. But in reality, it was closer to bearing a huge burden in exchange. Therefore, the ways in which I could help Julian were extremely limited. At best, I could protect him from assassination attempts. Ha! A deep sigh escaped me. Alesia then placed her hands on her hips and spoke sharply. Heart, have you forgotten our contract? Why bring up the contract? Prioritizing the children above all else is the condition placed on me, isn't it? The next moment, Alesia struck a chord with a truly characteristic statement. Then what's there to worry about? I am Alesia Luminal, after all. That's quite the confidence. Well, this time, I won't make any mistakes. Alesia's bold declaration somehow felt magical. Even though there was no evidence yet, I had a strong feeling that things would go exactly as she intended. At that point, I set aside my worries about Julian. What about Tina and Glenn? They can stay at the Duke's mansion. Is that okay? Of course. If it's my father who's so desperate for you, he'll probably shower the kids with treats or something. That's hard to imagine. The current Duke Luminal is the Empire's finest prosecutor and holds the highest noble rank. To think of such a man trying to win over little children. Well, what can I do? It's hard to believe, but I have no choice. I suppose Alesia, being family, would know better than me. The dilemma was resolved surprisingly quickly. Alesia is so wise that she sometimes overwhelms me, making me feel inferior. Having her bound to me, even if only through a contract, is incredibly reassuring. Above all, it was comforting to know that the original story's Villainess was on my side. Alesia, when do you think we should leave? The train connects Orwell territory to the capital, so the journey itself won't take long. But with 2 weeks left until founding day, we need to time it right. What do you think? Why even ask? Huh. She gives an unexpected answer. Let's leave right now, with just the clothes on our backs. Dash. The journey from Orwell territory to the capital took 2 full days. It was incredibly boring for me, with memories of modern high-speed trains, but the children seemed quite excited to enjoy the train ride. Even without memories of a past life, it would have been irrelevant. For me, running on 2 legs is much faster than the train, so there's no helping it. After arriving at the train station in the capital, we boarded a carriage and rode for a good hour before we could set foot in the heart of the capital. There, I quietly prayed to myself. Our Mother in Heaven, please forgive this sin and show mercy. Because the first place Alesia dragged us to was a clothing store. And that clothing store was so sinfully opulent that I felt guilty just looking at it. I couldn't even properly take in those dazzling outfits. Well then, Alesia gracefully opened her mouth. Send everything from the left corner to the opposite end. House Luminal will take care of the payment. We'll serve you well, Lady Alesia. Alesia. The left corner to the opposite end she pointed to was a space full of children's dresses on display. The fabric was on a completely different level from my everyday clothes, and jewels that I questioned why they were even attached caught my eye here and there. I whispered to her, almost pleadingly. Please. Extravagance is a sin, Alesia. Can't we just buy what we need, reasonably? Besides, why are jewels necessary on clothes? I'm really curious about that, but I don't want to know anymore. Oh my, you seem to have a misunderstanding. The idea that extravagance is a sin is just a prejudice. A prejudice? Why? Think about it carefully. If those with vast wealth don't spend, how much money would circulate in the market? Even seemingly reckless extravagance all contributes to the economy's virtuous cycle. Is that how it works? My gut feeling is trying to refute it, but I can't seem to find a way to counter Alesia's logic. Alesia smiled at me with a benevolent smile like a saint. If someone with 10 gold coins spends 1 copper coin, it's consumption, but if someone with 1 copper coin spends 1 copper coin, that's extravagance. But I have countless gold coins, so the concept of extravagance doesn't apply to me. In other words, today's shopping isn't even extravagance. Your words seem right. Yeah, somehow, I feel like I'm being manipulated with money. Manipulation, so to speak. I had to endure the culture shock with my whole body as I stepped into a dazzling world I didn't know existed. We should pick out a suit too, right? Since your hair is all gray, a white suit would look good. Blue tones would be nice too. Don't call my white hair gray. And I don't really need an outfit. Are you planning to go naked like the emperor in that story? No, I was invited as a member of the temple, so the Holy Knight Order's uniform should be sufficient. Alesia rolled her eyes upward as if trying to recall something. Then, for some reason, she pulled at her cheeks and smiled loosely. The Holy Knight Order's uniform. It was handsome. Certainly. Have you seen it before? Have you seen a Holy Knight in uniform before? Well, it's not strange for Alesia to have seen a Holy Knight in uniform. After all, unless you're the owner of a baptismal name, temple personnel are relatively free to come and go. But it bothers me that Alesia said it was handsome. Even though I know the faces of all the Holy Knights by heart, if she gives me some characteristics, I can immediately identify who it is. I wonder what kind of person could make the high and mighty Alesia use the word handsome. I'm curious, purely out of innocent curiosity. Could you tell me what you saw? Do I really have to say it? I can't say it's absolutely necessary, but honestly, I struggled a lot before expressing the next words. After all, I had sworn not to use the contract myself, and here I was about to break it for mere curiosity. I hope our Lord forgives me for succumbing to temptation. With that, I opened my mouth. It's the contract, you know, the marital duty of not looking at others. If you like that person, it would put me in a difficult position. I cut off my words, feeling too shabby to make any more excuses. That's all. Alesia is a capable and wise person. From the start, she was out of my league. In reality, while I've received countless help from Alesia, there's been virtually no opportunity for me to help her in return. At this rate, isn't she really just a woman who was sold off? After a moment, Alesia, having chewed over her thoughts repeatedly, finally spoke. I can give you a hint. Yay, tell me. Let's see. Alesia's lips quivered as she chose her words carefully. Is she happy just imagining it? Somehow, I don't like this feeling. Unaware of my inner thoughts, she gave me a hint. He's a fool and an idiot like no other in this world. He got so obsessed with a woman that he couldn't tell right from wrong and ended up in trouble. What? Is that kind of jerk handsome to you? Is Alesia's ideal type a bad boy? If so, it's an ideal I can never fulfill. No, more than that, there's no one in the Holy Knight Order who would chase after women like that. But Alesia lets out a small chuckle. If you said those words to him, he'd be shocked. Go ahead and tell him. I wonder how recklessly one must live to be like that, I swear. Kook, kuhu. That's, alright. Kook. Alesia's vocal cords seem to have malfunctioned. What could be so funny that she can't even speak properly? Whew. Anyway, such a dimwit of a man isn't bad either. Not bad? A proper man should know to be careful with alcohol, fists, and women. Well, he's far from alcohol and fists, at least. Who on earth could it be? There's no one in the Holy Knight Order who indulges in alcohol and violence to begin with. Nor is there a womanizer, and no one has ever gotten into big trouble because of it. Is Alesia making fun of me? Or is it possible that an outsider is impersonating a holy knight? No, that's unlikely. There are few jobs with worse cost-effectiveness than impersonating a holy knight. But then why does Alesia look at me with a smile tinged with an inexplicable sense of superiority? It's truly perplexing, a mystery indeed. See. As I continued my internal reasoning, she shot out a remark as if delivering a sharp rebuke. I told you he's a fool without a clue. Chapter 22, Duke Luminal's family. We had to endure Alesia's shopping spree for what felt like an eternity. Julian, used to noble extravagance, seemed to handle it well enough. But Tina and Glenn were visibly exhausted. And I, their supposed guardian, was pathetically at my limit trying not to show my fatigue. That's when I had a profound realization. So that's why, in romance novels, male leads often buy entire boutiques or order everything in sight. Before this experience, I'd never understood. I'd misjudged it as just a way to show off the male lead's wealth. The real reason romance novel heroes went overboard with luxury was, no matter how much they love the heroine, shopping is mind-numbingly boring. While the heroines might not have caught on, I, as a man, had cracked the code. It was clearly an unspoken plea to wrap up shopping quickly because they were dead tired, so everyone could go their separate ways. How many women's hearts had these male leads been deceiving? No wonder the scheming male trope was so popular. Just as I had this epiphany, Alesia, showing off her glowing skin, got our attention. Well, we've got most of what we need for the Founding Day event. Let's head back to the mansion and rest. Finally. As Alesia narrowed her eyes at me, I quickly backpedaled. I mean, we'll finally see where my wife grew up. Wow, I can't wait. Oh, wife. Alesia bit her lip for a moment. She broke the brief silence and continued as if nothing had happened. Ahem, when we arrive, you and I need to talk with father. The rest of you can pick any room you like. Julian and Glenn nodded. But Tina, eyes sparkling, asked Alesia. If he's Mum's father, does that make him my grandfather? I suppose it does. Alesia reluctantly agreed after some thought. Since Tina was officially our daughter on paper, Duke Luminal would technically be her grandfather. Wow, Tina exclaimed, eyes full of excitement. But Alesia and I could barely hide our mixed feelings. Duke Luminal probably wouldn't make a great grandfather. It was clear from how he treated Alesia like a pawn. He might even dislike Tina, who wasn't blood related. After all, what Duke Luminal really wanted was a legitimate heir from Alesia and me. Don't worry too much, Alesia whispered, leaning close. Since getting you is his main goal, he won't lash out unnecessarily. He's just not that kind of person. I trust you. If he was dangerous, you wouldn't have suggested staying at his mansion. You're quite trusting. Of a wife you've only just met. I wonder why too. It just feels right. Somehow, I've come to think I can trust you, even without any reason. Humph, what's with that? Such a silly reason without any logic. Alesia scolded me and then fell silent for a while. Though usually hard to read, I could tell she was feeling embarrassed. Even someone less observant would have noticed. Her face was so flushed that even the sunset light through the carriage window couldn't hide it. As we sat quietly, I suddenly noticed the sweet scent coming from Alesia's hair. Rose perfume. It suits her perfectly. Alesia was truly a red rose. Not just because her face was tinged like a rosebud. She simply suited the passionate red, and her unapproachable personality reminded me of sharp thorns. That's why I felt I needed more time to get to know her. Like carefully examining a thorny rose stem before touching it, to avoid hurting the delicate flower through my own clumsiness. Sometimes, no, often I wonder, what she thinks as we live together. Why she tries so hard to be nice. If she's unhappy with this life at all. I'm just curious. Touching the cheek where Alesia once kissed me, that was surely just because my curiosity was getting the better of me. Dash. By the time our carriage passed through the mansion's main gate, evening had fallen, and the sky had turned deep blue. As soon as she stepped out, Alesia started giving orders to the head butler. Head butler, prepare the best rooms for each of the children, and assign them discreet maids. Right away, my lady. Watching the servants move with military precision, Tina let out a soft gasp. Mom, are you someone really important? Well, from what I can see, there's no one here who isn't important. Alesia wasn't being modest, it was the plain truth. Tina was a unique dragon-human hybrid, Julian was the third prince, and even Glenn was royalty from a fallen nation. As for me, I was originally someone who shouldn't have left the temple at all. In that sense, there wasn't a single ordinary person among us. As the children were led away to their rooms, Alesia held out her hand to me. Shall we? It's time to meet father. Sorry about this. I should have offered to escort you first, but I'm still not used to it. Did you think I married you without knowing that? You worry about the strangest things. Take it as me trying to improve. You're such an amazing wife that I want to be a better husband too. Alesia linked her arm with mine and leaned on me but didn't respond. Yet the atmosphere felt warm rather than cold, which was oddly comforting. It seemed my efforts weren't entirely wasted. We walked like that for quite a while. The corridor seemed endless, far grander than the short, narrow hallways of the orphanage. It was awe-inspiring that a private home, not even a temple, could be this massive. How does someone even get this rich? Our family's old money, but father has made even more. Through business. Surprisingly, he put in the physical work. He's a war hero, and he even killed a dragon once, selling all the parts. Right, Duke Luminal was known as the Empire's greatest swordsman. His military achievements were no empty boast. Were dragons really that valuable? Of course. The body doesn't rot, and things like dragon bones and hearts are worth a fortune. Maybe I shouldn't have burned that one then. I doubt anyone would even think it possible to burn a dragon. According to Alesia, dragon bones were the best material for weapons and armor, and the heart held immense magical power. Apparently, when news spread of a dragon being caught, merchants and nobles lined up at the mansion. Dragons never appeared in the original story, so I had no idea. The plot seemed to focus more on political intrigue. Plus, my lack of common knowledge from being stuck in the temple didn't help. We're here. Alesia stopped in front of a large door. I expected her to knock, but the door opened by itself. That's pretty impressive. Moving objects with your mind was something only the Holy Knight Commander could do. He usually opened doors like this to show off, and it seemed Duke Luminal had a similar flair for the dramatic. We stepped into the Duke's office together. We then offered our greetings. It's been a while, father. Pleased to meet you. I'm Hart, Alesia's husband. Given that this was a contract marriage, I couldn't bring myself to add something like, please take good care of me, father-in-law. That was purely a matter of conscience. The Duke greeted us with a bright smile and held out his hand. I immediately shook it. Pleased to meet you, son-in-law. I'm Cardi Luminal. Seeing my daughter bring such a fine young man reminds me of my late wife. How she would have loved to see Alesia married like this. And how warmly she would have welcomed her son-in-law. The Duke wiped away tears as he poured out these pleasantries. Those are real tears. If that's pure acting, he's a master of the craft. I struggled to swallow my nervousness. The original work barely described him, and he clearly had the upper hand in social experience. Heightened wariness was inevitable. Finally, he offered us seats. Please, sit down. It's been my dream to sit and chat with my daughter's man like this. People might think I have grand ambitions, but they'd be quite wrong. Haha, I see. The Duke turned his gaze to Alesia. You look well, my dear. It seems your husband is treating you right. Yes, he's diligently fulfilling his husbandly duties. Duties, you say, duties. Well, that's good to hear. Even the most oblivious person could grasp the gist of this brief exchange. The Duke was probing whether we were working on producing an heir, the husband's duty. Of course, Alesia lied without batting an eye. How could we be working on an heir when we slept in separate rooms? Well, I'm glad to see you two getting along so well. I've been warming the fireplace with piles of love letters, wondering who I'd be meeting. It turns out it was all for you. This was news to me. Unable to tell if it was a joke or the truth, I asked quietly. Really? You warmed the fireplace with love letters? Yes, it's true, Alesia. My heart ached at Alesia's behavior. Fundamentally, feelings of affection for someone are noble. Even if Alesia wasn't satisfied, she had a duty to respond sincerely. If the contents of the letters were respectful, honestly, I think she went too far. Heart. Yes. Your thoughts show plainly on your face. It's a flaw of yours. Ugh. Well, I'm sorry. It's fine. It's not like I don't know your nature as a man of the temple. Alesia then added an enigmatic sentence in passing. Besides, you've been just as cold-hearted yourself. As I was about to ask Alesia for details, the Duke cut in with a voice full of goodwill. Oh my, have I kept this newlywed couple too long? How thoughtless of me. At novel bin at. His cheerful tone suggested he wasn't offended. He was also the first to rise from his chair. You should retire for now. We have plenty of time ahead. Thank you, Your Grace. We'll pay our respects in the morning. The brief conversation concluded under the Duke's direction. He personally escorted us out of his office. Judging by his expression and manner alone, he was the very image of a benevolent father-in-law welcoming his daughter's husband. It was a meeting that left me with decidedly mixed feelings. The moment I realized I'd overlooked something crucial was when Alesia entered the room wearing rather thin, provocative clothing. Alesia and I are a proper married couple. The servants had a duty to heat up the atmosphere in the marital bedroom, and Alesia had become the sacrificial lamb for that duty. That was all there was to it. Heart. Why are you calling me? Stop hanging your head and look this way. No, my spine is strong. I can endure like this all night. I'm properly hidden under the blanket. I don't want you to be uncomfortable either. Only then did I turn my eyes to where Alesia lay. Sure enough, there she was, face flushed, with the blanket pulled up to her chin. Alesia, I should really sleep on the sofa. I swear I have absolutely no intention of doing anything inappropriate. You don't need to do that. I am your wife, after all. A wife should trust her husband. That's touching. So hurry up and lie down. It's making me uncomfortable just watching you. All right. Following her instructions, I slowly lay down on the bed and pulled up the covers. The unfamiliar softness of the pillow immediately captivated my senses. It was a heavenly sensation worthy of being called a new world. Moreover, by turning my head slightly to the side, I could see Alesia's face at the same level and position. Her beautiful face with auburn hair spread out on the white bed sheets and ruby-like eyes. Our sideways gazes met for a long time. I felt oddly shy. It was my first experience lying down at such close proximity, and it made me feel warm and fuzzy. As our gazes lingered dreamily, Alesia called out to me. Heart. Yes, Alesia. Do you regret it? Coming this far? Regret. I could answer without hesitation. Not at all. While it had become troublesome in the end, there was nothing to regret. This fate was born from acting entirely for the sake of the children. If we hadn't been summoned here, the orphans' fates would have taken a drastically different turn. I was satisfied, having traded peace for saving lives. Alesia said to me. Me neither. You might not believe it, but I haven't regretted returning here even once. I see. For your sake, since you're struggling to understand but feel compelled to respond, I'll spell it out clearly. Alesia, her eyes filled with warmth, shared her thoughts. The implication is that the lack of banquets, soft beds, luxuries, and wide hallways in that place couldn't cause me any discomfort. Her candid and refreshing statement involuntarily made me chuckle. It was quintessentially Alesia, sharp words with a warm underlying meaning. I told you, didn't I? Everything shows on your face. I can always see you feeling indebted to me. I guess, you caught me. Whether I catch it or not, don't pity others on your own. Believe it or not, I'm enjoying this, if only by the tiniest fraction. Embarrassed by her final remark, Alesia turned to face the other way. Still, her ears peeking through her auburn hair were honest. The color of her ears, thoroughly flushed with heat, was sincere and pretty. What expression would she make if I gently caressed her ear right now? Surely, she would. Heart. Eep. That snapped me back to reality. What was I fantasizing about? Thou shalt not be a pervert. Thou shalt not sin. Begone, worldly desires. Begone, temptation. At that moment, Alesia prodded suspiciously. What are you doing? Nothing. What is it? It's nothing much, just that the clothes I'm wearing are a bit chilly. I'll get you something else to wear. No need. I don't want to be a bother. Then, before I could properly consider, Alesia came up with her own solution. She slightly extended her right hand from under the blanket. Then she said, would you hold my hand? Your hand? Is that enough? Yes. That should be enough to chase away the cold. If that's the case. I carefully reached out my left hand and grasped hers. Alesia, seeming uncomfortable, fidgeted her hand around before finally settling on firmly interlocking our fingers. Good night, Alesia. There was no reply, just a slight twitch of our intertwined fingers. But that alone was enough to assure me that Alesia had heard my good night. It's warm. My earlier concerns proved unfounded. It truly was warm. Just from firmly holding hands, merely connected hand to hand, as if there was a cozy fireplace nearby. I couldn't help but marvel at Alphesia's wisdom. As the night deepened, it grew increasingly warmer. The morning at the Luminal mansion bustled with activity. From the crack of dawn, maids rose to inspect the estate's cleanliness. In the kitchen, they sweated over an elaborate feast. Numerous executive assistants waited to hand over documents. On such an early morning, Tina opened her sky-blue eyes wide. Yawn. She stretched, yawning. Though not usually an early riser, she woke up earlier than usual, perhaps due to the unfamiliar surroundings. The drowsiness had faded, and finding it boring to wait for full daybreak, Tina ventured outside. The first thing she noticed were the bustling maids. At the same time, the maids spotted Tina rubbing her eyes and made a fuss. Oh my, young miss, how are you up so early? My mum's not here right now, you know. I'm not referring to the Duchess, but to you. Miss was something not to your liking. No, I just woke up early and came out because I was bored. Oh, I see. That's a relief. The mansion's maids were exceedingly polite to Tina. This wasn't limited to her alone. Alesia and Duke Cardi had given strict orders not to show the slightest disrespect. While most maids in a ducal household would instinctively be kind, this was a precaution against those who might forget their place and speak out of turn. Unaware of these circumstances, Tina innocently asked, "By the way, where are Mom and Dad? I want to sleep with them too." Headmaid Rotella, with over 20 years of service at the capital's ducal residence, found herself facing the greatest challenge of her life. That is, absolutely out of the question. Why? I'm Mom and Dad's daughter. Really? Tina assumed they were against it because she wasn't Alphesia's biological daughter. As Tina's face fell slightly, Rotella panicked, gesticulating wildly. Oh my, we wouldn't dare doubt such an important truth. It's just that, today, during the day. Yes? It's not convenient until daytime. Why? Your parents are a loving couple, aren't they? At novel bin at. Yes, that's right. Mom and Dad even kissed in the carriage. Rotella couldn't finish her word, her eyes glazing over with emotion. So our Duchess has finally found her destiny. I'm truly delighted. What does social status matter? As long as one is happy, that's all that counts. Muttering tenderly to herself, Rotella placed her hands on Tina's shoulders with an intense gaze. But miss, that's precisely why I can't let you go. What's the reason? You see, for a happy marriage, couples need time to share their love. But if that time is interrupted, they might grow distant. Oh no, really? Then Dad and Mom should sleep in the same room every day, right? Well, ideally, that would be the case for a perfect couple. But the reality of aristocratic society was different. It was common to share a bed only on designated days, and separate bedrooms were the norm. However, Rotella's loyalty to the ducal family was too deep to teach such harsh realities. Of course, as their daughter, you must scold them severely if they try to use separate rooms. Oh, I got it. I'll get really angry and make sure they share their love in the same room every day. That's the right attitude. As headmaid, I feel truly reassured. Despite her words, Rotella couldn't easily understand her master's decision. With Alesia being the only direct descendant of the Luminal ducal family, she couldn't fathom why they'd deliberately leave the blemish of a commoner husband. Though it was enough that Alesia was happy, still, she felt sorry for her, given that her partner already had a child. At least she's an adopted daughter. Moreover, being a former holy knight, he should be pure of body. It was a small mercy that he wasn't some vulgar man, at the very least. Above all, with such an adorable daughter, adopting one wouldn't be much trouble. In fact, it was common for noble houses to adopt commoner children for the sake of their image. Rotella made up her mind and smiled kindly. Miss, since you're no longer sleepy, shall we explore the mansion? Really? How far can we go? If there's anywhere you'd like to see, I'll guide you there. Wow, how exciting! So, what should I call you? Having chattered away, she now felt awkward asking. Finding the childlike behavior endearing, warmth naturally seeped into Rotella's voice. I am Headmaid Rotella. Okay, Headmaid Rotella. And so, Tina's grand adventure of tiptoeing around the mansion began. However, adventure was one thing, and Tina paid the price for adventure preparation in full. She had to endure not only wearing a dress for the first time in her life, but also the attentions of 3 maids for an extended period. Tina was especially surprised by the meticulous bathing service. Until now, her baths had been mere formalities, just splashing around a bit. She found it amazing that her outing preparations were perfectly completed without her doing anything. The dress feels really uncomfortable. All the young ladies in the capital dress up like this. Look in the mirror, isn't it pretty? Yes. It's very, very, very pretty. Embarrassed to praise herself, Tina lowered her head, clutching the hem of her skirt. The maids who had helped with her grooming all blushed, finding her demeanor heart-meltingly cute. I've seen many young ladies your age, but you're the cutest I've ever met. Especially your eyes, aren't they beautiful? The color is so clear, it's like you could get lost in them. When you grow up, won't the men around you go crazy? It's almost a shame. At the last comment, Tina confidently raised the corners of her mouth and declared proudly, "It's okay, because I'm going to marry Dad and Mom." It was a statement that struck a chord with the commoner maids. Especially in the conservative aristocratic society, such a pure resolve was rarely heard, resonating well with the maid's sensibilities. If I had a son or daughter like this, I'd want for nothing in the world. Right? Who cares about money? Nothing's better than raising good children. The Duchess's husband will have a lot to worry about in the future. The maid's well-meaning chatter went on. As Tina listened intently to their conversation without understanding, head maid Rotella cut in at an opportune moment. Miss, shall we go now? We should tour the mansion. Okay, that's mean, head maid. We could guide her well too. Faced with their complaints, Rotella smiled victoriously. How long have I been in this mansion? You think I can't guide better than you? The weight of 20 years easily dismissed the maid's objections. Above all, there was a reason why no one could look down on Tina as long as Rotella accompanied her. Although the head maid was also a commoner, her long years of devotion to the ducal family had elevated her status far beyond that of an ordinary commoner. Tina looked around as if observing an unfamiliar landscape, then suddenly fixed her gaze on the numerous frames. Head maid, what are these paintings? They're portraits of the past dukes. But why doesn't this one look like a person? Ahem, miss, you must be careful with your words. Ah, I'm sorry. The portrait Tina pointed to clearly had a different style from the others. To the eyes of an ordinary child of this era, it would seem crudely painted. This was a popular style 70 years ago. That's why the Duke's portrait from that time was made like this. Ah, so the ones on the right are closer to now, right? Yes, of course. Tina moved to the right, then suddenly stopped at the last portrait. Then is this Mum's dad? That's the current Duke. His name is Cardi Luminal. Wow, no wonder Mom is pretty. This seems like the most handsome of all the Duke portraits I've seen. Hihi, though the Duchess takes after her mother, she surely has a good portion of the Duke's genes too. Tina had to tilt her head at the unfamiliar word. What's genes? It means she resembles her late mother more. Oh, Tina had no idea that Elphesia's mother had passed away. Hearing it from Rotella's lips somehow made her sad. She had felt heartbroken when rejected by her birth mother, but couldn't imagine how painful it must have been for her to pass away. Poor Mom. And poor Mom's dad. Indeed. The Duchess was very young, but the Duke truly loved his wife. That's why he hasn't even taken a mistress until now. Oh, I've misspoken. Rotella's guard dropped for a moment, charmed by the kind-hearted child before her. Her ironclad rule of never speaking carelessly about her masters was easily broken. Tina's sad face had the power to crumble even habits ingrained over many years. Shall we go, miss? Yes. Rotella continued with vivid descriptions to cheer Tina up. Tina seemed to gradually recover from the shock as she toured the splendid mansion. At the corridor that branched into two, a massive door commanded attention. Rotella kindly explained this as well. This is the banquet hall. You'll be using this place from now on, miss, and the Duke rises earlier than others, so he's having his formal meal now. What's a banquet and a formal meal? They're both meals. Ah, sometimes the words seem too difficult. I wish I was as smart as Julian. Julian, that's the alias the third prince is currently using. It's unfair to compare the knowledge of a commoner with that of royalty. Rotella wanted to convey this but felt Tina, who had been interacting with him as an equal until now, would find it hard to accept. So she was thinking how to encourage her when, creak, the banquet hall door, which no one had touched, opened by itself. Immediately, the fragrant smell of the formal meal wafted out. Rotella, spotting the man seated across, hastily bowed. We greet the Duke. I greet you too. Tina instinctively followed her clumsily. From inside, Duke Cardi gestured, beckoning Tina. I didn't have a chance to see your face yesterday. So you're the child called Tina. That's right. Come here. Tina slightly turned her head, glancing at Rotella. Rotella immediately nodded, giving her the go-ahead. Thus, Tina passed between the two doorkeepers and entered the banquet hall. Cardi gestured once more to Tina, who stood there blankly. Come sit here. Tina pulled out a chair far away, but Cardi shook his head and spoke. Closer. Here. Come closer. This far. You're being timid, inching forward bit by bit. I mean the seat right next to me. Oh, okay. Tina carefully approached and wriggled into the chair. Cardi casually asked the visibly tense Tina. Since we've met like this, let's have breakfast together. Do you have any favorite foods? Well, I eat everything well. Then let's have the same menu as mine. The Duke called out loudly. Bring the same as mine, but sized for a child to eat. Yes, understood, Your Grace. As the waiting attendant began to move swiftly, Cardi cut a small piece of meat. He then moved it to an empty plate and pushed it towards Tina's space. Try this. We should see if it suits your taste, shouldn't we? Oh okay. Tina pierced the meat with the fork she was given and brought it to her lips. Even before eating, the smell was intoxicatingly good. When the meat fully touched her tongue, Tina's blue eyes sparkled. It's so good. I'm glad to hear that. Cardi left a brief comment and began cutting the meat again. Tina stared intently at Cardi's actions. Tina, who had been hunching her shoulders and hesitating, finally gathered the courage to ask a question. Should I call you grandfather? Call me whatever you like. Then I'll call you grandpadre. What? Tina bit her inner cheek out of nervousness. As a result, she ended up saying grandpadre like a baby instead of grandfather as she had intended. Cardi, who had paused for a moment, chuckled. Grandpadre is fine too. It's grandfather? Because your grandfather. What a pity. Ugh. It was only natural for Tina to be nervous. Though still young, she's not oblivious. Not being Alphesia's biological daughter, she had already given up expecting unconditional welcome. But meeting her grandfather in person, his impression wasn't as bad as she'd feared, which left her confused. And that's not all. You're even more handsome than in the painting. That's quite an honor. Eek. Tina let out a shrill cry. Did I just say that out loud? You did. It was quite pleasant to hear. I see you passed by the corridor with the portraits of past heads of the family. That's right. And one of them must have looked quite ridiculous. That's right. I mean, no, it was an excellent style, probably. No need to sugarcoat it. My thoughts aren't much different. Tina's face finally brightened. Discovering that someone shared her honest sentiments inexplicably lifted her spirits. Meanwhile, Cardi, silently observing Tina, was inwardly concealing his surprise. This child is mixed. Something not human, but immensely powerful. Having received no such report, it felt like an unexpected gift. Surely, the power this child could effortlessly display would require an ordinary person to twist their body to unleash. The tiny life before him was born with talent that transcended biological norms. Not bad at all. Even if not a blood relative, such a granddaughter leaves nothing to be desired. In terms of appearance, she was certainly at a level to anticipate a promising future, and in terms of power, she could probably subdue a royal knight or two even now. A clear future of growing into a human of various uses was evident. He had only wanted heart, but this was like a windfall. However, you're small. Pardon. I'm referring to your height. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. This must be due to a lack of proper nutrition. The chair was too low and the table too high for Tina to eat comfortably. So Cardi stood up, lifted Tina, and sat her on his lap. Grandfather. Ignoring Tina's call, Cardi continued his speech. First, you need to gain weight. Fat gained in childhood tends to turn into height. Well, I only eat a little. Nonsense, you won't leave until I deem you've eaten enough. Okay. Tina finally acquiesced. She had no choice but to welcome the meat and vegetables pouring into her mouth. It was a morning when Cardi's formal meal became unprecedentedly long. Chapter 24, The Path Where Crimson Stays. Time at the Duke's mansion flew by in a blur. While Alphisia handled everything money could buy, the tasks requiring human effort were endless. Among them, dancing burdened me the most. Since I was invited to a ball, I had to perform several dances. The problem? I was hopelessly uncoordinated. Being skilled with a sword and dancing were completely different skills. Disappointed, I studied Alphesia's expressionless face. Her countenance, devoid of any emotion, reminded me of solid marble. As I stood there awkwardly, Alphisia took my hand, stepped in rhythm, and spoke calmly. Focus, heart. All right. Still, my movements remained clumsy. Alphisia offered more advice. While dance skills matter, expression and atmosphere are more important. Why? People are surprisingly easy to convince. The less confident you are, the more boldly you should smile. And once you gain confidence, act like it'll last forever. You're telling me to fake it. It's a bit different, but that's exactly what you need right now. Good thinking. For the first time, I received praise. It felt so good that my face relaxed involuntarily. Surprisingly, my movements became smoother, and I caught sight of Alphesia's startled eyes. Now we're getting somewhere. Just watch. I'll master it all in no time. Are you an idiot? That's impossible. Is that what you say when things are going well? I asked incredulously, but Alphisia remained serious, true to her noble upbringing. Even the most prominent nobles grow up with rigorous lessons from childhood. They still often receive criticism. Of course, I was always perfect. Well, aren't you something? Yes, I am. And thanks to this talented teacher, you've gained such confidence. Oh, thank you, my talented teacher. Indeed. As I grumbled, this time Alphesia's face relaxed slightly. Then it should be simple now. What did I say to do when you gain confidence? Act like it'll last forever. Full marks this time. We each let out a soft laugh. As the sun sank low, casting a reddish twilight. A time when our faces seemed to glow in the fading light. A room where an antique piano harmonized with plush carpets. A space reflecting Alphesia's past efforts. In this atmosphere where time and space intertwined, we danced, giggling all the while. Dash. Right after the lesson ended, she said. If it's really not working out, just dance the first song and stop. The first song is always a waltz anyway. You can handle that much now, right? What? So I can just dance once with you and then sit the rest out. No reason why not. Alphesia's confession of this hidden truth left me feeling utterly deflated. I had put in so much effort to avoid embarrassing her. To think such a simple solution was right in front of me. I felt my energy draining away. If that's the case, why did you keep me here so long? It's not like I was interested in the ball anyway. Because it's fun. What? Didn't you find the dancing fun? Alphisia quickly added. Of course. I'm not necessarily talking about myself, I mean you? Honestly, I felt frustrated. Alphisia seemed unfair because I couldn't directly refute her claim. Though I'd received all sorts of nagging, dancing with Alphisia was undeniably fun. It felt good to move in unison, developing a sense of unity. I liked feeling closer than usual, and I appreciated the chance to observe her face at length, something I'd hardly dare to do normally. The ball is already tomorrow. Nothing will go wrong, right? Well, that depends on how you behave, doesn't it? I suppose so. From boarding the train to the capital to receiving the invitation addressed to me, it all started there. If I just do well and return, it'll be as if nothing ever happened. I wonder where the kids are. I heard they're off doing something together. I'm glad they're having fun. When I think about it, coming to the Duke's mansion might have been fortunate after all. Is it because of the children again? Well, yeah. For Julian, it's natural since his family home is the Imperial Palace, but for Tina and Glenn, this must be an extraordinary experience. When I first heard the kids were getting close to the Duke, I was just anxious, but as Alesia assured me, he hasn't seemed to be plotting anything. If things continue like this, it really couldn't be better. Just then, I felt a sharp tug on my sleeve. Hey, heart. Alesia? What's wrong? Do you know there's a festival on the eve of Founding Day? I know. Even at the temple, we could see the festival lights. Perfect. Alesia primly extended her hand. Let's go out for a bit. I'm all for going, but could you wait a moment? I'll bring the kids along. Heart, you can be quite insensitive sometimes. Alesia suddenly chided me. I could only float a question mark above my head. Surely she didn't mean she wanted to go on a date with me. Soon, she revealed her true intentions. On a day like this, don't you want to give a surprise gift or two? Not because the children asked, but something you want to give. That's actually a great idea. A date, of all things. As expected, Alesia is sincere about the children too. We truly were the perfect contract couple. Shall we head out together then? Let's go. We shouldn't return too late. All right, let's do that. Alesia leaned her weight on my shoulder, just like during our dance practice. The Duke's mansion was close enough to the bustling area that we didn't need a carriage. So, after exchanging a few words, we soon arrived at the street where the festival was in full swing. A carriage wouldn't have been able to move anyway. The crowd was huge. Stalls that were usually nowhere to be seen lined the streets, and mouth-watering smells wafted from the roadside. Looking up, triangular decorations hung ostentatiously between buildings. Shifting my gaze slightly further, the imperial flag fluttered majestically, symbolizing the empire. The eve of Founding Day lived up to its name. The stars are shining. Alesia nodded towards the dark night sky. I shared her view and let out a soft exclamation. They are. The sky was much clearer at the temple, but somehow the stars seemed to twinkle more brightly now. You must miss the temple quite a bit. Miss it, huh? After brief contemplation, I concluded. I grew up there from long ago and believed I'd stay there my whole life. So no matter what I compare it to, I can't help but be reminded of it. To say I miss it, that might be an exaggeration. I understand. You have a baptismal name, after all. No way, even you couldn't understand this, Alesia. No normal person could understand it. Walking in step with Alesia, I contemplated the starry night. Those with baptismal names are supposed to not involve themselves with the outside world, but that's not really true. A normal person would go mad. To have that small place be your entire world for life. Like livestock being raised. That's just for ordinary people, I suppose. Right. We're different. We just accept that small world. As if we were born with such a mission. You also understand and empathize with others' perspectives, but still don't pity your own circumstances. As if it were instinctively ingrained. That's correct, but how do you know so much? Did you think I wouldn't have investigated the man who was to be my husband? You're thorough, as expected of Alesia. An ancient house like the Luminels might have collected information on baptismal names. Then again, the thought that she'd studied for my sake brought me unnecessary joy. It was probably just her will to get along without friction. At least, that's what I decided to believe. If I didn't have my past life's self, would I have remained at the temple even knowing my fate to die? If so, surely countless fates would have changed. From the children who became family one by one, to Alesia walking beside me everything. This sudden realization brought priorities to mind. So I called her name and stopped in my tracks. Alesia. Yes. Could you wait here for a moment? Suddenly? At least tell me why. Of course, Alesia pressed for a reason. But I was already preparing to sneak away, taking small steps backward. Sometimes I want to have secrets too, so I refuse. Stop, heart. Whoosh. I fled from Alesia as she reached out. I hoped she'd stay there, but if she got upset and hid somewhere, I'd have no choice but to search until my shoe soles wore out and apologize at novel bin at. Evading Alfesia's eyes, I escaped to a stall I'd noticed while walking. The counter displayed an array of colorful handmade accessories, and one hairpin in particular caught my eye. A small ornament on part of the hairpin reflected beautiful light. The red butterfly shape carved from glass reminded me of someone prim and proper. This hairpin that I'd initially passed by kept flashing in my mind's eye. It's cheap. I smiled wryly as I bargained with the merchant. Of course it was cheap, being glass rather than jewel-studded. Imagining Alesia, who suited rubies and garnets so well, made my chest tighten. Even a jewel-encrusted dress wouldn't be extravagant for her, but my circumstances were different. So I indulged. For the first time, today, I, who had 10 silver coins, dared to spend 7. I committed this sin wanting to give her something that shone as brilliantly as she deserved in this world. I decided it was okay, and firmly believed so. Alesia. She still stood silently where I'd left her. Many passers-by pushed past her shoulders or avoided her. While everyone smiled brightly at the festival, Alesia alone closed and opened her eyelids, revealing hollow eyes. That unfamiliar sight made me hesitate momentarily, but I quickly resumed my pace. I called her name again. Alesia. Heart. This time she heard me properly, and our eyes met. As soon as I rejoined her, I tried to present the red butterfly hairpin. But before I could take out the gift, Alesia asked bluntly, "What was so urgent that you abandoned your companion and ran off?" "I'm sorry, I was wrong." When you apologize without a hint of hesitation, I'm left speechless. I'll rebel occasionally if you just set the rules. Ha. Alesia exhaled as if she'd lost all sense. Then she shot back. "You really have no sense." It was an understandable criticism. How much sense could someone who'd only lived in the temple have? Just as my confidence began to shrink, I suddenly recalled Alesia's advice. The less confident you are, the more boldly you should smile, and once you gain confidence, act like it'll last forever. So, I flashed a sly smile. Then I shrugged my shoulders and joked. "Now that you say that, I'm genuinely worried." "I'm sure you are." "No, really." I took out the small box I'd kept in my pocket. Then, with a click of the clasp revealing the hairpin, I placed it in Alesia's hand. I went to all the trouble of preparing a gift, so it'd be a problem if I had no sense, right? Alesia. Alesia stared at the hairpin motionlessly for a while. Even as I tried to read her expression, anxiety built up due to her marble-like, smooth facade. Just as I considered calling her name again, Alesia furrowed her brow and faced me. She blurted out, "You really have no sense at all." "As expected." "Is that so?" "Yes." Alesia agreed coldly. Then she took a step closer, narrowing the distance between us. A gap so small that our heads would touch if we just leaned in. My dear wife offered a prickly critique. "You're supposed to put it on directly, not just hand it over." Alesia returned the hairpin to me, as if giving me another chance to do it right. I seized that opportunity and brought my hand to Alesia's soft hair. Her hair, like the finest silk threads in the world gathered strand by strand, flowed down like a stream. And I added the flutter of a red butterfly's wings to that flowing stream. Just then, fireworks burst, scattering multicolored sparks into the sky. Bang, boom, I saw it all through 3 shades of red. The red butterfly settling on the stream, and 2 shades of crimson looking back at me. Those 2 crimsons may not always be entirely honest, but they honestly reflected the world unfolding behind me. They were her eyes. Chapter 25, Because I Like the Beauty You Noticed. The excitement of the previous night's festivities faded as dawn broke. Morning arrived with the cry of hungry birds. The day of the Imperial Ball had finally come. The main banquet was set to begin at 6 p.m. As per tradition, invited guests were expected to enter the palace by 4 p.m. to await the opening. This might seem like plenty of time, but in reality, it wasn't. Stepping into their glittering world of vanity required meticulous preparation from morning onward. For Alesia, at least. A baptismal name sure comes in handy at times like these. The bearer of a baptismal name never gets dirty. They always stay clean, and impurities fall away on their own. To put it bluntly, even bathing was unnecessary for me. Since there was no chance of residual waste, skincare was the last thing on my mind. So all I had to do was put on the Holy Knight Order's uniform in style. Wow, Dad, you look so cool. I've never seen the director dressed up like this before. I still can't believe the director used to be a holy knight. The children had various reactions to seeing me in my pristine white uniform. It was a bit early to be wearing the uniform, but there were reasons. Since Julian was the only child attending the Imperial Ball, Tina and Glenn rarely got to see me like this. "But director, since you can make a sword out of light, is that why you're not carrying one?" Glenn asked. The light sword from the illegal auction seemed to have left quite an impression. "You think I'd do that? I carried a normal sword too. I couldn't use miracles every time I trained or sparred." "Then what about now? It's a hassle? Besides, I can't exactly bring a sword to a banquet." Glenn's expression suggested his illusions had been shattered by my honest answer. From his perspective, he probably thought I'd be perfect at everything, being his savior and all. An orphanage director having a sword at home wouldn't be a good look, would it? "That's true, director." As Glenn nodded in understanding, Tina's eyes sparkled beside him. "But I want to see Dad training and sparring with a sword. It must be amazing, right? Didn't the director use a sword when fighting the dragon?" "Nope, Dad just kept punching it over and over. As expected of our director? So you didn't even need a sword. Director, haven't you crossed the line of what's humanly possible, being able to fight that with your bare hands?" Come to think of it, I'd avoided telling the kids about slaying the dragon as much as possible. It wasn't exactly a pleasant memory for Tina, so I deliberately glossed over it. But now that Tina herself was bringing it up so cheerfully, it seems my worries were unfounded. However, feeling embarrassed by the praise from these little ones, I tried to change the subject with a joke. "The director who's crossed the line is also unbeatable at word chain games. Julian, you might still lose to me even after 10 years. How absurd? In 10 years, my vocabulary will be far superior, surely. At novel bin at. Fame. Megaphone. Neophyte. Ugh. And with that, it's 17 wins, 17 losses, 0 ties. Julian, you're truly the weakest. That's just how the world works. I've never felt so inferior before." I patted Julian's shoulder as he wallowed in self-pity. The brat found it even more humiliating and rubbed his face dry. "Feeling less nervous now?" "What nervousness? You're returning home, aren't you nervous about that?" "Well, Only then did Julian realize he had forgotten his worries for a while due to this silly game. But perhaps too proud to admit that I had helped ease his tension, he just pouted silently. So, when did Julian tell you too about his identity? It would have been understandable for the kids to feel it was unfair that only Julian was going to the Imperial Ball, but they were surprisingly nonchalant about it. Surely, this reaction came because Julian had already revealed his identity to them. Tina and Glenn spoke in unison. The day Dad slayed the dragon. I found out during the party at the Border Count's house. We all confessed together anyway. Whether it's being the descendant of an extinct royal family or a half-dragon or whatever, it was hard for me to keep quiet alone. As expected, the kids had formed their own secrets. It was reassuring to see that not only were they getting along well, but they had also established their own little group. It was admirable how they accepted each other's differences too. I'm blessed. Somehow I've met such good kids, except for Julian. Why am I the exception? Just felt like it today. There's no way such an unfunny day exists. As we bantered like this, the other two children giggled softly. Seeing the completely relaxed atmosphere, I gave Tina and Glenn some parting words. Kids, make sure you play well while we're gone. Understood. Have a safe trip, Dad. Yes, Director. I waved to the two children who bowed their heads. After leaving the playroom, I headed to the room where Alesia was in the midst of her preparations. Having already finished my own preparations, I intended to wait leisurely. Of course, there was also a slight desire to see her getting ready. Knock knock. No sooner had I knocked than permission to enter came from inside, so I opened the door without hesitation. The moment I stepped inside, a strong wind blew as the open window allowed air to circulate. Alesia's long hair danced with the wind. As the door closed, her hair settled, shimmering with a static gleam. As always, there wasn't a single aspect of her that wasn't inhumanly beautiful. Her expensive dress, which I had never seen since our first meeting, was the same. Alesia had an innate radiance that captivated the human eye. It suits you. That was all I could manage to say upon seeing her. Instead of a voluminous skirt, she wore a slim design that revealed her figure. It gave the impression of being slender like a rose stem. Moreover, it looked lighter and more mobile than the usual heavy dresses. Of course, its color was red. The color that suits Alesia best of all. Nevertheless, I made a clumsy comment. It's really pretty, except for the bit of exposure. Alesia made a sound as if she was suddenly short of breath. Is that all you have to say after all this? Yeah. The neckline was plunging enough to reveal cleavage, which was provocative, and one side of the skirt had a thin slit. If someone were to decide to lift it, a major wardrobe malfunction could happen. Aware of my concern, Alesia twirled a strand of her hair. Are you worried perhaps? That other man might steal glances. No, I'm worried about myself. What did you say? Alesia's mood cooled, dropping like icicles. But even while considering her feelings, I couldn't help but honestly confess the truth. You know, Alesia, if you dress too seductively, I might end up sinning. How could I harbor lewd thoughts about you? I shouldn't, but when we're pressed close dancing, inevitably. Wait a moment. Heart, would you please look around? Huh. I scanned the surroundings as Alesia requested. Only then did I notice the maids around Alesia, touching up her makeup and fixing her hair. So when we're pressed close dancing, that is, I had outright revealed that our marriage was a contract. My head wasn't working properly due to the shock. That must have been why. The reason I gave up control of my speech and blurted out whatever came to mind. When we're pressed close dancing, I might fall too deeply in love with you. I'll keep thinking about our second and third child, and want to push away everyone else's eyes because I love you so much. Jealousy is ugly, but I won't be able to help it. Surely, that's what I mean. This is bad. It's thoroughly, utterly bad. Trying to cover up somehow, my words seem to have flown off to space. Maybe I'll be accused of making up excuses belatedly. That worry was short-lived. The faces of the maids preparing Alesia turned red. My goodness. Your husband has such adorable thoughts, my lady. You're so loved. Wow. Is he a unicorn? To be so pure and sincere. I think holy knights might become my ideal type from today. Oh, is that so? It seems to have worked unexpectedly well. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. I was just happy to have somehow escaped the suspicion of a contract marriage. On the other hand, Alesia kept her mouth shut without a word of praise. Alesia. At my call, she twitched her cheek. To me, that expression looked like she might be smiling, or maybe angry. There wasn't enough information to infer her emotions. As I fretted, Alesia spoke in a low voice. You there? Yes, my lady. Bring another design similar to this one, with the chest properly covered. I wanted to applaud her wise decision, though I couldn't actually do it to save face. Alesia. Still, while we're changing it, it would be nice if we could address the side slit in the skirt too. Could she have read my inner thoughts with mind reading? Alesia glanced this way and delivered a sharp retort. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of giving up the side slit. Why? Aren't you cold? Ha, cold my frozen A. Ugh. Well, even I could see that was a flimsy excuse. I had no right to interfere in what Alesia wore, so my excuses were bound to be weak. Meanwhile, she smiled slightly at my dejected look. Are you curious why I'm being so stubborn? Just a tiny bit, yeah. I suppose there's no reason not to tell you, she said. I find the leg line visible through the side slit attractive. That's what she said. I lost my composure at her directness. Regardless, Alesia primly turned her gaze back to the vanity, leaving one last comment. You should know that better than anyone. Rai, BTW, the word chain game is played by using the last syllable of the previous word and using it as the first syllable of the next word. Of course, the same words don't work in English as they do in Korean. Chapter 26, The Virtues of a Wife. The clock struck 2 p.m. We gathered at the mansion's entrance, ready to head to the Imperial Palace. Our group's split was odd. Tina and Glenn were staying behind, but an unexpected figure stood opposite us, hands clasped behind his back. It was Duke Cardilluminal. Have a good time, son-in-law. Take good care of my daughter. Excuse me, but aren't you attending, Your Grace? He nodded slightly. It seemed strange that an Imperial Duke would skip the palace ball. Noticing my confusion, Alesia leaned in and whispered. Father never goes to events where the Pope is present. Why's that? I'm not sure. That's beyond even my knowledge. How odd. I often ran into His Holiness the Pope. I knew him to be a rather unimpressive character, lacking any real dignity. His down-to-earth nature made it impossible for anyone to dislike him. I haven't heard anything about the relationship between His Holiness and the Duke either. If I didn't know, it's safe to say the Holy Maiden didn't either. There must be some connection known only to the two of them. Just then, Alesia let out a soft ah. Come to think of it, there might be one connection. What's that? My mother was a priestess, but she was low-ranking, so she wouldn't have had any contact with the Pope. It's still puzzling. Your mother was a priestess. No wonder you're so kind, Alesia. What? Smack? Alesia struck my back in front of everyone. The sting of her hand threw me off balance, and I stumbled. That hurts, Alesia. You said something ridiculous. Anyway, let's go. Ugh. All right. Alesia, Julian, and I stepped out of the mansion's entrance. From behind us came Tina and Glenn's goodbyes. Have a safe trip, Dad. Mom. Have a great time, both of you. I returned the children's greetings with a smile and a wave. Alesia, on the other hand, merely responded with a curt right as she walked away. Julian. What? How does it feel to end your little runaway adventure? Awful. To think I have to face that excuse for a father. It seemed the bad blood between Julian and the Emperor ran deep. Curious, I asked Julian. Julian, what kind of person is His Imperial Majesty? I could use a lot of colorful language, but that's not the answer you're looking for, Director. Julian grumbled, coming to his own conclusion. Then he offered an answer as objectively as he could. The Emperor isn't human. If not human, then what? You'll see when you meet him. The fact that the Vice Director isn't saying anything suggests she agrees to some extent. When Julian brought Alesia into the conversation, she silently nodded in agreement. I grew more and more curious about this Emperor figure. Though I was the Holy Maiden's knight, I'd never crossed paths with the Emperor during our outings. It was odd how we'd always managed to miss each other, even at events where the Emperor was present. Plus, the Emperor's complete lack of interest in the temple played a part. Back then, I wasn't curious about the outside world either. I should have paid more attention. If I'd known it would come to this, I should have taken an interest. No use dwelling on it now, I suppose. And so, we pressed on towards the heart of the empire where the Emperor resided. The Founding Day Ball shows the utmost consideration to invited guests at the Imperial Palace. For instance, while visitors would normally be under strict control, today's relaxed rules allowed access almost anywhere except restricted areas. The most popular spot was the large greenhouse. Not only was there the charm of viewing exotic plants, but the landscaping itself was beautiful, offering plenty to see. There were also well-kept spaces perfect for enjoying tea while waiting for the opening ceremony. Alesia and I had just reached the entrance to the greenhouse. With only the two of us strolling about, Julian's absence felt awkward. Julian had returned to his own palace quarters and wouldn't rejoin us until after the ball began. That kid, I hope he's not being picked on by the servants. A prince backed by House Luminal? They'd have to be incredibly stupid. He's probably chatting with Court Counterwell right now. Of course he'd be here too. He's the Court Count after all. Having only seen Julian's childlike behavior at the orphanage, sending him back to the palace felt like abandoning a child. I couldn't help but worry. I've really become quite the guardian, haven't I? Julian isn't the one you should be worrying about right now. My situation's no picnic either, I know. I'll handle everything else, but the temple's intentions are an exception. You'll need to step up there. Oh, so you're saying you'll take care of everything up until we enter the greenhouse? Alesia didn't bat an eye at my playful question. What are you asking? It's a husband's duty to protect his wife's body, but guarding his soul is the wife's responsibility. Well, I've landed myself the most reliable wife in the world. Any complaints? My only complaint is the side slit in your dress. You'll have to deal with it. It was a characteristically bold demand from Alesia. Thoroughly intimidated, I could barely speak as I opened the greenhouse door. Clunk. As we stepped inside, a wave of warm air washed over us. The carefully managed climate for the plants kept it pleasantly warm. However, instead of the scent of trees and flowers, an overpowering perfume smell left a different kind of impression. It was so strong I wondered if someone had doused themselves in lieu of bathing. It was impressive how they'd managed to spread their scent throughout the vast greenhouse. Geez, I'm already not liking this. A skinny gentleman pretended to adjust his cravat while sneaking glances our way. More precisely, he was ogling the line of Alphesia's thigh visible through the slit in her skirt. I immediately changed my escort position, moving to Alphesia's left side and taking her arm. I was genuinely relieved that there was no slit on the right side of her hem. Should we leave, Althesia? We can't do that. These are people we'll face later at the ball. It's less trouble to put them in their place now. How do you plan to do that? Those who keep quiet after seeing us don't need to be dealt with. But fools with loose lips are a different story. Once the numbers are right, there's nothing to fear. I found myself curious. No matter how cutthroat high society might be, how could anyone dare to badmouth the sole direct descendant of a ducal house, especially when the family wasn't even in decline? Hey, can't you just say something like, I won't forgive those who pick fights, in the name of House Luminal? That wouldn't be out of place normally. Even a modest marquee house could ruin a business venture without breaking a sweat. Is House Luminal different? At novel bin at. Yes. Since our house was built more on military might than business, we don't have many ways to hinder other houses. I see. We can't exactly start a war over some petty squabbling. In this respect, the ducal name shows a certain weakness. However, Althesia added, even if we could, we wouldn't do it now. Why's that? A certain someone once said it was sad for people to lose their jobs without knowing why, all because of their boss's power struggles. That's an admirable person. Who is it? Who knows? They might be closer than you think. Althesia let out a soft chuckle. Meanwhile, I looked around, puzzled by her comment about someone being unexpectedly close. Each time I did, she laughed as if watching an amusing play. Just as I was growing frustrated with Althesia's cryptic attitude, a mixed group of men and women began closing in on us. As the group drew near, one of them greeted us first. It's been a while. It's good to see you, madam. It's been some time, Lady Luminal. Madam, and Lady Luminal. Each person addressed Althesia differently. They were reminding her of her awkward status, married to a commoner without even a courtesy title. In other words, they were mocking her uncertain position, not knowing how to address her. To this, Althesia smiled as if painted on. Call me whatever you like. No title can diminish who I am. Her calm response to their mockery cracked their expressions. We've all heard of your reputation, lady. Not only were you top of your class at the academy, but you mastered all the virtues expected of a lady. Yet why do you think you failed to fulfill the most important virtue? He was a young marquis who had just inherited his title. His background allowed him to speak bluntly without concern for the ducal daughter Althesia. And what, pray tell, is this most important virtue? Isn't it to marry and benefit your family? My. The marquis knows one thing but not the other. Althesia remained unruffled. My husband is the man who single-handedly resolved the illegal auction that had the temple and court officials racking their brains. Not only that, but he became the guardian and shield of the neglected third prince, standing by his side. He has contributed to public safety and the national treasury, while also being hailed as a benefactor concerned for the imperial family's well-being. That's twisting the truth. Work for the empire is work for the imperial family. This in turn becomes glory for the subordinate houses. Or does the marquis think differently? In an instant, the marquis had been transformed into someone who prioritized his own interests over those of the imperial family. Unable to find a quick comeback, he averted his gaze from Althesia's piercing eyes. After a moment, in place of the marquis who had become speechless, a young lady spoke up. Lady, your words are too harsh. The joyous ball is about to begin. Is there any need to cause trouble? House Luminal has always played the role of quelling trouble. My husband is no exception, with quite a consistent track record. Unlike your cousin brother who was eating away at the empire. Why are you bringing that up here? I later learned that this lady had been called out by Althesia on the same point in the past. In fact, she was from a family whose cousin had been involved in the illegal auction, leading to asset seizures even at their main house. Moreover, all the others in the group had previously been humiliated by Althesia in some way. For instance, having their courtship ignored, or their attempts at friendship flatly rejected. It seemed various past grudges were intertwined. The offensive continued relentlessly. What do you think of your husband, lady? Is there really a need to say? With so many young ladies gathered here, I'd feel bad listing his merits. You might unconsciously compare your courting nobleman to my husband and feel embarrassed. Anyone can talk a big game. Oh my, I suppose I'll have to speak up to clear up your misconceptions. At this point, I expected her to deflect somehow. That is, until Althesia slowly nodded and began reciting like a lovesick maiden. Being a former holy knight, he has such a sturdy body. It's a delight to admire. Moreover, I take joy in the fact that I'm his first for everything we do together. Most women wouldn't know the feeling of having such a pure and earnest man by their side. It's not like they have a detector to know where their partner might have been fooling around. That really is envy-eep. For a moment, a young lady who had been eavesdropping on Althesia's boasting belatedly realized her mistake and shut her mouth. As for me, who was listening as well, I lowered my gaze in embarrassment. My face must have turned red. It must have been obvious enough for even a fool to notice. While I was suffering like this, one enraged lady went so far as to make a statement bordering on personal attack. For all that, what joy can there be in supporting your husband? I hear you don't even have a proper mansion to live in. You're both penniless. I must admit, you're right. I don't know the joy of supporting my husband. Instead, I've thoroughly enjoyed being supported. I hope you get to experience the joy I don't know. Have I ever supported her? Until yesterday, I was feeling guilty for always being on the receiving end. Perhaps she's just making it up for the sake of argument. Then again, Alphesia's listing of my merits had a hint of fantasy novel about it from the start. Meanwhile, Alphesia's demeanor, not cowed in the slightest, brought about a long silence. Only then, as if having passed a gateway, did Alphesia gracefully smile and signal to me. I thought we'd have some time alone after this, but... Excuse me, could we talk for a bit? We have some questions for you too. I'd like to consult with Lady Luminal about something. It would be even better if Sir Holy Knight could join us too. Surprisingly, there seemed to be quite a few who viewed us favorably. We gladly obliged their company. Even so, I etched one lesson from today into my heart. Never fight with Alphesia. Ever. Hair-pulling and backslapping might hurt, but her verbal lashings hurt even more. I was fortunate she was on my side. Dash. At that moment, Luminal Mansion. Cardi Luminal gazed at the towering Imperial Palace visible through the window. Solitary observation of the palace from his mansion on each founding day was Cardi's routine. The constraints brought about by the rashness of his younger days imposed restrictions on his movements. Ironically, the very person who had placed those constraints would have long forgotten about it. Just then, the voice of an innocent young girl broke through Cardi's thoughts. Grandfather. Glancing at Tina, who had unceremoniously intruded upon his musings, Cardi responded in a dispassionate tone. You've come? Beside his suddenly acquired granddaughter stood the boy he had been keeping an eye on. Ah, hello, Your Grace. Glenn bowed awkwardly. As he received the greeting, Cardi unconsciously stroked his chin. The bloodline of Basque Hill, which I destroyed with my own hands. What curious twists of fate. Long accustomed to appraising others, Cardi had already finished evaluating Glenn. Good build. In terms of raw talent, he might surpass the third prince. He has the makings of a great knight, a half-dragon and a royal bloodline prodigy. Even these children, mere bonuses that came with heart, were far from ordinary. Looking at it from any angle, marrying off his daughter had been nothing but profitable. Wealth comes and goes. In the end, what truly matters are people. How best to use these resources? No, before constructive planning, let's establish priorities. More important than future plans is snacks. Bring out the snacks. Staying healthy as they grow. After all, one needs a healthy body to plan for the future, right? Grandfather, what kind of snacks do you have? Strawberry cake and lemon madeleines. There should be scones and macarons too. What do you prefer? I like them all. Good. Bring everything. Wow, thank you, grandfather. TCH, acting so grateful despite being raised as an asset. And that supposed royalty over there is just fidgeting without any spirit. What do you like? I am fine with anything, Your Grace. At Glenn's request, Cardi called out once more. Tell them to bring out everything the chef is confident in. Why, Your Grace? A man shouldn't cower. Glare as if facing an enemy, I say. For a moment, Glenn's eyes widened. Anxiety welled up in him, thinking Cardi might have realized his true identity. But Cardi said nothing more, and Glenn soon let out a sigh of relief. Unaware of this tense exchange, Tina innocently approached Cardi. Grandfather. Why don't you go with Dad and Mom? Because I made a promise not to meet. With who? Never you mind. Okay. Cardi gently stroked Tina's head. Her face immediately brightened, overcome by a drowsy contentment. It seemed grandfather's hand held some sleep-inducing magic. Just as Tina's eyes began to droop, Cardi asked simply, do you want to go? The granddaughter's eyes, which had been closing steadily, snapped wide open. Chapter 27, Imperial Palace Ball. I felt time passing. What I expected to be an uncomfortable moment in the glass greenhouse ended on a surprisingly warm note. It seemed public perception had progressed. Some asked about relationships that ignored social barriers, while others showed interest in temple life. As we chatted about various topics, the sun had already set outside, and the Imperial Ball was fast approaching. The time, 6 o'clock sharp. Standing before the ballroom entrance, Alphesia spoke with a commanding voice. Announce us. At that moment, the doorkeeper opened the door and proclaimed loudly, Her Highness Princess Alphesia Luminal, and Sir Heart of the Temple. I realized then that I truly was Sir Heart of the Temple. Given my baptismal name, I likely wouldn't be expelled, but having left on my own, the possibility existed. Of course, to the stiff-necked nobles, I'd be nothing more than a commoner. In an empire with strict separation of church and state, the temple held no sway. It was merely a religious institution serving the deity and accepting the faithful. A fitting role. And it was structured to be that way. So it wasn't strange that some viewed me unfavorably. I surveyed the high seats reserved for the imperial family. The raised platform, with its 2 tiers, offered a commanding view of the entire ballroom. Currently, all seats were empty. The imperial family enters last, I suppose. Are you worried? Well, he is just a child. You need to let go of your preconceptions. Alphesia showed no concern. Her trust in Julian seemed remarkably high. You seem to think he's not much just because you won that word game, but that child is far more extraordinary than you realize. I know he's precocious, like a little old man. I knew what kind of person Julian would grow up to be. He'd become talented enough to match wits with Alphesia, a dark horse in the succession struggle. If you know, then keep your eyes open and watch. Alphesia, you're truly remarkable. I can't help but worry. It's not that I'm remarkable, there's just no reason to worry. What's wrong with failing a bit? He can always return to the Duke's mansion or the orphanage. Well, I never expected Alesia to say such a thing. She always seemed to have a perfectionist side, so I assumed she wouldn't even consider the possibility of failure. You've been smiling this whole time. I see there was a reason for your composure. No, I'm smiling for a different reason. What is it? When I asked, Alesia snorted. It's quite amusing to see you desperately trying to avert your eyes while being so aware of my thighs. Your expression, the way your eyes dart around. Why you? I couldn't finish my sentence. Because, it was an embarrassing truth I couldn't deny. It's not that I lack desire. As a holy knight with a baptismal name who's vowed chastity, I merely suppress my urges. Although we're married, it's just a contract. I dare not be intimate with her. It absolutely must not happen. This is torture. Still, that side slit is incredibly alluring. Somehow, her outfit seems to hit all my preferences. It was only when Alesia appeared in this side slit dress that I became aware of my own tastes. How could I hide it? The Lord would be shocked if he knew my thoughts, but my preference was for sturdy lower bodies. I am a sinner. Alesia bears no guilt. She simply wore an outfit that enhanced her charms. As I was wallowing in self-loathing, she poked my shoulder. It's funny to see you hang your head, but it's time to look up. Don't tell me. Yes, it's time for the Imperial family to make their entrance. Bwoo dash. The trumpets sounded deeply. Following the Chamberlain's attention-demanding cry, the Empire's royal family made their presence known. His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor who watches over all, the Sun Emperor descends. The Imperial family entered, walking from the second floor leading to the high seats. The Emperor and Empress walked side by side, with the princes following behind in order of birth. Naturally, Julian was at the very back. At that moment, I understood why Alesia and Julian had described the Emperor as inhuman. Are those the eyes of a person? Seeing the Emperor's vacant eyes and emotionless face, I thought an intricate doll had come to life. It was as if human emotions had been erased from his very being. I know what you're thinking, but it would be trouble if you said it out loud. Of course. I had heard countless titles for the Emperor. The unparalleled sage king. The wise Emperor. The invincible sovereign. His political skill was so great that he wasn't swayed even with 3 powerful in-laws. And every decision pursued only the nation's interests. They say he's undefeated in war, and the demon realm holds no fear for him. In fact, he survives until Julian reaches adulthood, merely observing the palace intrigue. He never intervenes in the succession struggle, playing a minimal role. Seeing him in person, I could understand why. He's like a machine that runs the country. I was in awe. Even in the temple, I had never met such a person. The difference between him and His Holiness the Pope, who was excessively human, was as vast as heaven and earth. But was it my imagination? I felt as if the Emperor's gaze had briefly met mine. As I reconsidered this fleeting doubt, the Emperor, having just taken his seat, spoke in a monotone voice. Before we begin, let us welcome some special guests. The moment that simple order was given, the ballroom doors swung wide open. Then the doorkeeper announced in a booming voice, His Holiness the Pope, Holy Maiden Ibria, and Sir Rupert, Commander of the Holy Knights, are entering. What? I nearly fainted at this sudden appearance of an all-star cast. Usually, it was extremely rare for high-ranking clergy, apart from the Holy Maiden, to attend national events. The appearance of the Holy Knight Commander, who received treatment equal to a cardinal, was surprising enough, but the arrival of His Holiness the Pope was unprecedented. This is quite surprising. Even Alesia, who had remained cool-headed throughout, couldn't close her mouth. The temple's move was that shocking. At that moment, my eyes met theirs. The Pope and the Holy Maiden smiled brightly, while the commander glared. I was left with a strangely complicated feeling. The Emperor above and the Pope below faced each other. The Pope was the first to speak. It's been a while since the coronation. Good to see you, Your Imperial Majesty. The surrounding area buzzed at his incredibly casual tone. Gee, good to see you. He's waving his hand. The temple people don't even seem surprised. In contrast, the Emperor received the greeting in his hollow, weighty tone. Your Holiness remains unchanged in all aspects. I hope this day proves meaningful, given the gravity of your visit. Thank you for your kindness. It was a brief exchange of pleasantries. Yet, the area around the Emperor and Pope seemed to exist in another dimension. An unapproachable aura emanated from them, like an inviolable territory. The Emperor, heedless of this atmosphere, ordered the first and second princes. Perform the opening dance. We shall obey, Your Imperial Majesty. Yes, Father. The opening dance was a ceremony where the most noble individuals danced to signal the start of the banquet. In this imperial ball, it seemed the first and second princes would perform the opening dance simultaneously. The appearance of the 2 princes descending the stairs was starkly different. The first prince was a handsome man with a sharp jawline and distinct features. Even at a glance, one could see traces of rigorous training. In contrast, the second prince was so fat that even descending the stairs seemed precarious. Before the opening dance, one worried more about the health of his knee joints. Moreover, the noble woman escorted by the second prince caught my eye. Her complexion, devoid of any vitality, and her paranoid expression marred her beauty. The second prince remains unchanged. Not a bit different. And what about Lady Chandler? Her already thin frame has wasted away to nothing but bones. I heard she went half mad after some embroidery gathering a few months ago. There couldn't be a more mismatched pair. One bloated beyond measure, the other a walking skeleton. Viscount Chandler must have a lot to worry about. Such gossip, thinly veiled as concern, poured forth. These were words one wouldn't dare utter in front of royalty, but due to the second prince being so powerless and looked down upon, no one held back. Really, there's not a single good thing about this place. How can they tear people down so shamelessly? Alesia. Yes. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? It's not that. To make matters worse, even Alesia was acting strangely. This was the final push that made me decide to make a quick exit after going through the motions. When the music finally stopped, soulless applause showered the ballroom. The first prince responded with perfect etiquette, while the second prince awkwardly bent at the waist, hindered by his bloated body. Alesia. Yes. Look over there. I turned my gaze to the high seat where the emperor sat. Next to him, Julian was staring intently at us. Julian is watching. I think he wants us to dance now. You're getting antsy because the first song is always a waltz, right? Since you're clumsy with other dances. If you know, let's go quickly. We'll dance hastily and then head back to the Duke's mansion. Your intentions are so obvious, as always. I took Alesia's hand and entered the ballroom. Even a glance revealed countless suits and dresses jostling about, so I held her hand tightly. Of course, I was one of them. We may be married, but we should observe proper etiquette. What etiquette? I pulled the puzzled Alesia's hand. Then, having seen it done somewhere, I bowed and kissed the back of her hand. Would you do me the honor of sharing a dance, my lady? You've got some nerve. I thought you'd say kissing the back of the hand was too scandalous to bear. It's etiquette, and between spouses, it shouldn't feel awkward. Sometimes I find your standards confusing. I couldn't help but chuckle at Alesia's grumbling, which made her seem like a thorny rose. She closed the distance between us and declared formally at novel bin at. Huff. I'll humor that nonsense of yours. Cherish this as a once-in-a-lifetime honor. Of course, it's an honor spanning 3 lifetimes, my fair lady. The Imperial Palace ball, a place without a single redeeming quality. In the midst of it all, this was the only time I found truly fun. Wow, I'm surprised. I didn't know Sir Hart had such a romantic side. It's fortunate there's no doctrine prohibiting marriage. We can sincerely bless the union of 2 people, can't we? More than anything, it's nice to see him looking happier than when he were at the temple. Don't you agree, holy maiden? Well, it wasn't necessary. What wasn't? For those of us who possess baptismal names, there was no reason or need to bless marriages. Those who possess baptismal names rarely venture into the outside world. As such, they were the beings furthest removed from marriage. Holy Maiden Ibria gazed intently at the couple dancing harmoniously. This is unfair. Chapter 28, The Meaning of Cicadas Crying. As we stepped down from the ballroom after our first dance, a swarm of people rushed to shower us with attention. While some looks were disapproving, most simply wanted to approach out of curiosity. However, they hesitated to come near. 3 imposing figures were already making their way towards us. His Holiness the Pope, Commander Rupert, and lastly, the Holy Maiden Ibria. One would be intimidating enough, did all 3 really need to come at once? The other attendees seemed equally uncomfortable. Typically, the temple shows little interest in worldly affairs. As such, nobles had no reason to feel uneasy around or revere them. However, figures well known among the common people, roughly cardinal rank and above, were a different story. Even the haughtiest nobles watched their words around them. This was closer to respect than fear of the temple. They respected the temple's sincerity in not meddling in politics despite having the people's support. With these 3 paragons of that respect now right in front of us, how could we not feel pressured? I immediately dropped to one knee in a show of respect. Holy Knight Hart, greeting His Holiness the Pope. No, what are you doing? This is a banquet hall. You're making everyone uncomfortable. My apologies. Truth be told, I had deliberately lowered myself excessively. Having already committed a sin, I thought taking an extremely humble stance would help smooth things over. At that moment, His Holiness turned his attention to Alesia. It's nice to meet you, Hart's wife. It's an honor to meet you, Your Holiness. First time, huh? His Holiness trailed off. Silence enveloped us afterwards. If only a crow would caw to break the stillness. Even the chatter of the crowd seemed to have suddenly quieted. As Alesia's lips parted to break the awkward silence, His Holiness's eyes suddenly shimmered with rainbow hues. Then he asked, truly. This time, Alesia fell completely silent. I had no idea what was going on. But my deliberation was brief, and my action swift. I stepped between Alesia and His Holiness, shielding her behind me. Please withdraw, Your Holiness. His eyes, which had been gleaming with rainbow light, returned to their original sky blue color. Then he let out an awkward chuckle, as if embarrassed. I'm sorry, both of you. But you know, Hart, it's not something I can control. I know, which is why I only intervened to end it. Oh my, with such a close couple, it'd be hard to even suggest returning to the temple. I've made too many promises to be responsible for. I see. If that's Hart's justice and good faith, I personally have no complaints. He was sincere. His Holiness is someone who would rather stay silent than ever speak a lie. If he gave the okay, it truly meant he had no regrets. A moment later, he craned his neck to address Alesia behind me. I was quite rude earlier, wasn't I? As an apology, I'd like to bless you. Would that be all right? Yes. I'd be grateful. I stepped aside. His Holiness moved forward and placed his hand above Alphesia's head. Pop, bloop, pop. A peculiar sound, like giant soap bubbles popping, rang out. Simultaneously, rainbow-colored bubbles floated gently around us. It was divine power. The only person who could use divine power without a baptismal name. That's the giant known as the Pope. Divine power takes different forms for each person. His Holiness's divine power took the shape of rainbow bubbles. So that's His Holiness's divine power. My goodness, it's awe-inspiring just to look at. So that's what divine power is like. I've never seen it before. Comments drifted in from the sidelines. Certainly, for people from the outside world who never have a chance to witness divine power and miracles, it was only natural. On the other hand, I found his divine power, which I was seeing after a long time, somehow unpleasant. Why? This was something I could only explain as a gut feeling, nothing more. Afterwards, having finished the blessing, His Holiness clapped his hands lightly. Well, that's it. I didn't do much, but you shouldn't fall ill for a while. If you had any ailments, they should all be cured now. Thank you again, Your Holiness. It's nothing. Our heart has lived an admirable life, you know? So, please take good care of him from now on. You don't need to say that. Alphisia didn't look at His Holiness. Instead, she gazed past his shoulder at Ibria and declared as if to make a point. He's my husband, no matter what anyone says. Hehe. That's nice. He took a step back. Then, his parting words were a farewell. Well then, I'll go grab some snacks. I hope the remaining two of you have a pleasant conversation. The atmosphere felt as if a storm had just passed through. As a result, I was forced to break the ice first. He's still the same. His Holiness. He can't help but be that way. The commander replied cynically. Then he approached Alphisia, showing great interest. Tell me, Your Highness. I have many questions. Ask away. Well then. The commander asked with gleaming eyes. What did you see in that guy to even marry him? Cough. Cug. It was practically a sneak attack. Both Alphisia and I couldn't help but choke and cough. The commander grinned like a lecher and pressed on relentlessly. I've watched him since he was young, but he's a thoroughly uninteresting fellow. Sure, his face is decent enough, but just look around and you'll find plenty of better-looking men. And it's not like he's rich either. The more I heard, the more shamelessly he was fighting with facts. Damn commander. Since I'm old enough to be Hart's father, let me hear it just once. Alphisia alternated her gaze between me and Rupert. Judging by her flushed face, it seemed too embarrassing for her to say out loud. No matter how good she was at lying, with the person in question right in front of her, it would be too much for Alphisia's nature. I had no choice but to bail her out somehow, just as I had decided on a course of action. The band finished preparing for the next song. Many people entered the ballroom, and Ibria, who had been standing conspicuously still, took a couple of steps forward. Hart. Ibria. Hierarchically speaking, it would be unthinkable for me to address the holy maiden Ibria by name. However, we were childhood friends who grew up together, and His Holiness had instructed us to use comfortable forms of address in consideration of this. We both have a lot to say, don't we, my knight? Don't call me by a title I've given up. I'm an orphanage director now, right? Ibria looked conflicted. After hesitating for a while, she put on a practiced smile and extended her hand. Let's dance, Hart. It's the perfect time for us to talk, just the two of us. I'm married, Ibria. Sorry, but I need to maintain proper boundaries. I added a few more words. Thou shalt not commit adultery. As one woman's husband, I dislike carelessly embracing anyone else. At this, Ibria chuckled. What are you saying? This is a ballroom. Dancing with anyone doesn't lead to adultery. Especially between you and me, right? Please respect it as a personal belief. If I hold hands with a woman in private, there will only be two such people. Those two were, of course, Alphisia and Tina. But Ibria was more persistent than expected. But you're the only one I can ask. I'm afraid of inconveniencing someone I don't know. Ibria. This is driving me crazy. Alphisia is my only partner. Why? Because I'm truly terrified of dancing with anyone else while sober. I barely managed the fixed waltz for the first song, but to match steps with a stranger after just a few days of cramming? I can say with certainty that Ibria's feet wouldn't survive intact. Morally, I shouldn't dance with anyone else. That's the kind of person I am. So I made my choice. Alphisia. Eep, Hart. I wrapped my arm around her waist from behind. Then, mustering the most reproachful glare I could, I snapped at the commander. Commander, please refrain from asking my wife such difficult questions. There's no reason for love between spouses, is there? No, there isn't. Alphisia tried to protest something, but I deliberately cut her off and continued. And we agreed to go to the maze garden after just one dance, you know? So don't even think about following us. That goes for you too, Ibria. Ha Hart, you? How dare you say such things so loudly? It's all right, Alphisia. What's a good husband for? He's there to protect you at times like this. No, that's not it. Let's go, to the maze garden. I grabbed Alphisia and left the ballroom. It was such a one-sided exit that no one dared to try and stop us. A truly impeccable judgment. That's what I confidently believed at the time. Has that bastard really gone mad? Announcing so boldly that he's going to have sex outdoors. My heart has fallen. It must be all because of that woman. I need to set him straight. Going to the maze garden. In normal times, it would mean exactly what it says, but on a ripe night, its meaning changes. That meaning being, we're going to have a secret rendezvous where no one can find us. That was the true implication of what Hart had publicly declared. Rupert let out a snicker, having lost all sense of propriety, while Ibria's face crumpled with a heavy gloom. The innocent childhood friend and bodyguard from their youth no longer existed in this world. On a starry night, it was the birth of a couple that would be long remembered as a legend in high society. The second Prince Rainers was a dullard. He was the slowest among his brothers, not just in studies and sports, but even in grasping reality. Naturally, this led him to live a life half-resigned. No matter what he did, he was never as good as others, leaving him as little more than a husk with only his title remaining. He became aware of this in the winter of his 15th year. Absurdly, it was only then that the noble's disparaging remarks finally reached his ears. Though his resignation came quickly, it didn't make him feel any better. Depression piled up gradually, and he sought solace in rich foods. This cycle repeated for years. Before he knew it, he had transformed into a pig who could barely walk properly. A belly that folded in 3 layers. A waddling gait like a duck. The boundary between chin and neck unclear. He was the very picture of a beast. The turning point in this beast's fate came with an unexpected letter. The Chandler Viscount family proposes an engagement to second Prince Rainers. Though it spoke of engagement, it was essentially a marriage proposal. And the person who brought the proposal in person was breathtakingly beautiful at novel bin at. Lady Linnea Chandler. With Alesia Luminal lying low currently, she was a woman capable of dominating high society. From her beauty to her abilities, she was second to none, and she had personally presented him with a marriage proposal. He thought it must be a lie. No matter how you looked at it, there was no way the Linnea Chandler would volunteer to be the wife of an unsightly fatso like him. It would be physiologically impossible. Even if his looks were just moderately unattractive, he might have been able to endure it, but with this beastly body that was hard to look at in the mirror, he should be grateful if she even held his hand. That's what he thought. But Linnea Chandler was an ambitious woman. Without a crack in her expression, she held his hand and sometimes even danced with him. She fulfilled her role as a partner at banquets flawlessly. This person is really going to be my wife. She's going to share a bed with someone like me. It was shocking enough to stop his heart, and on the other hand, it made him feel intimidated. Intimidated. Yes. That's when he began to realize. He liked Linnea Chandler. Even knowing that all her kindness was just an act, he came to like her. While others would wrinkle their brows just being near him, he grew fond of her for diligently fulfilling her role. Despite being nothing more than a laughable pig of a prince, that's how he ended up feeling. But at some point, she changed. He heard it was around the time her embroidery circle met a miserable end. From then on, she began to openly show her disgust towards him, her fiancé. She didn't hesitate to verbally abuse him, and her behavior became increasingly paranoid. He wasn't disappointed. He wasn't angry either. He was simply curious. What exactly had brought down the seemingly impregnable Linnea Chandler? And he couldn't help but worry about his fiancée who kept getting thinner and thinner. What should I do? Linnea. Having lived without using his head, he had no idea how to change to appease her. He even doubted if it was possible in the first place. The only action he was capable of was the cowardly tactic of fleeing outdoors from the banquet hall, leaving behind Linnea who despised him. Under these circumstances, as the second prince wandered aimlessly outside, he happened to reach the maze garden. The first thing he witnessed there was, "Are you out of your mind? You're just spreading rumors everywhere, aren't you? Aren't you going to answer?" Hart. I really had no idea it had such an obscene meaning. Should I cut out my tongue right now? Don't say things like that. I feel like you might actually do it. Well, I am serious. You idiot. Ha. The scene of the infamous baptismal name holder being severely scolded by his wife. Chapter 29, The Ugly Duckling's Sincerity. Huh. Second Prince Rainers gasped in shock. Inevitably, Hart and Alesia's attention snapped towards the flustered Rainers. "Your Highness. We greet you, Your Highness." Alesia swiftly masked her emotions and bowed. Hart, still flustered, awkwardly followed suit. Rainers waved his hand, unable to hide his bewilderment. "Ah, please rise." Ahem. After this unexpected encounter, only a thick awkwardness remained. Neither Alesia, who had been berating Hart for getting her dignity, nor Hart, who had boldly slammed the door after declaring outdoor play, had much to say. "Well then, I'll take my leave. Please, carry on with what you were doing." Rainers turned on his heel. He could almost feel the dazed stares of the couple burning into his back. It was a truly awkward moment for all involved. When he had walked about 10 paces, Rainers suddenly thought of Linnea Chandler. He imagined her, ever proper, still in the banquet hall, fretting over whether someone might be speaking ill of her. The moment that precarious image crossed his mind, Rainer's thoughts ground to a stop. "Your Highness, what's come over you suddenly?" When he finally came to his senses, 2 pairs of feet were in front of him, Alesia's and Hart's feet. And he, the second prince, had forgotten all dignity and was prostrating himself on the grass. Rainers raised only his eyes, still keeping his body low. The bewildered faces of the 2 were vivid in the moonlight. Meeting their gaze, Rainers spoke. "Lord Hart." "Why yes, Your Highness. I know well how extraordinary the bearer of a baptismal name is. After all, the Imperial family has the right to read many of the Empire's secret histories." Rainers knew well what title a life bearing a baptismal name carried. Humanity's final line of defense. God's vanguard, only revealed to the world when the age of man becomes corrupt. That was the true identity of the human called heart before him. It was written that his words would proclaim miracles and his hands would balance the world. I still remember that text clearly. What do you wish of me, your highness? Rainers fell silent. He felt ashamed that while his tongue sang praises, his heart harbored desire. Yet he felt that if not now, he might never have another chance. So he crawled to Heart's feet and, with tears in his eyes, begged, "Change my body. I don't ask for much. Just, even if only these lumps of flesh would disappear. I know how base and shameful this request is, but I want to become someone my fiancé won't be ashamed of. Your highness. It's not that I lack the will to lose weight, but I fear that by the time I change from beast to man, she will no longer be by my side. I'm terribly anxious. Curse me, trample me if you wish, but please, share your miracle with me." His resolve came far too late. He never imagined Linnea Chandler would appear as if driven to the edge overnight. He had mistaken her for strong because she was too good for him, so he had been lazy, never realizing the price would be so devastating. If only his fiancée didn't find him repulsive, the shadow on her face might have lightened a little. As Rainers pressed his forehead to the ground, Hart knelt on one knee and spoke. "Your highness. I understand your sincerity, but that's impossible. I'm sorry." It wasn't that it was impossible even with a miracle. It was a matter of significance. The typical order for manifesting miracles follows 3 steps. Wish, fusion, manifestation. Wish is the process of establishing the intent at novel bin at. Fusion is using divinity to construct the foundation for the wished miracle. Finally, manifestation is the stage of bringing about the miracle from the constructed foundation. In other words, if one were to pray for weight loss during the wish stage, it would be entirely possible to transform his body. But that would be too much. Rainer's weight loss wasn't a matter of life and death. Moreover, there was no guarantee it would dramatically alleviate someone's misfortune. Though Hart had frequently used his divinity in the outside world, he hadn't completely disregarded principles. Be it Court Counterwell's son, Tina's circumstances, Glenn's tragedy, or even hunting the dragon, he had revealed his divinity because the matters were extremely grave. He did so because there was no hope for improvement unless a miracle occurred. Even this was a gamble, but, in truth, he should have stood by and done nothing, whether for Tina or Glenn. That was the rule and fate of one bearing a baptismal name. Even now, there were countless people living in worse conditions than Tina and Glenn. Would he bestow miracles upon all of them? The answer was no. The beneficiaries of miracles were simply lucky. It was mere fortune, like finding a coin while walking down the street. Thus, Hart had no choice but to help the prostrate prince to his feet. "Please, please, don't push me away. I'll give you anything I have, I beg of you, your highness. I truly am sorry." Hart met the tear-soaked eyes of the prince squarely and continued. "Your wish isn't as grave as a girl's misfortune and illegal auction, nor is it something that can be justified as righteous. Ugh, heek. So let's do this. Whether Tina or Glenn, in the end, they were just lucky. They were beneficiaries of fortune, like finding a coin on the street. If the prince, flat on the ground, couldn't see that coin on the ground, wouldn't that be strange? I can't make you lose weight, but I might be able to heal serious injuries." "What do you mean?" "I mean I can create an environment where it doesn't matter how much you push your body, your highness." The deliberation was long. Normally, he wouldn't even be able to make such a promise. But because the Pope had made a mistake, an opportunity to justify it had arisen. At least, for this one night. "My wife Alesia received a blessing from His Holiness the Pope today. You saw that, didn't you?" "Why yes, I did. To put it simply, it's a continuous healing. It won't heal external wounds like cuts from a blade, but it will immediately respond to injuries like sprains or knee problems." "I understand. I'll give you the same blessing." "Ah." The prince finally seemed to understand, letting out an exclamation. Receiving the blessing meant he could exercise without injury. No matter how much he pushed his body, it wouldn't be a problem. "If your highness's resolve is firm, you'll surely be able to change." "Thank you, truly, thank you." Above Rainer's head, golden particles flowed from Hart's hand. It wasn't even a grand blessing. It was a one-night workaround, only possible because the Pope had privately blessed Alesia. At least one person grasped a thread of hope from that stroke of luck. My Hart is treading the line dangerously again. "Your Holiness seems to be looking beyond the horizon. It's more that I can't help but feel it. I am the window through which the Lord views the world, after all. That window of yours is quite something. To think the boy I saw at the coronation in my youth is still the same. This old body of mine is now careful even when walking." Currently, the Pope was having a private audience with the Emperor at the head table. The head table in the ballroom, from which even the Empress was excluded, was truly a holy place. People dancing below could only steal glances, busy guessing the content of their conversation. In such an environment, the Pope opened the conversation. "Your Majesty, do you know about the line that bearers of baptismal names must not cross?" "I know such a thing exists, but, it seems the previous emperor knew but didn't pass it on to you. Are you going to tell me? Is that necessary? Your Majesty rules over humans, after all. If you understand properly, you won't make unnecessary decisions, right?" Originally, not knowing wouldn't have caused any problems. But now that Hart, God's vanguard, was known to the outside world, the emperor needed to know about their line for Hart's own safety. There are two lines that bearers of baptismal names must not cross. One is using divinity for personal desires. The other is using divinity in betrayal of the justice they themselves uphold. The Pope shrugged, having finished his concise explanation. That's all. Truly like a clergy's textbook line. It's only natural since they've received God's name. Silence enveloped the two for a while. One was reminiscing about the past, while the other was simply grinning without a thought. Finally, the Emperor, who had been recalling distant memories, spoke up. I disliked the temple. To be precise, I hated the deity you serve. Honesty is a good thing. I've always wondered why a being more perfect than humans doesn't rule over us, that way there would be no mistakes. I simply dismissed it as the laziness and laxity of an exalted being. Have you found an answer now? It's mere conjecture, but hearing about the line that bearers of baptismal names must not cross, I think I get it. Oh. The Emperor closed his eyes gently and rested his head comfortably on the chair. Then, for the first time in his life, he offered an answer derived by ignoring reason. If omnipotence were to intervene in human history, it could no longer be called human history. If a society where everything is abundant and resolved simply by believing and following were to come, we would have no choice but to equate the relationship between humans and gods to that of livestock and farmers. The paradox of losing freedom in paradise. The contradiction of devolving into livestock for a better world was the very essence of rule by divine authority. Subjugation in place of sorrow, control in place of sin, pleasure in place of diligence. Perhaps the rule of a superior being would be something like that. That was the answer the Emperor had derived in his own way. Ahaha. The Pope let out a light chuckle. You're somewhat correct. Without being grandiose about it, the Lord simply wants to respect freedom. Is that why the baptismal name is humanity's final line of defense? As expected, you're wise, your majesty. The omnipotence that appears in the end times, rife with corruption and decadence, was indeed the baptismal name and humanity's final line of defense. Such was the final mechanism to maintain human history. A moment later, the Pope lowered his voice with a soft sigh. Your Majesty, speak. The balance has been broken. It seems our Lord, who respects humanity, has made an absurd mistake. Is it all right for one who calls himself the Lord's window to say such things? Unfortunately, there's no one to replace me, so, haha. The Pope's expression turned cold after saying that much. In the past, there was a balance with the power of the demon god worshipped in the demon realm, but it's different now. The demon god might directly intervene in the demon realm. Are you saying war will break out? It might. Though the reasons are unclear, it seems they're quite angry. If I were to pinpoint the fundamental cause, it would probably be. The Pope watched the couple who had just returned to the ballroom. Hart and Alesia Luminal. They were the anomalies of this era. It seems to be our runaway knight and his wife. Chapter 30, Believing in a Sinner. After parting ways with second Prince Rainers, I turned to Alesia. Alesia. Yes. What's your relationship with the second prince? She answered primly, you make it sound like I'm having an affair. I'd never think of you that way. Really? Of course. We've spent so much time together, how could I not trust you? Ha. Though I thought I'd given a solid answer, Alesia sighed. She stopped walking, pointed at my chest, and spoke deliberately. Hart, you should doubt people no matter how long you've known them. If you don't, you'll end up regretting it. Surely, someday. Even so, I've always been the trusting type. I know that all too well. Because I know so well. Alesia grumbled, displeased. You need someone to stay by your side and look after you. That's fortunate then. You'll stay by my side, won't you? She furrowed her brow. My values still didn't sit well with her. This conversation is going nowhere. Fine. A contract is a contract, so I'll help you from the sidelines. You should be jumping for joy, if you say so. I grabbed Alesia's hand and raised it to the sky. Her small hand pointing at the night sky looked as if it could grasp the twinkling stars. Alesia glanced at me, exasperated. The atmosphere felt odd, so I awkwardly added, hooray, what am I going to do with you? Well, I was completely clueless. Communication with Alesia was particularly challenging. In terms of difficulty, Flosha ranked first, Alesia second, and Julian third. Thanks to that, I had to scramble to find something to say. As I did, my gaze settled on Alesia's head. Among all her accessories, the hairpin was of the poorest quality, but the red butterfly carved on it was as beautiful as Alesia's eyes. A strange feeling welled up inside me. I felt both sorry and glad that she had adorned herself with such a cheap trinket for this grand banquet. So I spoke more naturally. You wore it. What are you talking about? The first extravagance I ever indulged in. Alesia dismissed it casually. The maid just grabbed whatever was at hand to decorate me. Then I should thank that maid. What's her name? For a moment she was at a loss for words, but quickly regained her composure. Unlike before, Alesia was now fanning herself to cool her face. Do you think I have enough free time to remember every maid's name? You're worrying about pointless things. I thought someone as smart as you would obviously know, that's all. Even if it really had been the maid's choice, if Alesia didn't like the hairpin, she could have simply put it back in the jewelry box. In the end, it all came down to Alesia's will. So I didn't hold back on praise, as much as I was pleased. You're beautiful. The most beautiful in the ballroom. Humph, suddenly flattering me. I'm not dishonest enough to speak such obvious lies. Unlike you, trusting isn't my forte. It can't be helped. That's okay. Then I'll keep telling you until my sincerity reaches you. We'll be together for a long time, just like you said, right? I spoke without much thought, but looking back, I felt embarrassed. Each sentence on its own could be interpreted strangely, so I tried to make a belated excuse. Until Alesia beat me to it. That's right, she said. I'll stick by your side since I have no choice. She added one more thing. Because it's a contract. Right, because it's a contract. I, as the beneficiary, will be more grateful. Every time she mentions the contract, it could be misunderstood as an impersonal statement. But Alphesia's businesslike tone was laced with respect and consideration, so it didn't bother me at all. Rather, I was glad. That's why I had to ask her again. Alesia. Yes. What's your relationship with the second prince? Of course, I'm not suspecting an affair or anything like that. Alphesia's upright character was the kind that would break before it bent. I just sensed a strange undercurrent. When talking with the second prince, I got the impression that she was reluctant to intervene. Or should I say she felt awkward speaking up? There seemed to be some kind of connection between them. Now that I've formed a relationship with the second prince as well, I think I should know what I need to know. Alphisia only parted her tightly closed lips after taking 5 or 6 steps. Do I have to tell you? I'd like you to. We can work through any awkwardness together. Because we're husband and wife, after all. Adat novel bin adat. By contract, you mean? Yes, husband and wife by contract. It was a night where Alphisia pressed her lips together many times. It seemed clear there was some friction, so I didn't press her any further. Alphesia's voice only came when the chirping of insects was the only thing muffling the space between us. I have no connection to the second prince. None. I just know his fiancée, Linnea Chandler, that's all. The second prince's fiancée. Reflecting on the early evening ballroom, my memory becomes clearer. The lady dancing the opening dance with the second prince looked precarious. Everyone slandered her as a stick figure, and some even hurled abuse, saying she sold her stomach for a title. I found it deeply regrettable. Are you close with his fiancée? Of course not. She's the worst enemy I could have in this world. I see. Hatred rarely seeped through Alphesia's tone. What incident in the past could have made someone of Alphesia's character hate another person? My curiosity surged inwardly. To put it bluntly, I'm the one who made Linnea Chandler like that. I made a mistake in a moment of passion. Did you do something with the Duke's power? No. Then. I cursed her with sharp words right then and there. That's all. I see. I've never witnessed Alphisia speaking venomously in earnest. So I couldn't imagine how she might have cursed Linnea Chandler. This time when I fell silent, she spoke first, as if anxious. Is that all you have to say? Yeah, that's it. I caught Alphesia's eyes wavering. I was certain she would take my next words seriously. So I gently took Alphesia's cold hand and supported it. I've always been the type to trust. And now I'm a husband who should trust his wife. I'll believe there was a reason you had to be angry, Alphisia. But this changes things. What? To her, who looked dumbfounded, I boldly stated my intentions. I think it's my responsibility to take care of your regrets. So I'd like to help more actively. Wait, heart. I'm not particularly regretting anything. If you really didn't regret it, you would have told me straight away instead of deflecting at first. Because Alphisia Luminal is a person who shines brightly enough to do so. Indeed, it was a strange night. Alphisia, who was always dignified, kept her mouth shut far too often. The silence that enveloped us continued until we returned to the ballroom. It was always like this. Hart doesn't know how skillfully people hide their ugliness. So he smiles at a villain like me as if he'd give me the world. Pathetically, I feel relieved every time. Contradictorily, selfishly, because he can't see through this ugliness, he can stay by my side forever. Hart called me a shining person, but in truth, the only person shining in this world is Hart alone. I shamelessly occupy a place by such a person's side and toss out cold words. Because I can't let go even though I should. Because I can't forget the miracle that added color to my monochrome world. Because I can't send you away after you abandoned the world once for my sake. I secured a place by your side through cowardly trickery. You saw right through me. You. Regarding Linnea Chandler. It doesn't matter if I'm persecuted. That's an unchanging fact. But the moment she insulted Hart, my patience snapped, and I said things I shouldn't have. It would be a lie to say I feel no guilt. Because I'm not in a position to persecute Linnea Chandler, being the villain I am. Yes, that's right. I'm a sinner who only became human after stepping on your sacrifice. So, in this life, I want to repay the sins I've shouldered by your side. That is my only wish. So please don't interfere. You who follow us with quick steps as soon as we return to the ballroom. You who look at my husband with a woman's eyes, not a saint's. The difference between you and me is simple. For me, my husband comes before anything else in the world, but for you, your mission as the bearer of a baptismal name comes first. The match is already decided there. So, thou shalt not commit adultery. I snapped at the holy maiden, taking a step ahead of Hart. I hear my husband is quite fond of that saying. Even if one commits it in their heart rather than action, it's still a sin. And the holy maiden retorted with vigor. But she was just a novice who rarely had the chance to argue in her life. If the holy maiden happens to take a fancy to a man, wouldn't it be worth remembering? It's one of the vices he truly despises. Isn't that right? Huh? Well, yes. We can't help how we feel, but that's why we train to somehow control it. Hart. Then surely the holy maiden's cultivation must be quite lofty. That goes without saying. She's like a symbol of the temple. Ibria is a friend to be proud of. That's not true at all, Heart. In fact, this woman is committing the sin of adultery even at this very moment. You're the only one who sees her as just a friend. Ugh. The holy maiden openly displays a wounded expression. I don't want to do this either. After all, I'm a sinner. Tearing open the chest of a pure saint is unforgivable. If only she hadn't clung to lingering feelings for you, who's already become my husband, perhaps we could have had a friendly chat. Nevertheless, the sin runs deep. Do people never change, even when reborn? Suddenly, I miss that small orphanage. When I was there, I was just happy, without these kinds of thoughts. Contradictorily, selfishly, I miss the children. Those little ones I persecuted and drove away. I miss. The desire that slipped out for a moment was swallowed back, blocked by the threshold of reason. But they say words have power. The world must surely be under some strange spell. The atmosphere is subtle. Even if I'm insensitive, I noticed the tension between Alesia and Ibria. Why are these two people, meeting for the first time today, exchanging such fiery glances? Moreover, given who they are, the crowd's attention is focused on them, making it uncomfortable. I decided it would be better to wrap things up for now. I asked Ibria for understanding. Ibria, sorry, but we have to go. We have company. Company? Who? Our house's kids. What? Ibria looked back and forth between me and Alesia, dumbfounded. I don't understand why, but this was my chance while she was distracted. Let's meet again later. I'll try to visit the temple occasionally if I can. Wait, kids? Huh? That woman. I mean, do you and the young lady have children? Yeah, 3 if we're counting. Triplets. Well, since all 3 kids are the same age, I suppose it's fine to call them triplets. What a coincidence. I gave Ibria, who was staring intently at Alesia's abdomen, some assurance. Well, that's how it is. How could this be? Ibria approached Alesia abruptly, but her hand position seemed poised to feel her belly. It must be my imagination. Ibria wouldn't harbor lust towards a woman. The current priority wasn't some pointless fantasy about Ibria's lust, but Julian's well-being. It's time to bid farewell to my old friend. Let's go, Alesia. Yes, Heart. Alesia's complexion improved as she leaned on me, as if she had just drunk some refreshing carbonated water. Just then, as I was looking around, Alesia said to me, if you're looking for Julian, it would be faster to find Court Counterwell. Oh, that would make it easier to find him. Why's that? I almost thoughtlessly mentioned a terribly insulting observation. To think I was about to blurt out something so awful about his shiny head attracting attention. It was truly a slothfulness that would shame the Lord. The court count is quite tall, so I thought he'd be easy to spot. Is that so? Now that you mention it, I'm embarrassed by the falsehood I just told you. Falsehood. Yes. I see now that he's not with Court Counterwell, but with the first prince. The first prince? Suddenly, I immediately found the spot Alesia was focused on. As she said, Julian and the first prince were standing face to face, talking, with an unusual intensity in their eyes. As I moved towards them, I opened my hearing. Even without divine power, it's possible to activate the 5 senses to some degree. The content of the conversation I heard was cold enough to make me doubt they were brothers. Know your place, like Rainer's. If it had stopped there, I could have taken it as light sparring in the struggle for succession. But the first prince deliberately poked at Julian's painful wound. If you insist on interfering, you'll die without a trace, just like the second empress that His Majesty found so bothersome. Chapter 31, Who called them commoners? The late second empress was Julian's mother. The first prince's mother was the empress, while the second prince's was the first empress. Among them, only the second empress had passed away. The second empress's crimes were twofold. First, she underestimated the dangers of palace intrigue. Second, she bore a child of extraordinary talent. Either would be an unforgivable sin in the eyes of the palace's master. Even the lowest servant could guess that the empress had orchestrated the second empress's assassination. The first prince brought up these well-known circumstances, confronting Julian aggressively. How dare you return here? I've long known the court count favors you. Do you know why I've left you alone despite that? To give you time to understand your place. I could have crushed you like an insect at any moment. If you want to cling to your pitiful life, renounce your succession rights and go into seclusion like Rainer's. I'm sure they can spare some coin for you. It was too painful to listen any longer. I stepped forward, intending to grab Julian's wrist and flee, but Alesia caught my wrist instead, quietly shaking her head. She silently watched Julian with an intense gaze. I understood her intention moments later. You seem afraid, brother. What? The empress was the same. Worried about a brother who could achieve nothing on his own, she greatly feared the young boy who taught himself statecraft from age 4. I was shocked by this unfamiliar side of Julian. It stunned me that a mere 10-year-old could wear such a bitter sneer, and I only just realized the boy could utter such cutting insults. It was jarringly different from his usual efforts to hide his childishness, leaving me shaken. And your premise is flawed, brother. I assure you, no matter who you sent or what orders you gave, your sordid desires were impossible to realize from the start. You're overflowing with baseless confidence, little brother. I have plenty of reasons, actually. What? The first prince furrowed his brow at his brazen youngest brother's attitude. Julian glanced our way, a smirk playing on his lips. Whoever the assassin was, I doubt they're better at word chain games than me. Have you lost your mind? The mad one is you, brother, still seeing me as that young boy of old. Yulian's expression seemed utterly serene at first glance. Yet he didn't yield an inch to the man who was practically his mortal enemy. Alphesia's assurance had proven correct. The aspects of Yulian I'd seen until now were merely fragments of his true self. You should have killed me while I was still at the court count's residence, brother. To ensure your indolence comes back to haunt you, I'll do my utmost. Your arrogance knows no bounds, backed by a duke and a count. You still have nothing. The world has forgotten you even existed. That's why I intend to carve out my place, step by step. Yulian slowly counted on his fingers, like a child doing arithmetic. Finishing his brief calculation, the boy confidently declared war. 5 years. I'll take your place within just 5 years. 5 years is a long time. I'll be named crown prince within those 5 years. You still don't understand His Majesty the Emperor? He's nothing but a machine running the empire. The type of man who'd readily replace you if he found a better specimen. Just as he ignored the Empress's atrocities, deeming a mother unnecessary. You do take care, brother. Everything but your limbs will ultimately become mine, so please don't damage them in the meantime. The first and third princes faced each other. Though none dared approach closely, a crowd inevitably gathered. Yulian had just formally declared his intent to participate in the succession struggle, right here and now. The day had suddenly arrived for the nobility to place the greatest bets of their lives. Having unilaterally stated his intentions, Yulian turned and walked away without a backward glance. The crowd parted like the Red Sea before the dignified little boy. We stood at the end of his path. As Yulian opened his mouth to speak, I placed a hand on his shoulder. Well done, Director. Papa is proud of you. For a moment, Yulian's warmth, tinged with emotion, cooled abruptly. Oh, for f***'s sake. Puberty already? Kids these days grow up so fast. I piled on with another joke. Deep down, you acknowledged my word game skills while pretending not to. You're just like Alphisia, unable to be honest. What a pair. Why are you suddenly dragging me into this? I only meant to provoke my brother. Looking at them now, Alphisia and Yulian really do seem alike. To think this world's male lead and villainous would be the most similar. What an ironic contradiction. Wait, could this also be considered the original route in some way? Tina and Glenn had undoubtedly diverged from the original storyline, but Yulian alone had returned here. So I couldn't help but wonder. In the original story, why did I die? With a baptismal name, my head would reattach instantly even if severed. Logically, the only way I could die would be from natural causes due to old age. In the original timeline, I was only in my 30s, so it definitely wasn't old age. What on earth happened behind the scenes of the original story? As absurd as it sounds, suicide seemed the most likely possibility. I looked up, taking in Yulian and Alphisia. A rabbit-like child and a fox-like wife stood by my side. Would I ever be capable of abandoning them to commit suicide? If my cause of death was suicide, it'd be the furthest thing from who I am now. For now, I can only live on as cautiously as possible. The future can change with even the tiniest actions, after all. I just need to be mindful of my choices going forward. Just as I resolved this. How splendid. A woman of obvious wealth and status approached, clapping her hands. Her dress was adorned with every precious gem imaginable, and atop her head sat a crown of gold and rubies, matching the emperor's. Even a country bumpkin could instantly recognize her identity. Her Imperial Majesty, the Empress. The woman who wielded full authority over the empire's affairs, unless the emperor intervened. To think that little child from back then has grown so. Perhaps it's thanks to the man behind you. How is caring for the third prince? Not particularly. At that moment, Alphisia quickly cut me off, stepping in front of me. Don't say anything, heart. With a flourish, the Empress unfurled a bright yellow fan, as if weaving the sunset. Only then did I recognize the tiger's maw before us, seeing the disappointment in her eyes. The principle of separation of church and state. As long as my name was registered with the temple and I held a baptismal name, I absolutely could not interfere in politics. That would be a grave sin against the will of the deity. Yet today, Yulian had declared his intent to fight at the center of political strife. From that moment, he had shed his identity as an orphanage child and emerged as a prince. If I were to say I was still caring for such a boy now, those words would be interpreted with a very special meaning. She was trying to bait me into digging my own grave with the temple, with just a few words of greeting. What a cunning woman. I had let my guard down far too much. Of course she'd be a formidable opponent. After all, the Empress was the final hurdle Yulian and Tina had to overcome. You have a fine wife. To think a duke's daughter would care so much for her husband, how unexpected. Someone in a glass greenhouse once said the joy of supporting one's husband is quite addictive. And how is it? Thoroughly satisfying. For both the giver and receiver. A clear provocation. She mocked the Empress, who could neither give nor receive with a man like the Emperor as her partner. The Empress's eyebrow twitched, but that was all. She did not lose her composure at novel bin at. I didn't recognize you, since you've been so quiet in social circles, but you have quite the sharp tongue, don't you? Duchess Luminal. Sharp enough to make widows with 3 inches of tongue. My, I can't imagine who you mean. The Empress feigned ignorance. Then her gaze turned to the tense Yulian. The world's storms will be relentless, child. Gales will assault you from all sides, yet you have but 2 walls to shield you. A precarious situation indeed. Yulian didn't falter before her threat. Walls can be built over time. That's what people have hands and feet for. With those delicate little hands of yours? When will you start building? I dash. Just as Yulian was about to retort, a resounding cry came from across the ballroom. I will. The man stammered. His voice lacked any hint of confidence, and his stumbling gait seemed on the verge of collapse. Yet the sincerity of his resolve was palpable. I will be my brother's third wall. It was the second prince, Rainers. The man who stiffened at the mere sight of the empress came to a stop near Yulian. Not as the second prince, but as a future duke of the empire, I support my brother as the next emperor. Ha! The empress let out a derisive laugh. She found the second prince laughable, sweating just from crossing the ballroom, yet stubbornly declaring his support for Yulian. The situation must have seemed utterly ridiculous to her. But Yulian felt differently. Thank you, second brother. I gratefully accept your words. And no, I should thank you. You still call me brother, even though I'm a hypocrite who ignored your plight all this time. That very hypocrisy was desperately needed by someone. I see. I'll change, I promise. After that, I'll properly support you. I'll become a brother you won't be ashamed of. My little brother. It was truly a beautiful resolution. The second prince's eyes burned like blazing torches. Just an hour or so ago, he had been prostrating himself in the grass, casting aside his dignity. Yet now, he had transformed beyond recognition. But for someone, such passion seems too great. Rainers? Where do you think you're butting in, you overgrown oaf who can't tell up from down? It was the first prince. He strode forward aggressively, looking ready to grab Rainers by the collar. Mind your impudence? How dare you side with that commoner brat who strutted around some orphanage? Mind your impudence. Who could have guessed those words would be thrown right back at him? The first prince's intrusion was abruptly cut short by yet another intruder. Bang! As if an explosion had gone off, the heavy ballroom doors flew open. The recoil even caused them to half close again. All eyes inevitably turned to the commotion. The intruder's grand entrance was heralded by the doorkeeper's trembling announcement. His Grace, Cardi Luminal, Imperial Sword of Protection, has arrived. Another wave of shock swept through the room. Every pair of eyes in the ballroom gaped at Duke Luminal in astonishment. That man, perched proudly on his shoulders, was a young girl, while his right hand firmly grasped a stiff-as-a-board boy of similar age. D-Daddy. Ugh. Director. It was Tina and Glenn. No matter how I rubbed my eyes, there was no mistaking Tina and Glenn. Why are you two here? In my bewilderment, I lost part of my language ability. As I struggled to find words, Cardi Luminal's deep voice rumbled with barely contained rage. Who dares? Amid the forced silence, his sharp gaze flashed dangerously. Who dared utter the word commoner? Chapter 32, A Gaze from the Future. Didn't I ask a question? Duke Cardi Luminal wielded his overwhelming presence to its fullest effect. Who dared to utter the word commoner? His aura, unleashed from its restraints, pressed upon everyone present, regardless of age or gender. It was truly befitting of one called the Empire's greatest warrior. In a scene where not a single person dared to speak up, only one little girl innocently voiced her thoughts. Grandfather, can't you stop being scary? It makes me sad when you get angry. Her words betrayed her young age at novel bin at. It was Tina's voice, perched atop the Duke's shoulders, her head bowed low to block his line of sight. Even so, the atmosphere was tense. I thought I should rush over and whisk Tina away to safety, just as I steeled my resolve. Oh my, you shouldn't be like that at such a sensitive age. This old man isn't angry at all, I assure you. The Duke's face spread into a wide grin. Really? It doesn't look that way. Now, it's true. That's just how people get when they grow old. Oh, that's a relief then. The knife-edge tension in the air dissipated. I wondered what magic Tina had worked to make the Duke treat her so preciously. I wasn't the only one curious. Someone with a friendly disposition took the initiative to ask. Pardon me, Your Grace. Might we know your relationship with these two children? Ah, you were curious about that? The Duke pointed to his shoulder. This child is my granddaughter. Then, gesturing to Glenn whose hand he held, he said. And this child is my successor. Pardon. What? Duke? Me. In an instant, the banquet hall stirred. Even Glenn's shoulders jolted in surprise, as if this was news to him. Witnessing this reaction, Duke Cardi Luminal chuckled and corrected his statement. There seems to be a misunderstanding. Not the successor to the dukedom, but as the Imperial Sword of Protection. Duke? Since when have I been your successor? From now on. Glenn nodded, not quite grasping what was happening. I see. That's right. After forcibly making Glenn accept this, the Duke walked towards us. He passed by me and Alesia, who I thought were his destination, and approached the first prince, who stood rigid with tension. Well, say it again. Go on. Your Grace. First, please put the child down. Put her down? How could you say such a thing? The first prince, who had seemed fearless just moments ago, was now drenched in cold sweat. In contrast, the Duke, with a cold smirk, casually called out to Tina. Child. Yes. How does it feel to look down from such a high place? It's really cool and fun. I see. The Duke pressed the first prince, seemingly disregarding the authority of the imperial family. My commoner granddaughter says she enjoys the view of looking down on you, a prince. I'm not sure there's any need to put her down. Oops, that's not what I meant. The Duke's demeanor changed in an instant. Oh my, this old man's hearing has gone bad. I can't quite make out what people are saying anymore. It was an utterly absurd statement. Even Alesia, listening from the side, repeatedly rubbed her face as if she had seen something she shouldn't have. There was no credibility in claiming his hearing had gone bad when he had clearly heard the first prince's words through such thick doors. What if you can't hear well? Well, I think it might get better if someone blows into my ear. Oh, I got it. Who? Tina, still perched on his shoulders, eagerly blew into the Duke's ear. And the Imperial Sword of Protection, the Empire's only Duke, calmly enjoyed it. The scene was quite a spectacle. I think this was the first time I suspected Tina might have inherited some form of mind control magic from her dragon blood. The Duke's face hardened into a smile again as he observed his surroundings. As the Empire's only ducal house, everyone must know my wife's background. It seems I've been severely underestimated. How could that be? My foolish son misspoke. Who could have known that the Duke, who has never once attended the Founding Day celebrations, would grace us with his presence? Well, Your Majesty, it's difficult to bow while carrying my granddaughter. The Duke offered a perfunctory bow. The Empress accepted it matter-of-factly, as if accustomed to such behavior. Though you are of the highest rank, nothing good can come from ignoring proper etiquette and barging in like this. Nothing bad will come of it either. Isn't that how it is for us ignorant fools who only know how to settle things with our fists? It was then that I realized the greatest weapon possessed by House Luminal. That weapon was freedom. Since their power wasn't built on business or marriage alliances, it was difficult for them to oppress others. But by the same token, they were free from the pressures of others, unburdened by calculated interests. Not even the Empress of the Empire was an exception. You maintain your free-spirited family tradition, Duke. Well, I suppose that's why your son-in-law bellowed about going to the maze garden. What? Being free from scandal is also. Is that true? Pardon. The Duke drew close to the Empress. It looked as if he might grab her shoulders and shake her violently if given permission. Can you take responsibility for what you just said? Well, if anyone were to ask around. Ha. The Duke interrupted the Empress twice in succession. Then he rushed towards us, his face beaming with joy as he exclaimed. Well done, my daughter, and son-in-law. If things continue like this, I couldn't ask for more. Alesia and I were simultaneously dumbfounded. Yes, I admit it. I had understood it wrong. The supreme weapon of House Luminal wasn't freedom, but the Duke's genuine madness. Now that we've heard the good news, I'll go exchange pleasantries with His Majesty and His Holiness. How fortunate indeed. No, wait, Duke? You need to leave Tina and Glenn. Surely, my soundly sleeping wife will be satisfied too. Haha. The Duke ignored others' words until the very end. As a bonus, Glenn, who seemed to be almost dragged along, kept looking back at us until the last moment. Tina was, well, as long as she was cheerful, that should be fine. This can't be happening. Alesia, I'm sorry for speaking ill of him, but I think father-in-law has really lost it. No need to apologize at all. Even I can see that he's already half out of his mind. Julian, who had been listening to our conversation, chimed in. The Duke is one thing, but I think Tina, who has adapted to such a person, is no less remarkable. I wonder what on earth happened while we were held up at the Imperial Palace. It's as if the world is lying to me. Her emotional education is already ruined. I'll take responsibility and somehow get her back later. Thanks, Alesia. Alesia averted her eyes coyly at my sincere gratitude. No need for thanks. Anyway, after going through so much, I'm tired. Now that the war of words seems to have ended in a draw, shall we go to the lounge and talk? You were quite sensible this time, dear. That's good news. Julian, what will you do? Julian glanced at the second prince behind him and decided his course. I'm going to talk with my second brother. Let's meet again when the ball is over. Sure, family should come first after all. I empathized and encouraged Julian, but his expression suggested he found it somewhat disagreeable. Then he gave me an unexpected emotional moment. There's an error in the director's words. An error? What error? Julian clicked his tongue softly inside his mouth. Then, as if being forced to say something he didn't want to, he twisted his lips into a crooked frown. Finally, he said, by that logic, there's no reason why your family shouldn't come first. Julian, we're family too. Both my brother and you, director. Ahaha, let me tell you this. You were the one who first said we should be family, so don't misunderstand or think of teasing me. I hadn't really done anything, but Julian was huffing as if he had vented his frustrations. This side of him must have been unexpected for Alesia too, as she opened her eyes wide and covered her mouth with her hand. Alesia. Yes, you two really are alike. At my single remark, both of them bristled at once. We're not alike at all. We're absolutely not alike. Sure. Is this what they call in-group aversion? Perhaps the two of them are as incompatible as they are similar. Maybe that's why they couldn't mix in the original story. I suddenly had such a premonition. Right after, an unexpected event unfolded without warning. Heart. Director. Putting everything else aside, I rushed across to the other side and flung open the terrace doors. The couple enjoying the night air and their secret rendezvous on the terrace jumped in surprise and distanced themselves from each other. Even knowing it was rude and wrong, I had no time to care. Instead of apologizing, I put my foot on the terrace railing. I was preparing to leap out at any moment, but I never ended up leaving the ballroom. Hey, what are you doing? The path leading to the Imperial Palace. In a corner of the capital where the lights of the Founding Day festival were fading, there was definitely something unsettling there. On the outskirts of the capital, two mysterious figures with their hoods pulled low hid in the shadows of a wall. Is that the being you were so wary of? The man asks, putting away his telescope. A silent nod. The other figure affirmed wordlessly. The one who had asked the question then exhaled a long breath. It clearly feels a step removed from Providence. It shouldn't be a distance visible to the naked eye, and yet, we're leaving. The commander gently caressed his own Adam's apple. Though it should have become a non-existent memory by now, the phantom pain of his throat being slit had tormented him for a long time. Is assassination out of the question? It's not realistic. Faced with his superior's curt refusal, he quickly set aside his disappointment. Then, showing utmost respect, he followed him. I will obey the Demon King's will. Though they managed to maintain their composure, they barely swallowed their gasps when their target of surveillance burst out onto the terrace. Especially the king of the demon realm, experiencing phantom pain, felt his insides churn. That man's face. I can't forget it. In a distant future from now, or perhaps at some point that hasn't occurred yet, the demon realm will have half its territory fall, due to the anger of a single person. As soon as we arrive, informed the high priest. The prophecy of the demon god was correct. The structure of this world has already been twisted once. The hands of the human world's clock have been rewound in reverse. Chapter 33, Real Madness, a gathering of victims. I wanted to be the strongest in the world. From age 4, I beat those called sword masters without mercy. By my teens, I had no rivals anywhere. So whenever small conflicts with the demon realm broke out, I rushed there without fail. But not a single worthy opponent existed to satisfy my expectations. Some days I'd abandon everything and wander the continent searching for dragons. During that time, I clashed with countless people and weapons, defeating them all. The dragon I encountered after a 3-month journey was indeed strong. Until the moment I beheaded it, that is. I still vividly remember the uproar at the Duke's mansion during my sudden disappearance. They reacted differently when I returned with the dragon's corpse, but had I become the strongest in the world now? I hadn't yet visited the demon realm, but judging from the forces shown during clashes, a gathering of similar beings didn't interest me much. As I spent tedious days like that, in the spring of my 20th year, a new emperor ascended the throne. The coronation ceremony, which drew the empire's attention, was splendid. If anything was unusual, it was that a snow-white boy personally placed the crown on the new emperor. I learned afterwards that he was the Pope. I also instinctively realized that my life's final goal had been set. This person embodied ultimate strength. It was only for a brief moment, but the instant our eyes met, I was certain. Those eyes observing the world like a transcendent being undoubtedly didn't belong to this world. The rainbow-colored eyes that changed for a split second were etched into my mind. My decision was swift. I was too immature to control my youthful vigor. So on the night after the coronation, I infiltrated the capital's temple alone and reached the Pope's quarters. He was contemplating by a large lake. Despite the intruder openly radiating fierce bloodlust, the Pope remained aloof. Rather, he took the initiative to greet me. The night air is refreshing, isn't it? His friendly tone was as if he'd met an old friend. Moreover, his crescent-shaped eyes showed not even a speck of fear. I drew my sword. To hell with the Duke's family or whatever. The pleasure that only comes when clashing steel and standing at the crossroads of life and death. That alone had been my reason for living all along. I didn't care if I died. What did it matter if the family was ruined? As long as this body went out enjoying itself, that was enough. Even as I took a murderous stance, he smiled awkwardly. Oh my, won't you put that away? No. To my firm refusal, he said. All right. I'll play along. But let's make one promise, shall we? A promise, of all things. It was abrupt, but as long as I could swing my sword freely, there was no problem. If I win, don't cross paths with me again until I'm satisfied, okay. It meant I only had one chance to challenge him. Again, no problem. If I lost, I'd die. If I won, that would be the end. I'd never seek him out again. I lowered my stance and raised my blade, just as I readied myself to split the air like an arrow at any moment. Rainbow-colored bubbles reflected divine majesty, driving away the darkness of the moonlit night. It was my first defeat. From now on, we won't be crossing paths. When you're confident you won't pick a fight again when we meet, let's talk then. The Pope entered his quarters, his spotless white robes fluttering as if he'd just taken a light evening stroll at novel bin at. From that moment, my life's goal changed. I wanted to possess it. That light. The miracle. The power. The world's truth. I wanted to possess that unknown realm unreachable by humans. If it was impossible for me, then I wanted to possess the person who possessed it. I didn't care about its practical value. If only I could be given one more chance to witness that light, I would have no other wishes. Haha. Ah ha 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 ha. As I savored the afterglow of defeat, laughing madly, a sharp voice pierced my ears. For f***'s sake, can't you stop that damn barking while people are trying to sleep? It was a female priestess in charge of cleaning this area. Her pretty voice contrasted sharply with her coarse language. Who would have known that the one who first treated me to such vulgar swearing would become my life's final companion? A strange twist of fate. It wasn't until much later that I belatedly realized what to call it. It was first love. You haven't forgotten our promise, have you, Duke? I've kept my distance from fighting for nearly 30 years. It's of no consequence now. Cardi chuckled softly. Then he looked at Tina and Glenn, who stood 10 paces away. Moreover, I've taken all I wanted. I have no lingering attachments now. Don't even think about using Lord Hart. Those with baptismal names have lines they can't cross, so they can't use divine power for family advancement. At the Pope's words, Cardi tilted his head as if he couldn't understand. Use? My son-in-law? Why should I do that? Huh. Isn't that the case? Nonsense. I merely wanted to possess divine power. If I couldn't have it myself, my only goal was to possess the person who possessed it. At Cardi's confession, the Pope's eyes trembled for the first time after maintaining composure throughout. So, you mean, it was just a collector's impulse? Simply that. If I had to put it into words, the meaning is close enough. You married off the young lady for such a reason? Not even to make Lord Hart your adopted son-in-law. Don't belittle it. Please don't insult the lifelong goal I've pursued for decades. Faced with eyes that regarded it as if it were perfectly natural, the Pope truly shut his mouth. He knew the man was quite mad from when he infiltrated the temple, but he didn't expect that madness to remain unpurified for decades. Surely this person, above all others, should join the temple to find peace of mind. Cardi Luminal was undoubtedly the first to make the Pope fall into such serious contemplation. My goodness. Is this how the commander felt when talking to me? I feel like I've received quite the mirror therapy today. As expected of the esteemed Pope, you just keep spouting cryptic words. You really are a strange person. Crack. A vein popped on the forehead of the Pope, known for his benevolent expression. Aha, I just got irritated for the first time in my life. You've finally defeated me after 30 years. Congratulations, Duke. Have you finally gone mad? The one who ended the seemingly interminable conversation was none other than the Emperor. No matter how I look at it, you're the mad one, Duke. I suppose your Majesty's judgment has clouded with age. Just now, I got irritated for the second time since becoming Emperor. Congratulations, Duke. Faced with Cardi's nonsensical madness, the Pope could only sigh. Duke, you really found a good wife. If it weren't for that person, no one could have controlled Cardi. For once, the Emperor and Pope's opinions aligned. The Imperial Ball had concluded. The afterglow of Founding Day lingered in the streets, as if closing one's eyes would reveal the remnants of people's conversations and songs in every corner. Especially when looking at the cheap hairpin adorning Alphesia's head, that night's events kept coming to mind. The fireworks from that night when I first indulged in luxury to give a gift seemed to remain like an afterimage. Perhaps I stared too intently. When Alphesia suddenly turned her gaze towards me, I instinctively averted my eyes. Furrowing her brow briefly, Alphesia abruptly began with an apology. I'm sorry. Suddenly? Why, just. I was worried I might have disturbed your peace. You're fretting over nothing. Even as I laughed it off nonchalantly, Alphesia remained gloomy. Don't I know your personality? At the very least, you wouldn't have wanted to be tied down to the capital. The orphanage's opening is still uncertain. Being tied to the capital was inevitable from the moment I accepted Julian. You'll have to mingle with noble society, even if you dislike it. So what? I managed to endure the ball somehow. Glenn has, somehow become my father's disciple. He's talented. If anything, I should be the one asking for it, right? I suddenly recalled when Glenn first entered the orphanage. He played hide-and-seek with Tina, the half-dragon, for 30 minutes. His body was weak from malnourishment, yet he managed to keep up. Glenn's talent showed promise even then. Tina is. Yeah, Tina is. Our opinions finally aligned when Tina came up. She's adapted too well. The bloody dragon shouldn't have any brainwashing techniques. It's a bit odd to say, but her complexion looks better than when she was at the orphanage. Her cheeks have gotten plump in just these few weeks. Tina likes the Duke too much. The Duke also sought out Tina quite frequently. While Glenn was also his disciple and saw him often, it was nothing compared to Tina. Even now, Tina was busy playing with the Duke, leaving only me and Alphesia with time to spare. Hey, Alphesia. Yes. You worried about me, but I want to ask the opposite. Is it really okay for you to be tied down to the capital? That's a foolish question. Why would I be uncomfortable staying in the place where I was born and raised? She retorted cynically. However, I wasn't foolish enough to take Alphesia's words at face value. Isn't it uncomfortable precisely because this is where you were born and raised? I used to worry a lot about whether you'd be uncomfortable staying at the orphanage, but now I see that wasn't the case. You know what? Your expressions have changed less while staying in the capital than when you lived at the orphanage. So what? Now I understand. That seemingly brusque expression is Alphesia's own mask. And facing that mask, I just need to be honest and transparent with my thoughts. If someone who normally shows such diverse emotions suddenly becomes stone-faced, it's only natural to worry, right? I've come to know it all. The short time we've spent together feels longer than it seems. Is there really a need for that? Yes, because we're husband and wife. We're family. Ha. Alphesia then let out a sigh tinged with exasperation. Sometimes when I talk with you, I feel inferior. That's something I need to fix. Please point it out without hesitation. That's exactly what I mean. The next moment, she casually dropped an inflammatory remark. I like you, Hart. Huh. For an instant, my vision blurred as if my optic nerves were paralyzed. 1 second slowed down as if time had stopped, and a dull sensation crept up from my chest to my throat. While I was at a loss for words, she added one more comment. That part of you. I see. So, it's not that you like the parts I need to fix, but, what am I even saying? I feel like slapping myself. Seeing me like this, Alesia snickered. Well, your hopelessly idiotic side earns you some bonus points too. I had confidently thought I was getting to know Alesia pretty well, but the more I got to know her, the more unknown territory seemed to expand. Apparently, I still didn't know Alesia after all. Chapter 34, Parenting Meeting. It was a bright morning like any other at the Luminal Mansion. Since being stuck in the capital, I'd been staying at the Duke's residence. I could have returned to the temple just to take care of myself, but there was no better place for the children than here. For the first few days, I just played around without much thought at it novel been at. I'd go on walks with Alesia and take Tina and Glenn sightseeing in the capital. But that only lasted a day or two. My conscience started to trouble me about doing nothing but playing around. I may be the son-in-law, but I couldn't just freeload without earning my keep. So I asked the Duke's permission and got a new job, as a swordsmanship instructor for the Luminal family's knightly order, the Sword King Unit. Originally called the Imperial Sword King Unit, the Duke shortened the name, finding it too cumbersome. Indeed, it was filled with people as skilled as the grand name suggested. So what was I doing in a training ground full of such talented individuals? I was about to perform some silly antics while sitting cross-legged. It was entertainment discussed for relaxation after training had finished. Ahem, is everyone ready? Yes, we are. A unified response rang out loudly. Indeed, it was a knightly order with impeccable discipline. Before me was a long rope, with soldiers grasping it in a tug-of-war stance. However, unlike a normal tug-of-war, there was no one on the opposing side. Now then, Tina, Glenn, watch closely. Yes, Dad. Yes, Director. I took an exaggerated deep breath and theatrically stretched out my hand. Abracadabra. Hiya. Whoosh. As soon as I uttered the silly spell, the rope floated up to the soldier's waist level. Then, as I subtly wiggled my fingers, the rope the knights were pulling with all their might was suddenly sucked towards where I sat. Whoa, whoa. Scrape, scrape, scrape. As they leaned back to resist, their shoes scraped heavily against the sandy ground. Even as some dust scattered, the rope kept relentlessly pulling towards me. Arg. Though they were straining with all their might, the outcome was decided quickly. The rope that had been far away came right up to my face before losing its force and falling to the ground with a thud. Kids, this is what we call magic. Wow, that's so cool, Dad. They're not just acting, are they? Yeah, I thought it was a performance like Tina said. I sat there telling lies to the innocent children. In reality, it was just a trick of moving objects with mental energy. It's the same technique the Duke often uses to open doors. Of course, unlike the naive children, the battle-hardened knights weren't fooled. Amazing, Master? I thought only the Duke was capable of such a feat. They say that when your training reaches its peak, objects move with just a thought. Could this be that legendary divine power we've only heard about? Using divine power always comes with a display of divine majesty. Even the most trivial tricks are accompanied by spectacular sights. Come on, no way. I'm still a knight. I can't rely solely on my baptismal name, can I? I've been diligently swinging a sword since my days at the temple. At my words, they couldn't hide their admiring yet curious looks. Then, if you were to compare the holy knights of the temple with us, which side do you think would have the advantage? The Sword King Unit, of course. It was a question that didn't require much thought. Holy knights live strictly according to the temple's rules. Moreover, since they're basically classified as clergy, a large portion of their time is devoted to religious activities. It's unfair to compare them to a knightly order that can dedicate themselves to training all day, though the commander would probably be on par with the Duke. There's no need to compare them to the lord they respect. For the sake of smooth social relations here, I should praise the Duke's family. As I was nodding to myself, Tina, who had been watching from the side, sparkled her eyes. Dad, can I do this too? Of course. Absolutely. Just work hard at your exercises. Plus, being a half-dragon, she likely has latent abilities unique to the bloody dragon. With the desire to become stronger, she'll probably grow faster than anyone else. What about me, Director? There's a reason the Duke took you as a disciple. Everything the Duke can do, you'll be able to do too. Wow. Glenn shyly clasped his hands together and looked to me for confirmation. If that happens, will I be able to help others like you did, Director? Like how you saved me? Oh my, aren't you precious? Director. I ruffled Glenn's hair roughly. Understandably, the memory of the illegal auction seemed deeply etched in Glenn's mind. To think he'd turned that into altruism rather than developing hatred. It's hard to believe such a kind child grew up to be Alesia's personal assassin in the future. Though Alesia is looking after him in her own way now, in truth, there's an awkward atmosphere between Alesia and Glenn. More precisely, Alesia is visibly uncomfortable, so Glenn mirrors that awkwardness in return. For some reason, Alesia was reluctant to openly care for Glenn. Instead, she would subtly glance at him often and bring gifts that were slightly more expensive than those for the other children. Of course, through me. Just as I was lost in thought, as if speaking of the devil, Alesia's voice called out from behind. Heart. Oh, Alesia. You're here. While welcoming her, I couldn't help but look past her shoulder. Behind Alesia, 3 or 4 maids followed, pulling trolley carts. and atop the trolley carts, wild berry-scented aid one with floating ice cubes flaunted its frosty appearance. I thought you might be tired from training. I brought something for everyone to wet their throats. My goodness, Alesia. Oh, my lady. Alesia then added in a voice colder than the ice in the aid. Though from the looks of it, you seem to have been playing the fool. Oh, no, you've got it wrong. Alesia, this is a training method to build endurance through tug-of-war. Sensing danger, the knights quickly backed up my excuse. That's right, my lady. This was the toughest part. At least it wasn't a lie. They must have struggled straining their muscles, and it probably is a method to build endurance. Alesia allowed the snacks with an expression that showed she didn't believe a word of it. It would be a shame to just throw this on the ground. I'll let it slide this time. Oh, the moment permission was granted, the knights, exuding sweat, grabbed the aid without hesitation. Meanwhile, I was curious about Alesia's display of kindness and casually struck up a conversation. So, what's the occasion? You're being quite attentive today. I brought bribes in case you were being ostracized. Really? Having stayed at the Duke's mansion for a while now, the Duke's household members knew well how to treat us. It was obvious they'd face consequences if they dared to ostracize us, so who would even think of it? Alesia wasn't one to be unaware of this. This is what you call supporting your husband. I have to at least save face to show up in social circles, don't I? Is it time already? Today was the day to attend the gathering. If you ask what kind of gathering, I could answer that it's a parenting group. The parenting group started from Alesia's concerns. What are you going to do about Tina and Glenn? What do you mean, what am I going to do? Are you just going to keep them cooped up in the Duke's mansion, living in luxury? Sounds good. At this point, I was a fool thinking from an adult's perspective. That's why Alesia didn't hesitate to rebuke me. Are you going to raise them with only each other as friends? Worse, Julian is staying at the Imperial Palace, so they each only have one friend. What do you mean As their environment has changed, we need to create another environment for them. Right after scolding me, she handed me over 10 envelopes of letters. Quite a few invitations have piled up since the last ball. I've picked out the useful ones, so you decide on the rest. Useful for what? Invitations from families with young lords or ladies around Tina and Glenn's age. If we ask for permission, it should be possible to bring the children along. That sounds great. As expected of you, Alesia. You're the best mother anyone could ask for. At my praise, Alesia turned her head with a smirk and glared at empty space. It's just for the contract. That's all. Thanks to Alesia's dedication to the contract, I took steps to expand our social circle. At first, only Alesia and I met people so as not to overwhelm the children. Then, as they gradually became accustomed, we brought up the topic of the children, which somehow snowballed into evolving into a parenting group. The group even grew quite large as connections with people who had children of similar age gathered. Because of this, the process of setting a date took a long time. The slowly determined time was noon today. In other words, today's outing is the first gathering where Tina and Glenn will accompany us. Kids, you've played in the training ground, so let's go inside to wash up and change clothes. Okay. The children answered energetically in unison. Then they scampered off to the mansion without looking back. It seems the little ones were quite excited about today's gathering too. I hope everything goes well and they enjoy themselves. Naturally, bringing the children along brings a surge of worry. But regardless of my concerns, the sun slowly crawled to the center of the sky. The time for the parenting gathering was drawing closer by the moment. Inside the bustling mansion, Viscountess Ryana Peter was busy checking the refreshments and interior decorations. She was the host of this parenting gathering. Though the next gathering would be hosted by someone else, as the host of the first meeting, her role was crucial. She had seen countless times how a gathering ruined once would head towards dissolution. I absolutely cannot fail. No way. Although called a parenting group, it wasn't really an innocent forum for refined discussions about child rearing. Of course, such a gathering could be created. However, this could never be the main event. The inner thoughts of the guardians participating in the gathering would likely be more or less the same. If the gathering grows larger, there would be no better place to find potential marriage partners. If that happens, the influence of those at the center of the gathering would naturally grow. They might even rise to become a mainstream force in high society. The timing was perfect. Alesia Luminal and her husband are attending such a gathering. Then it's inevitable that the children seen at the banquet will come along. So what if the children aren't nobles? As long as they're children the Duke dotes on, noble status is something they can acquire at any time. It would be fine to have them adopted into a vassal family, but it would be even better if they were registered in the Duke's family. The paradox that commoner children become the best marriage prospects. There will surely be many people drawn to this paradox. You can do this, Ryana Peter. The woman who had built top-tier wealth solely through marriage brokering clenched her fist, steeling her resolve. 1 Rai, aid, typically refers to a fruit-flavored drink made with carbonated water or soda. It's similar to lemonade or fruit-flavored sodas in the West. Toggle new ads. 1/5 Enjoy the chappy? Please give the book a rating and a review on novel updates. It helps the website and helps people find this novel. If you'd like to make a one-time donation to support our translations or subscribe to read up to 15 chapters or more, depending on the novel, ahead, you can do so via Ko-Fi. Click here. Chapter 35, The Girl Weaving Grass. The afternoon sun hung high in the sky. Viscount Peter's mansion stood ready, having prepared meticulously to welcome its guests. While the format mirrored a typical outdoor tea party, the setting resembled a celebration tailored for children. This aligned perfectly with the gathering's stated purpose as a parenting meetup. The Viscountess's efforts didn't go unnoticed, as praise flowed from all directions. You must have gone to great lengths, my lady. This setup allows the adults to chat comfortably while the children play to their heart's content. With so many servants around, we needn't worry about accidents either. I took a quick tour and noticed you've decorated not just the garden, but the playroom in the mansion as well. Your experience really shines through, Viscountess. Sensing success amidst the flood of compliments, Rihanna Peter softened her gaze and responded humbly. This gathering is for all of you. I couldn't in good conscience prepare anything less. Oh, how modest? My husband's eyes nearly popped out of his head, you know, though now he's thoroughly engrossed in conversation with the other men. This parenting gathering was a couple's affair. While a women-only event would have sufficed, this meetup was special. Their particular circumstances necessitated the couple's attendance rule. It seems almost everyone has arrived, wouldn't you say? Yes, well, everyone except for Duchess Luminal and her husband. The one from the temple, at Novel bin at. The reason for the couple's attendance rule? It stemmed from Hart and Alphesia's tendency to move as a pair. This was only natural. Given Hart's inexperience in social settings, allowing him to venture out alone risked exposing him to potential insults or humiliation. Alphesia served as a shield, protecting Hart from such unsavory incidents. Thus, inviting them separately was out of the question. Meanwhile, the women's husbands were equally curious about Hart, making the couple's rule an easy decision. As everyone anxiously awaited the arrival of the main actors, glancing at the clock, the estate's guards allowed passage to a carriage bearing the ducal crest. Welcome to the Viscount Peter's estate, Duchess Luminal, and Sir Hart. The Viscountess greeted us with a warm smile. She then turned her gaze to Tina and Glenn beside us, showering them with praise. Oh my, I caught a glimpse at the ball, but your children are truly adorable and handsome. Despite their youth, their future looks promising. Thank you for your warm welcome. We appreciate the invitation. Let's enjoy ourselves today. Alphesia's formal speech caused the Viscountess's shoulders to rise slightly. Please, Duchess, feel free to speak casually. As my husband shows you respect, I cannot do otherwise. My goodness. She covered her mouth with both hands, seemingly deeply moved. However, as the hostess, she couldn't remain idle. The Viscountess soon gestured for us to enter and began guiding us. Everyone's currently enjoying tea in the garden. The children seem a bit tired from listening to dull adult conversations, but introductions are still necessary. We're sorry for making the children wait due to our lateness. Arriving early is a matter of etiquette, not just in noble circles. If only we'd spent less time fussing over Tina and Glenn's outfits. Our indecision while dressing them up had eaten away precious time. The Viscountess, however, gracefully overlooked our mistake with a witty remark. There's no need for apologies. Isn't it customary for the stars of the show to make a fashionably late entrance? Haha. If you see it that way, we couldn't ask for more. The Viscount's estate was vast. Though Alphesia had previously explained the extent of Viscount Peter's wealth, experiencing it firsthand was a different matter entirely. I couldn't fathom the level of influence required to maintain such a sprawling mansion in the capital. After a few minutes of pleasant conversation and walking, we finally set foot in the garden, the heart of the parenting gathering. Ha! At that moment, a muffled exclamation escaped from somewhere. Tracing the sound with my eyes, I found its source, children frozen in place. To be more precise, young ladies around Glenn's age stood with their eyes wide in astonishment. I easily guessed the reason. Glenn is exceptionally handsome, after all. This boy, though not yet old enough to grow facial hair, is quite the charmer. Even in the original story, descriptions of his decadent beauty were never lacking. If I had to find a comparable example, it would be Julian. But Julian's image in my mind is so thoroughly ruined that I no longer see him as handsome. The moment he started calling me daddy, Julian's impression was already beyond salvaging. Ahem, cough. Just then, the Viscountess cleared her throat to redirect attention. She then announced the start of the gathering with a smile that seemed skillfully practiced. Now that our final two guests have arrived, let's begin the gathering. With this opening declaration, numerous eyes sparkled with curiosity. The family at the center of so many rumors was already the focus of attention. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm from the Baroness Jorge family. This is Countess Greta, and for a while, we exchanged introductions with those seated near us. During this time, Alphesia adeptly mediated, receiving introductions while also knowing when to politely cut them short. Some expressed surprise at Alphesia's social prowess. Was Duchess Luminal always this good at socializing? I had no idea. She always sat quietly at banquets and left without a word. Indeed, who could have guessed she'd be bold enough to argue with Her Majesty the Empress? Comments flew back and forth, wondering how Alphesia had managed to conceal her true nature all this time. Though we had only just begun, the flow of conversation was already branching out endlessly. Riding this current, the time for introductions finally reached us. While Alphesia and I breezed through our introductions, it was a different story for Tina and Glenn. With all eyes focused on them, Tina was the first to speak up. Hello, I'm Tina. I'm 10 years old, and my favorite game is hide and seek. I'm Glenn. Also 10, and I'm learning swordsmanship from the Duke. One was lively, the other composed. Fortunately, both received overwhelmingly positive responses. Some adored Tina's cute personality, while others highly praised Glenn's unusual composure for his age. With introductions complete, it was time to separate the adults and children's spaces. Children, you're free to play now. Feel free to explore most areas near the mansion and make plenty of friends. Okay, Dad. I'll do my best, Director. As the children turned to leave with these reassuring responses, Alesia called out to Glenn in a stern voice. Wait a moment, you. Stop right there. Yes. Glenn stopped, bewildered, and turned back towards us. Alesia approached him directly and smoothed out his shirt collar. Your appearance is unkempt. I'm sorry, Vice Director. There's no need to apologize for such a trivial matter. Alesia dusted off even the faintest traces of dirt before sending Glenn off. Seeing this, Tina looked up at her with eager eyes. Mom, is my dress okay? It's not wrinkled, is it? It's fine. Oh, I chuckled softly as I watched. Tina must have wanted to be fussed over too. Even if her outfit was impeccable, she likely craved at least a pretense of attention. Alesia, in her awkwardness, seemed to have overlooked this desire. Just as I thought this, Alesia reached out to Tina. What's happened to your hair? Alesia began tidying Tina's hair. However, Tina's hairstyle remained unchanged from when we left the ducal mansion. In other words, Alesia had seen through Tina's wish and was now putting on an act. Hehe. Sorry, Mom. I told you, there's nothing to be sorry about. Immediately after, she bid farewell with a prim expression. Now, off you go and play. Okay. Tina scampered off excitedly, with Glenn hurrying to catch up. From this point on, it was truly time for the children. Dash. Glenn found the situation far from fun. While Tina bounced around like an excited puppy, striking up conversations left and right, Glenn was the type who found excessive attention uncomfortable. The contrasting reactions from two distinct groups made Glenn particularly uneasy. So you dream of becoming a knight? Not bad. Should I gift you a sword? Wow, your calluses are so hard. Can I touch your arm too? Can I visit the ducal mansion? Not that I'm particularly interested in seeing you or anything. What's your ideal type? The girl seemed determined to flirt with Glenn at every opportunity. Though uncomfortable, Glenn refrained from pushing them away. He feared that his actions might put Hart and Alesia in a difficult position. Meanwhile, the boys found this behavior utterly irritating. Their eyes filled with envy, the boys subtly excluded Glenn. As a result, Glenn now found himself alone. While the other children were engrossed in snacks, he had escaped to wander the mansion by himself. Though not as expansive as the luminal ducal residence, the Peter Viscounty mansion was still large enough to make exploration enticing. With servants stationed at restricted areas, there was no worry of committing any faux pas. Thus, Glenn climbed to the top floor of the mansion to gaze outside through the windows. There's the director and vice director. They were skillfully talking with various people. Despite likely meeting most of these individuals for the first time, their ability to chat comfortably with smiling faces amazed Glenn. At the same time, he felt somewhat inadequate, given his own lack of social grace. Tina's playing so energetically, while even here, she was engaged in a game of hide-and-seek. She was even deliberately acting like an ordinary person, knowing full well that no one could catch her if she tried her best. Tina's knack for accommodating others in play had developed to an astonishing degree. I ran for my life for 30 minutes. The memory still left him breathless. It could rightfully be called a form of psychological trauma. Soon, Glenn gave up his people watching and wandered down the long corridor. As he reached the end of one hallway, he discovered a very narrow staircase. Wasn't this already the top floor? Unable to resist his curiosity, he ascended the cramped stairs. It wasn't a tall staircase. Less than 10 steps in total. Upon reaching the top and glancing to the side, Glenn spotted a small door. He guessed it likely led to an attic space. If it were off limits, someone would be guarding it, like the other rooms, right? Following this logical reasoning, Glenn pushed open the attic door. Whoosh! Air rushed out from inside. Simultaneously, the scent of grass tickled Glenn's nose. It was an unusual smell for an attic, piquing his interest further. As Glenn ducked to pass through the small doorway, he heard, "Who's there?" Whoa! The sudden sound of a girl's voice. Startled by the unexpected presence, Glenn lost his balance and fell backwards. Thud! The sound of his rear hitting the floor echoed loudly. He struggled to hide his embarrassment. Regaining his composure, he focused his gaze ahead. In the dim light, he saw a girl about his age. The girl's eyes were closed. She kept them shut as if it were perfectly normal, even with light streaming in from the doorway. Moreover, hay was piled high around her, as if in a stable. This clearly explained the grassy scent that had greeted Glenn upon opening the attic door. As Glenn tried to assess the situation, the girl asked once more, who are you? Chapter 36, We've 100 times for a wish. The girl's questioning betrayed her anxiety. Glenn offered a greeting as harmlessly as possible. I'm Glenn. I was invited to the Viscount's estate today. Oh, you're one of the guests coming today. Yeah, that's right. Phew. The girl finally exhaled, seeming relieved. What a strange kid. Naturally, introductions couldn't be one-sided. As the girl hesitated to speak first, Glenn took the initiative. What's your name? Echo. Echo Peter. Can I call you Echo? Sure. A timid permission was granted. Echo was still touching the tall grass with her eyes closed. Glenn wondered about the attic and the pier he hadn't been introduced to. He remembered being introduced to Rochelle Peter as the Viscount's only daughter before sneaking away from the gathering. But Echo's existence meant that introduction was incorrect. Still clumsy at indirect speech, Glenn carefully asked, "Hey, Echo, can I ask why you're not playing with the others?" "I'm not supposed to." "Why?" "They said I'm not supposed to be here." "Who said that?" "Mom. And Dad too." Echo crawled closer, closing the distance between them. Then she grabbed Glenn tightly with both hands and pleaded, "So please keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone you met me. Please." "You won't, right?" "All right. I won't." "Thank goodness." Echo retreated, almost collapsing. Glenn tried to leave the attic first, unsettled by the strange atmosphere. But at that moment, Echo cried out, grabbing him at novel bin at. Wait. Echo. As if seeing through Glenn's intentions despite her closed eyes, Echo anxiously asked, "Could you stay just a little longer? It's my first time talking to a friend instead of an adult." Glenn couldn't bring himself to refuse the girl's request, which seemed to hide some kind of story. There was still plenty of time, so he could go back down at an appropriate moment without issue. Glenn, who had been hesitantly trying to stand, sat back down on the grass-scented floor. Though Echo had asked him to stay and talk a little longer, she made no move to speak. And Glenn, naturally quiet, was the same. As a result, the silence turned into a contest of who could better endure the awkward atmosphere. How long had the silence enveloped them? Glenn was the first to reach his limit of patience. "Hey, Echo." "Oh, yes. Why is there so much grass on the floor?" "Oh, this stuff." Echo pulled something out from behind her in response to the question. What was illuminated by the slanted light was a blade of grass tied in knots. However many she had knotted together, it was as long as a snake or rope. "I needed it to make this." I see." Even with the results shown and explained, it wasn't really a proper answer. From Glenn's perspective, not knowing Echo's circumstances, it looked like a completely useless object. What's good about making that? It can grant wishes. You know, someone told me that if you successfully weave grass blades 100 times without breaking, God will grant your request. Really? Glenn was surprised. He had never heard such a thing even while living with Hart, who was closest to the gods. But Echo nodded with a bright smile. "It's true. Because I've already succeeded in weaving grass 100 times once." "Did your wish come true?" "Yes. I had several wishes in mind, and one of them was to make a friend. Then you appeared, just like that. Amazing, isn't it?" "I guess so." Glenn agreed but didn't believe it. It seemed like an obviously bogus ritual to anyone. It was a reasonable mindset, since if multiple wishes were set, one of them was bound to come true eventually. "What are your other wishes?" For Mom and Dad to find me? But actually, this is cheating. Because it takes 2 wishes to work. 2 wishes." In response to Glenn's question, the girl pointed to her closed eyes. "You see my closed eyes? Actually, I can't see. I've been like this since I was a baby. So that's why." "Yeah, because I can't see, Mom and Dad always have to hide me. That's why I asked you to keep our meeting a secret." In truth, the reason Echo was relegated to the attic wasn't simply due to prejudice against her disability. If anything, it was because the Peter Viscounty was noble and had gained authority through blood ties. The Peter Viscounty officially had 3 sons and 1 daughter. All the children were famous in social circles for their exceptional beauty. Add to that the tearful educational fervor of Viscountess Peter, and her sons, except for the eldest, entered families above their station as adopted sons-in-law. Of course, even the eldest son's bride was an earl's daughter, making their marriage business a great success. Amidst all this, their beautiful daughter, Rochelle Peter, and her twin Echo Peter were born. Rochelle was lovely from infancy. In contrast, Echo bore no resemblance to her family and was born with severe visual impairment. The Viscounty was thrown into crisis. For nobles, bloodline is a critical matter. It's just that the Luminal Duchy had an abnormal way of thinking. If the in-law families learned there was a defect in the bloodline, protests would surely pour in. There was even a chance that it could hinder the marriage prospects of Rochelle, Echo's twin sister. So the Peter couple decided to hide Echo and treat her as if she didn't exist. Claiming their only daughter was the lovely Rochelle, they placed themselves under self-hypnosis to shed their guilt. Learning the general circumstances, Glenn bit his lip hard. So that's why there wasn't a single light in the attic. Because she was blind from the start. Because she had lived a life unaffected by light. Echo's world must have always been night. But actually, it's okay if I can't open my eyes. I just hope that when I weave the grass, the world I know will change. Born and abandoned immediately, her family doesn't know what those eyes that can't project objects see. It would be nice if the whole world was just black. What those eyes project is not form, but essence. Those eyes, deprived even of the right to distinguish between heaven and earth, saw the hearts of others. It was impossible to describe in human language the hearts of people that Echo's eyes captured. She could only express with her tongue and lips that they were extremely ugly and hostile towards her. So she closed her eyes completely. She was even afraid to peek at the heart of Glenn, who had unilaterally become her friend, so she didn't even squint. As Echo felt guilty about this fact, Glenn spoke. "Want me to help? With what?" "Tying the grass knots." "Thanks. But it's okay. If someone helps, it might be cheating and the wish won't be granted, you know." Echo smiled faintly. Even as they continued their conversation, Echo endlessly tied knots at the ends of grass blades, weaving the segments. But just when it seemed to be going well, without fail, the grass would snap with a crack. It's a difficult task even with proper eyesight. Watching a blind person repeat this made Echo's yearning tangible. As skilled as she was desperate. As desperate as she was swayed by superstition. Glenn hoped Echo wouldn't despair. Echo, did you call me? Yeah, I think it's about time for me to go back. Oh, I see. Echo said goodbye with a voice dripping with disappointment. Goodbye, Glenn. Be careful going down the stairs. You take care too, Echo. I hope you succeed in tying the grass. Thank you. As Glenn was about to leave the small attic, bending low to exit through the door, Echo's pale cry rang out from behind. Glenn, remember, our meeting here is a secret? Okay, I absolutely won't tell anyone. Phew, thank you. After coming down from the attic, Glenn surveyed the Viscount's estate through a window. The red sun bringing the sunset was stretching the shadows long in the distance. Not a single child could be seen in the garden, perhaps tired of playing. They were likely enjoying naps or games inside the mansion as they pleased. Echo must still be weaving grass. Glenn descended the stairs, reminiscing about the unexpected encounter. It was the finale of the parenting gathering. About a week after the parenting gathering, afternoon at the Luminal Duchy. I was talking with Alesia while strolling through the Duke's estate grounds. Glenn's been acting strange lately. Oh my, so it wasn't just me who felt that way. You noticed too, Alesia. He was never talkative, but it's gotten quite severe lately. As expected of Alesia, she pretends not to care but observes Glenn more diligently than anyone. So instead of making excuses, it would be better if she approached him first. He's been plucking grass and tying it together. I don't know where he heard such a strange thing. Isn't it related to what he asked you the other day? That's certainly possible, but it was after returning from the parenting gathering that Glenn asked me an unexpected question. Director, does weaving grass blades 100 times really grant wishes? At least it's not a story from the scriptures related to the gods. There's no way I wouldn't know a verse that I can recite by heart with my eyes closed. It seems to have originated from folk beliefs, but did he hear it while playing with the kids? But to be that focused seems excessive for children's play. We happened to be strolling near the training grounds at the time. If my memory serves, it was currently the Duke's private tutoring time with Glenn. But unlike usual, there were no shouts of exertion or metallic clangs of clashing steel. Instead, the voices of the Duke and Glenn could be heard as faintly as an ant's footsteps. Your Grace, if I learned the footwork diligently, could I secretly meet people? Why, of course you can. Back in my day, I used to sneak over the temple walls to play rock paper scissors with the Pope, you know. Amazing. Glenn was as astonished as I was appalled. No, that really is amazing. I didn't know. I had no idea. It was news to me. Who would have thought the Duke and His Holiness the Pope were secret rock paper scissors buddies? And in their youth, no less. That's how I met my wife too. I personally infiltrated the temple and seduced her until she finally gave in. He even had secret trysts in the sacred temple? This scratches at me a bit. As a temple holy knight, I want to reprimand the carelessness of the holy knight commander at the time. But that damned Pope was so resentful. We were close enough to play rock paper scissors together, but he didn't help at all. He was cold-hearted even when my wife was suffering from illness. I truly wanted to seek divine help when she was on her deathbed, but he said divine power couldn't be leaked for such things. In the end, Alphesia's mother passed away, unable to endure the pain. Even recalling those distant days, raw emotion filled the Duke's voice. If only there hadn't been that promise, I would have scaled the temple walls again. I've never regretted my youthful impetuousness more than then. That's why Alphesia is so fortunate. Surely a son-in-law wouldn't ignore his wife's suffering. Haha. At last, seeing Glenn vaguely listening to the story, the Duke changed the subject. I've gone on too long. Your question made me reminisce about the old days. So, where are you trying to sneak off to in secret? It's nothing like that. I was just curious, Your Grace. Haha, and here I thought you might be trying to play rock paw scissors with the Pope like I did. The Duke let out a hearty laugh, apparently pleased with Glenn's eagerness to learn. Very well. For the time being, I'll focus on teaching you how to walk and run. In a short time, raiding the temple or Imperial Palace might be too much, but I'll make sure you can easily rob a Count's family heirloom. Crazy bastard? Please, I beg you not to. Don't corrupt our good child, you mad father-in-law. Yes, Your Grace. Glenn, couldn't you avoid such an enthusiastic response? This is a very worrying part as a guardian. Should I keep my senses on high alert even while sleeping from now on? Heart, you can hear everything they're saying, right? Yes. What is father saying to Glenn? Well, I hesitated for a moment about whether this needed to be filtered or not, but a half-truth would only cause unnecessary confusion. So I reported exactly what I had heard. It seems His Grace intends to raise Glenn as a master thief. What the F***ck is wrong with that crazy bastard? Alphesia, unleashing unfiltered curses at her own father. This was the catalyst for adding moral education time to Glenn's schedule. When the night breeze turns cool, everyone in the mansion falls asleep. Then the only person awake in the mansion peeks out of their room to survey the outside. Echo walks down the cold, empty hallways. Although the world is endlessly dim, she's familiar with the mansion's layout, so moving around isn't a problem. She just needs to carefully feel her way down the stairs. She used to fall and get hurt a lot by mistake in the past, but now she's fairly adept. Once outside the mansion, she carefully plucks grass from the lawn. She's been scolded before for ruining the landscaping, so she plucks grass from the corners as close to the roots as possible. Her daily routine ends after going up and down between the garden and attic about 10 times. Now to tie the knots. Weave the grass blades, weave them 100 times, and make a wish. Hoping that someday, she'll be loved. Hoping that someday, someone who loves her will appear. Wishing that the person reflected in these eyes will have a beautiful heart. Golden eyes that draw in moonlight sparkled in the darkness. Chapter 37, Joy Outside the Cage. About 2 months had passed since Glenn began learning swordsmanship from Cardi under Hart's guidance. The weather grew cooler, and leaves drifted down in graceful arcs. As the seasons changed, Tina made several friends through regular gatherings. Glenn, however, remained admired by young ladies from afar, without a single pen pal to his name. Hart and Alesia worried about Glenn's reluctance to open up. Alesia, in particular, made it almost a daily habit to peek around corners and observe Glenn at novel bin at. Lately, though, Glenn's senses had sharpened. He occasionally glanced back, startling Alesia. Despite only a few months of formal training, Glenn's instincts had become razor-sharp. Hart watched the tension between Alesia and Glenn, inwardly musing. It's impressive how skilled Alesia is at hiding her presence. She sometimes amazed him. Despite Glenn's extraordinary talent, he could only sense Alesia's gaze as an unsettling presence. Alesia was remarkable in many ways. As night fell after such a typical day, a subtle change occurred in the Duke's mansion. Hart lay awake, his senses alert, while Alesia slept soundly beside him. He detected 3 distinct signs of activity in the slumbering estate. One was Hart himself. Another was the Duke, likely sensing the same. The third was Glenn, sneaking out on his secret excursion. That boy, sneaking out again at night. Hart noted this and nothing more. Given Glenn's character, he was unlikely to be up to any mischief on these nighttime walks. If Cardi had taught him well how to move, the chances of trouble were slim. Indeed, Glenn had always returned quietly before dawn, pretending to sleep. As long as he followed the rules, Hart saw no need to interfere. Glenn deserves his privacy. Meddling might do more harm than good. However, if Glenn failed to return by morning, then Hart would have to step in. It would surely be no ordinary matter. So, Hart was more concerned about Alesia than Glenn's periodic escapes. Despite the passage of time, the persistent distance between Alesia and Glenn worried him. As Glenn grew and his voice deepened, along with the onset of puberty, Hart feared they might miss the chance to repair their relationship entirely. Why is she so cautious around such a kind child as Glenn, when she's usually so confident? As his thoughts deepened in the night, the small-framed boy once again scaled the walls of the Duke's mansion. Inside the attic of Viscount Peter's mansion, a girl's welcoming voice rang out from the dim space that required stooping to enter. Glenn. Yeah, you're getting good at recognizing me. Well, you're the only visitor I get this late at night. Echo's social circle was limited. Her family shunned her, deliberately avoiding encounters. At most, she sensed the presence of her dedicated maid silently bringing meals. Living this routine, she'd almost come to welcome her twin sister Rachelle's occasional visits to vent her frustrations for no apparent reason. Did you manage to tie the grass today? No, I failed. It kept breaking apart after about 30 weaves. I wish I could help you, but you know that would be cheating. Cheating. Glenn mulled over the word as he spread out carefully picked blades of grass on the floor. Echo smiled faintly at the familiar scent. Thank you again for today. It's nothing, really. Still, thank you. I used to be so anxious every time I went to pick grass. What if I got lost on the way back to the attic? Has that ever happened? A little, when I wasn't used to it yet. Ah, I see. Echo hugged her knees to her chest. She spoke softly, reminiscing about the past. I got scolded badly then. They said what if rumors spread. I didn't understand why it was wrong, so I just kept crying. That must have been tough. Yeah, it was. But I think it'll be okay now. If I get lost, I can just wait where I am, and you'll come find me at night, right? I can't promise that yet. I can't sense presences as widely as the director or the Duke. Glenn stated the facts humbly. Meanwhile, Echo was curious about this director figure. Whenever she talked with Glenn, the director always came up. Other than that, it was probably the Duke. More specifically, Julian, Tina, Alesia, and Flosha occupied portions of the conversation. Honestly, she was envious. Echo's only friend was Glenn, but Glenn knew far too many people. Every time she listened to Glenn talk about the people around him, her chest tightened, but her curiosity was undeniable. You really like the director, don't you? Of course. The director is practically my hero. There's nothing in the world our director can't do. If the person in question overheard this, their jaw would drop at the exaggeration. But for Echo, whose world consisted only of the attic and Glenn, she had no choice but to believe it wholeheartedly. Really? You said light beams come out of the director's mouth before. I meant, the director could probably do it if they wanted to. And one sword swing causes an earthquake, right? Yeah, that's definitely true. And the director's the most handsome, perfect superhuman in the world. Of course. These weren't words Glenn should be saying, considering he turned heads just by walking down the street. Anyone with proper eyesight would have interpreted it as blatant exaggeration. Echo, unaware of these circumstances, viewed the director as little more than a mythical creature. So, she set aside her interest in this figure who seemed to belong in the realm of myths. Instead, she cautiously brought up another name, her lips pursed. Say, you mentioned living with a girl named Tina. That's right. We've lived in the same house for a long time. Are you close? Yeah. How close? Very. In truth, this question had become almost routine. It was a question repeated nearly every day. Glenn has too many friends. At some point, Echo became acutely aware of this girl named Tina's existence. According to Glenn's descriptions, Tina was an incredibly cute, adorable girl with a bright personality to boot. On top of that, she was incredibly strong, which Glenn often expressed envy about. With a girl like that by his side, Echo felt like a firefly dimly glowing beneath the full moon. How nice, for that Tina girl. She suddenly felt dejected. Her motivation to weave grass plummeted, as if the layers of frustration and resentment had suddenly surfaced. Her protruding lips showed no signs of returning to normal. I want to be like Tina. If Glenn could have read her mind, he would have been utterly shocked by this notion. Having experienced the harsh reality of the difference between species in a semi-forced way, Glenn strongly objected to the idea of more beings like Tina. But Echo embraced this wish, sighing as she voiced her inner thoughts. I'm jealous. Echo. How wonderful would it be if I could play with Glenn during the day? Even as she expressed her wish, Echo hesitated. After all, she had never laid eyes on Glenn. If, by some chance, Glenn's heart turned out to be similar to others when observed with her eyes, she might cry her eyes out from sadness. The possibility of losing her first and only friend was high, so, better not to observe at all. To remain friends, even if precariously, she had to suppress her curiosity. This was Echo's resolve. Echo. Just then, Glenn called her name. Yes? What is it? If you don't mind it not being daytime, want to play together? Play? Where? Anywhere outside. Silence fell. Echo struggled to find words. The idea of playing outside was one she had long since abandoned. Was he talking nonsense? Was it just empty words to give her false hope? Echo became confused, considering various possibilities. Finally, Glenn calmly proposed to the visibly troubled Echo. I can take you outside. There won't be many people on the streets at this hour. Even if there are, I'll protect you. Really. I promise. Glenn's voice carried an unwavering resolve. Only then did Echo allow her hopes to swell, carefully voicing the wish she had harbored while weaving grass. Can I walk on a street full of people? That's how it should be normally. Can I run? I'll run with you. What if we get lost? We can hold hands as we go, can't we? Heek. Echo. Tears leaked from Echo's closed eyes. Glenn panicked, fumbling about until he bumped his forehead against a piece of furniture with a thud. Normally, Echo would have checked on Glenn with a concerned voice. But now, she was too overwhelmed with emotion to do so. Hugh. Echo hiccuped, covering her face as if washing it. What? Heek. What should I do? It's cheating. I haven't even woven the grass 100 times, but my wish came true. Sniff. Then, with a face that was unclear whether she was crying or laughing, Echo moved closer and grasped Glenn's sleeve. Finally, Echo's pretty features crumbled completely. Huya? Glenn must be the director. You must be the most amazing person in the world. How can you do this without grass? You. Echo cried. She wailed, as if releasing all the sorrow and resentment that had accumulated over time. Meanwhile, Glenn was confused by Echo's reaction, which far exceeded his expectations. What? Director? I'm not. Heek? You must be the director to me, Glenn. Coming to see me every day, telling me fun stories, granting my wish, being my friend, everything. I thought it was impossible without grass. Echo. Glenn suddenly recalled the time when he was destined to be sold as a slave. The Echo crying before him now seemed remarkably similar to himself back then. His past self, who only knew the world as night, and Echo, who clung to superstitions alone in the darkness, were uncannily alike. So, Glenn lifted Echo, who was shedding tears like pearls, as if she were a princess. Feeling an unexpected sense of buoyancy, Echo's eyelids fluttered like dewdrops sliding off a grass blade. Frightened by her own anticipation, Echo tightly wrapped her arms around Glenn's neck. This marked the beginning of their first outing. As soon as they left the cramped attic, the chilly air caressed their lips. The fresh outdoor air, free from the scent of grass, pushed away their fatigue. The two children soon stepped into an open landscape. They exchanged only body heat as they crossed the walls of the Viscount's mansion and set their small, precious feet on the sleeping bustling street. Hey, Glenn. Where are we? This is where street performances happen every weekend. Many performers come here to earn money with amazing tricks. Wow, what kind of tricks? I want to see them. Glenn lacked confidence in describing the tricks to Echo verbally. His expressiveness was too limited to explain such complex acts. So he awkwardly changed the subject, draping his outer garment over Echo. It's cold at dawn, isn't it? Actually, yes, it is. Thank you, Glenn. It's nothing, really. While Glenn felt embarrassed, Echo, now standing on her own 2 feet, beamed with joy. Glenn, I want to run. Can you check if there are any obstacles? Sure thing. No. Rather, like you said earlier, holding hands while running would be safest, right? That sounds good. As soon as Glenn agreed, Echo grasped his wrist with both hands. Let's go, Glenn. Hurry. Echo? We should run slowly. You might fall. You'll catch me if I fall, right? Glenn scratched the back of his head at Echo's bold demand. Well, I promised, so. The girl's joy soared into the night sky over the dark and quiet street. With each step Echo took, her white dress fluttered as if it would touch the moonlight. Glenn silently hoped that Echo's happiness would continue, until someday when her delicate hands could completely let go of the grass blades, without fail. Dash. When discussing the world's oldest profession, most would point to prostitution. Some might also compare spies to prostitutes in terms of longevity. Spies exist everywhere, like cockroaches that have normalized concealing their presence. Therefore, it wasn't strange for demon spies to operate in human territory. While their range of activities varied individually, their assigned tasks were largely similar. Information gathering. So, what kind of information would make the owners of said information lose their minds? Someone concealed in the shadows rejoiced upon spotting the children walking the dawn streets. Found them? As he inscribed concise letters on a note, he muttered with a voice tinged with ecstasy, to discover a fragment and a Basque Hill descendant simultaneously. The man's actions were swift. Flap, a carrier pigeon took flight in the ripening dawn. By the time the stranger had completely vanished, only the soft footsteps of a girl marveling at the world could be heard in the empty street. The parenting gathering had grown since it began. More families joined than before, bringing more children to meet. With guaranteed attendance, the gatherings naturally became more frequent. As a result, Glenn found himself summoned to another mansion for socializing yet again. Today's gathering was at a count's residence who'd recently moved to the capital. Unlike Viscount Peter's estate, Glenn's escape options were limited here. Determined not to miss her chance, Rochelle Peter clung to Glenn's side, chattering nonstop. What should we play? The others are playing tag again, but I'm worried my dress might get stepped on. The others naturally revolved around Tina. Tina was incredibly popular among the children. Her innocent personality and adorable looks created an amazing effect that seemed to purify everyone. The girls fussed over Tina, while the boys developed subtle crushes on her. Their clumsy attempts to hide their mutual affection were quite a sight. Glenn's situation was different. Having shown his avoidant and quiet nature from the first gathering, the girls quickly lost interest. Only 2 or 3 young ladies still approached him persistently. Rochelle Peter was clearly one of them. Should we have tea like the adults? Or maybe, hide and seek? Not interested. Despite his cold rebuffs, Rochelle's interest never wavered. In truth, Rochelle, raised pampered in a viscount's household, had a strong sense of pride. Normally, she'd glare at someone with Glenn's callous attitude. But even that lofty pride and anger vanished when she saw Glenn's face. Like someone who can't stay mad during an argument just by looking at their spouse, Glenn seemed to have that exact effect. So Rochelle, transformed into the picture of a gentle lady, asked with a bright smile. Then what kind of game do you like, Glenn? Tell me too. Tying grass. What? Nothing, never mind. Glenn pretended it was nothing while plucking a few blades of grass. Then he began delicately tying knots, weaving the joints together. Rochelle felt a sense of déjà vu at this strange behavior. Where'd you learn that? I didn't learn it anywhere. Then why are you doing it? I heard a rumor. A rumor? What kind? They say if you succeed 100 times without failing, God will grant your wish. Rochelle was speechless for a moment at Glenn's words. But after a brief pause, she calmly asked again. What wish do you want granted? I wish time would pass quickly. I see. Glenn simply found the parenting gathering boring. That's why he mentioned wanting time to pass quickly. However, Rochelle took it differently. She saw it as a dismissal, that he wanted the gathering to end soon because she was annoying, essentially telling her to get lost. No matter how heavenly Glenn's looks, there's a limit to what one can take. Rochelle felt she'd reached that limit and silently left. Glenn ignored her completely, oblivious, unaware of the anger filling Rochelle's face. Dash. Thump, thump, thump. As soon as she got back to the Viscount's house, Rochelle Peter rushed up the stairs. Ignoring all the servants, she ran to the top floor corridor and grabbed the narrow railing. Her destination was an ugly attic room. The entrance, which you had to stoop to get through, looked like a mouse hole. Rochelle threw open the attic door. A gross grassy smell wafted in as the shadowy figures of her hated twin sister appeared like a ghost. Who? It's me, Rochelle. Echo mumbled her sister's name timidly. Meanwhile, Rochelle twisted her lips in disgust, as if even hearing Echo say her name was insulting. Those always closed eyes. And that gray hair like a sewer rat's fur. Yes, that rat-like hair, seemingly untouched, looked too dirty to even touch. Disgusting. It stinks. Ha, this is no different from a stable full of hay. A stable. Insults that wouldn't have bothered her before now brought shame. Because Glenn now had a place in Echo's world. If Glenn also thought her room was like a stable, it would break her heart. So she prayed silently, hoping Glenn and Rochelle's opinions would be different. Rochelle interrogated Echo, whose shoulders had hunched. You, tell me honestly, who did you meet here? Huh, I said, who did you meet here? No, I didn't. I absolutely didn't meet anyone. Really? Rochelle bared her pearly white teeth. Though smiling, it was more like a sadistic grin over pitiful prey than anything pleasant. Ha, you didn't meet anyone? You? Don't make me laugh. Believe me, Rochelle, I really didn't meet anyone. You know, the only people who come here are the meal servers. My, aren't you quite the actor now? You think I came to this musty room for no reason. Thump. Echo felt like a huge boulder had fallen in her chest. Could Rochelle really know something and have come looking? Could it possibly be about Glenn? A shapeless fear wrapped tightly around Echo. Why are you? I don't know anything. Okay, you know that. Oh, you don't know anything, you say. The next moment, Rochelle crossed her arms and lowered her voice threateningly. Then, why does Glenn know about it? Flinch. The moment Glenn's name came up, Echo's body jerked as if shocked. Rochelle wasn't about to miss such a small change. Tell me, why is Glenn plucking grass and tying knots? He might have just done it for fun. Why? Rochelle forcefully cut off Echo's words. Then, after a short silence, she cornered Echo completely. Why is Glenn talking nonsense about wishes coming true if you tie it 100 times? Maybe he heard rumors. Ha, rumors? Don't make me laugh. Rochelle let out a mean laugh and revealed the harsh truth. That's something I made up on the spot. Such rumors can't and shouldn't be going around, you know. What? I'm saying it's nonsense. I carelessly told you to kill time? Do you understand? Rochelle just meant to mock her sister's stupidity. But Echo's reaction was more dramatic than Rochelle expected. No, it can't be. It's not true. Rochelle. Echo clung to a thin thread of hope and asked in a shaky voice. You're lying. Sorry, but unlike some people, I hate lying. Rochelle's confession wasn't just about bullying. Tying grass may seem like a silly task at first, but that silly task was the only hope Echo had blindly believed in until now. She thought her wish would come true someday. She believed that if she worked hard, even God would be moved by her dedication. So she believed that by the time she grew up, she could be happy as part of the Viscount's family. It was basically brainwashing. But now, the very person who had repeatedly planted this idea completely denied it. Everyone knew about it. So, you too, you said if there was something you wanted, you'd weave grass. Am I crazy? I'm not a gardener, why would I touch such dirty things? You said wishes would come true. Oh my, did I? I think I said they might come true. Rochelle looked down at Echo with a blank face. If she could see Echo's eyes open, she was sure those eyes would be a wonderfully ripe color. To think such a creature caught Glenn's attention? Not knowing her place. Rochelle felt Echo was getting ahead of herself without knowing her place. It made no sense for her inferior sister to be better than her in any way. Isn't that what Mom and Dad always said? Whenever Echo came up, they'd get upset and constantly told her that she and Echo belonged to different worlds. So, Echo shouldn't be better than her at anything. From looks to men, nothing at all. Rochelle's anger faded a bit. Tormenting Echo seemed to have lifted her bad mood. This was enough. Deciding so, she turned to leave, but Echo grabbed her ankle. What should I do now? What? If tying grass was a lie, how can I make my wishes come true? Wham! Rochelle roughly shook off Echo. Then, from outside the attic, she left one cold remark. How should I know? Bang! She slammed the attic door shut. Through the small door that barely blocked sound, faint sobbing could be heard. Echo wove grass in the narrow room without a single ray of light. It can't be. It's a lie. It must be a lie. Rochelle was just being mean. She must have lied. Snap. 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 Her fingertips kept shaking like butterfly wings. Because of this, even tying one knot was hard, and they kept breaking easily. Only after all the grass in her hands was torn to pieces did Echo pull her knees to her chest. Echo was filled with sadness for the first time in a long while. It was a feeling she'd forgotten since Glenn started visiting, one that had become unfamiliar as she slowly let it go. Heek. What should I do? They say I can't be happy. It was all fake, apparently. I wanted to be like that girl Tina. I wanted to walk together on sunny streets. Apparently I was never meant to do that. I miss you. Echo vaguely imagined Glenn's face. Though she didn't know what he looked like, she imagined he had a kind expression. She had touched his face before, but it's impossible to picture someone's face through touch alone. I miss you, Glenn. So it's okay if she doesn't know his face. She just wants to see his heart with these two eyes. I miss you. I don't want to miss you. Echo was hit with a strong feeling. No matter what Glenn's heart was like, whether ugly or beautiful, she felt she would want Glenn no matter what. Now, there was nothing left in Echo's world except Glenn. So, even if he hated her, Echo couldn't let go of Glenn. If that happened, the meaning of living would disappear completely. Dash. Dash. Creak at novel bin at. The attic door opened with an especially annoying noise today. As always, Glenn had climbed over the Viscount's wall to meet Echo. Rochelle was sure Echo had met Glenn on the day of the gathering at the Viscount's house. No matter how much she doubted, she couldn't have imagined Glenn visited as a night guest almost every day. Not knowing what happened today, Glenn casually greeted her. Hello, Echo. I'm here. Echo, sitting with her back against the wall, greeted Glenn with a sad expression. Welcome, Glenn. Echo, did something happen? Glenn. Glenn immediately noticed Echo was upset just from her voice. Meanwhile, Echo was so glad that Glenn recognized her sadness just from her greeting. Yet her courage was messy, making it hard to open her closed eyes. She was still too scared to look into Glenn's heart. Hey, just as Echo was about to speak. Russell? Something fluttered, and at the same time the world went dark. Echo, who had her eyes closed from the start, was slow to understand what was happening, but Glenn was different. Months of training made Glenn quickly wrap his arm around Echo's waist. But darkness surrounded them everywhere. A damp, pitch-black curtain seemed to stick thickly to the space, as if a veil had been spread around. Welcome, little ones. just as a monster was about to reach out its claws along with a sweet voice. "Oh, you." A voice all too familiar to Glenn drove away the darkness in an instant. Boom! With a thunderous sound, a huge mass gouged out the road's blocks. A gust of wind blew in, followed by pieces of the road scattering everywhere. Glenn squinted, seeing a wall protecting them from the debris. Director. There stood Hart's back, a sight that shouldn't exist. Vampires are high-ranking demons. The implications are clear. They're extremely dangerous. Unlike humans, the demon hierarchy closely resembles might makes right. While not quite a lawless realm beyond human comprehension, their culture was steeped in the notion that only the strong could rule. In the demon realm, vampires were the sole race to achieve high status as a species. Not only are they indistinguishable from humans when not flaunting their power, but they also possess abilities that defy common sense. Thus, vampires could blend seamlessly into human society. There was simply no way to tell them apart unless they openly displayed their powers. So when Hart intercepted Glenn and confronted the vampire, the sequence of events was straightforward. The moment the vampire unleashed its inherent power, Hart sensed the disturbance from the bedroom. He stepped onto the balcony, readied himself, and raced from the Duke's mansion to the scene with all his might. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Hart caught the vampire from behind as it prepared to abduct the children. He brought his fist down on the vampire's crown like a hammer blow. The impact resounded violently. Glenn's gaze was filled with shock at the sudden turn of events. And Alesia blinked sleepy eyes in the marital bedroom, still half asleep. It was a busy night for everyone. After this sequence, the monstrous figure was now face down on the ground. "Our little tyke's out playing some dangerous night games. Director, how did you?" "Oh, I just came out for a night stroll. The mosquito buzzing was getting on my nerves." Hart observed the girl wrapped around Glenn's waist with keen interest. Then, with a mischievous smile, he teased Glenn. Well, they say it's always the quiet ones. You've gone and made yourself a secret friend, haven't you?" "It's not like that. Alesia was so worried about you being a loner." "Good news. I've got something to tell her that'll put her mind at ease." Hart continued the conversation casually. His intention wasn't just to tease mindlessly. He was trying to calm the likely startled children by making it seem like no big deal. As Hart patted Glenn's head and turned his attention to the vampire, the creature spoke. "So you're the Holy Knight he mentioned." There are too many candidates for who that might be. Hart was already the most famous figure in the Empire. If a vampire spy in the Empire didn't know him, it would be grounds for disqualification as a spy. Still, a vampire is a vampire after all. The ambush must have been perfect. Any ordinary race would have died instantly. The vampire was dripping blood it had consumed until now, but it clung tenaciously to consciousness. Its eyes burned with desperate yearning. The fragment and a Basque Hill descendant in one place. Even with unfavorable odds, it's too good an opportunity to pass up. Surely this level of overreach will be permitted. Whoosh! He unfurled his cloak wide like a bullfighter's red cape. A vampire's cloak, woven from their life force, is both a unique weapon and ability. The darkness enveloping Glenn and Echo was one of the cloak's powers. The pinnacle of these abilities would be the connection to subspace. Any vampire could summon those who had contracted with them using the cloak as a medium. Thud, thud. Footsteps echoed from somewhere. The pitch-black cloak, spread like wings, rippled like a disturbed pond. Then, from beyond the cloak, black shoes stepped through as if walking. The demon who revealed himself was also a vampire. But the aura he exuded was leagues apart from the vampire who summoned him. "I apologize for troubling you to come, Lord Tsepsh. It's fine. A Basque Hill descendant is worth the overreach. That's not all. The gray-haired girl is the fragment." Oh-ho. Hart was bewildered listening to their conversation. It was news to him that Echo was a fragment. That child is a fragment of divinity. The fragment of divinity, or fragment for short, was a portion of power that had fallen from God. Unlike baptismal name holders who could perform vast miracles, fragments each possessed a single unique miracle. "I can't sense anything. Are there separate conditions for manifestation?" Otherwise, there was no way a low-level vampire could detect a fragment's presence that he couldn't sense. Hart postponed his questioning and completely shielded the children behind him. Crack. Crackle. The vampire called Tsepsh loosened his neck this way and that as he eyed Hart. Those blood-red eyes narrowed as if sizing up his opponent. Finally, he smiled venomously and asked, "Shall we negotiate?" "I refuse." Rejecting without even listening. "You're just going to try to convince me to hand over the kids, aren't you?" Silence. Tsepsh, hit right on the mark, was struck dumb as if he'd taken a blow. To this, Hart once again firmly expressed his refusal. "I may not look it, but I'm an orphanage director. I couldn't show my face if I fell for human trafficking. Haha. Even if the whole district gets dragged into the fight, you won't change your mind. Then how about I make a counter-offer? Let's hear it." Tsepsh's words weren't entirely wrong. This was a densely populated area where considerable damage was anticipated. Therefore, Hart proposed a compromise. "From the looks of it, you seem to be one of the Demon King's closest aides. I'll spare your life. So let's call it quits and you go back. Now this is a novel counteroffer, but I refuse." Then Tsepsh pointed out the flaw and declared proudly, "A vanguard of God who sealed his divinity. I calculate I can hold you off for quite a while. TCH. Whoosh." In an instant, a long omen extended like 5 streaks of lightning. Hart met Tsepsh's claws head-on and kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying into the sky. Flap. The sound of wings beating followed. The cloak, transformed like bat wings, granted Sepsh the right of aerial combat. This is troublesome. Certainly, he couldn't use his divine power against demons, because the moment he manifested his divinity, from that point on, the war between humans and demons would degenerate into a war between the main god and demon god. In other words, it would give the demon god's vanguard in the demon realm a chance to intervene. If divinity clashed with divinity like that, the only path left would be mutual destruction. An unimaginably worst-case scenario might unfold. I sense the Duke's presence in the distance. Is he overseeing the evacuation and protection of people? It seems the news of evacuation hasn't reached here yet. That was the shackle binding Hart now. The situation was different from the Bloody Dragon incident. The Bloody Dragon's lair was in uninhabited high mountains, so he could wield his power without restraint. But the current situation had far too many lives to protect. Therefore, Hart made a decision. Glenn, listen carefully. Yes, Director. Protect that child. I can cover about a 100-meter radius, but no more than that. If you go beyond that range, hold out until I return. Can you do it? I'll try. The Duke taught me how to run away, after all. Good. It had been a while since he felt his blood boiling like this. Though the intruders were on the other side, the reality that he had to seal his own power instead made his thoughts run wild. Hart took his first step at Novel bin Adat. Here I go. Whoosh! Hart reached out towards the blacksmith's shop. A longsword prepared for a large knight flew into his hand. Clang! Hart lightly swung that violently large sword. A probing attack. Sepsh exclaimed. He grabbed his cloak and swung it, slicing through the air. The fluttering cloak cut through space like a famed sword honed for days on end. And when that offensive, capable of tearing even steel, clashed with Hart's sword strike, the slash split into several branches. Hart's reaction was swift. He nimbly weaved between Glenn and the houses, protecting lives. Clang, clang, the clear ring of metal weapons. Only then did the people tossing and turning in bed grasp the situation. What's going on? There are people fighting outside, flying through the sky. Wah, demons? Demons have appeared. Chaos erupted in an instant. Like ants scurrying from a nest doused with hot water, people frantically fled to the main road. Witnessing this scene, Sepsh laughed maniacally as if in ecstasy. How amusing? So very amusing? Chaos without order or reason, strangling its own lifeline, the sight of those meant to protect them shackled by their very presence. Flap! Sepsh's cloak expands wider and wider. It covers the sky like a blackout curtain, dyeing the whole world in darkness. When his subordinate used it, it was mere child's play for kidnapping kids, but Sepsh's ploy was on a different level. The curtain of night that saps the life force within its range of darkness. To put it another way, it's a sorcery where the darkness enveloping the skin acts like vampiric fangs. You should have stayed huddled up inside. If they had cowered indoors, they would have been out of range. Then surely they wouldn't have become fodder. Having reached that conclusion, Sepsh decided to add one more amusement to warm the cool moonlit night. Humans, hear me? Bring me the gray-haired girl and the black-haired, black-eyed boy protecting her. Do so, and no tragedy shall befall you this night. Did that demon just? Is he serious? Gray hair and black hair, black eyes. The atmosphere changed in an instant. The steps of people fleeing non-stop slowed, and they began looking around. Their eyes were like those of owners desperately searching for lost items. Just then, a blind slash scarred the earth. Crack dash? Kyaa. That was the starting signal. As soon as someone screamed in panic, the crowd's composure evaporated in the blink of an eye. When one person expressed their desperation to live, it spread as mob psychology, eroding everyone's reason. Find them. Where's the black-haired, black-eyed boy? Hurry and find them. We'll die if we don't. For some, it was an adventure at the crossroads of life and death, but for Sepsh, who held the crowd's fate in his hands, it was nothing more than a farce. He sneered at Hart, who stood with his back to the passers-by, sword in hand. O final bastion of humanity! O knight who cannot betray his duty even upon seeing humanity's shameful true face! Feel free to be thoroughly ashamed. Sepsh bared his sharp teeth viciously. In the end, are you not also part of humanity, whose base nature emerges when pushed to the brink? As Sepsh made theatrical gestures, Hart, who had been observing his theatrics, spoke. Don't spout nonsense. Whoosh! Surely he hadn't taken his eyes off him, yet Hart's form vanished. Naturally, Sepsh's pupils dilated. In that brief moment, his eyeballs rolled about wildly as he desperately tried to control his racing thoughts. By the time he belatedly sensed the presence, Hart was already. A human pushed to the brink is simply a human pushed to the brink. Poised to swing his long sword while gripping Sepsh from behind. An impossible posture unless he had stepped on air to rise up. But the realization of that impossibility came only after a heavy mass had assaulted Sepsh's cloak. Bang! Crack crack crack! Sepsh, plummeting from the sky to the ground, carved a trench-like path as he was dragged along the surface. Hart, who had rushed to Sepsh's immediate vicinity, dispersed the dust cloud with a sword wind. The nature you defined is merely a facet of the weak with nowhere left to retreat. There's no room for innate good or evil in that facet. People change. Everything surrounding a person is what constitutes them. That's why someone might bend even their once upright principles and change depending on their environment. It's just a matter of opportunity. That's what Hart believed. But if you insist on calling that nature, then I'll thoroughly crush your base nature too, you overgrown mosquito. Chapter 40, The Moon is Beautiful. Tsepsh, fallen to the ground, pondered the scene before him. Though he knew dwelling on it was a luxury in battle, he couldn't easily understand what was unfolding before his eyes. A trail as thick as a human torso had been carved into the ground from his undignified fall. He lay there, gazing up at the night sky, while the White Knight, bearing a heavy burden, looked down at his foe with an unwavering gaze. As a vampire count boasting top-tier skills even among demons, Tsepsh took pride in his abilities. The notion of failing to perceive an enemy's movement was beneath contempt. Then why? The moment he calmly questioned himself, he realized the answer. He had mistaken shock for contemplation. Admitting he'd rather not think about it, he raised his guard to unprecedented levels against the foe before him. Tsepsh whirled around. Behind him, the mindless masses still scrambled about, desperately searching for the black-haired, black-eyed boy and the gray-haired girl. With a cold, calculating mind, he devised his best course of action. Whoosh! Tsepsh took flight, his cloak billowing like wings. There was no time to aim for a specific target. He could only unleash a barrage of wide-ranging attacks to effectively pin down his opponent. Behold, Holy Knight! From his outstretched, dark wings emerged the form of a monstrous bird. The vampiric beast, the death bat. It was an apex predator among the demon realm's monsters, known to travel in swarms. If you don't stop them, they'll slaughter everyone. Flap, screech, screech. As eerie cries filled the air, the horde of monsters was unleashed upon the human world. Without hesitation, Hart leapt in front of the crowd seeking escape. In that moment, Hart's emotionless eyes flashed with deadly intent. His ashen-long sword reflected that gaze as it sliced through the moonlight. Slash, swoosh, pure swordsmanship, devoid of divine power or magic. The fruits of his training blossomed like 1,000 cherry blossoms scattered in the wind, tearing the beasts to shreds with countless, dazzling sword strikes. Say that again. Hart kicked off the ground. In a flash, he closed the distance to a straight line. Tsepsh found himself at the convergence point of Hart's strikes. Who's going to be slaughtered? Kook. Tsepsh desperately thrust out his sharp talons. But it was a foolish move. A fatal mistake born of underestimating his opponent's capabilities. Hart instantly altered the trajectory of his downward plunging sword, cleaving off Tsepsh's forearm at the root of his talons. Gah! You! Tsepsh was indeed an experienced demon. He blocked his opponent's hand with his remaining arm, then threatened Hart, who had him mounted, with both wings. Cra crack? If you won't let go, I'll at least take you with me. An assault from a subspace requiring no preparation. Jet black needles, as if carved from shadows themselves, rained down in droves. Each was a potentially fatal long-range attack. Yet Hart, ignoring all damage, clenched his fist with his free hand. So what? The moment that emotionless question echoed emptily, Hart's fist exploded into action. Wham! The ground around them cratered and warped from the impact. For the first time, Hart had struck at a living being with his full strength and conviction. The shockwave was so immense that it drew the attention of those searching for Glenn and Echo to the battlefield. Impossible. Tsepsh muttered, his jaw shattered and twisted. The jet-black needles embedded in Hart's body began to extract themselves. Then, as if time were rewinding, new flesh sprouted over his wounds. Hart's body was regenerating perfectly. Tsepsh's onslaught never stopped for a moment. The merciless hail of needles continued even now, but Hart's self-healing ability far outpaced Tsepsh's concentrated fire. You used divine power, how dare you? Hart deduced something amusing from Tsepsh's words. So the demon realm isn't much different from here. Even the demon king's closest aides haven't truly witnessed divine power. What? Bam 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 bam? The barrage continued even as Tsepsh spoke. Hart, stoically enduring the concentrated fire, explained nonchalantly. This is merely a characteristic of those who possess a baptismal name. It's not divine power, but a biological function. Just as we naturally walk upright. You, monster. Swoosh. His cloak moved as if it had gained sentience. It melted into the ground, spreading around Tsepsh like a shadow. Shoop. Tsepsh's body sank into the floor. It was as if a deep pond had suddenly appeared in the solid ground. The shadow moved of its own accord, creating a short distance before Tsepsh emerged from it once more, taking flight. Cough. Tsepsh coughed up blood painfully. There was no time for pride. He had lost this fight from the moment he failed to recognize the gap between them. If the monster's terrifying healing ability was a mere biological function, then he had his own biological functions too, something he had that the other lacked. That was the mobility to freely glide through the air. No matter how monstrous the other might be, he wouldn't be able to follow once Tsepsh reached a sufficient altitude. The fragment and Baskil's bloodline were right before me. That was more regrettable than losing an arm. But losing his life would end everything. As he coldly calculated his priorities, Hart's death sentence reached his ears. In the name of the Lord God and the Holy Spirit. What? For a split second, Tsepsh hesitated. He desperately strained his ears towards the ground, his eyes wide open to their limits. As Hart's holy words were completed, Tsepsh's face turned deathly pale. Chains of light. You bastard? You're really crossing the line. Tsepsh roared in fury. With no other way to capture his prey, he resorted to divine power? How could one be so ignorant? Unless he truly wished for the world's annihilation. Tsepsh lost his will to fight. He only realized something was wrong after slowly lowering his head. Nothing was happening. Not only was there no manifestation of divine power, but even the chains of light implied by the incantation showed no signs of appearing. Only then did Sepsh understand. You tricked me, you bastard. I told you, didn't I? Hart, having gathered sufficient strength to leap during the bot time, signaled the end of the battle as he brandished his ashen blade. That I'd expose your ugly nature. The Demon King's closest aide, a vampire count, had chosen a disgraceful escape. He had abandoned all his advantageous positions and set foot on the path of decline by his own choice. Hart's sword cleaved through Sepsh's death throes. It was a clean, straight slash from shoulder to waist. Slash. Hart's face was reflected in Sepsh's vacant eyes. It was the final memory etched into the mind of a man marking the end of a long era. Until his corpse turned to dust and scattered, Sepsh's mouth continued to move. Ah, my lord. You must wait. Until this human withers and returns to the earth, the mission, for now. Hart coldly gazed at the spot where Sepsh had vanished without a trace. Though Sepsh's night had ended, the capital's night had yet to reach its conclusion. Glenn and that child called the fragment. At least they hadn't been caught by anyone. Because Glenn was now capable enough to move his feet properly. Hart shifted his feet, trusting his family. Living up to that trust, Glenn was showcasing the fruits of his training while carrying Echo on his back. Though still a young boy, Glenn had long since surpassed the level where an ordinary person with no martial arts training could catch him. Yet Glenn's feet showed no signs of stopping. Ga. Behind Glenn, who was breathing heavily, a vampire who had been Sepsh's subordinate gave chase. The vampire was also panting heavily. He was already near death from Hart's single strike. Yet somehow, he clung to consciousness enough to pursue a child. Objectively speaking, he was in such poor condition that he had to chase after children he'd once called brats with all his might at novel bin at. Glenn, are you alright? Huff. Of course. We're almost at the Duke's mansion. If the Duke is there, he'll take care of a demon like that in an instant. Glenn spoke hopefully to reassure Echo, and to some extent, it was an undeniable truth. But reality trampled Glenn's hopes in two ways. First, Cardi Luminal was currently closer to the Imperial Palace than his mansion, overseeing the capital's defenses. Second, Glenn's depleted concentration, separate from his physical stamina, finally caused a mishap. Thump. Just as the Duke's mansion's entrance came into view, Glenn's foot caught on a particularly prominent bump in the ground. His body was already at its limit. He lacked the strength to maintain his balance and the energy to correct his posture. Thus, Echo's shrill cry was inevitable. Ugh. Kaye. Echo's mind raced, her nerves on edge. It wasn't difficult to grasp Glenn's situation. So Echo groped along the ground, searching for Glenn's location. Huff. Finally caught you, you brats. At least I can save some face before the late master. Glenn squeezed his eyes shut. He felt pathetic for ending up in this state despite Hart buying them as much time as he could. It was time to abandon all hope. Just as that sense of despair was about to envelop Glenn, it happened. Director. Despair fled from Glenn's mind. The words he had shyly left with Hart suddenly invaded his thoughts. Everything the Duke can do, you'll be able to do too. If that happens, will I be able to help others like you do, Director? Just like how you saved me. He instinctively realized. This was the moment to become the person he had longed to be. This was the pivotal moment that would determine whether he could fulfill that vague desire from back then. Echo. Slam. Glenn pushed off the ground, wringing out every last ounce of his strength. He ran with all his might over the short distance, his face contorted and ugly. It felt as if time had stopped. Feeling a modest sense of omnipotence, Glenn embraced Echo. Then, sensing his muscles tearing, he moved his legs incessantly. Where do you think you're going? The pursuer shouted. The vampire's cloak, which had almost lost all function, transformed from a plane into a line, extending its length. Reshaping itself like a whip, the cloak finally caught Glenn's ankle. For an instant, Echo gasped at a strange sense of floating. Glenn, sensing the future, had thrown Echo with all his might towards the main gate of the Duke's mansion. I'm sorry, Echo. He bid farewell in the slowly flowing time. This would do. At least he had managed to protect one person with the tricks he'd learned from the Duke. Perhaps even the director he admired would praise him for this. Just as Glenn tightly closed his eyes, it happened. In the sluggish world, the sound of clicking footsteps rang out. Those footsteps, noble and haughty, yet somehow familiar. Glenn's back, about to fall. The sensation of his clothes being roughly crumpled at that spot overwhelmed him. If you're going to save someone, take responsibility and do it perfectly. Clang dash, snap. What he heard was the sound of metal scraping the ground, and the cloak snapping helplessly. But what truly captured Glenn's consciousness was Vice Director. It was none other than Alphesia's voice. Whoosh. Alphesia, gripping the back of Glenn's crumpled clothes, mercilessly threw him with one hand. Naturally, the place she threw him was the main gate of the Duke's mansion. The spot just before Echo was about to hit the ground. Amidst the chaotic situation, Glenn reorganized his thoughts and established what he needed to do. Echo. He stretched out both arms. Somehow, he had to catch Echo, who had already fallen to knee height. Bending his knees, lowering his posture, he took responsibility for his choice. The result of that responsibility was thud, ow, ugh, clumsily, but successfully achieved. In the end, Glenn managed to protect Echo by using his own body as a cushion. Thanks to this, the two who now had zero distance between them exchanged body heat. One was hot, the other cold. But Glenn and Echo had no time to feel embarrassed about it. Echo, you. Echo opened her eyes. The impact of the collision hadn't completely disappeared, so her eyelids flew open in surprise. Glenn. Her golden eyes, shimmering brilliantly, fully captured Glenn. To Glenn, it seemed as if bright full moons were nestled in Echo's eyes. Certainly, Glenn was astonished by Echo's eyes, which he was seeing for the first time, but it was nothing compared to the wonder Echo felt. Beautiful. Echo murmured unconsciously. She had never seen such a beautiful form of a heart before. Echo's consciousness was captivated by this exquisite sight she was witnessing for the first time in her life. The cool night breeze at midnight. The gentleness emanating from his voice. The warmth of his body from carrying her. All of these elements, intricately woven together, formed the beautifully sculpted work that was his heart in Echo's perception. She had always assumed life was like a barren wasteland. Like parched, cracked earth, withering away and languishing. That's how Echo had predicted her fate. But now, a small, precious sprout had grown in that wasteland. From a life that had been like a barren land, greenery had sprouted, and she gave it a name. It was her first love. Chapter 41, High Treason, and a Massive Sin. After the midnight incident subsided, the Empire's leadership was in an uproar. How could this happen? A high-ranking demon vampire causing havoc in the capital, right under the Imperial Palace's nose. The head of palace intelligence must be dismissed immediately. This could have escalated into a massive disaster. The nobles residing in the capital vented their anger in unison. Their outrage wasn't without justification. Most of those gathered had only a handful of personal guards, ranging from 3 to a dozen knights at most. The reason they settled in the capital with such meager forces was simple. Cardinal had established himself there, and the Imperial Palace was responsible for security. It was inevitable for the nobles to be furious when this trust was betrayed. You must have been greatly troubled last night. However, their heated atmosphere cooled instantly when the Emperor spoke. Some even hiccuped, wondering if they'd raised their voices too much. Finally, the Emperor presented a simple conclusion with an emotionless expression. As you demand, I'll dismiss the head of intelligence. Most nobles brightened visibly. They began imagining who might be appointed as the next intelligence head. The closer one's influence reached such a crucial position, the more exponential the benefits. The Emperor was no stranger to their inner thoughts. He calmly announced the new appointment, as if training monkeys. I'll appoint Court Counterwell as the new head of intelligence. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Many voiced their opposition. Among them, some tried to persuade the Emperor logically rather than pushing through recklessly. Your Majesty, how can you decide on such an important position on the spot, without following proper procedures? This decision goes against the Empire's custom of making decisions through council meetings. Though their arguments sounded plausible, they failed to sway the Emperor's resolve. Instead, he countered their logic with their own reasoning. Then tell me, by whose custom did you all rush here demanding the dismissal of the intelligence head? Well, I've already bent custom once by yielding to your demands. What harm is there in bending it once more? As Emperor, I've taken a step back. You should all take half a step back as well. The nobles were dumbfounded. With such a major incident, personnel changes in the palace were inevitable. Yet the Emperor made it seem as if he was doing them a favor by granting their request. However, looking at the situation, it was awkward to argue otherwise. It was true that he had accepted their demand and declared he would dismiss the intelligence head, breaking with custom. They had fallen into their own trap. In this predicament, the sharper minds among them vaguely grasped the Emperor's intention. Could he be trying to empower the third prince? Everyone knew who Court Counterwell had been shielding from political strife. In fact, he was known to serve the third prince devotedly in court life. Good heavens! Has His Majesty truly lost all human sentiment? Likewise, no one was ignorant of whose negligence had led to the demise of the third prince's mother, the second empress. Yet here he was, unhesitatingly watering a potentially useful seedling that had entered the nursery. It was common knowledge that the first prince's qualities fell short of the current emperor's. Thus, the emperor considered only the empire's continuation and bestowed this blessing on the third prince. As if that level of support wasn't more than enough. I have one more announcement. The emperor held out a scale to weigh water before the assembled nobles. I'll entrust the aftermath to the first and third princes. I promise suitable rewards to whichever side produces results. However, to ensure fairness, Court Counterwell's appointment as intelligence head will be postponed. Is the succession race surfacing already? Aftermath, in simpler terms, it meant counterintelligence work. Given cases like this recent one, where demons impersonated humans, the implication was to root them out preemptively. This was the reason for delaying Court Counterwell's appointment as intelligence head. Thus, most nobles' minds raced quickly. He hasn't fully favored the third prince yet. If so, he would have seated the court count in that position without even declaring a competition. His Majesty seems to believe that surrounding oneself with capable people is also part of one's ability. In terms of sheer competence, the promising third prince would likely overwhelm the first prince. However, unlike the third prince, the first prince had connections and influence built up over time. A leader can't always be superhuman. Therefore, relying on others' abilities and heeding counsel is also a virtue. In this respect, the first prince had already secured an advantageous position as a throne candidate. Where to align oneself. A single choice determines fate. Can the third prince handle the empress? Everyone's concerns deepened. Those in the first prince's faction were eager, but those in ambiguous positions differed. They needed to decide more carefully than ever. For no one else but themselves. Inside the racing carriage at Novel bin Adat. The only passengers were Alesia and me. Perhaps that's why a naturally quiet atmosphere formed. Normally, I would have babbled about something, but learning an unexpected truth made things a bit awkward. So I needed time to gather courage to probe into it. Hey, Alesia. Yes. It's news to me that you have talent in swordsmanship. What a ridiculous question. What's wrong with the Imperial Sword's only daughter wielding a sword? Thinking about it, that was true. It would be more unrealistic for a daughter raised under a father called the Imperial Sword of Protection to not learn any self-defense. I finally realized why the Alesia from the original story, who had been so vicious, hadn't been assassinated. Even if weakened, a vampire is still a vampire, yet she had dismembered it without a scratch. Though I couldn't imagine it, I had to believe it since Glenn had witnessed it with his own eyes. Heart. Despite knowing it wasn't the right situation, my eyes shamelessly rolled towards Alesia's thighs. Though slightly hidden by her voluminous dress, it wasn't hard to imagine what lay beneath. Surely, those tantalizing curves slumbered there. Only after hearing Glenn's story did I understand the existence of those alluring thighs. Alesia's lower body was a beauty sculpted through exercise. Surprised by this unexpected truth, I nodded silently. Then, suddenly reflecting on myself, I slapped myself with all my might. Smack? Why you? Are you mad? Why are you suddenly hitting yourself? I'm sorry. Alesia. What? I'm sorry for sinning, truly. What sin? You haven't done anything. Well, there are two ways to anger someone. One is to interrupt them mid-sentence, and the other is. Anyway, though I knew it was wrong, I kept my mouth shut. I can't say, absolutely not. You really have a talent, you know. What talent? The talent for making me want to beat you. Snap. Alesia folded her fan. Why was it? Now that I knew everything, that didn't look like just a fan, but the form of a well-honed sword. I was prepared to take the hit if Alesia decided to strike. After all, I had undeniably sinned against her, and if it could improve her mood, that would be best. But Alesia's action right after lifting her bottom from the seat was enough to make me faint. You need punishment. Punishment. Yes, a punishment that will be quite effective for you. What punishment could be possible for someone like me who could reattach even a severed head? And in this cramped carriage, no less. Suddenly, I found the punishment Alesia proposed laughable. I shouldn't have done that then. Hard, you're so diligent you look like a pushover. Alesia criticized bluntly. Then she came over, crossing the seat towards me. Finally, as she drew close enough to make my breath catch, she carefully sat on my lap. Squish, squish. A soft sensation seeped through the fabric of my trousers. Alesia's skirt was too thin. The feeling of her thigh skin wrapping around my knees, which I hadn't dared even fantasize about, settled down. Alesia. Shut up. I have sensitive ears at this distance. No, how can I not shout when you're doing this? You think I want to do this? I'm doing this because I know you're weak to this kind of thing? I don't particularly want to cling to you as if I'm fawning over you. Swoosh. At that moment, she pushed her bottom all the way to my waist. In sync with that rhythm, I desperately arched my back. We were on the verge of our most intimate parts touching, close enough to indecency. Don't do this. Alesia. Then spill your true feelings without any more nonsense. I really don't care whether you resist more or not, but I have my own thoughts, you know. Ugh. You used to make a fuss even when I just got close. It's okay when I'm attacking. That doesn't make sense. This is character collapse. There's no way Alesia could be this aggressive. Am I dreaming of flying in the sky right now? Surely, if not that. No, this must not be a dream. If this were a dream, wouldn't it undoubtedly be a wet dream? Wouldn't it be clear evidence that I've defiled her? Moreover, Alesia and I even share the same bedroom? I see. Thighs are pouches of sin. Then how much more wicked sin does the butt contain? In truth, I thought I had no libido. I had never experienced lust towards women in the first place. Especially with Ibria, who was considered the most beautiful in the Empire. I never once had impure thoughts despite being together every moment. So I had no complaints about the fate of having to remain celibate for life. How could I, who had been like this? For what reason? Commit sin now? And towards Alesia, who I must never love. To harbor carnal desire without even loving. How am I any different from a beast in heat? Was all the training I accumulated in the temple in vain? More than that, what is love? Even that concept is starting to confuse me now. This must all be due to the damn body's greed. To think that thighs exerting such steady, elastic pressure could be so seductive. I must be a pervert. Undoubtedly a super pervert among perverts, especially excited by Alesia's thighs. Even if I cut off the male organ, it would grow back, right? To think a baptismal name could be such a heavy shackle. Oh Lord, isn't this too cruel a test for leaving the temple? It was while I was feeling deeply ashamed. Alesia whispered with a slightly flushed face. Ahem. Heart, it's also a sin to hide things from your spouse. Sin, you say? Yes, sin. It's a sin. So confess quickly. Confess. Yes, confession. I'll accept everything. Because I'm your wife. Alesia. With my reason slowly eroded by the elastic thighs, I was far from sane. That's why Alphesia's words penetrated my consciousness almost like hypnosis. That must be why I spilled my true feelings that I wouldn't dare express normally. Althesia. Yes, heart. I feel like crying. I truly felt the sensation of my eyes reddening from sadness. Still, this was a place of confession, so I believed Alphesia's words and confessed the truth. I defiled you? What? Your thighs, your buttocks, the mole at their boundary, they're so vividly etched in my memory. If my future self heard this, he would have grabbed me by the collar for such mad talk. But to the insane me, self-control was merely ornamental. Thanks to that, I didn't even have the composure to check Alphesia's expression. I dared to harbor lewd fantasies, so please stop the punishment? You, Alphisia, you're too sexy. Crazy. Hup. Alphisia belatedly covered her mouth after expressing a harsh word. In normal times, I would have stared at her with wide eyes. But now I was a sinner. Just a lowly creature that should hang its head endlessly. Alphisia quietly liberated my knees from her buttocks and thighs. Perhaps my sincerity had been conveyed. We advanced towards our destination, filling the carriage with a tacit silence created by mutual agreement. Far away, facing the direction of the carriage, stood the mansion owned by Viscount Peter. It was a journey that had set out to seek unilateral consent from the Viscount couple from the start. The first step towards isolating Glenn's secret friend, Echo, began so lewdly. Dash. Meanwhile, Echo, left behind at the ducal residence, pondered over Heart's words. I see. So the fragment's power is unleashed when your eyes open. That explains why I didn't sense it even after coming to the capital. He said this power to observe the shape of Hearts was influenced by something called the fragment. It felt strange, as if she had suddenly become extraordinary. He said that person was the director. Echo's curiosity grew, prompting her to observe Heart. She wondered what kind of heart shape someone Glenn respected so much would have. But she was surprised by an unexpected result. I couldn't see anything. Rather than lacking a heart, it felt as if it was hidden behind extremely thick, multi-layered walls. Though difficult to describe in words, it was clear that this director was an enigma. Ah, right. The vice-director was interesting too. The heart shape Echo observed in Alphisia was quite distorted. It was evidence that people aren't purely good. This was typical of the servants at the Peter mansion and Rochelle. But surprisingly, her heart shape changed every time she looked at Heart. Despite being a concept difficult to express, Echo could verbalize the comparison aloud. It was fire. And a fiercely blazing flame at that. Echo could only observe the shape of Hearts. Therefore, she had no way to infer the nature of types she hadn't experienced. That it somewhat overlapped with her own nature. Something Echo would realize very slowly in the future. Chapter 42, A husband's corruption is a wife's duty. Meanwhile, the Duke's mansion approached noon as Heart and Alphisia departed. Echo stayed at the mansion under the guise of temporary protection. At first, she was thrilled at the thought of living under the same roof as Glenn. However, she soon faced a daunting challenge. Hey, what should we play? Well, what do you like, Echo? I love hide-and-seek and strawberries. The daunting challenge was none other than Tina. The moment she heard about a new friend her age, Tina dashed out. She bolted from Cardi's office mid-snack. Cardi's face was unreadable as he stared blankly at his granddaughter's retreating back. But the innocent child had no time to notice. This was how Tina and Echo's meeting came about. You're really pretty. Your skin is so white, like porcelain. It's because I don't see the sun. And your eyes are super pretty too, right? I don't know. Echo found Tina overwhelming. It was natural for Echo, who had lived in isolation, to struggle adapting to Tina's energy. Moreover, there was a time when Echo had deeply envied Tina at Novel bin at. Now that Tina was clinging to her like an overexcited puppy, her excessive attention was becoming too much. Glenn was fine, though. Looking back, she and Glenn had connected well from the start. From comfortable silences to not dragging out conversations, they clicked. In contrast, it would take time to become close with Tina, who radiated positivity. Hey. What is it? What? Where's Glenn? Oh, Glenn? He's probably exercising with Grandpa right now. Exercise? Echo tilted her head, eyes closed. Come to think of it, she'd heard he was the Duke's disciple, but hearing it from someone else made it more real. Glenn really was amazing. Why? Want to go see Glenn? Is that okay? Sure, let's go together. Thank you. It's nothing. Whether Echo was uncomfortable or not, Tina was thrilled to have a female friend her age. She had quite a few friends from parenting gatherings, but Glenn was the only peer she could meet often. In these circumstances, Echo's presence was like a breath of fresh air for Tina. Tina took Echo's hand and led her, mindful of her weak eyesight. The maid assigned to Echo watched anxiously as she carefully descended the stairs. By the time they finally reached the bottom and the mansion doors opened, the maid felt like applauding. At the end of this journey, they arrived at the training grounds. Cardi, abandoned by Tina, was crossing swords with Glenn, who was training diligently. Though Glenn's skills had improved over the past few months, he was still no match for Cardi. Echo let out a worried gasp at Glenn's groans as he rolled around. Oh no, isn't he in pain? It's okay, Glenn's tough. Tina and Echo sat on a bench at the edge of the training grounds. Glenn, in the midst of his grueling training, merely glanced at them before refocusing. As the clash of swords rang out once more and the mock duel unfolded, Echo asked again. What's happening now? Grandpa's totally relaxed. Oh, he just flicked Glenn on the head. Glenn did. No, Grandpa did the flicking. Good heavens. How harsh must the training be for Glenn to be beaten so one-sidedly? Echo wanted to shout out in concern. Oblivious to Echo's feelings, Tina voiced her disappointment. If only Echo could see. Then you could watch Grandpa's amazing skills more clearly. Oh, well, that's... Honestly, she didn't want to see. She might not mind seeing Glenn's impressive side, but witnessing him getting beaten would likely make her sad. Just then, Tina clapped her hands excitedly. Oh, that's right. Should we ask Dad? My dad's an incredible doctor, so he could definitely fix your eyes. A doctor, you say? Yep. Tina still firmly believed the lie Hart had casually made up. If Hart could cure even the bloody dragon's instinct to crave blood, he could surely do this. Tina had unwavering trust. Really? Could my eyes really be able to see? I'm sure they will. My dad is super amazing, you know. Yes. Because he's the director. Oh, you know? Did Glenn tell you? That's right. He said the director shoots beams from his mouth. Oh. Tina sat thinking, letting her imagination run wild. After some thought, she concluded. Wouldn't it go like Bwaya? She was practically treating Hart as some sort of alien life form. It was a logical deduction based on the idea that if dragons could breathe fire, Hart must be capable of the same. He really is amazing. Echo, influenced by Tina and Glenn, was convinced. As the sky turned golden and twilight approached, Hart and Alesia returned home. Alesia was indeed a woman with a formidable side. I was reminded of this once again only after visiting the Peter Viscounty. She bluntly presented the papers for relinquishing parental rights over Echo, but the Peter couple strongly opposed. Despite having treated Echo like a family disgrace until now, their attitude completely changed the moment they heard the word fragment. They claimed it was all a form of discipline, that they had actually treasured her and kept her hidden. It seemed difficult for them to give up a girl blessed with a miracle. With such a sacred child, they could marry her off to any family of their choosing in the future. Moreover, apart from her severe weak eyesight, Echo's appearance was quite appealing, befitting a daughter of the Peter family. Alesia swiftly dismissed all their resistance, citing legal grounds with enough force to make a judge flinch. When they threatened to contact the Minister of Justice, to who they were connected by marriage, Alesia's response was shocking. By all means, go ahead. Right here, right now. She then added. The moment you do, I'll buy the Minister of Justice. I'm not sure if Alesia was implying bribery or hinting at buying off the Minister of Justice himself. I only knew that Alesia was dead serious, and that was the decisive factor in making the Viscount couple back down. At that point, I couldn't gauge the extent of House Luminal's influence. More surprisingly, it was fascinating that she could make such an offer on the spot, wielding full authority of the ducal house. Thus, I ended up returning after merely putting on airs like a borrowed sack of grain. Dad. With a bang, Tina burst out as if she'd been waiting. I lifted her up and nuzzled my forehead against her plump cheeks. Aha, haha, that tickles. Did our daughter have fun today too? Yes, I made a new friend and it's so great. That's wonderful. Having finally landed on the ground, Tina approached Alesia as well. What? Mom, won't you do it for me too? Why should I do such a thing? Please. Tina's pleading gaze held a magical power that compelled Alesia to act. Soon enough, Alesia picked Tina up, made eye contact for a few seconds, then put her back down. Tina, unsatisfied with Alesia's lukewarm response, immediately signaled a more aggressive approach. Fine, since Mom didn't do it, I'll do it for you this time. She then grabbed Alesia's thighs and rubbed her face against her lower abdomen freely. Somehow, I envied the uninhibited contact against my wife's thighs, which were both soft and firm. Slap. I struck my own cheek hard enough to rattle my teeth. I could clearly feel my molars wobbling before settling back into place. Why you? What are you doing? This is the 4th time today. Sorry. Are you okay, Dad? Ugh, Tina. Daddy. Daddy is really sorry. I'm sorry for being a depraved father, and sorry for being a husband whose vow of chastity has weakened. Once again sinking into self-loathing, Tina quietly approached me. Dad. Yes. Can you fix Echo's eyes too? Because you're a doctor, right? About that. Tina gazed at me with unwavering eyes, showing firm trust. But I could only scratch the back of my head sheepishly. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it's impossible. What? Tina's face fell instantly as she tightly gripped my hand. You're joking, right? There's no way you can't fix it, Dad. I already told Echo everything would be fine. Tina. If Echo's weak eyesight had been a congenital disability, it wouldn't have been difficult. But her condition was a miracle bestowed as a fragment of divinity. In other words, it was the power of the Lord. There was no way to remove the Lord's power with the Lord's power. If it were a matter of transferring it to me, like the dragon's instinct that had troubled Tina, it might not be impossible, but that would be a sin of arbitrarily taking the Lord's power. To put it another way, it would be overstepping my bounds. So, I gently explained to Tina. That's why I was thinking of asking someone else instead of me. Oh, someone else. Yes. There's someone called His Holiness the Pope, who's even more amazing than Dad. I saw him at the ball. Was he an incredible person? Of course. While it would be problematic for the Lord's vanguard to take the Lord's power, there would be no issue if the Lord himself were to withdraw it. In exchange, Tina's newly made friend would disappear into the temple for a while. Is it true? Just then, a trembling voice came from the mansion's entrance. It was Echo, who had come to greet us at the entrance, holding Glenn's hand. Can you really fix my eyes? Yes. Though you'll have to live at the temple for a while. That's fine. I can do that. So, I really want my eyes fixed. Alright, if you want them fixed, we should fix them. You're our little one's secret friend, after all. Glenn immediately protested my joking words. Secret friend, what do you mean? Echo is just a friend, not a secret friend. Hey now, I think we can agree that friends we meet secretly are called secret friends. Ugh. Thinking it over, he seemed to have no good comeback. Glenn just glared at me resentfully, having gone quiet. It's too late today. Shall we go to the temple tomorrow? Yes, that sounds good. At the hopeful news, smiles bloomed on Glenn and Tina's faces as well. Glenn in particular held both of Echo's hands tightly, expressing his joy with a rare smile. That's great, Echo. Yes? Thank you, Glenn. This is all thanks to you finding me. You're exaggerating. Glenn awkwardly tried to save face. Seeing their shy yet harmonious interactions made me feel content. Now there was only one task left. That is, to control my own heart. Let's use separate rooms for a while, Alesia. That was what Hart proposed just before entering the bedroom. Alesia was secretly annoyed but nodded with a haughty face. At the time, Hart's foolish expression, as if he'd shaken off all his worries, irritated her for no reason. But now, lying in bed and feeling the emptiness beside her, she thought differently. It's a good sign. Hart had begun to recognize her as a woman, not just a contract wife. It was like a tiny crack in a massive dam. The water trickling out was just the beginning. Before long, it would burst forth like a flood. That was the essence of emotion. The moment one becomes aware, love and desire grow uncontrollably. I know it well. How terrifying a moment of realization can be. How it can make you lose yourself. Alesia remembered it all vividly. At some point, looking back, you find that your firmly held beliefs and values have crumbled like a sand castle swept by waves. An unfamiliar feeling, as if losing oneself. It's a strange but not unpleasant experience. That was how love had sprouted in Alesia. Come to think of it, my husband's tastes are quite peculiar. Could thighs really be that appealing? Soon, it might be good to find an excuse to offer a lap pillow. Or I could pretend to toss and turn and press against him. It would be quite amusing to see Hart's reaction if she pinned his hand with her thigh. Alesia couldn't help but smile imagining Hart's face turning bright red. What a lewd person, and a fool. She buried her face in the pillow. While it was fun to imagine various strategies, it was still embarrassing. If Hart ever turned the tables on her, she would surely flail about, unable to even speak properly. She found herself contradictory, both hoping for and fearing such a day. Well, I'm in no position to call anyone a fool. Only in calm moments like this could she think of such calculated plans. When faced with reality, her heart would race, causing her to lose all reason. Even today was like that. Originally, she had planned to sit on Hart's lap like a mistress, grab his chin, and look at him coldly. Yet one mention of sex made her too embarrassed to continue. How pathetic. For now, I should steadily secure the areas to target. Alesia pulled the bell rope to summon a maid. Then she hid her flushed face, pulling the blanket up to her nose. She then issued her order. Place an order with the dressmaker for custom-made casual attire by tomorrow evening. About 30 outfits should suffice. My lady, when you say custom-made, what kind of attire do you mean? Leave the design to the dressmaker's expertise, but keep one thing in mind. I'm listening. Alesia conveyed a truly puzzling condition to the dutiful maid. The side slit in the skirt is essential. Unable to continue speaking, she cast aside her shame and finished her order. Relay that to them. Chapter 43. Coo, coo. Squeak, squeak, peep, peep. On the night of the waning full moon, inside the luxurious guest room of the liminal mansion, an unexpected incident arrived without warning. Snore, snore. Tina was in deep, peaceful slumber on the plush bed, breathing softly. Her mouth hung slightly open, her face serene as if having a pleasant dream. A thin line of drool trickled onto her pillowcase. The tranquility was undisturbed, even by the chirping of insects. Yet who could have known? This was the calm before the storm. The events of that night would become the catalyst for Tina's first ever attempt to run away from home, something no one could have predicted. In the early hours before dawn, with plenty of time left until daybreak, a wisp of white smoke began to curl up from Tina's bed. Yawn. Tina greeted the warm morning sunlight with a stretch. She felt unusually refreshed today. Normally, she'd want to burrow back under the covers for more sleep, but she was brimming with energy. So Tina crawled to the edge, intending to put her feet on the floor. But at that moment, thud, Tina's world came crashing down. Instead of touching the floor with her feet, she tumbled headfirst with a loud bump. Strangely, it didn't hurt. Why? How? More importantly, why did she fall? This made no sense. And why was her line of sight so low, as if she were lying flat on her stomach? How odd. Squeak. Huh? Why did her voice sound like that? And why couldn't she speak properly? Coo, coo. What on earth was happening? Why was she making these bizarre animal noises? I'm sorry, Dad. I think I've become mute. Ugh. First, stay calm. If she got up and found Dad, they could figure out the cause. Surely that would work, but why couldn't she stand up? Squeak, squeak. I can't balance. Tina desperately tried to walk on two legs. but her traitorous body seemed utterly unwilling to cooperate. After several failed attempts, Tina's reason slowly returned at novel bin at. She pondered the cause of her inability to walk upright. Tina carefully examined her two hands. The next instant, she rubbed her eyes, and as the rough sensation touched her lower eyelids, she let out a scream. Pi-ee-ee-ee-ee. Thump, 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 thump. Scurrying on all fours like a beast, she rushed to the full-length mirror. She couldn't trust her own eyes. So when she finally saw her reflection, Tina could only collapse in the face of this harsh reality. What? Is that me? The image in the mirror, it was the form of a completely alien being. Blood-red scales covered her entire body, gleaming like a coat of varnish. What were once hands had long since transformed into 4 legs, slightly sharp claws and playfully protruding fangs, and pupils split vertically like a reptile's. It was unmistakably the form of a baby dragon. Squeak, squeak. What is this? Just as Tina was reeling in shock, there came a knock at the door. Knock knock. The maid had come to announce breakfast as usual. When there was no answer from inside, she assumed, uncommonly, that Tina might be oversleeping. So, to wake her, the maid opened the door, aware of her rudeness. Miss Tina, it's time to wake up. The Duke is. Eek. Squeak. The maid suddenly froze. Likewise, Tina, facing the maid from a drastically lower eye level, also became stock-still. What is this? Huh. The maid didn't know Tina was half-dragon. So naturally, she couldn't connect Tina's absence with the sudden appearance of a baby dragon. Thus, the maid fled at top speed, screaming at the top of her lungs. She's been eaten. Squeak. Your Grace, my lady, help. Miss Tina has been devoured by a monster. The maid's cry turned the mansion upside down. Especially Hard and Cardi, with their superhuman senses, didn't even need to wait for the maid to arrive. They rushed straight to Tina's room from a distance where even thunderclaps would sound faint. Bam! The two burst into Tina's room, kicking the door wide open. The door flew off its hinges and shattered the window on the opposite side. The sound of the door crashing down at the mansion's entrance provided a finale to the commotion. Meanwhile, Hard and Cardi, who had appeared so dramatically, could only stare wide-eyed. There, curled up like a coiled snake, was a trembling baby dragon. Squeak, squeak. Tina whimpered dejectedly. It was the moment the early morning chaos came to an end. Dash. This is bewildering. In all my years, I've only been this flustered once before. That time when I dunked my head in the sacred pond and regained my past life memories. Yes, I'm just as bewildered now as I was then. There. Why don't you try speaking calmly instead of crying? The Duke said. The Duke sat Tina, curled up into a ball, on his knee and stroked her gently as if handling a precious artifact. Ho ho. The scaly yet smooth texture is surprisingly pleasant. It's nice to have such rare experiences occasionally. Pain. The Duke, unusually expressive, was clearly enjoying himself. He seemed genuinely delighted by Tina's transformation into a baby dragon. It brings back memories. The dragon I saw long ago had such hard, rough skin that I thought even brushing against it would cut my fingertips. Moo. Well, its head ended up getting chopped off in the end. Squawk. At the Duke's final chilling remark, Tina roused her sluggish body and leapt from his knee, landing atop my head. I could feel her tiny body quivering with fear as it vibrated against my scalp. Oh my. I picked Tina up from my head and set her down on my lap. All eyes in the room focused on my knees. The dragon scales I'd been secretly wanting to touch were now right in front of me. I stroked the baby dragon on my lap while trying my best to maintain my dignity as I addressed her. Tina. Why did you become like this? SNRK. Squeak. Squeak. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm absolutely not laughing at you. Right. You only get one chance. I'll keep that in mind. After talking with Tina, I looked around. The awkward silence was loud. Though we'd only exchanged a few words, everyone at the table was staring at me in amazement. Hey, Heart. Can you understand what Tina is saying? Alesia asked. Of course I can. Does your baptismal name include the power of translation or something? Come on, Alesia. How could such a thing exist? Then how can you understand her? What do you mean, how? There's no father who can't understand his daughter's words. I explained what seemed to be common sense. But Alesia's face darkened. It was then that I realized my blunder. So I'm just a useless parent unworthy of the title, is that it? Wait. That's not what I meant. Alesia sighed deeply before folding her arms and forgiving me. Well, fine. I've seen enough of your departures from common sense by now. Ahaha. Her display of generous understanding seemed to irritate someone. The Duke, the source of that irritation, leaned in uncomfortably close with a look of intense determination. Who says I can't do it? I'm not some incompetent grandfather who can't understand his granddaughter. Go on, say something. I'll translate it perfectly. The Duke's confident declaration. In response, Tina earnestly conveyed something with soft cries. Squeak, squeak, coo. Squeak, squeak. Cute, moo, squeak, skeeth. Squeeing. I see. The Duke nodded. Had he really succeeded in deciphering Tina's dragon language? When Tina stopped further communication, silence fell. During this time, the Duke closed his eyes and nodded repeatedly, as if mulling over Tina's cries. I see, so that's it. Can you understand what she's saying, Your Grace? Glenn politely asked about the interpretation results. The Duke responded with unwavering eyes. She said a lot, but it all boils down to one conclusion. He smirked like the final victor. In the end, she says her grandfather is the most admirable and lovable person in the world. Squawk. Father, just how optimistic is your thought process? Alesia exclaimed. Good heavens, Alesia genuinely rebuked the Duke. And with such a raised voice. This rare sight left me as wide-eyed as Tina. Disappointed by the nonsensical interpretation, Alesia and Glenn once again focused their attention on me. She says she wants to return to her original body quickly. She's frustrated because she doesn't know why this happened. Squeak, squeak. Tina nodded vigorously, her pebble-sized head bobbing up and down. Then Alesia casually posed a question to me. Heart, can't you do something about this? Like using divine power to turn her back? Of course I can. However, the excessive use of divine power isn't exactly recommended. Besides, Tina's transformation doesn't pose a threat to her life or cause any major incidents, so, then let's just change her back already. Skeeth. Squeak. Yeah, I know it's urgent, but listen. This is one thing, and that's another. I have no intention of prioritizing the temple's values over family. It's just, she's too adorable, so can we postpone it just for today? That sounds fine, the Duke agreed. Squeak. The Duke, head of the family, agreed without hesitation. If it had stopped there, Tina probably wouldn't have resorted to any rash actions. Well, I suppose one day wouldn't hurt. I haven't had a chance to touch her yet either, Alesia added. I think, one day is appropriate too, Glenn chimed in. Squeak. Alesia and Glenn chimed in with their agreement. Not a single person wasn't itching to touch Tina. Even the servants preparing to wait on us were revealing their desires through furtive glances. Kua. Tina trembled as if unable to contain her anger. The impulsive incident unfolded right then and there. Flap. Tina spread her wings and took flight. Skiainiek. The tiny, precious baby dragon let out a shriek. Her cry of frustration couldn't have been more endearing. Crash. Tina spectacularly shattered the dining hall window as she flew away. Her already small figure grew even tinier with distance, until she looked like nothing more than a red speck. It was the dramatic beginning of her runaway adventure. Chapter 44, This much in a place without water? As Tina soared upward, she felt the world shift beneath her. Only after flying high above the Count's mansion did she reflect on her actions. Why am I doing this? Her emotions seemed unusually raw. Normally she could have laughed this off, but overwhelmed by sadness, she'd acted rashly. I could have just waited quietly for a day. Surely she could have, but controlling her emotions proved difficult. She felt like a child throwing a tantrum after learning to speak. It was as if she'd regressed to infancy. How else could she explain? I hate you, Daddy. Bursting out of the mansion in an uproar like that. Of course, only her father would have understood the dragon's cry, but that made her feel even worse. If he hadn't understood at all, he wouldn't have known her words were so cutting. Should I go back? She considered it briefly, but the view from high above and the unfamiliar landscape below soon captured Tina's attention. This could be fun. Before long, thoughts of running away were pushed to the back of her mind. In truth, Tina's current state inclined her to think based on interest. As her body changed into a dragon, instinct began to outweigh reason in her mind. Of course, Tina was too young to realize this. Since things had come to this, she might as well play to her heart's content and return in the evening. Surely her body would revert to normal then. With that mindset, Tina began gliding freely through the blue sky. Dash. Tina's first destination was the Imperial Palace. It had been so long since she'd seen Julian that his face was growing hazy in her memory. So Tina observed the ground from above the palace, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. But the palace was vast, and if Julian was indoors, there was no way to spot him. So Tina lowered her altitude and carefully examined the windows from outside. Of course, she made sure to peek inside with just her head to avoid being seen. There he is. At last, Tina found Julian. He was in the middle of a meeting with his ministers. They were exchanging difficult words that Tina couldn't understand at all. So she just lay flat under the windowsill, listening quietly. It seems my eldest brother has managed to root out quite a few demon spies. But isn't it strange, Your Highness? Even considering how demons can be difficult to distinguish from humans. It's too fast, and he's captured far too many, don't you think? Why yes, Prince. Julian's voice was cold and sharp. This wasn't the Julian who would raise his voice at the slightest provocation from heart at the orphanage. To Tina, this unfamiliar side of Julian seemed strange. I know what you're suspecting. There's a method one might consider, given how similar they are to humans. And, it's likely the first thing the Empress would think of. You're certain then, Your Highness, that he fabricated the spies? It seems my eldest brother is quite ambitious. That's why he couldn't properly follow his mother's little scheme. Julian rested his chin on the desk as he continued. The Empress would have tortured 3 or 4 people at most to create spies, but my brother must have been impatient. Because I made him that way. You mean you leaked false information? Correct. I deliberately leaked inflated results. My brother knows his mother, the Empress, doesn't trust him. That insecurity made him try to do even more. He took the bait without needing any lure, it seems. Julian nodded calmly at the noble's remark. If you're not certain of victory, tearing into your opponent is an option. But this goes too far. In the end, I provoked my brother and only increased the number of innocent victims. So I want you to focus all your efforts on following the trail and restoring the victims' normal lives. Yes? Understood. The assembled people filed out of the meeting room. Each expressed deep admiration for Julian's conduct. It seemed unbelievable that he was still just a child. In the now mostly empty conference room, only Court Counterwell, Julian's closest aide, remained for a private audience. Prince, did you come up with this strategy on your own? I thought about it. The method I was taught. Taught? By who? The vice director, Lady Alesia Luminal. She told me the method to defeat an opponent is quite simple. Court Counterwell's face showed keen interest as he asked, what is this method? If you can't become stronger immediately, repeat actions your opponent dislikes. That's the essence, she said. Without principle or righteousness. Orwell felt a chill run through him. It was hard to imagine the depths of darkness in Alphesia's mind, given that she had never stood out in social circles before. A true Machiavellian. Julian's strategy today exemplified this, as did the method Alphesia had taught him. I understand your concern. When you gaze into the abyss, you inevitably become tainted and accustomed to it. Your Highness. So I promise you this, at least. This will be the last time I stray from the righteous path. Julian let out a small chuckle as he faced his loyal subject. Because if I'm going to emulate someone, I'd rather it be the director than the vice director. The vice director scares me, after all. At last, Orwell's worry eased, and he showed a faint smile of joy. Ho ho. Well now, it seems my decision to entrust your Highness to Lord Hart was the achievement of a lifetime. Humph, it was nothing but a useless coincidence. You should prepare to be promoted to head of intelligence soon. I am at your service. Court Counterwell bowed deeply before heading out. Now completely alone, Julian slouched carelessly into a chair. No matter how mature he acted for his age, leading meetings was tiring for a child who was still growing. Julian relaxed his neck and glanced out the window. The palace scenery was so beautiful that looking at it brought some peace of mind. So, Julian's view should have been filled with the lush green garden. Blink, blink. The vertical pupils within his blue irises disappeared and reappeared as his eyelids fluttered. For a moment, Julian thought he was seeing things and rubbed his eyes. But when the scene remained unchanged, he finally grasped reality. Monster. Squeak. Seeing Julian suddenly backed against the door, Tina pounded on the window. Julian realized something was off at that very moment. Upon closer inspection, it felt familiar. It shared some similarities with the dragon that had abducted Tina when they visited the border region before. Could it be, Tina? Kuo. Nod. Tina nodded her head vigorously. Only then did Julian open the window to let her in. I keep experiencing the strangest things. Every day has been full of surprises since getting involved with the director. King. What? What's with that disappointed cry? More importantly, can you not speak? Moo. Tina let out a mournful cry, expressing her regret. Julian quickly apologized, his face showing a hint of guilt. The bloody dragon we met before could speak. So I just assumed you could too. Squeak. I don't know what you're saying. Have you asked the director to turn you back to normal? Julian's question brought the incident at the Count's mansion to Tina's mind. She recalled being told to endure for just one day, simply because she looked cute, despite the gravity of her situation. Tina, now more instinct-driven as a dragon, felt upset about it again. So she tried to recount the circumstances to Julian using a mix of gestures and sounds. Squeak, kiwa. Squeak, king, ki. Muo, ki king. I really have no idea what you're saying. Piak. And you clearly can't write either, judging by your appearance. Tina felt sad, as if her entire life up to now was being invalidated. Moreover, she grew to dislike Julian for assuming she couldn't write without even trying to make her do so. Julian is really mean. Fortunately, Julian couldn't interpret her unreasonable condemnation. Instead, he suggested to Tina with a troubled expression. I'd like to play with you, but my schedule is packed. Why don't you go see my second brother? He should be at his mansion right now. Cute. Suddenly the second prince? Why are you sending me there? As Tina pondered this, Julian answered while hanging a note around her neck. My second brother has changed quite a bit. You've seen him too, right? That chubby brother of mine. Squeet. I've seen him. I've been worried every time I see him. He'll probably welcome you, being the director's daughter and all. I wrote down the general situation and told him to serve you mainly strawberry cake. At least you won't go hungry. Strawberry cake. Drool. Tina's mouth watered uncontrollably. A pool of saliva formed in her mouth and dribbled out before she could close it. Julian stared at the puddle of drool, his thick eyebrows twitching. Disgust. No, never mind. Nothing. Such an unseemly display was only possible because Tina had been overtaken by her instincts. While Julian couldn't know the exact circumstances, he had a general idea. Moreover, seeing Tina exhibit such animalistic behavior, his guess soon became certainty. Go quickly. My brother is staying at the Lotus Palace. If you go out the window and keep left, you will see a pond full of lotus flowers. That's my brother's palace, so remember that. Cute. Tina nodded vigorously. Far from being grateful to Julian for giving directions, her mind was entirely preoccupied with the thought of being served strawberry cake. Flap flap. Julian watched Tina's practiced wing movements with disgusted eyes as he saw her off. Once she had completely disappeared, Julian looked at the dragon's saliva that hadn't yet dried. How filthy. This is no joke. It's hard to believe such thin saliva is used as medicine. The thought of someone ingesting it suddenly horrified Julian. That emotion closely resembled the revulsion that often exists between ordinary siblings. Is anyone out there? Yes, Your Highness. A servant passing by opened the door and bowed respectfully. Julian pointed at the puddle of saliva on the floor and ordered, "Clean this up. As thoroughly as possible." "What are you doing?" Yes. Yes, I heard you, Prince." Well, all right. I understand. Carry on then." "Yes. I am deeply moved by your attentiveness." After Julian left the conference room, the servant fell into contemplation. This was because there was no water, not even a glass, visible anywhere in the room. To produce this much moisture in a place without water, this is purely for verification purposes. Though it crossed the line of what was appropriate for a servant, this was merely a fact-checking exercise. So, the servant lowered his body and sniffed. A fishy smell. As expected, it wasn't water. So where did this fishy liquid come from? After thinking briefly, there was only one conclusion at Novel bin Adat. To be so loose at such a young age? This third prince is extremely lecherous? I must report this to my master at once. In truth, he was an informant for the first prince. The first prince had planted a spy in Julian's palace to uncover weaknesses. So the servant hastily wiped up Tina's saliva with a rag and quickly hid it in his clothes before fleeing. He intended to show this evidence to the first prince. Yahoo! My life has taken a turn for the better. Thus, the servant rejoiced, eager to mislead his master of his own accord. It was truly a ridiculous scene embodying the principle of using an enemy against themselves. The time was when the sun sits directly above a fool's head. It was noon. Chapter 45, Divine Dragon's Descent. Tina soared through the sky, spotting the Lotus Palace from high above. Despite second Prince Rainer's reputation, the Lotus Palace was breathtakingly beautiful. The pond, easily mistaken for a lake, boasted blooming pink lotus flowers, while the Platinum Palace reflected on the calm water's surface. Tina glided skillfully through the air, approaching the palace. She knocked on the main entrance with her front paws. Footsteps soon approached from inside. Naturally, the Lotus Palace teemed with court attendants. The first to witness the transformed Tina was a young maid. Beep. Slam. The young maid hastily shut the door, needing a moment to process reality. Rubbing her eyes and repeatedly confirming her sanity, she slowly reopened the door. Q. Slam. Once more, the main door closed instantly. This time, however, it reopened more quickly. Fwip. As the maid took in Tina's form one last time, a scream erupted at Novel bin Adat. Kaya! A monster has appeared. King. As the maid fled in panic, Tina pursued her, desperate to clear up the misunderstanding. She frantically tried to draw attention to the note around her neck, but the terrified maid was in no state to notice. What's all this commotion about? Just then, an older woman, the head maid of the Lotus Palace, scolded the fleeing maid, but, her attitude changed in a flash. Monster? Look, knights, Rainer's has been. Beep. The misunderstanding seemed to be snowballing. Even Tina, driven largely by instinct, could recognize that much. Thud, thud, thud. Urgent footsteps echoed from afar. Judging by their weight and force, it seemed to be the knights guarding the Lotus Palace. What is that? It's small, but definitely a monster. Why is it cute? Indeed it was. While the maid and head maid had exaggerated their fear, shocked by such an unusual creature, a calmer look revealed an incredibly adorable appearance. However, duty is duty, and personal feelings must be set aside. Soon after, the knights formed a circle, surrounding the intruder. Tina had been captured. What's all this commotion about? A solemn voice descended the spiral staircase. The knights maintained their formation while showing minimal respect. This person was likely someone the knights held in high regard, probably the master of the Lotus Palace. But Tina could only tilt her head in confusion. While the master of the Lotus Palace should undoubtedly be the second prince, the person who appeared bore only a slight resemblance. The golden hair shining like sunlight and forest green eyes were indeed features shared by Julian and Rainer's. However, the Rainers that Tina knew didn't have such a sharp jawline, nor did he give off the impression of having broad shoulders. Judging by appearance alone, the man was no different from the surrounding knights. He glanced at Tina with interest. Is that creature causing all this fuss? It could pass for a baby dragon, haha. Why, Your Highness? It's dangerous? Please stay back. It's fine. If someone has to get hurt, better me since I heal quickly. Besides, it looks harmless. Rainers approached the mysterious creature, his eyes sparkling. As he dispersed the knight's circle and drew closer, he noticed a large note hanging around Tina's neck. What's this? Kuu. May I read it? King. The baby dragon vigorously nodded its head. In truth, Tina felt utterly miserable. She had arrived at the Lotus Palace following Julian's instructions, but instead of the mouth-watering strawberry cake she'd been anticipating, she was met with a terrified maid and intimidating knights. It's not like she wanted to be like this, yet people showed hostility towards her. This wasn't the first time, and as this treatment kept repeating, dusty memories gradually became clearer. The time when the instinct to crave blood dominated her body shared some similarities with the present situation. I don't like this. Though it seemed like a faded memory from long ago, in reality, not even a year had passed. The reason she could soothe her emotional wounds so quickly was undoubtedly thanks to Hart and those around him. Come to think of it, everyone had been positive towards her since meeting Hart. That's why she had quickly forgotten the feeling of being persecuted by others. Dad. Kua. As Tina let out a weak cry, Rainer's face grew increasingly pale as he read the note left by Julian. W.H. What? Your Highness? Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. More importantly, your guard duty is over, so return to your posts. Despite Rainer's order, the knights and maids were reluctant to leave. After all, if Rainers were to be attacked the moment they left, they'd all lose their heads in succession. Come on. I said go. Your Highness, I apologize, but please allow at least 1 or 2 knights to remain. Fine, just do what you need to do. Yes, understood. Only after obtaining this reluctant permission did the area finally clear out. Rainers could at last calmly reread the note. This child is Viscount Luminal's granddaughter from the ball? And she's actually half-dragon? Is that even possible? Even if I scoured the secret archives, I wouldn't find a single successful case of dragon crossbreeding. Rainers scrutinized Tina with disbelieving eyes. However, his preconceptions shifted quickly. No, that's not right. She's Sir Hart's daughter, isn't she? Whether she's half-dragon or half-demon, it's not surprising. I don't need to understand it, just accept it. Above all, the part emphasized in bold letters, please serve her as much strawberry cake as she wants, caught his attention. Looking at this, how could he not believe that this dragon was a young girl? Well, Rainers found himself in the rare position of addressing an animal that couldn't speak. So, Miss Tina. King. Do you like strawberry cake? Beep, beep. I see. You do like it. Though he couldn't understand a word she said, he could understand the meaning of her nodding or shaking her head. Thus, Rainers completely let his guard down and began to guide Tina. Please enjoy yourself to your heart's content until you return home. You can eat until the Lotus Palace's budget runs dry. Moot. Wish, wish. Tina vigorously headbanged in response. Faced with such overwhelming positivity, Rainers let out an awkward chuckle. Haha. Afterwards, Rainer's amazement continued. Tina's appetite as she shoved sweet snacks into her wide-open maw was astounding. Though Rainers had confidently promised to serve her until the budget ran out, he struggled to find a way to procure more ingredients once they were depleted. Thus, with Tina's concession, the joyful time at the Lotus Palace came to an end as the sun set beneath the evening glow. Dash, dash. As the moon chased away the sun, ushering in the darkness of early evening, Tina spread her wings and took flight from the Lotus Palace. It was time to return to the Duke's mansion, so she planned to bid farewell to Julian. However, Tina's flight path took an odd turn not long after. Dad, it hurts. Sob. It's all right. You'll be fine. How could I have brought you here otherwise? Someone of the Imperial Palace's caliber will surely find a way. Somewhere in the main palace, the groans of a sick child and the trembling voice of a middle-aged man could be heard. Using her dragon-like hearing to pinpoint the location, Tina secretly headed towards the source of the commotion. It was an exceptionally luxurious room on the 3rd floor, even among the other opulent chambers. Given that the Emperor's office was located on the 3rd floor of the main palace, all the spaces there were special in their own right. In that sense, the man and child were receiving quite the special treatment. However, it seemed that fate didn't consider them quite so special. I'm sorry, Viscount. At this late stage of leukemia, there's nothing that can be done, neither through medicine nor magic. What? The Imperial physician delivered an objective and cold judgment. However, the Viscount, the child's guardian, clutched the physician's sleeve and wept. This can't be. There have been cases of leukemia being cured completely. I have nothing more to say. However, the cases you're aware of were caught in the early stages, quite different from young Ian's situation. I just thought, it was just a common illness. I never imagined it would worsen to this extent. Not at all. Most patients are like that. Unless daily check-ups are routine, like for His Majesty the Emperor, catching it early is considered lucky. As the Viscount let out a despairing sound, the child who had been lying quietly in bed shed a single tear. It hurts. Does that mean I'm going to die? Even for an Imperial physician who had seen it all, it wasn't easy to bluntly pronounce a death sentence. However, sometimes silence can be more frightening than affirmation. For the young boy, this was precisely such a moment. I don't want to. Son. Please save me. Dad. Please save me. Doctor. I'm in so much pain. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I said I don't want to die. I'm scared. There was still so much left undone. He was too young to seriously contemplate the concept of death. Yet the impending death before him was utterly terrifying. I haven't even apologized to Mom for being so cranky. I was just in so much pain that I said whatever came to mind. I've only been irritable with the maid sisters who take care of me every day. It's all my fault, isn't it? I should apologize, right? But even now, I feel irritated. So I don't think I can apologize even if I go back now. The Viscount wanted to cover the child's mouth as he rambled on. To think that the firstborn son he had in his twilight years was destined to meet such an early demise. To have to bid farewell to a child showing such vulnerability. Parents should never have to bury their children. The pain of losing a child was like having one's soul battered. Sob. As an indistinguishable voice of lament spread a gloomy atmosphere, Tina, stuck to the wall like a gecko, pondered. Leukemia? Blood? Is the blood in pain? But how can blood be in pain? How can blood even feel pain? Tina's limited knowledge couldn't grasp what leukemia specifically was. However, her actively working brain drew a very astute inference. Anyway, good blood should fix it. Truly a fun and cool conclusion. Therefore, Tina skillfully opened the terrace door with her front paws and crept inside. Wah! Hook! The Imperial physician and the Viscount fell hard on their backsides. Paying them no mind, Tina flew to the bed where the boy lay and landed. The boy also gasped, his face turning pale blue. Wah! What is this? This is MMPH. Cute. The boy's words were cut short. Tina's front paw had planted itself on his face with a soft thud. Guards? Guards? My son? He's being attacked. Guards. The Viscount raised a ruckus. Though it was an unseemly display for a man of his age, it was certainly effective. Given the special management of the third floor, the guards' response time was quite swift. Thud, 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 thud. Moments later, the guards rushing down the corridor urgently flung open the door. Who dares? In His Majesty's quarters. Hook. Who's the intruder? What? What is this? They froze in an instant despite their initial charge. Though the Imperial Guards were an elite group, none of them had ever actually seen a dragon. However, seeing Tina, who bore a striking resemblance to descriptions of dragons, they hesitated for a moment. Was this a being they could safely confront? Perhaps rash action might result in the Imperial Palace being reduced to rubble. Mew. Flinch. The Crimson Dragon let out a cry. Simultaneously, the guard's stiffened shoulders twitched. Pat, pat, pat. Soon after, the dragon removed its paw from the boy's face. Then, adeptly moving on all fours, it climbed down from the bed and squeezed through the window gap onto the terrace. Flap. As they watched Tina spread her wings and glide towards the pale moon, the guards swallowed hard. Only after the unprecedented creature had completely vanished did the tense atmosphere in the room finally ease. Sen. The first to regain his senses was the Viscount. He was worried about his son's condition after being attacked by the unknown creature. But contrary to his concern, the Viscount's son was blinking his eyes, perfectly fine. Dad. Why yes. It's Dad. I'm so relieved you seem all right. Dad. Yes, it's Dad. It's Dad. My body. Your body? Don't tell me that beast did something to you. No, that's not it. The boy unconsciously felt his body. After sequentially touching his arms, chest, head, and stomach, he shook his head. The Viscount grew a bit fearful at his son's inexplicable behavior. But that was short-lived. The boy uttered miraculous words. My body doesn't hurt. What? My body doesn't hurt at all. I feel like I could even run around right now. That's impossible? It can't be. The Imperial physician immediately refuted. Not out of malice, but because it was medically impossible. However, as they proceeded with careful re-examinations, the Imperial physician had no choice but to confirm the existence of a miracle. The child who had been given an extremely short life expectancy had transformed into the very picture of health in an instant. What could be the cause of this? Intuitively, only one thing came to mind. Oh, my son. Yes, Dad. It seems the divine dragon has shown you mercy. The Viscount's eyes filled with reverence, and his son's eyes mirrored that reverence. The divine dragon. You're right. Come to think of it, that was definitely a dragon's hoof. That's right. The divine dragon's hoof stamped your face. It bestowed a blessing upon you. Divine dragon. They had heard of it before. That somewhere in the world, there existed dragons with baptismal names. And that people praised and revered such dragons, calling them divine dragons. Everyone present recalled the legends of the divine dragon. Thank you. The boy's gratitude marked the starting point of rumors about a red divine dragon suddenly appearing in the Imperial Palace. A few days later, an anonymous donor would deliver a massive contribution to the temple. It was an amount equivalent to 3 years of revenue from a mid-sized territory. While everyone was confused, only the Pope smiled bitterly. My goodness. You've attracted wealth without even going anywhere. A child of human and dragon. What a fascinating being. Surprisingly, it's Sir Hart's daughter. Somehow, that makes it all the more understandable. The being talking with the Pope had elegant wings with pure white feathers fluttering gently. Its smooth scales were as white as a snowfield after a blizzard, and its golden eyes sparkled like the sun on a beach. Though it had polymorphed to a manageable size to avoid drawing attention, its powerful presence was hard to conceal. Come to think of it, Divine Dragon, you were close friends with Sir Hart, weren't you? He was the most devout human I've ever encountered. I see you don't say how dare a mere human like your relatives outside. I may have a baptismal name, but I'd still die if my head were cut off. Ahaha, joking even. Ahaha. After an awkward silence, the Holy White Dragon spoke again. Your Holiness, I want Hart to be happy. It's good to wish for someone else's happiness. Though my wish is a bit selfish. Ah, I see what you mean. The Pope quickly grasped the Divine Dragon's meaning. I absolutely don't want to see such a devout human cross the line and destroy the world. As devout as he is kind, as devout as he is strong, Hart seemed like a product of chance, formed by densely packed miracles. Such a good person should never face the tragedy of becoming twisted and cursing the world. This was the Divine Dragon's true feeling. May blessings be upon the peace you've finally found. Rai, this was in the author's afterword. That sin of betraying humanity, as deep and dark as the abyss. Thus, I pronounce sentence here. At dawn, when the sky turns navy blue, behead the greatest villainous, the great criminal, Elphesia Luminal. Toggle new ads. 2/5 enjoy the chapter? Please give the book a rating and a review on novel updates. It helps the website and helps people find this novel. If you'd like to make a one-time donation to support our translations or subscribe to read up to 15 chapters or more, depending on the novel ahead, you can do so via Ko-fi. Click here. Chapter 46, The Darkness of History. Alphesia's day began at dawn. She opened her eyes in the ducal couple's bedroom to see Hart's white hair pressed against the pillow, his eyes closed. She longed to caress his face and hair, but it was impossible. Hart's superhuman senses would have reacted instantly to even the slightest touch. So Althesia had only one option. She lay still, eyes wide open, gazing at him. That was all she could do. You sleep so soundly. Watching Hart was bittersweet. She was happy to see him sleeping so peacefully, yet pained by the inability to get any closer. Contract marriage. An absurd name for these shackles. Still, without this arrangement, Hart would have coldly rejected her. That was just like him, unnecessarily pious, viewing women as stones. As a contracted wife, she couldn't approach him on her own. One careless move might have sent him fleeing beyond her reach, which would be troublesome. So he had to choose her. Only when he liked her enough to want to seduce a wife who outwardly rebuffed him could they gradually close the distance between them. What if you remembered our time together? Would you have been embarrassed? Or perhaps unexpectedly taken a more active approach? Even as a woman who loved you, it was hard to say for certain. While she might have lost her senses if Hart had approached her unconsciously even then, who knew about the husband before her eyes? Still, she thought it was rather fortunate. If your life was a calm lake, Althesia Luminal was the stone creating ripples. She hoped you'd forget the memories of hope and pain she had caused you. May you reclaim a life filled with happy memories. She prayed for you every morning. Surely you could forgive this much mischief as payment for my prayers. She closed her eyes naturally. Then, under the guise of tossing and turning, she narrowed the distance between them. With just one roll of her body, Hart's warmth enveloped her entirely. She locked her arms around him like hugging a soft pillow, and slyly rested her thigh on his palm. The perfect sleepy act. Flinch? The sensation of her thigh being touched came through vividly. Surely Hart had opened his eyes and realized the situation. Even if he tried to gently pull away, her locked arms made movement impossible. But you weren't the type to wake your wife early in the morning just for your own convenience. Indeed, he was desperately trying to ignore the soft thigh in his grasp. He probably didn't want to use an uncomfortable method, but had no choice. I must become your wife, not just your contractual partner. So please endure a little. At least until the day you openly want to flirt with me. Alphesia's morning began when sunlight filtered through the windows. At that time, Althesia uncannily stirred and returned to her sleeping position. Did it get cold just as darkness faded? Lately, Althesia seemed to unconsciously use me as a heater while sleeping. It was very troublesome. Extremely troublesome. Not only did she show her face at a pretty angle as if on purpose, but even her breathing was angelic and gentle. And that wasn't all. The soft breast touching my locked arm was bearable, but the plump, firm thigh severely tested my patience. Being an unavoidable pervert, I ended up harboring lecherous thoughts towards Althesia. I had to never defile Althesia, yet since committing that sin once, her seductive figure too easily infiltrated my subconscious. I am irredeemable trash. I was irredeemable trash, but I couldn't show it. Althesia used our marital bedroom without complaint because she trusted me. She had no idea that every early morning, our contact area far exceeded the limit. I had to keep it a secret, to protect her dignity, if nothing else. But, Althesia. Yes. Was there a banquet today or something? No. A parenting gathering perhaps. If there was, you'd know, wouldn't you? Ah, right. If Althesia had an event to attend, I as her husband would certainly have known. Yet why did it seem like Althesia was trying to go to an event I didn't know about? Althesia, if even your casual clothes were this sexy, I simply couldn't understand. Why did she maintain such a defenseless attitude? The side slit of the skirt, it's distracting. It wasn't like last time when one leg was fully exposed in a straight slit. However, through diamond-shaped openings scattered along her thigh, her skin breathed in fresh air. Especially the part with a mole was so exposed that I didn't dare look directly. Hart. Oh, why yes. What are you glancing at so furtively? I am not peeking at anything. That was right. Rather than peeking, I was averting my eyes. Well, that was technically true. Painfully true. Why wear such clothes when you're not even going out? Sometimes I wished she'd dress as sloppily as possible. I'd have liked to gift her sweatpants if I could. Sweatpants, they don't exist in this world, but sweatpants would have been nice. For instance, leggings to enhance Althesia's charm, or dolphin shorts, what madness. After all that thinking, this was what I came up with. I suddenly felt Althesia sitting demurely at the center of my consciousness. No matter how I tried to steer my thoughts positively, they always ended up on Althesia. At times like this, it was best to take my eyes off Althesia entirely. Instead, the innocence of children would be the best psychological therapy. Papa. So I welcomed Tina, running from the far end of the corridor, with open arms. My dear daughter. Did you sleep well? No, I didn't sleep well. Oh no, what happened? This was an unexpected turn of events. Tina usually slept like a log. Well, Tina fidgeted with her fists, looking slightly shy. I couldn't sleep because I was worried my body might change again. What if I turned into a dragon again? What do you mean what if? That would be wonderful. Papa. No, seriously. Right then, I desperately needed animal therapy. To suppress my vulgar lust for Alesia, I needed peace of mind. Dragon Tina could have guided me to paradise. But of course, involving Tina in my circumstances wasn't something a father should do. Ahem, Tina. Yes. I think it's a natural phenomenon. Our daughter is half dragon and half human, so either form is your true body. Is that so? Yes, you know dragons can freely change their appearance with polymorph, right? Yes. The dragon changed to look exactly like me last time. She was referring to when Tina was kidnapped by the bloody dragon. When cornered, the bloody dragon had transformed to look exactly like Tina to confuse me. If Tina practices polymorph properly, you won't have to worry about your body changing. Even if it does change, you will be able to quickly revert back on your own. Oh, Tina swallowed an exclamation, then asked me. Then I could change into an adult too, right? Of course. Like mom, with a super amazing body. Kook. Papa. I was gripped by extreme terror. Tina with Alphesia's body? Not funny at all. Such a thing must never happen. Tina. Yes. Even if it's possible, let's not change into an adult. At novel bin at. Why? All fathers in this world hate spoilers. That was a lie. I wouldn't have minded at all being spoiled about my daughter's future appearance. But Tina with Alphesia's body was too early, far too early. If I had to chase away every man enticed by those alluring thighs, a lifetime wouldn't have been enough. If I had to compromise, anything but Alphesia's body would have been fine. Anything but Alphesia's body. I understand for now, Papa. Good. My conscience stung, feeling like I'd restricted Tina's freedom with my groundless fears. But since all this was because Althesia was so alluring, she should rightfully have borne half of my guilty conscience. Of course, far from feeling guilty, Althesia maintained an expressionless face. What about that child? Just then, Althesia spoke up. When Althesia said that child, she usually meant Glenn. Althesia and Glenn. The awkward atmosphere between them persisted. However, since the vampire incident, Glenn had been approaching Althesia more affectionately. It was a positive change that came after a long time. Then Tina reported on Glenn's whereabouts. Glenn just left. Looks like he's going to the temple to meet Echo again today. Our little one is quite devoted, I see. Indeed. He turned out to be unexpectedly proactive. Tina stared intently at Althesia, who was agreeing. Althesia averted her eyes, seemingly uncomfortable with Tina's gaze. Of course, that didn't serve as a shield to block Tina's next remark. Mom, you know, what is it? I took a history lesson recently. Though not as much as Julian or Glenn, Tina also invested time in studying. This involved hiring a private tutor to provide her with some basic education. Tina recited facts based on what she had learned in class. The country called Basque Hill was destroyed, right? Yes. Althesia answered briefly. Then Tina asked again, with a slightly more cautious air. Grandfather personally invaded, didn't he? That's right, father led the invasion as commander-in-chief. But, still, Glenn was a prince there, wasn't he? Is that correct? If the tutor had known Glenn's identity, they would have refrained from mentioning Basque Hill. But due to the diligent teaching of an uninformed tutor, Tina had learned the truth. He was the last-born royal. As Althesia confirmed this, Tina's expression darkened. It was obvious she was thinking about the irony of Glenn becoming the disciple of the man who had destroyed his country. It seemed like a cruel joke of fate. Therefore, Tina's next question was easy to predict. So, why did Glenn's country have to be destroyed? Toggle new ads. 3/5 enjoy the chapter? Please give the book a rating and a review on novel updates. It helps the website and helps people find this novel. If you'd like to make a one-time donation to support our translations or subscribe to read up to 15 chapters or more, depending on the novel ahead, you can do so via Ko-fi. Click here. Chapter 47, A Good Story. That fateful conversation began 12 years ago, on a spring day when gentle breezes wafted through the palace. Don't run, Letitia. You'll hurt yourself. I won't get hurt, father. I'm a proper lady now, I won't misstep. Such a handful. No wonder there's not a single suitor willing to take you yet. King Ronan Basque Hill of the Kingdom of Basque Hill gently chided his daughter, but Letitia Basque Hill, who never listened to her father, continued to bounce along with childlike innocence. Who cares if no one wants me? If I have no spouse or children, I can stay with you and mother forever. Ah, you certainly have a knack for saying just the right things to soften me up. It's my most outstanding trait among my many excellent qualities. Letitia Basque Hill. She was a woman with a vivacious personality that was her charm, and would later become the mother of Glenn Basque Hill. Besides, mother is always so frail. A lively daughter like me is just what she needs, right? Perhaps you're right. Ronan reluctantly agreed. While her energetic nature was certainly innate, Letitia wasn't so thick-skinned as to smile brightly in the face of her mother's grave illness. Father, I absolutely won't marry until mother gets better. Why do you say such things? Both your mother Lunia and I dream of seeing you happily Wednesday. Lunia was the queen's name, Letitia's mother and Glenn's future grandmother. Letitia crossed her arms and declared boldly after hearing her father's words. Then tell her to hurry up and get well. If she wants to see her spirited daughter married off soon. Yes, that's what we must hope for. Ronan replied with a bitter smile. Ever since Queen Lunia fell ill with an unidentified disease, he had rejected countless proposals. Most frequently, he turned down demands to take on a royal mistress. Royal mistress, a term referring to the king's favorite concubine, a position that fulfilled the role of hostess in the royal court when there was no high-ranking lady present. In other words, she was a mistress, but one whose position no one dared challenge lightly. That's why many noble families repeatedly pleaded to have their daughters installed as royal mistress. The proposal to take a royal mistress has some merit. It was true that the queen's inability to fulfill her duties was causing numerous issues with state functions. Who would dare criticize taking a consort under these circumstances? Even Queen Lunia herself might agree. And yet, Ronan felt sick at the mere sight of the words royal mistress. But it's still too soon. It's not too late to wait until Lunia recovers. There are no major problems in running the nation yet. Ronan loved Lunia. As a rare love match among royalty, their relationship was all the more precious. If he could split his lifespan in half to give to her, he would gladly do so. Father. Seeing Ronan's furrowed brow, Letitia called out to him with concern. Ronan relaxed his facial muscles and said softly, "It's nothing. Nothing at all." Yes, it was nothing. Nothing had happened, and nothing should happen. A wish that might seem trivial to some, but unbearably weighty to others. The answer to that wish comes not from the heavens, but from humans. For the heavens treat humans like dogs made of straw. All trials were burdens that humans alone must bear. Dash. As the gentle spring gave way to sweltering summer, and autumn scattered falling leaves as the heat finally subsided, Queen Lunia's condition deteriorated rapidly. It became rare to see her out of bed, and the pallor of death seemed to lurk, eager to color her complexion. Ronan and Letitia kept a somber vigil by Lunia's side as her body and spirit wasted away. Ronan. Yes, Lunia. I'm sorry. You were never one for such gloomy expressions before. Gloomy? Coming from the woman who married me for my handsome face. Ah, that was a lie. What? Ronan's eyes widened at this sudden revelation. Lunia smiled faintly and teased him. I'll admit you're handsome, but not my type. My personal preference was for frail, pretty boys. Not strapping men like you with muscles plastered all over. I can't believe it. If I could turn into a man right now, I'd be just my type. What a shame. Lunia tossed out a joke that was half serious, even as she lay neatly in bed. Ronan, caught between laughter and tears at the ill-timed quip, closed his mouth with a troubled expression. Don't worry. Everything but your face was to my liking. That's why I married you and bore Letitia. I'm relieved to hear it. Lunia then turned her gaze to Letitia, bringing up a topic she had deliberately avoided until now. Letitia, make sure you marry a man who's entirely to your taste. I've given you enough good looks to deserve that much. You'll see when you look in the mirror. Oh, mother. Stop using your mother as an excuse and start looking for a suitable husband. Even a foreign nobleman would do. If you see a good man, snatch him up as a son-in-law right away. Ugh. For all her spirited nature, Letitia was ultimately putty in her mother's hands. It had always been that way. She easily brushed off others' words, but her mother's advice alone stubbornly clung to the back of her mind. Lunia was a remarkable woman. Cough. Suddenly, Lunia let out a cough that sounded as if her lungs might burst. Ronan and Letitia leapt to their feet in alarm. Both of you, it's nothing. Just a cough. My nose was itchy. I see. We overreacted. Thank goodness. As the father and daughter sighed in relief, Lunia promptly dismissed them. I'd like to rest a bit. I'm feeling sleepy. It seems I might get a good night's sleep for once. At novel bin at. Then we'll return later, Lunia. Rest well, mother. Neither Ronan nor Letitia could hide the reluctance overflowing from their expressions. However, opportunities for the constantly moaning Lunia to get proper sleep were rare, so they finally vacated their seats. The moment Lunia sensed their presence had completely faded, she probed her palate with her index finger. Then, as she withdrew her finger from her mouth, unmistakable traces of blood mingled with her saliva. I did want to see Letitia find her match. It seemed unlikely she would continue breathing until then. Lunia shed tears she had secretly held back, overcome by a bitter premonition. Oh God, please, look upon this crude life with mercy and allow it to continue even a little longer. I will offer everything, so please. Every day feels like the world is crumbling anew. These days, the moments of clarity while roaming the palace are few and far between. What does it feel like to lose the woman you assumed would be by your side for life? An emotion he never wanted to know now constantly constricts his throat. Lunia. With every blink, memories of the past spring forth like fresh shoots. The day he fell in love at first sight at her debutante ball. That innocent summer, personally holding an umbrella for her on rainy walks. The night he proposed, kneeling and offering a diamond ring. Kissing her in her pure white wedding dress at their ceremony. Making lemon tarts for his nauseated wife during her pregnancy. Every moment spent with her was so precious that not a single part had faded. If only they could die together in a single moment, he would gladly give everything. He wished he could suffer the mysterious illness in her place. Oh God, my wife is in such pain. My beautiful, young wife is suffering. If I am this terrified, how frightened must she be? Please, grant Lunia just a little more time. There was still so much he wanted to do for her. He wanted to show her more, give her more. He had vowed to let her see and hear only the most precious things in the world. Yet all he could do now was inject false hope, a futile gesture. He would rather die than be crushed by this sense of powerlessness. Truly. Oh God. Lunia. Ronan's prayers dissipated emptily into the air of the audience chamber where he sat alone. His anxious state caused the words of his prayer to slur at times. Still, Ronan steadfastly prayed for his wife's happiness. Perhaps that pure heart called forth a miracle. The will of God responded to his desperate prayer. Do you wish to save the queen? Who goes there? Ronan reacted immediately. Though aged, his body bore the unmistakable signs of rigorous training. As both king of a nation and a renowned knight, Ronan drew his keen blade and pointed it at the intruder. The intruder was a woman cloaked entirely in a black robe. Though her appearance was thoroughly concealed, her delicate voice could not be masked. Soon, the woman calmly introduced herself. Pleased to meet you, King of Basque Hill. I am Mar, a servant of the Lord God, bestowed with a divine mission. Lord God? Could you be from the temple? Yes, that's correct. However, with a rustle, Mar lowered her hood. Instantly, amethyst-hued hair cascaded over snow-white skin. Her fox-like, slanted eyes were alluring, and her jawline was pleasingly slender. Up to that point, one might describe her as a woman of otherworldly beauty, but her eyes stood in stark contrast to those of ordinary humans. Blinking coquettishly, her inverse eyes lent her an inhuman allure. Only upon recognizing this did Ronan deduce Mar's true identity. As you can see, I hail from the temple of the demon realm. A demon dares infiltrate the heart of the kingdom. Now, don't be so hostile. Mar brought her neck to the sword point aimed at her, forming an alluring curve with her lips. This is good news. I've simply come to tell you something wonderful. Chapter 48, The Bloodline of Basque Hill. A fateful proposition. Mar smiled slyly, like she was offering a tempting but poisoned apple. I'll be blunt. I can cure the queen's mysterious illness. You, don't spout nonsense. Judge for yourself whether it's nonsense or not. Mar firmly grasped the sword blade pointed at her. Blood dripped to the floor as the cut widened. When the blade piercing her flesh reached bone, Mar opened her palm dramatically. It was a reckless act that could have cost her a finger. But Ronan's eyes were fixed on Mar's rapidly healing finger. Do you believe me now? Could this be the divine power only seen in legends? More precisely, it's the power of baptismal names, but let's not split hairs. My demonstration is complete. Now it's up to King Basque Hill whether he'll listen to my proposition. In that moment, Ronan's thoughts raced. Whether good or bad, any deal would ultimately result in an alliance with demons. Yet consorting with demons was a grave crime against humanity. The first article of the Human Defense Council Treaty stated, "Those who collude with demons shall be deemed traitors to humanity, regardless of status." Furthermore, individuals or groups deemed traitors to humanity shall be unconditionally erased from existence. As a national leader, Ronan was well aware of the dangers. Nevertheless, humans sometimes let emotions override reason. Ronan, backed into a corner, was no exception. If it's just listening, surely there's no harm in hearing her out. Ronan's mental scales were tipping. He could always refuse an absurd proposal, but if it was an offer worth exploiting, he might find a way to slip through the cracks of the Human Defense Council's rules. His deliberation ended. Very well, I'll hear this story of yours. A wise decision, King Basque Hill. Adat novel bin adat. Mar flashed a harmless smile. Before continuing, she added one more request. However, we need one more person to hear this story. Who? The princess of this kingdom, Alesia Basque Hill. Alesia rushed to answer the discreet summons, forgetting her dignity in her haste. It was unusual for the typically composed Ronan to secretly call for someone. Upon arriving at Ronan's private office, she found him seated with an unidentified woman. At first, Alesia thought she might be a candidate for royal mistress. That would explain why Ronan had called her secretly, out of guilt towards his wife. But when the woman removed her deeply pulled hood, Alesia let out a silent scream. Father, sit down, Alesia. Wait a moment. That woman is clearly. I know. Let's sit and talk first. Alesia was dumbfounded by the incomprehensible situation. To think they were sitting and talking with humanity's mortal enemy who should be executed on the spot. She had always been taught that demons were fundamentally treacherous and evil. Alesia wanted nothing more than to drag Ronan away and escape. Meanwhile, the demon woman beckoned warmly to the princess. You're beautiful, princess. Shall we have a pleasant chat together? Alesia, I know what you're thinking, but just trust me this once. Though suspicion and anger welled up inside her, Alesia had few options at the moment. So she quietly took a seat beside Ronan, her eyes narrowed. Mar clapped lightly and smiled innocently. Excellent. Let's begin our discussion. First, to bring the princess up to speed. I can cure Queen Lunia Basquehill's mysterious illness. What? Not only can I cure her completely without side effects, I can even improve her condition beyond what it was before. At this confident assertion, Alesia jumped to her feet and protested. Father, she's a fraud not worth talking to. Let's get up and throw this woman out, please. Father. Alesia. Normally Letitia's opinion would have been correct, but Ronan had already witnessed a miracle firsthand. So he pulled her back into her seat with a somber look. I've confirmed it myself. This woman has such an ability. What? It's true, princess. Even if it weren't, you could always throw me out afterwards, right? It seemed a reasonable point. Alesia pressed her lips together, unable to think of a rebuttal. What are your terms? Simple. Give me the purest Basque Hill bloodline. You mean? The Basque Hill bloodline was said to be purest in those with jet black hair and eyes. And among the current Basque Hill clan, including both direct and collateral lines, there was only one child with such features. You want Letitia, my daughter? If the one with the strongest bloodline traits is the princess, then yes is my answer. Don't be ridiculous. Bang! Ronan slammed the table as if to shatter it. Though he managed to restrain himself enough that it only cracked, his anger had not subsided. Letitia was right. This nonsense wasn't worth hearing. I don't understand. It's not like I'm asking for the princess as a sacrifice. Whatever the case, this conversation ends the moment you mentioned Letitia. Just as Ronan was about to dismiss her, Letitia hurriedly cut in. Wait, father. Letitia. What's your name? Mar answered Letitia's question in a glib tone. I am Mar, blessed by the demon god. All right, March. You seem to want me, so as the person in question, I'd like to hear your reasons. It's simple. I want you to be a bridge of peace between humans and demons. Explain in more detail. Will you enter into a marriage? With who? Become the queen consort to the king of the demon realm. The demon king's primary wife, of course. The air in the room froze at Mar's proposal. Neither Ronan nor Letitia could easily move their lips. The surreal suggestion left them feeling as if in a dream. You're lying. Pardon. A bridge between humans and demons. That's the only lie in what you've said. How do you know? A woman's intuition is sharp. I'm a woman too, but I have to agree. Even our demon god rarely grants power as formidable as a woman's intuition. Mar neither confirmed nor denied it directly, but it became almost certain that talk of a bridge for peace was false. So, princess, are you not interested? No, Letitia. Ronan grabbed Letitia's arm at her unexpected answer. At first, Letitia had been the one clinging to Ronan's arm, but now their roles had completely reversed. Father, it's not like I'll die. Of course not. Who would dare harm the demon king's primary wife? We'll provide you with luxury and pleasure to overflowing, if you wish. Since the bridge of peace is nonsense, I'll just quietly disappear, right? That kind of approach would work too. It's an easy matter. Letitia shot a sharp glare at Mar, who was fanning the flames beside her. But why me? What's the significance of the Basque Hill bloodline? Oh my, you didn't know? It's better if you hear this from King Basque Hill himself. Father. Ronan was consumed by self-loathing. He felt sick that his daughter, who knew nothing, was volunteering to be a broodmare. But he couldn't hide it at this point. He finally spoke. The clan of fertility and propagation. That's what they called our Basque Hill ancestors. Though the expression was refined, the reality was different. The Basque Hill bloodline's trait was that of a literal stud horse, the only clan capable of interspecies breeding. In extreme cases, it's said a black-haired, black-eyed male could impregnate cows and horses, while females could conceive children from countless species. After hearing the whole truth, Letitia clenched her teeth. I suppose the Demon King is impotent. It's not that. Rather, his power is so immense that no womb can withstand his seed. All 20 of his wives died the moment they conceived. So you're pinning your hopes on the Basque Hill bloodline. Not hope, but certainty. Your bloodline is surprisingly remarkable. It's no exaggeration to say you're positioned as superior beings among humans. The conclusion is that I'll survive, then. That's right. Otherwise, even I wouldn't go to such lengths to play nice. If things work out well, you can return to your kingdom as if nothing happened. I see. So that's how it is. Letitia swallowed hard. Then she quietly expressed her resolve to Ronan, who was staring helplessly at her back. Father. No, don't do this. I'm going. Letitia, please. I'll be fine. She shared her thoughts as calmly as possible. You and Mother gave birth to me and showed me the world. You always loved me. How could I call myself human if I don't repay that kindness? That's what parents are supposed to do. It's only natural. We call those who consider difficult things natural parents. Letitia knelt down. Then she bowed her head to Ronan and bid farewell in a tearful voice. So now I too will naturally do what you consider difficult. Letitia, I'll repay all the trouble I've caused you, right here. She left her final heartfelt words. I love you. Mother, Father. Chapter 49, Holy War. The promise was kept faithfully. Queen Lunia of Basquil's mysterious illness vanished without a trace, and she even looked younger than before. Yet a shadow lingered on Lunia's face. While bedridden, she'd learned of Letitia's disappearance. Despite exhaustive searches, no clues surfaced. It was as if she'd vanished into thin air. What are we going to do? Our Letitia. Letitia, sob. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I'm sorry for being such a failure as a father. Ronan truly believed this. He hated himself for knowing Letitia's whereabouts yet being unable to say a word. Still, seeing Lunia regain her strength filled him with a deep, conflicting joy that brought waves of self-loathing. He'd traded his child to save his wife. There couldn't be worse parents. Letitia, please be safe. Hope still existed. Mar had promised to return Letitia to the kingdom if she safely bore an heir. So Ronan endured each day, feeling his blood run cold as he clung to hope in his bloodline's power. Indeed, hope wasn't entirely lost. As seasons passed, Letitia safely conceived the Demon King's child and stayed healthy. At this point, the reunion of parents and daughter seemed close at hand. As the time drew near, Ronan recalled Mar's warning. Don't let any priests near the queen for at least 2 years. Divine power is a miracle of the gods, so they'll definitely notice. They'll surely question the remnants of the blessing on the queen. Ronan heeded this advice, shielding Lunia from the temple. He hid her away with all sorts of excuses, inevitably arousing suspicion. Yet without solid evidence against them, they managed to scrape by. But cracks often start from the tiniest fissures, like a small design flaw that brings down an entire building. The annual Human Defense Council Forum, a crucial event where leaders from all nations gathered, held this time in the Basque Hill Kingdom. As it wasn't a temple-attended event, Ronan and Lunia welcomed the various leaders together. Cardi, what is it? No, I'll tell you when I'm certain. Cardi Luminal, the Imperial Emperor's bodyguard, was at the forum, and with him was his wife. Somehow, I sense a familiar aura. Elena Luminal, the Duchess. With her auburn hair and red eyes, she was beautiful, and a former priestess. At this time, Elena Luminal's background wasn't widely known. The public only knew that Cardi had recklessly married for love, choosing a commoner. So the Basque Hill Kingdom readily accepted the Luminal ducal couple's attendance. Little did they know it would create a fatal crack. Elena was uncertain at first, but as she mingled with other women, she had a chance to interact with the queen. That's when Elena became sure. Someone had blessed Lunia Basque Hill. Well, someone with a baptismal name must have blessed her. That was her initial thought. After all, meeting someone with a baptismal name wasn't unheard of. But the moment she voiced this, Elena's smile faded. What? A blessing? What do you mean, Duchess Luminal? That was Lunia's response to Elena's congratulations. An ominous suspicion crossed her mind. While those with baptismal names often hid their identities, hiding a blessing was unheard of. If so, there must be a reason it needed to be hidden. That much-praised woman's intuition sounded the alarm. I spoke nonsense. I'll take my leave now, Your Majesty. Elena immediately returned to Cardi's side and detailed her suspicions. These suspicions reached the Emperor through Cardi, and the Emperor sent a cooperation request to the Pope for fact-checking. The answer came quickly. No baptismal name holders have left the temple in the past 5 years. The Pope's official response was more than enough to turn suspicion into truth. Several months later, a major resolution was approved by the human community, excluding the Basque Hill Kingdom. 1. Under the Human Defense Agreement, Ronan Basque Hill and Lunia Basque Hill are to be detained on suspicion of colluding with demons. 2. If they resist detention, the Empire, as representative of the Human Defense Council, has the right to declare war. 3. 4. The document, bearing the consent of all nations except Basque Hill, was delivered directly to the royal palace. Ronan collapsed, his face in his hands. It was true they'd received help from demons, and he'd sold his daughter to bear the Demon King's child. A clear act of betraying humanity. Letitia might survive in the demon realm, but Ronan and Lunia would certainly die. Even if they survived, their royal authority would be completely ruined. From the moment they received this document, requiring all nations' consent to function, Ronan and Lunia were socially dead. Where had it all gone wrong? What had tipped them off? The crossroads of life and death suddenly loomed near. Under extreme stress, Ronan's hair turned white. Time passed, yet the Basque Hill Kingdom took no action. As the human community's patience wore thin, the Imperial Emperor issued a decree. The decree's content, the forceful suppression of the Basque Hill Kingdom. Commander-in-Chief, Cardi Luminal, the Imperial Sword of Protection. The objective, the dissolution of the Basque Hill Kingdom. This is troublesome. Truly troublesome. In the Empire's capital temple, where such ominous news spread, the Pope muttered with a gloomy expression. To think divine power was involved. It seems the demon god's servants have no common sense. What do our little ones think? It's awful. They must have taken advantage of vulnerable people. Holy Maiden Ibria indignantly exclaimed. However, the boy beside her remained stoic at Novel bin Adat. The Pope asked him, "What do you think, heart?" As one who carries out the Lord's will, I don't judge those with baptismal names. I'll do what must be done. It was a surprisingly cold and firm resolution. The Pope and Ibria chided such a heart. My goodness, even the spine of the thickest holy book isn't as stiff as you, heart. I see. I'll work on that. Heart absorbed the criticism like a sponge. The Pope genuinely wondered what kind of adult this heart would grow into. Heart. Yes, Your Holiness. Someday, you might find a good connection too. If you act like this then, you'll surely regret it. Are you referring to Ibria? Me. For a moment, Ibria's face lit up. Though her cheeks flushed shyly, Heart didn't even glance at her. I already cherish her as my ward. I have no regrets. Oh my, Heart, how embarrassing. If you want me to cherish others, I will. How could you? Heart ignored Ibria's chattering beside him. The Pope and the Divine Dragon wondered how such a child came to be. Oh dear, that's not something you can just decide to do. Perhaps Heart should go live outside for a while. This isn't usually allowed, but I'm seriously considering it. The Pope couldn't help but contemplate Heart's future earnestly. But that was only for a moment. This wasn't a place gathered merely for pleasant conversation. Regardless of intent, the demon faction used divine power to cause division among humans. This is truly a serious matter. We must choose an appropriate course of action. Yes, Divine Dragon. An appropriate course. We need an appropriate course, but... He fell into a long silence, hand on his chin. After the prolonged quiet, the Pope's eyes shifted to a rainbow hue as he issued his command. Heart. Yes, Your Holiness. This is a holy war. Sometimes, a weak response might preserve peace. But now, Heart stood before the Pope. Thus, judging this the perfect moment to suppress the demon realm's spirit, the Pope made his final decision. Judge the demon maiden. If the demons resist, I grant you full authority over their subjugation. I will carry out the Lord's will. Golden particles shimmered around Hart. At 12 years old, an age when some might be happily playing with toys. At such an age, Hart took his first step into the outside world. Toggle new ads. 1/5 Enjoy the chappy? Please give the book a rating and a review on novel updates. It helps the website and helps people find this novel. If you'd like to make a one-time donation to support our translations or subscribe to read up to 15 chapters or more, depending on the novel, ahead, you can do so via Ko-Fi. Click here. Chapter 50, On the Land of a Fallen Nation. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in Castle Basque Hill. Try as they might to keep it under wraps, it proved impossible to conceal the Human Defense Council's deliberations for long. News spread through foreign connections, and soon the Basque Hill royals became targets of condemnation. Not only the nobility but even the citizenry rose up in protest. Cardi Luminal, the Empire's foremost warrior, was reportedly approaching Basque Hill Kingdom with an elite force. To avoid the worst outcome, they would have to hand over the royal couple. Find them, round up every last royal. No exceptions for direct or collateral lines. We must arrest them all and turn them over to the Empire. Unconditional surrender is our only option. With no confidence in defeating the Empire's elites and having turned humanity against them, they had lost all legitimacy. In such circumstances, public opinion favoring the defense of the kingdom was scarce. Rather, supporting the kingdom risked being beaten to death by fellow citizens. Amidst this turmoil, Ronan and Lunia were fleeing through a secret passage known only to the royal family. They reasoned it better to entrust themselves to the demon realm and at least see their daughter's face than to die here. Belatedly realizing the truth, Lunia was dumbfounded. Yet she couldn't bring herself to reproach him for actions taken on her behalf. Perhaps she too would have made the same decision if Ronan had been on the brink of death. In the end, she followed Ronan's lead and set out on the path of escape. Hold tight, Lunia. Ronan. Ronan rode behind Lunia. Clop clop, clop clop. As expected of horses fit for royalty, they were truly magnificent steeds. Their strides were so effortless they could cover the horizon in no time. As it happened, Basque Hill was the only country bordering both the Empire and the Demon Realm. Moreover, with the capital located close to the Demon Realm, slipping in undetected wouldn't be impossible if they set their minds to it. The couple rode on. To meet their daughter one last time. They rode on endlessly, even if a merciless cliff awaited them ahead. For bad things are bound to happen, while good things can only be desperately hoped for. Before the couple who held the same wish, misfortune appeared in a clear form. Nay, eek, ugh, Lunia. Suddenly the horse whinnied fiercely, rearing up as if in a rodeo. From the nearly vertical back, Ronan desperately grabbed the reins and Lunia. After the horse finally calmed, Ronan saw the cliff that had appeared out of nowhere. That cliff was an enormous gorge that one wouldn't dare even think of leaping across. The name of that gorge, Cardi Luminal. Without any subordinates, the ghost obsessed with battle stood before them. Ha! Emptiness filled Ronan's eyes. Though Cardi hadn't even drawn his sword yet from 20 paces away, the scent of death wafted heavily from him. Ronan left Lunia seated on the horse and set foot on the ground. Then, drawing his sword, he slapped the horse's rump with a thwack. Nay, with a spirited whinny, the horse galloped off, circumventing Cardi. Cardi immediately tried to give chase, but Ronan blocked his path, grinding his teeth. Though you've been branded traitors, nothing has happened yet. Had you quietly surrendered, you might have received leniency. I'm not the type of man who can stand by and watch his wife be tortured. I agree with that sentiment. Clang? Immediately after that brief agreement, Cardi pushed Ronan back with immense strength. Though he could have shot the horse dead from this distance if he wished, as a fellow husband, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Ronan. Let the woman's fate be left to chance, at least. That was the extent of mercy Cardi could show. Anyone would likely raise a question mark over their head at this unexpected fact. Contrary to her worries, Letitia was a beloved wife. Though Letitia had steeled herself to face persecution as a human outsider, everyone in the Demon King's castle treated her kindly. Given the Demon King's strong authority, she was certainly well received. Separately, the Demon King also favored Letitia. To the Demon King, Letitia was precious for the very fact that she would bear his heir. As they treated each other with such mutual respect, an embarrassing affection developed between them. The two of different races became a couple unaware of each other's hearts. Amidst this, urgent news arrived. It was word that the kingdom of Basque Hill was on the brink of destruction. Even without a detailed explanation, it was easy to guess how things had unfolded. Father, mother. Letitia's resolve to flee to the demon realm stemmed solely from concern for her parents' safety. So if her parents' well-being was at stake, she could set aside all calculations. She knelt before the Demon King and tearfully implored him. Please help. Demon King. I beg you. Letitia. Please save my parents. I'll do anything you ask, be it as a slave or whatever. Please, I'm begging you. He had no intention of giving her affection. Having brought her here through cold calculation, he only wished for her to faithfully fulfill her role of bearing a child. Therefore, such a plea should have been immediately rejected as presumptuous. But the answer that flowed from the Demon King's lips was exceedingly gentle at novel bin at. Don't do this, Letitia. Just as you have fulfilled your duty, I too shall fulfill mine. A brief look of joy flashed across Letitia's face. That was the end of their conversation. The Demon King then issued orders to march. For the first time in the past century, the moment had come for the demon race to invade human territory. Send word to the great temple to summon the holy maiden. Dash. If Ibria was the holy maiden of humanity, Mar was the holy maiden of the demon race. Unlike humans, demon society did not have a completely separate church and state. Thus, those with baptismal names had relatively more freedom of activity compared to humans. It was thanks to this culture that Mar was able to march out alongside the Demon King's army. It would have been easier if the whole family had just defected. Mar clicked her tongue in bitter frustration. But even if she went back in time to suggest it, the result would have been the same. What sane human would accept a proposal for the entire royal family to defect to the demon realm? They'd sooner kill their own wife. It was just as they were crossing the border into Basque Hill. Mar, who had been riding without much thought, sensed an eerie fear and stopped the army. Before her lay a wide open plain. Looking in all directions, she saw neither enemies nor even notable obstacles. Was it just her imagination? Just as she was about to apologize for the inconvenience and give the order to march again, a thin voice descended from the clear blue sky without a single cloud. For ye have not sought peace and reconciliation, and ye have turned away from poverty and the law. Ugh! All troops, retreat immediately. I have but sent down the sword. The moment those holy words were completed, a single human figure fell, and instantly the ground for dozens of paces ahead caved in. The ripple effect spread far and wide, burying the vanguard of the demon army in dirt and debris. Moreover, the horses went mad and began thrashing about, rendering them useless. Mar leapt from her horse and landed gracefully, walking on air. What kind of bolt from the blue is this? Whoosh! As Mar waved her palm, a strong gust of wind blew. Then, as the dust cloud cleared, what appeared before her was a boy whose voice hadn't even broken yet. With a youthful appearance, he alone blocked hundreds of troops, his eyes devoid of emotion. The only thing in his hand was a sword that seemed to be made purely of sublime light. That was all. Mar recognized it at once. Divine power? A baptismal name holder? But to be so young. It was an uncanny sight. The pebble-sized boy had descended before them without a trace of fear, as if it were only natural. I suppose it doesn't matter. This is a holy war, after all. Mar then declared. All troops, bypass the boy and proceed. I will deal with the baptismal name holder. Mar's orders required neither question nor understanding. As if entranced, they carried out her command. Clang? Of course, Hart's reaction was monstrously fast. Matching his swift footwork, Mar's holy words were recited with incredible speed. In the name of the Lord God and spirits, chains of darkness. Whoosh, clank. Chains forged of darkness rushed towards the boy's limbs. As they bound his limbs, Hart, crack, tore them apart with brute strength alone. What? These were chains sculpted by demonic miracles. It should be impossible to shatter them with mere physical strength from the material world. That had been the law and common sense Mar knew until now. Are you perhaps a divine dragon? Have you polymorphed into a human? I am human. One who serves God. After that brief introduction, Hart conveyed the Pope's order. By divine command, I hereby execute the holy maiden of the evil god, effective immediately. Who are you calling the evil god's holy maiden, you heretic? Divine power manifests in the physical world. Golden particles scatter on one side, violet flower petals on the other. The collision of their miracles was but a moment. In the name of the Lord God and Holy Spirit. In the name of the Lord God and spirits. Chains of light. Chains of darkness. Chains of contrasting colors materialize from thin air. The speed of the chains pursuing their targets rivals that of the wind. They dodge each other's chains and entwine the oncoming chains with chains of their own. The endlessly extending chains of light and darkness form spirals, leaving scars upon the earth. This is absurd. He's just a child. At an age where he should be less skilled than me even if he did nothing but eat and train in miracles. Not even the faintest crack appears on that serene face. From that moment, Mar cast aside all carelessness and arrogance, recognizing this as a battle to the death. Sword of war and famine, come to me. A miraculous sword like Hart's materializes in Mar's hand. Immediately after grasping the weapon, Mar plunged into Hart's proximity. Clang! She matches his breathing. She draws out optimal timing through controlling the intensity of her strikes. From the very first clash, the difference in strength was stark. If that was the case, then the skill Mar could rely on was her technique honed over long years. Swoosh! She deliberately relaxes her strength, throwing off the boy's balance. Then she drives a fierce kick into his unguarded torso. Wham! Ugh! Even the boy was human, it seemed, as air escaped his lips. Whoosh! The boy's body slices through the air, soaring skyward. Mar too leaps high into the sky, preparing for a second strike. Meanwhile, savoring the cold air of the heavens, Hart's eyes took in the vast world within his field of vision. A beautiful world. The colors of prosperity built by humanity. All that he must protect as humanity's final line of defense. So this is how harmonious it was. The world was well made. As human hearts intertwined and wove together, they built civilization. Hart found that beauty both awe-inspiring and lovable. This world that could crumble at a single gesture. This is the mission entrusted to me. How heavy his shoulders feel in this moment of realization. Time seems to slow in this instant as the cold air brushes his skin. The demon holy maiden charging at him with a roar, the advancing demon army, all seem like frozen memories. Hart recalled the Pope's words and trusting him with full authority. I shall obey, your holiness. Bearing his mission, Hart swung his sword of light. Flash! In an instant, the world flickered. A blinding white light filled everything, and as if in a vacuum, even sound and temperature vanished. Crack, crack, crack. The ground split apart. The earth, covered in lush green grass, overturns to reveal its deep innards. Furthermore, as if a massive pressure was exploding from underground, pillars of dirt repeatedly shot up and sank down dozens of meters. Help me. The world is turning upside down. Is this the end? Lives endlessly seeking survival. Lives screaming in vain. Lives resigned to their fate. Each life with its own light extinguishes one by one. They are buried alive in the sinking debris, their entire bodies crushed by violent pressure. Mar twisted her body and charged forward at the sudden catastrophe. The moment Hart's eyes locked onto his adversary, the sight that greeted her was a montage. It was the trajectory of a life condensed into a century. Farewell. Before the sword sculpted of darkness could reach him, her vision split in two and crumbled. Mar's body, vertically bisected, crumbled to ashes without even a chance to regenerate. Regarding this futile end, humanity's final defense turned his steps. Having fulfilled his assigned mission, it was now time to return to the cramped temple, for the sake of humanity's defense. Forever. Hundreds of troops were annihilated. The impact of this report was too great. When everyone discovered that the cause of this unbelievable outcome was Letitia's selfish desire, a tremendous backlash erupted. Not only had hundreds of troops died, but they had also senselessly lost the Holy Maiden, a massive strategic asset. Public opinion seethed with criticism of Letitia, regardless of status. One demon, unable to contain their rage, even tried to genuinely kill Letitia. My child, Glenn. Perhaps due to the mix of demon blood, his growth is rapid. He can already walk and understand speech. Of course, given his age when self-awareness is still extremely vague, Glenn likely doesn't understand his own situation. Will you be able to grow up normally with a mother in such circumstances? Perhaps sending you away would be better for you. Letitia was, after all, of royal blood. Her mind raced with thoughts of survival. My purpose is to bear the Demon King's bloodline. So, if Glenn were to disappear, there would be no one to replace me. Though she may face reproach, the threat to her life would vanish. Moreover, Glenn, born not as a demon but as a human, could surely adapt to human society. Even if a human seized power in demon society, it would be fraught with discord. Therefore, Letitia steeled her resolve. You must survive, Glenn. Afterwards, Letitia had a sympathetic servant smuggle Glenn away. Thus, the boy who was both of the Demon King's bloodline and Baskil's lineage was abandoned at an orphanage on the Empire's border. 8 years, 10 years have passed since then. The child who left the orphanage has now reached this point, unaware of anything, panting under the weight of fate. However, the truth conveyed to Tina was fragmentary. That's only natural, as Hart only possesses memories of Baskil's downfall and slaying the demon Holy Maiden. His knowledge of Glenn is limited to descriptions from the original work. There is only one who knows everything. Elphesia Luminal, who had returned through time. The wheel of fate creaked into motion. Rai, any feedback on the tenses here? Korean authors tend to use a mix of present and past tense for the narrative compared to the English language's preference for purely past tense. I'm always unsure whether to stick to the author's text or go by what intuitively feels better for me. Any opinions would be great. How it reads currently and where you think it could improve would be even better. Toggle new ads. 2/5 enjoy the chapter? Please give the book a rating and a review on novel updates. It helps the website and helps people find this novel. If you'd like to make a one-time donation to support our translations or subscribe to read up to 15 chapters or more, depending on the novel ahead, you can do so via Ko-fi. Click here. Chapter 51, Tales of Family Growth. Time flowed on, and winter arrived, bringing frost flowers clinging to bare branches. That day, snow fell. It was also a day when the servants were especially busy. Today was December 31st. New Year's Eve, on the cusp of a new year. Wow, Dad. It's snowing? Do you like snow, Tina? Yes. I see. I gazed at the distant mountains, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Yes, there was a time when I, like Tina, would gaze wide-eyed at snow and icicles. I was once a child who loved how the world turned white, transforming the ordinary into something special. That is, a story from my past life. In this life, I lived a cold, emotionless existence until a certain point, feeling no wonder at the world around me. Anyway, setting aside personal stories, if I were to express my opinion, I hate snow. I really hate it. The sight of snow trampled black by people's feet was unpleasant, and the feeling of moisture seeping into my shoes when stepping on thick snow was horrible. No matter how physically capable one might be, icy ground was still slippery. If I had my way, I'd spread the miracle of snow removal across the entire empire. Oblivious to my feelings, Tina gripped my hand tightly and tugged. Dad. Yes. Let's go play outside, please. I want to have a snowball fight. Come to think of it, has Tina never had a snowball fight before? But Tina should never have a snowball fight, now or in the future. I explained the cold reality to Tina, as frigid as the snow-covered ground. Tina. Yes. You must not have snowball fights, at least until you're an adult. Why? Tina shot me a hurt look, but it couldn't be helped. For Tina, a snowball fight would be deadly. To put it simply, a snowball Tina threw lightly would rival the speed of a professional athlete's throw. Even if it was just a snowball, if she compressed it and threw it with her full strength, it would be a major incident. Finding it tedious to list all the reasons, I eventually explained vaguely. Someone could get hurt. A snowball fight is still a fight, right? It could turn into a real fight, that's why. I understand. That's my good girl. I ruffled Tina's hair to console her. But Tina, still struggling to accept it, puffed up her cheeks like a blowfish. Right then, a lifeline for Tina appeared from the end of the corridor. My, did you want to have a snowball fight? Grandfather. Ho ho. Tina scampered over to the Duke, who wore a kindly smile. The Duke bent down to Tina's eye level and said, if you want to have a snowball fight, why don't you do it with this old man? Wow, really? Tina's face lit up for a moment before she asked in a suddenly small voice. But, will it be just the two of us? Ho, it's supposed to be a game. How can only two of us have all the fun? Then who else will play with us? There are plenty of people to play with. This old man's Sword King unit exists for times like this, to have snowball fights. Crazy? I internally cursed at the Duke's casual lunacy. Is that sorry purpose really the reason for the Empire's finest knights to exist? Judging by the Duke's schemes I'd witnessed so far, it was troublingly plausible. Indeed, the Duke was already calmly leading Tina out of the mansion. That's when I finally caught it. As the Duke took Tina out, he suddenly turned his gaze this way, glancing at me with a look of mockery. How on earth did Tina manage to wrap the Duke around her finger? By this point, I was genuinely curious. Cardi was walking with Tina along the snow-covered path. Their destination, the training grounds. By now, the Sword King unit should be assembled and ready. This is training. A snowball fight is an excellent training method. It hones visual acuity as one dodges snowballs, builds endurance from running around, and develops practical reflexes. So this isn't just about playing with his adorable granddaughter. Fundamentally, training is best when it naturally fosters interest rather than confining it to rigid structures. Isn't this the true meaning of education? How long has it been since this child came? Surely it was spring when Alesia submitted the marriage papers to court counter-well. The Imperial Ball was held in spring as well. That mild season had already changed to one of biting winds. It's the end of the year. Pardon. Nothing. It's nothing. Certainly, with children running about, the mansion's atmosphere had changed. If it used to be stiff and formal, now it felt softer. Especially Alesia, that child too seemed to have undergone a significant change in temperament from before. She had always been indifferent to worldly affairs, but who knew she was hiding such an abundance of emotions? Even as her father, he hadn't anticipated it at all. I suppose outside influence is outside influence after all. She seems to take after her mother. Or perhaps her husband made her that way. Either way, he believed it to be a positive change. Therefore, it shouldn't be wrong to be a little kind to the child Alesia cherishes. It reminds me of that time. It was when he impulsively asked Tina if she wanted to go to the Imperial Ball. Originally, he had no intention of showing his face at an event where the Pope would be present. Even if she said she wanted to go, he had planned to politely refuse. Yet he ended up abandoning Jis' stubbornness, swayed by the words of an innocent child who knew nothing. Do you want to go? Yes. I want to see Mom and Dad dancing too. Then we can't. Why? Because I have no one to dance with. It was a kind of childish spite. He just wanted to see the disappointed face of a child whose emotions change so rapidly. At the time, he didn't know. This child, without a drop of his blood, had emotions more unpredictable than he could have imagined. The girl before him hung her head and said nothing. So he thought she was hiding her sulky face. That's when it happened. Drip, drop. Pearly droplets left tracks on her clothes as they fell from Tina's blue eyes. Even then, he thought she was upset because he had forbidden her from attending the Imperial Ball. But when the child next spoke with a voice choked with tears, he was secretly startled. Heek, I feel so sorry for grandmother. What? No, I feel sorry for grandfather too. Grandfather must have wanted to dance with grandmother so much, but now you can't see her anymore. Everyone dies. My wife just died a bit earlier than most. But you must miss her. Surely grandmother misses you too, but what if you can't meet each other? How can you be the only one like this? I want to see Mom and Dad every single day. Honestly, Tina was rambling so much it was questionable what she was even saying. The real problem erupted next. Tina burst into loud sobs. Cardi couldn't understand why Tina was crying at this moment, nor could he fathom what was sad enough to bring her to tears. He wondered just how far a child's empathy could extend. But why? This child, with her face contorted unattractively as she poured out tears, wasn't dislikable despite being troublesome. Rather, he felt drawn to her. Though he didn't understand why, this child was clearly crying for his sake. Until now, apart from Elena, no one who wasn't family had ever cried for him. Excluding his late wife, who he could never see again, not a single person had existed. At least not until this child shed tears. Above all, it was remarkable how she sympathized with Elena's feelings, who she had never met. What does my wife, who you've never even met, have to do with you? But, she's my grandmother. Dad says he's not my real dad, but he's my real dad. Mom's the same. She says real family doesn't care about that stuff. So grandmother is grandmother and grandfather is grandfather. Heek. Cardi was deeply shocked. Though his values differed from the typical nobility, at his core he was undeniably conservative. Family naturally referred to blood relations, and anything else was entirely fake. But by this point, he had to reconsider his outdated values. Had there ever been a time when those blood relations had expressed their feelings for him wholeheartedly, without ulterior motives? In the end, only complete strangers had cried for him, just as Elena and Tina had done. So Cardi muttered without thinking, "Your father has done well raising you." After blurting it out, it seemed only natural. After all, her father heart was from the temple, and had grown up in the same place as Elena. No, wait. If Elena had raised this child alone, the kid might have ended up a bit rough around the edges. Swept along by this train of thought, Cardi, in an attempt to somehow stop Tina's tears, ended up offering kindness he didn't really mean. "Stop crying. Only children with bright smiles are allowed at the ball. Huh. You'll need to stop those tears if you want to go to the Imperial Palace." Tina needed a moment to process whether Cardi's words were genuine. But when Cardi turned his head with a smirk and stood up, Tina broke into a radiant smile. Okay. It was truly a lovely smile. Cardi chuckled as he reminisced about that time. Tina tilted her head, trying to gauge his mood. Cardi ruffled Tina's hair roughly. "It's nothing. Nothing at all." As the year drew to a close, he found himself missing his granddaughter in dragon form. This was in the author's afterword. A little insight into the Duke's thoughts? Unexpectedly, it was Cardi's true feelings. "I find myself newly envious. To think the baptismal name holder is so close to the Count. What a joyous occasion indeed." Court Counterwell was not one to miss the hidden meaning in Duke Luminal's admiration. "With all due respect, please do not think of drawing him into politics." "Draw him in? Ahaha, there seems to be a misunderstanding." Duke Luminal smiled gently. "I merely wish to share a friendship with such a precious talent. Of course, that includes you as well." Court Counterwell's mind raced. He analyzed the Duke's ambiguous attitude, weighing his capability and intentions. "I find myself newly envious, true. I merely wish to share a friendship with such a precious talent, true. A pleasure to meet you, son-in-law. I am Cardi Luminal. Seeing my daughter bring home such a fine young man makes me miss my late wife. How she would have loved to see Alesia married like this. And how well she would have treated her future son-in-law." The Duke poured out such pleasantries while wiping away tears. Those aren't fake tears. If he can produce genuine tears through pure acting, he's an incredibly skilled. I swallowed my tension with effort. He was someone barely described in the original work, and someone who outmatched me in social experience. Wariness was inevitable. At last, he offered me a seat. "Please, sit down. It's long been my dream to sit face to face like this and talk with my daughter's man. People might think I dream of grand things, but in reality, they're all wrong." "Haha, I see. At novel bin at. He really misses his wife. He really doesn't dream of grand things." Toggle new ads. 3/5 enjoy the chapter? Please give the book a rating and a review on novel updates. It helps the website and helps people find this novel. If you'd like to make a one-time donation to support our translations or subscribe to read up to 15 chapters or more, depending on the novel ahead, you can do so via Ko-fi. Click here. Chapter 52, The Meaning of Living. While Tina was enjoying a lively snowball fight in the training grounds, I went to find Alesia for a chat. Alesia was being attended to by her maids, but they were nearly finished. I approached her as soon as I saw her. "Alesia. Heart. Put this on before we talk." I draped the shoulder robe over Alesia. It wasn't something I'd intended to wear myself. I simply wanted to cover Alesia's ever-present thigh-high slit. Phew, now I can relax. "What do you mean relax? It's warm in here. The hallway's cold. I'm worried about you." "Cold? What are you?" Oh, unlike Alesia, who'd lost her composure, the maids were naive. From their perspective, I was the perfect caring husband. My lord always puts the princess first. How wonderfully attentive. Both the Duchess and those raised in the temple seemed to be such good people. My shoulders rose involuntarily. Regardless of intent, praise can make even a whale dance. "So, what brings you here? Do I need a reason?" Alesia. After a moment of silence, Alesia mumbled while averting her gaze. "Well, not really." "That's fine then." I couldn't help but smile. Whenever Alesia showed her honest side, it made me feel good. Yes, I'd rather see a transparent heart than transparent thighs. Surely? Actually, it's a bit funny to say this after all that, but I did come with a purpose. A purpose. Yes. While snowy days usually make one reluctant to go outside, today was different. There was a reason worth venturing out. "Let's go on an outing, Alesia. The weather isn't exactly suitable for a picnic. Are you perhaps mistaking this for the year-end party?" No chance of that. It was understandable that she misunderstood. We'd already received over 5 invitations to various gatherings. Many mansions host parties to celebrate the new year. But unless something extraordinary came up, I had no intention of accepting any of them. "The new year's coming. Since it's a special occasion, I think I can take you to an incredibly popular spot." "A popular spot?" "Yes. This is something only I can make possible. That piques my interest a bit." Alesia showed signs of being intrigued. At this, I began to explain my plan. "You know about the bell that rings in the new year at the capital's temple, right? Few people don't know about that. How about watching it from VIP seats? Since it's a special occasion, we'll bring Yulian too. Echo is also living at the temple now." "That doesn't sound bad. But where exactly are these VIP seats?" You must know how crowded it gets in front of the temple at midnight. There's a pond that only those with baptismal names and a select few clergy can access. The sunrise view from there is breathtaking. After hearing the New Year's bell, we'll spend some time at the temple, watch the sunrise, and then return to the mansion. Alesia nodded silently as she listened. From what I could tell, it seemed like a decent plan even to her. But won't Julian be busy? True, he is a busy fellow. Should we ask him? Even if we send a letter, we won't get a reply until tomorrow. We can just ask him directly. As soon as I finished speaking, I manifested my divine power. Golden particles began to float around like fireflies, heralding a miracle. Swish. I pulled back space like a curtain. Surprisingly, the empty air became a passage connecting to another space. Right now, Julian could be seen in a meeting with others. Crash. At that moment, the nobles on the other side who witnessed the connected space were thrown into chaos. What is that? It's sorcery. At novel bin at. Calm down. Isn't that Lord Hart and Princess Luminal? Judging by the commotion on the other side, I had clearly picked a bad time. I scratched the back of my head and gave a wry smile. What are you doing, Director? Were you very busy? As you can see. Julian replied in a tone that seemed to say, isn't it obvious? Are you going to be busy in the future too? Whatever it is, if you're asking me to make time, I will. That's good news. I was thinking of having a celebratory party with people who share school ties, regional ties, and blood ties. Wait, none of those apply to me. The orphanage counts as school ties. I had only stated a fact, but Julian's face soured. However, I know Julian well now. No matter how sour his expression, he'll do what he's told. So, are you coming? Or not? I'll come. That's more like it. This is exactly what I mean. He's actually happy when invited. In any case, he's just like Alesia. Somehow, the director's expression is extremely unpleasant. More importantly, please stop using miracles for such trivial things. The New Year's gathering is an important matter. Papa would be very sad if you act high and mighty just because you've turned 11. Arg? Get out of here right now. Whoosh. Unable to bear it any longer, Julian forcefully closed the space. With the connection completely severed, I casually relayed the result to Alesia. As you can see, Julian will be participating too. He's probably so excited that he can't even focus on his meeting. I hate to say this, but you're really using your divine power for the most trivial things. You're not usually the type to do that so carelessly. Well, you're right about that. Alesia's point was valid. Divine power should only be used after careful consideration in truly unavoidable situations. Using it merely for convenience was far from virtuous. Despite being fully aware of all this, I carelessly performed a miracle. At least for me, there was immense value in doing so. I wanted to welcome the new year together with my family for the first time. Every year-end, people visit the temple with their families to welcome the new year, but for me, who lived in the temple, it was something I never experienced. I had always considered it a luxury. After all, my sole purpose for existing was to ward off calamities and protect humanity from extinction. But from the day I decided to leave the temple, my perspective changed. To think that the result of fulfilling my lifelong mission would be a death whose cause I didn't even understand. Beyond the futility, it was an opportunity to reconsider my reason for existing. Might I have other value? Wouldn't it be right to find at least one more thing worth risking my life for, even now? When my thoughts reached that point, I recalled what the former pope had once said. Perhaps it would be better for Hart to go out and live in the world. This isn't usually allowed, but I'm seriously considering it. At that time, I resolved to follow his words. Unlike the cramped temple, I assumed I could find my purpose out in the world. However, the outside world was a living hell, contrary to my expectations. Using divine power for personal gain was taboo, and my honed sword skills were of little use. I even fell victim to scams due to my ignorance of worldly affairs. As a result, I spent days starving, though my baptismal name prevented me from dying. Then one day, out of compassion, I healed a child who was on the verge of death from a carriage accident. That child turned out to be the son of Court Counter Well. That was the turning point in my life. With the Count's financial support, I established an orphanage, and for the first time, I had a family. Although it was a brief encounter, the transformation in my consciousness was remarkable. I suddenly felt I could do anything. I realized that having a place to return to motivates a person. Family became my second mission, no different from my first. So, I found myself taking Alesia's hand and expressing my gratitude anew. Thank you, Alesia. What's with this sudden change? Just because. It really is just because. In fact, these are words that should be said routinely, without any special occasion. For becoming my family, and for becoming my wife. I'm always grateful. Ugh. I know you're always considerate of me and the children. I'm aware that you not only avoid taking credit, but even try to hide it. I'm just doing what needs to be done. Yes, what needs to be done. I find this straightforward aspect of Alesia to be most admirable. Therefore, I too should follow her example and do what needs to be done. Expressing gratitude clearly should be my duty too. After all, we're in a relationship where that's appropriate. I know our relationship is based on a contract. Nevertheless, I want to give Alesia something beyond the contract. Perhaps it's because she first gave me a world beyond what I deserved. That's why I feel it's time to start considering what I should give to Alesia. This isn't about keeping score of what we give each other. I simply want to see Alesia's joyful expression. just as I rejoice in everything she has given me. What name should I give to this feeling? Thank you, Alesia. For now, let's call it gratitude. Surely, such a name would suit it well. Yet, it still feels somewhat lacking. It seems insufficient as a name for the warmth passing between our clasped hands. So let's focus on finding a name. A name befitting this warmth. Slowly, taking our time, the villainess proposed a contractual marriage. Chapter 53, Happy New Year. The evening of December 31st painted a different picture at the Luminal Mansion. While nobles typically attended grand parties, here a New Year's celebration for the non-noble staff was in full swing. This special event, orchestrated by Alphesia's thoughtfulness, brought joy to the grateful household members. As they enjoyed their festivities, we left the mansion. Our first stop was the Imperial Palace to pick up Julian. We then quickly made our way to the temple, parking our carriage at the entrance. Duke Luminal, Your Grace, the temple gatekeeper exclaimed, recognizing the Duke. The Duke responded with a gentle laugh, gesturing to ease the tension. A glint appeared in the gatekeeper's eyes as he noticed me stepping out of the carriage. Lord Hart? It's been a while. You remember me, Randall. How could I forget? The kindness you showed me was immense. Haha, it was around when I was 15. A noble had lost all sense of propriety and caused trouble at the temple. Randall stood up to stop him but ended up severely injured. I was the one who treated him. Since then, he would occasionally bring me food. But what brings you to the temple? Randall asked. To ask someone with a baptismal name why they're visiting the temple. Randall probably meant nothing by it, but it struck a nerve. Still, I maintained my composure and answered calmly. I've come with family to watch the New Year's celebration and the sunrise. That sounds wonderful. Speaking of family, Randall sized up my companions, the Duke and Alphisia, along with the 3 children. A warm smile spread across his face as he observed them. You look well, Lord Hart. Randall, I'm just a humble gatekeeper, so I dare not offer much commentary, but, in my opinion, you look more at ease now than when you lived at the temple. Haha. I just laughed, feeling awkward. This seemed unexpected to Randall, who raised an eyebrow. You've found precious people, Lord Hart. It seems I have. I'm glad to hear that. Randall opened the temple gates and bid us farewell. Leaving behind the connection to my past, I stepped into the temple. My present connections quietly followed, admiring the interior. Most of the temple's vast grounds were open space, with wide gaps between buildings filled with gardens. As we passed through colonnades lined with ivory pillars and areas where prayers could be heard, the children murmured in fascination. Alphisia, who had been walking silently, broke the silence. So this is where you grew up? That's right. Is this your first time inside? Yes. Some stubborn, principled fellow never showed me before, but now it's so easy. Who's this fellow you're talking about? Oh, just some ridiculous idiot. I became curious about the identity of this principled person who prompted Alphesia's gossip. But before I could press her further, the Duke, who had been walking in step with the children, boasted. I know the temple's interior very well. I came and went so many times in my youth that I memorized the layout. Wow, that's amazing. Grandfather, Tina exclaimed. Ho ho, your grandfather is quite impressive, isn't he? Grandfather, you're the best. Ho 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 ho. I desperately hoped he wouldn't proudly blurt out that he infiltrated to engage in swordplay with His Holiness the Pope. It was also painful to watch Tina give a thumbs up, praising what she thought was an admirable anecdote but was actually a horrifying tale in disguise. So, son-in-law, the Duke called out. I flinched, startled by his call, thinking he had read my mind. Where are you leading us? If I remember correctly, this isn't the way to the pond. I should have explained, Your Grace. If we take the legal route, we'll have to go through some hassle. Ahem. Perhaps the Duke wasn't entirely shameless, as he didn't press further. Instead, he hastily changed the subject and began chatting with the children walking behind us. Later, when the sunset had completely faded and starlight replaced the world's brightness, we came face to face with a lake, or more accurately, a pond so vast it could be mistaken for a lake, reflecting the white moon on its surface. New Year's was a special event even at the temple. Warm orange lights were strung up around the sacred pond, normally off limits to people, giving it a cozy impression. The orange lights paired well with the navy evening sky, evoking a sense of romance in viewers. Wow, it's so beautiful, Tina exclaimed. Julian agreed. I never imagined such a natural landscape would be preserved in the heart of the capital. I can see how growing up here would make anyone devout. The grass that bent with each step, the harmoniously arranged evergreens, and the vast pond with its clear, refreshing hue were a feast for the eyes. By the way, it should be about time, I said. Is someone else coming? Glenn asked curiously. I informed him with a hint of mockery. Who else but your secret friend? Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Our final guest revealed herself to us. Hello everyone. It was Echo's voice, which I hadn't heard in a while. If anything had changed, it was her eyes. The focus that had been cloudy before entering the temple now shone with a new light, concentrating on something. I asked Echo about her condition. How are your eyes? They're improving. I can't see mines anymore. Instead, I can see the blurry shapes of objects. That's quick progress. A bit more time at the temple and the fragment should be completely removed. That's a relief. By the way. Echo glanced at me nervously. She then approached me, lowering her voice to a whisper. Is Glenn handsome? I mean, everything's still blurry, but even with his blurry face, Glenn seems incredibly handsome. Well, he is. I was taken aback. Who knew a handsome face would shine through even when pixelated? Thanks to Echo, I gained a new insight today. Ugh. I guess Glenn has both a beautiful mind and face. How enviable. Echo, you're just as pretty, so have some confidence. That's how it was with the Peter Viscounty's people. There's a reason they've dominated even formidable powers with their marriage business. It's all thanks to their innate genes. Like Echo in front of me, needlessly falling into worry. I guided Echo to Glenn, then delivered a sharp remark while staring intently at a corner. So, I assume you wouldn't have sent a girl with blurry vision alone, so why are you all hiding? Only then did the hidden figures reveal themselves from beyond the corner. The commander, His Holiness the Pope, Ibria, and even Erhite in female polymorph form. All the familiar faces I often saw at the temple had gathered. It's been a while, Lord Hart. First time seeing you since handing over Echo, right? The Pope said. That's right, Your Holiness. But I never expected such a distant superior to grace a family event. The Pope deployed an invincible logic in response to my words, half joking and half serious. This is right in front of my chambers, you know? Think of it as me paying my dues and let me join in. Indeed. The logic of capitalism. Unable to defeat the property owner, I simply nodded in agreement. Well, if you insist. Thank you. The commander and I will chat with the Duke from a distance, so don't mind us too much. My, how considerate of you. Thank you. The commander seemed to want to join the center of things, but His Holiness forcibly pulled him away. With the adults gone, only the children and Alesia remained. Though not all the adults had left. Erhite, transformed into a white-haired, golden-eyed maiden, approached Tina with sparkling eyes. Hello, young lady. Tina exclaimed. The sensation of language being directly implanted in one's mind without moving lips. Tina quickly realized Erhite's identity. Are you a dragon? Correct. I raised your father, Hart. Then are you Dad's mother? More like a wet nurse, I'd say. Wow. The children flocked around Erhite after her shocking revelation. Not just Tina, but Julian and Glenn seemed quite interested as well. Well, Erhite did raise me, so I can't really argue. With my baptismal name, I wasn't at risk of starving to death. So Erhite was the one who forced me to eat when I was skipping meals as a child. Are you the divine dragon passed down in legends? Julian asked. You must be from the Imperial family. As you can see, I am. Divine dragon, what was the director like when he was young? Glenn asked. He was a very inorganic, boring little boy. If you're used to the current Hart, you wouldn't believe anything I tell you. Sure enough, the children had trouble believing Erhite's assurances. It was all true, but I decided to keep my mouth shut for the sake of my human rights. As the children listened intently to Erhite's stories of the past, it happened. Hart. Ibria called out to me in a gentle voice. Graceful and refreshing. She still exuded a beauty like a vessel crafted by the gods. For some reason, I felt uncomfortable with this Ibria. My knight has worn his emotions on his face for quite some time now. Ibria. She was a childhood friend who grew up with me. Moreover, as my charge, we were always together. But now, even exchanging a few words felt difficult. It's hard to express in words, but it's as if my heart grew heavy. Ibria, who had sharply pierced through my feelings, let out a small laugh. Never mind. Just live well and eat well. Along with this incomprehensible reproach, she called my name. Hart. Speak. Are you happier now than before? Happiness. Happiness, huh. It's not that I wasn't happy before. Life at the temple was peaceful, and the rigid discipline suited my nature. Above all, I grew up receiving ample affection from the people gathered here today. Yet, comparing the quantity of happiness would surely be disrespectful. However, my eyes were already reflecting the bonds of a new era. 4 children huddled together, their eyes sparkling as they conversed with a mysterious being. A barrier seemed to surround the pure group, rejecting adult intrusion. But just watching them filled my chest with a swelling sense of fulfillment. Next, my eyes captured a beautiful auburn Alesia, basking in the starlight at a distance from the children. She was my contract wife, who I must take responsibility for life, and the owner of the warmth I'd grown most accustomed to. That's why I could only say this: happiness continues. In the past that's gone by, in the present we dwell in, and in the future to come. I believed the happiness I'd felt until now would surely continue. Exceptional people have always gathered around me. Of course, Ibria, you were one of them. But I wasn't special, was I? You were special. Because I was your duty. That's right. Ibria is a woman with the unique position of Holy Maiden. Therefore, I couldn't deny that I had treated her specially. But now, with a grown body and mind, I understood. Specialness comes in many forms, so the same word can branch into numerous meanings. The specialness of a friend. The specialness of family. The specialness of an in-group. Thus, the specialness I could define came in many varieties. Ibria seemed to have figured this out long ago. I give up, I give up. How can I even be spiteful at this point? Spite is the concept least suited to you. All right. I'll go look after Echo, so you take care of the one you need to look after. It was obvious who she meant by the one you need to look after. Her, Alesia, sitting alone on the grass. Though distant from the warmth of others, she had remained in the corner of my vision even while I conversed with Ibria. The fact that she constantly caught my eye without moving meant I must have been unconsciously looking at her the whole time. As soon as Ibria turned her back to me, I approached Alesia, who was staring blankly at the pond. Why are you alone like this? At novel bin at. I'm not used to this kind of thing. What kind of thing? This atmosphere where people connect without ulterior motives. A scene that feels like looking at an old, nostalgic photograph. Things like that? Alphesia's eyes narrowed, as if searching for a distant horizon. Then what about me? Pardon. Are we, bound to be calculating because of our contract? That's. Alphesia neither affirmed nor denied hastily. She just furrowed her brow, as if chewing on the soft flesh inside her mouth. It was then that I found myself answering my own question. To be honest, I'm not sure either. It would be a lie to say there were no calculations involved. If you hadn't advised me to think of the children, I would have remained celibate for life, let alone get married. I accepted the contract marriage because I had my own benefits too. She nodded slightly, silently affirming. Up to this point, her face had been expressionless, but it changed markedly after my next statement. But now, I don't care about benefits or anything else. I'm just glad that Alphesia is the one who became my wife. Ugh. Alphesia buried her nose in her drawn-up knees. Then she reproached me in a cracked voice, saying such nonsense. I'm glad. It's better to spout nonsense than to say heavy, formal words. Isn't that what family is about? Nonsense is never truly useless talk. Doesn't everyone ease the burden weighing on their hearts by tossing out light jokes? Family is one of the few relationships where this is routinely allowed. So, from now on, I think I'll try throwing out some nonsense that isn't in our calculating contract. What are you? Her urging was cut short midway. The sound of bells announcing a new beginning rang out under the night sky now ripe with darkness. Dong, dong, dong. The clear tone knocked on our ears. Everyone's gaze settled on the bell towering high at the temple entrance. But I turned my back on the bell blessing the new year and looked only at Alphesia. As if on cue, she too met my eyes, looking as if her soul had been sucked out of her. Dong, dong, dong. The bell sound strolled leisurely down the night path, as if time itself had slowed. Taking advantage of this gap, I blessed her. May this silly blessing walk in step with the slowly advancing bell sound, down the path carved by starlight, until it reaches beyond. I wished for Alphesia's happiness. I hope this year is filled with joyful things for you. To be unbound by calculations, to view our current life not as an old photograph but simply as the present, and for such a daily life to become more familiar, resolving the conflicts Alphesia holds inside. I sent these wishes riding on the New Year's bell sound. Afterwards, just before the final bell tolled, Alphesia once again buried her face in her knees as if sulking, then peeked out with just one eye towards me. You too. Her voice, tinged with heat, tickled my ear like a gentle breeze. Live long, by my side. About 2 weeks after the New Year's sunrise, the Empire was thrown into chaos. Extra, an incredible event has occurred, shouted a boy, waving a newspaper filled with print. It was common for newsboys to exaggerate trivial gossip, but curious people still paid the boy for papers. One passerby thought, I'll give him a knuckle sandwich if this isn't worth reading. As people began to read, commotion spread in all directions. My God, is this true? If this is a lie, the entire newspaper company would collapse. Even so, to expose the royal family's shame. At novel bin at. Noticing the uproar, passers-by rushed to the newsboy. In an instant, his hands were full. Even a wealthy noble threw a tip without waiting for change, snatching a paper in haste. What's to become of the empire? Sighs of dismay echoed around. Breaths of futility and anger could be heard everywhere. The headline that caused such a stir read, First Prince Ropehit Arteria frames innocent citizen as demon. It was truly a scandal worthy of being called a major event in the empire. The article began. Last night, at a New Year's ball, 3rd Prince Ascalion exposed First Prince Ropehit's atrocities. In the banquet hall, with the emperor and many nobles present, numerous pieces of evidence were presented. The article was long, but people read carefully without missing a word. While reading times varied, reactions were similar. Does this make any sense? No matter how much he wants the throne, how could he do this to the people he's supposed to rule? This is absurd. If such a person becomes crown prince, the country will surely fall. In contrast, the 3rd prince. He's still young, yet he's outmaneuvering adults. Everyone knew 2nd Prince Rainers had given up on the throne. People used to bet on whether the 1st or 3rd prince would wear the crown. But if this was true, the 1st prince was unfit to rule. I guess we should pray for the 3rd prince to become emperor. But he's still so young. A kid wouldn't think of doing something like this. Well, people's beliefs don't change easily. They're used to the tradition of the eldest inheriting, and it's common sense that adults are wiser than children. However, with only 2 options left, those notions were starting to crack. Perhaps the 3rd prince is the empire's hope. The scales in the hearts of ordinary citizens tipped to one side. Dash. Arg. Crash. First Prince Ropehit, boiling with rage, smashed everything in the room. Scattered glass and broken furniture terrified the servants. Anyone who annoyed him risked being whipped. The servants who'd experienced this bowed their heads and averted their eyes. How dare he? Ascalion, you orphan bastard. Huff. He exhaled, seemingly exhausted, taking a moment to cool down. The sound of servants moving quietly behind Ropehit irritated him further. He turned sharply, bloodshot eyes ready for violence. But his movement stopped abruptly. Really, how long will you, a prince, act so childishly? Mother. At the Empress's sudden appearance, Rupehit looked away. The Empress was one of the few who could control Rupehit. He only gritted his teeth after being scolded. Ha! The Empress sighed and ordered the maids, clean this up. Quickly. Yes? Understood, Your Majesty. Only then did the room Rupehit had destroyed begin to regain its former appearance. At times like this, he was grateful for the Empress who relieved the pressure. He didn't know it was the Empress who had tried to manipulate the spy in the first place. The Empress looked at her impulsive son with contempt. How many new years must you experience before you listen to even your mother's requests? Prince. The Empress cut off Rupehit's protest. I told you, didn't I? That excessive greed ruins everything. I will handle this, so please just do as you're told. Was that so difficult? Kook. Restrain yourself for now. Stop tormenting the palace people too. If you spend time in quiet self-reflection, like a mouse that's eaten poison, this mother will try to clean up this mess. Though he'd received a blow, it wasn't impossible to cover up. He could promise rewards to suitable individuals and blame them for excessive loyalty. The Empress sighed openly. Though he was her child, he was far too lacking. She even thought the third Prince Askelayan resembled her more. She knew it wasn't right, but she couldn't help comparing. Though they share the same father, there's not a single way I can say he's better. The third prince forged his own path from start to finish. And the first prince rejected even when everything was handed to him. Objectively, it was clear who was more suited for the throne. The Empress was growing tired of this absurdity. Tisk, how did I end up with such a child? For the first time, the first prince saw contempt in his mother's eyes. He'd seen countless looks of distrust and frustration, but never contempt. Feeling ashamed and angry, Rupehit was about to throw a vase as soon as the Empress left. But her words flashed through his mind. Restrain yourself for now. Without even making a sound, like a poisoned mouse. In the end, Rupehit gently placed the vase down with trembling hands, unable to act. Then he raged at himself for lacking the courage to disobey even one of the Empress's words. Arg. Damn it, F***ck. Arg. He couldn't throw anything, and even had to be careful about writhing. So Rupehit only howled like a beast, his throat raw. Huff. Huff. Ha. Damn. Ha. Ha. Rupehit looked like the ashes left after a raging fire. It seemed he had no more emotions left to express. In the empty room, there was no need to look strong. So Rupehit collapsed with a thud. Damn it. Just as he had wrung out every last drop of emotion, a man's voice invaded the seemingly empty room. You seem to be in trouble. Who's there? He immediately raised his guard. His voice was hoarse from venting too much anger. Yet the stranger spoke plainly, without mockery. You may be wary if you wish. It would be better to listen with a clear mind to avoid any mishaps. What? Rupehit instinctively hunched his shoulders and lowered his posture. The stranger casually extended his hand. This is a good story. The mouth, the only part visible beneath the hood, curved ominously. I've simply come to tell you a good story, so that you can bring down the hammer on all those who look down on you. I hope you'll listen carefully. Unlike the turmoil in the Imperial Palace, the liminal mansion maintained its usual peace. Of course, that didn't mean they hadn't heard the shocking news. That Julian fellow uncovered quite the scandal, Cardi remarked. If we can prove the first prince's orders, it wouldn't be unreasonable to revoke his claim to the throne, Alesia added. I expressed my doubt. Wasn't it all over? The first prince might be careless, but those around him wouldn't be. If they want to cover it up, there are plenty of ways. How's that possible? With rumors spreading this far. If I were the Empress, I'd create a scapegoat first. Blame it on an overzealous subordinate acting alone. Alesia casually came up with a ruthless strategy. Sometimes, I found this side of her a bit scary. She could shed crocodile tears while supporting the victim's recovery. Propose a law on spy detection while splitting the intelligence department's power. That would work too. The intelligence department? Surely not. It's where Court Counterwell was just promoted. This way, she could attempt an image change while also damaging Julian's right-hand man. Opposing it would invite criticism. Exactly. The Empress would quickly devise such basic schemes. I was newly impressed by Alesia. To me, it seemed like she was looking several moves ahead, yet she called this elementary. Perhaps Alesia, not the Empress, should have been the final boss of the story. While I was lost in thought, Alesia reminded me of an upcoming event. The hunting festival is coming up soon. That's right. I'm so happy that an opportunity to tease Julian has already come up. You're consistently the same in many ways. The hunting festival commemorated the new year and prayed for peace. Hunters would offer their catches to the main deity to pray for the Empire's well-being. That Julian kid's probably stiff from just using his head and hasn't properly learned martial arts, right? I'm going to tease him so much by comparing him to Glenn. Are you saying you're going into the hunting grounds too? Alesia asked with surprised eyes. I quickly corrected her misunderstanding. I've no intention of hunting. I'll just watch our kids struggle. I'm reluctant to take life without purpose anyway. But there is a purpose of offering to the deity, isn't there? His Holiness the Pope doesn't want that. He just doesn't interfere because it's human culture. Hearing my answer, Alesia let out a hollow laugh. I feel like I've learned an unnecessary truth. What does it matter? Everyone enjoys it regardless of my preferences. That's enough. You're always refreshingly straightforward in the strangest areas. I hear that's how you stay in your wife's good graces. Ha, good grief. I'm at a loss for words. Alesia turned her back on me for a while, apparently quite annoyed about something. When I moved to her front, she quietly turned away again. I found this somewhat amusing, so I circled around her. Alesia also spun in place, but eventually realizing my intention, she trembled with embarrassment. Ugh, stop following me. Bang! She exclaimed, slamming the door shut as she left. But I knew well that this was precisely the time to follow her. It was a conclusion based on intuition developed from spending a long time with Alesia. Wait, Alesia. I should quickly apologize for teasing her. It seemed I truly enjoyed being with her. Chapter 55, Handing Over Childhood Friends. The hunting festival's location changed annually, selected from different noble territories. As a grand event wishing for prosperity in the new year, countless nobles participated simultaneously. The festival's prestige was high, even including royalty. Thus, nobles with territories suitable for hunting grounds eagerly anticipated each year. They hoped their land might be chosen this year. However, their expectations were brutally crushed. This year's hunting festival was confirmed to be held in Luminal Duchy. Julian's influence played a significant role in this decision. After First Prince Rupahit's disgraceful failure in the mission to uncover spies, Julian was granted a wish directly from the Emperor. He used this privilege to designate the hunting festival's location. Thus, House Luminal, Julian's strongest backer, became the star of the hunting festival. The nobles planning to attend had about 2 weeks to arrive and settle in Luminal Duchy before the event. On the dawn when this news broke, Alesia's ruby-like eyes traced the starry sky outside her window. Though she longed for deep sleep, the unusually bright starlight kept catching her attention. Moreover, an inexplicable unease troubled her. It's going too smoothly. This timeline diverged significantly from her previous life. Originally, Julian had to engage in political struggles with only court count Erwell as support. Now he had gained the duchy as an ally. Consequently, nobles who would have taken years to recruit in the future were already betting on this new dark horse. That wasn't all. Meeting Hart early allowed her to bring future connections to her side sooner. Glenn, once his archenemy, and Tina, his former partner. One diligently received Cardi's teachings, while the other basked in affection. Everything seemed to be a net positive, with no apparent downsides. In such circumstances, failing to overwhelm the first prince would be the real problem. So while things progressing smoothly should be expected, an unsettling feeling kept nagging at her. Is it because of my conversation with the Holy Maiden? It happened just after midnight on January 1st, during the New Year's celebration. After putting the sleepy children to bed with a promise to wake them for sunrise, Ibria suddenly approached and sat beside her. She even cast a barrier to prevent Hart, who was tending to the children, from overhearing. Ibria abruptly said, I liked him first. Lamenting her situation. Naturally, Alesia felt no obligation to comfort her. As she remained indifferent, Ibria continued. Thou shalt not commit adultery. What? You said it yourself. Hart lives by the rule of not committing adultery. Ibria's words were difficult to decipher. After a brief silence, she exhaled with relief. What can I do? As the Holy Maiden, I can't break the rules more than the Night Guard. It's a shame I couldn't confess before letting him go, but I should release him now. We'll be together in the temple for life, so I was lazy, and now I'm being punished for my sloth. How unbefitting of a Holy Maiden, such sloth. Ibria added with a bitter smile. So, did you come to acknowledge my rights as his wife? Of course not. I just thought, as a childhood friend and superior, I should properly hand over my duties. Ibria's bitter smile morphed into an artificial one, as if mocking herself. Alesia immediately saw through this wordplay meant to tease her. Though she would give up, Ibria reminded her that Hart's past was entirely filled with her. It was quite a mischievous statement. Nevertheless, Alesia accepted it calmly. Handover sounds good. He'll be my unwavering husband from now on. Hehe. The past may be long, but is it as long as the future they'll live together? It was childish banter met with childish banter. Ibria found it amusing and chuckled softly. So, what did you want to say? If it's reminiscing from my husband's female friend, I'll leave first. Sharing memories would be nice, but there's something I should tell you for the Duchess's sake as well. Something to tell me. Alesia already knew much about Hart. Ibria, unaware of her status as a regressor, must have thought of this handover. So Alesia listened silently, knowing it would be strange to seem too knowledgeable. However, Ibria's next words revealed information even Alesia had never encountered. His Holiness the Pope regrets only one thing. That is, burdening Hart with excessive karma. Karma. Alesia feigned surprise. Ibria gazed vacantly across the pond, lost in old memories. Hart's first kill was at 12. Around the same age as those children sleeping over there, Hart killed a demon race holy maiden who had lived for over a century. This much she knew. Alesia had heard in the future about Hart executing the holy maiden who caused the Basque Hill uprising. But isn't it strange? I'm also a holy maiden with a baptismal name. Why do I need a guard? I'm not as powerless as the demon race's holy maiden. It was indeed strange. Alesia had merely assumed that the holy maiden's high status necessitated an escort. But that assumption seemed incorrect. Ibria then slowly revealed the truth. A holy maiden, or holy son, is the vessel for the next god, the next pope. In other words, if the current His Holiness's usefulness ends, I'm the next body for God to dwell in. Heart's role was to protect me until that moment. So Heart essentially killed the next high priest of the demon realm. I see. He probably made many enemies. Moreover, countless demons died in the process of judging the Holy Maiden, so from the demon's perspective, he's already their mortal enemy. His Holiness worries that this karma might return to haunt Heart. Alesia had a hunch about this. Though information was limited, she strongly felt it related to Heart's ultimate fate. Wait. As she listened, a curiosity Alesia had never fully resolved suddenly struck her. But what exactly is Heart? You, as the next pope, possess great power, but what is Heart to be strong enough to guard the next pope? Ah, that. Ibria sheepishly rubbed the bridge of her nose. Neither I nor His Holiness know. We can only assume he was born that way. That's why Heart's standards are so strange. Since he can survive even if his head is cut off, he thinks all baptismal name holders are like that. It's impossible by common sense. In the end, Alphesia's question remained a mystery. As disappointment washed over her, Ibria added a crucial comment. This might be why His Holiness sealed Heart's baptismal name. What? What did you just? Please protect Heart's humanity from now on. Don't let him revert to that 12-year-old child. The conversation ended there. Alphisia tried to continue, but Ibria's barrier had already dissolved. No matter how quietly they spoke, it would be within Heart's range of perception. Ibria nonchalantly walked away as if nothing had happened and woke the children. Sunrise was imminent. She gazed at the light emerging beyond the horizon. As she struggled to hide her unease at the final plea, Heart quietly approached and took Alphesia's hand, sharing his warmth. Did you have a good talk? More or less. By the way, your childhood friend is quite beautiful. Ibria is undeniably gorgeous. Though Alphisia was the one who acted petty, she was the one feeling strange. As she swallowed her hurt feelings, Heart spoke. But my wife is undeniably the world's most beautiful woman. She caught her breath at the childish flattery. It showed how inexperienced he was in romance. How could he be so oblivious to a woman's heart? But that's what made him endearing. What an outdated joke that wouldn't work even in our parents' generation. Is that so? Yes. Undeniably. It's foolish. He's truly a fool. A fool. She desperately tried to control her smile at the compliment that wouldn't work even in their parents' generation at novel bin at. It's all because he held her hand. Alphesia's hands were cold, but Heart's were as warm as the sunlight spilling over the horizon. Basking in that warmth dispelled her unease, and her pounding heart spread the lost warmth throughout her body. So she just got a little feverish, causing her thoughts to go haywire. Surely, by tomorrow, she'd forget such silly jokes. To be honest, she didn't forget. The dawn beautifully coloring Heart's cheeks remained etched in her memory, tormenting her. This seemed to have reached a point beyond her control. She wanted to protect those memories, this scene, his future self. She wanted to repay the trust that despicable woman had placed in him at the end. This time, I'll protect you. I promise. Renewing her resolve, she nestled into his embrace under the guise of tossing and turning. She pushed relentlessly, allowing him to fully indulge in his wife's skin, to struggle with his inner conflict. Not wanting to be apart again, she clutched his clothes tightly. Had his broad, twitching chest always been this comforting? Despite its hardness, why did it bring such peace? Now she felt she could finally fall into a deep sleep. The same hue of dawn they had welcomed on New Year's was steadily closing in. Chapter 55, Handing Over Childhood Friends. The hunting festival's location changed annually, selected from different noble territories. As a grand event wishing for prosperity in the new year, countless nobles participated simultaneously. The festival's prestige was high, even including royalty. Thus, nobles with territories suitable for hunting grounds eagerly anticipated each year. They hoped their land might be chosen this year. However, their expectations were brutally crushed. This year's hunting festival was confirmed to be held in Luminal Duchy. Julian's influence played a significant role in this decision. After First Prince Rupahit's disgraceful failure in the mission to uncover spies, Julian was granted a wish directly from the Emperor. He used this privilege to designate the hunting festival's location. Thus, House Luminal, Julian's strongest backer, became the star of the hunting festival. The nobles planning to attend had about 2 weeks to arrive and settle in Luminal Duchy before the event. On the dawn when this news broke, Alphesia's ruby-like eyes traced the starry sky outside her window. Though she longed for deep sleep, the unusually bright starlight kept catching her attention. Moreover, an inexplicable unease troubled her. It's going too smoothly. This timeline diverged significantly from her previous life. Originally, Julian had to engage in political struggles with only court count Erwell as support. Now he had gained the duchy as an ally. Consequently, nobles who would have taken years to recruit in the future were already betting on this new dark horse. That wasn't all. Meeting Heart early allowed her to bring future connections to her side sooner. Glenn, once his archenemy, and Tina, his former partner. One diligently received Cardi's teachings, while the other basked in affection. Everything seemed to be a net positive, with no apparent downsides. In such circumstances, failing to overwhelm the first prince would be the real problem. So while things progressing smoothly should be expected, an unsettling feeling kept nagging at her. Is it because of my conversation with the Holy Maiden? It happened just after midnight on January 1st, during the New Year's celebration. After putting the sleepy children to bed with a promise to wake them for sunrise, Ibria suddenly approached and sat beside her. She even cast a barrier to prevent Hart, who was tending to the children, from overhearing. Ibria abruptly said, "Ah, I liked him first," lamenting her situation. Naturally, Alesia felt no obligation to comfort her. As she remained indifferent, Ibria continued, "Thou shalt not commit adultery." "What? You said it yourself. Hart lives by the rule of not committing adultery." Ibria's words were difficult to decipher. After a brief silence, she exhaled with relief. "What can I do? As the Holy Maiden, I can't break the rules more than the night guard. It's a shame I couldn't confess before letting him go, but I should release him now. We'll be together in the temple for life, so I was lazy, and now I'm being punished for my sloth. How unbefitting of a Holy Maiden, such sloth." Ibria added with a bitter smile. "So, did you come to acknowledge my rights as his wife?" "Of course not. I just thought, as a childhood friend and superior, I should properly hand over my duties." Ibria's bitter smile morphed into an artificial one, as if mocking herself. Alesia immediately saw through this wordplay meant to tease her. Though she would give up, Ibria reminded her that Hart's past was entirely filled with her. It was quite a mischievous statement. Nevertheless, Alesia accepted it calmly. "Handover sounds good. He'll be my unwavering husband from now on. Hehe. The past may be long, but is it as long as the future they'll live together?" It was childish banter met with childish banter. Ibria found it amusing and chuckled softly. "So, what did you want to say?" "If it's reminiscing from my husband's female friend, I'll leave first. Sharing memories would be nice, but there's something I should tell you for the Duchess's sake as well." "Something to tell me?" Alesia already knew much about Hart. Ibria, unaware of her status as a regressor, must have thought of this handover. So Alesia listened silently, knowing it would be strange to seem too knowledgeable. However, Ibria's next words revealed information even Alesia had never encountered. "His Holiness the Pope regrets only one thing. That is, burdening Hart with excessive karma." "Karma?" Alesia feigned surprise. Ibria gazed vacantly across the pond, lost in old memories. Hart's first kill was at 12. Around the same age as those children sleeping over there, Hart killed a demon race holy maiden who had lived for over a century. This much she knew. Alesia had heard in the future about Hart executing the holy maiden who caused the Basque Hill uprising. But isn't it strange? I'm also a holy maiden with a baptismal name. Why do I need a guard? I'm not as powerless as the demon race's holy maiden. It was indeed strange. Alesia had merely assumed that the holy maiden's high status necessitated an escort. But that assumption seemed incorrect. Ibria then slowly revealed the truth. A holy maiden, or holy son, is the vessel for the next god, the next pope. In other words, if the current His Holiness's usefulness ends, I'm the next body for God to dwell in. Hart's role was to protect me until that moment. So Hart essentially killed the next high priest of the demon realm. I see. He probably made many enemies. Moreover, countless demons died in the process of judging the holy maiden, so from the demon's perspective, he's already their mortal enemy. His Holiness worries that this karma might return to haunt Hart. Alesia had a hunch about this. Though information was limited, she strongly felt it related to Hart's ultimate fate. Wait. As she listened, a curiosity Alesia had never fully resolved suddenly struck her. But what exactly is Hart? You, as the next pope, possess great power, but what is Hart to be strong enough to guard the next pope? Ah, that. Ibria sheepishly rubbed the bridge of her nose. Neither I nor His Holiness know. We can only assume he was born that way. That's why Hart's standards are so strange. Since he can survive even if his head is cut off, he thinks all baptismal name holders are like that. It's impossible by common sense. In the end, Alesia's question remained a mystery. As disappointment washed over her, Ibria added a crucial comment. This might be why His Holiness sealed Hart's baptismal name. What? What did you just? Please protect Hart's humanity from now on. Don't let him revert to that 12-year-old child. The conversation ended there. Alesia tried to continue, but Ibria's barrier had already dissolved. No matter how quietly they spoke, it would be within Hart's range of perception. Ibria nonchalantly walked away as if nothing had happened and woke the children. Sunrise was imminent. She gazed at the light emerging beyond the horizon. As she struggled to hide her unease at the final plea, Hart quietly approached and took Alesia's hand, sharing his warmth. "Did you have a good talk?" "More or less. By the way, your childhood friend is quite beautiful." Ibria is undeniably gorgeous. Though Alesia was the one who acted petty, she was the one feeling strange. As she swallowed her hurt feelings, Hart spoke. "But my wife is undeniably the world's most beautiful woman." She caught her breath at the childish flattery. It showed how inexperienced he was in romance. How could he be so oblivious to a woman's heart? But that's what made him endearing. What an outdated joke that wouldn't work even in our parents' generation. Is that so? Yes. Undeniably. It's foolish. He's truly a fool. A fool. She desperately tried to control her smile at the compliment that wouldn't work even in their parents' generation at novel bin at. It's all because he held her hand. Alesia's hands were cold, but Hart's were as warm as the sunlight spilling over the horizon. Basking in that warmth dispelled her unease, and her pounding heart spread the lost warmth throughout her body. So she just got a little feverish, causing her thoughts to go haywire. Surely, by tomorrow, she'd forget such silly jokes. To be honest, she didn't forget. The dawn beautifully coloring heart's cheeks remained etched in her memory, tormenting her. This seemed to have reached a point beyond her control. She wanted to protect those memories, this scene, his future self. She wanted to repay the trust that despicable woman had placed in him at the end. This time, I'll protect you. I promise. Renewing her resolve, she nestled into his embrace under the guise of tossing and turning. She pushed relentlessly, allowing him to fully indulge in his wife's skin, to struggle with his inner conflict. Not wanting to be apart again, she clutched his clothes tightly. Had his broad, twitching chest always been this comforting? Despite its hardness, why did it bring such peace? Now she felt she could finally fall into a deep sleep. The same hue of dawn they had welcomed on New Year's was steadily closing in. Chapter 56, At the Crossroads of Two Paths. Time's relentless march had forced our hand before we realized it. 1 week remained until the hunting festival began. If we left the Duke's mansion in the capital now, we'd arrive at the duchy right on schedule. So we were packing light and heading for the entrance at Novel bin Adat. Dad? Mom? I'm all ready. Tina rushed down the stairs towards Alesia and me, who were already waiting at the entrance. She spread her arms wide, clearly intending to hug us, but a large obstacle appeared between Tina and us. Oh my, you must have missed your grandfather terribly. It was the Duke. He swooped in with unnecessarily grand flourish and scooped up Tina, who had her arms outstretched. Oh, grandfather. Yes, my dear. No matter how much you missed me, you shouldn't run down the stairs like that. Yes, I missed you, hehe. Well, in that case, I suppose it can't be helped. You know, the banister is actually polished so clean to be used as a slide. Next time, make good use of it. Ridiculous. As if that could be true. I wished he wouldn't misrepresent the maid's hard work for such purposes. But Tina's response was remarkably concise. Aha, as expected of grandfather. Tina's adaptability was truly astounding. Whether it was quick-wittedness or innate innocence, she always chose responses that perfectly pleased the Duke. Perhaps it was both. Either way, Tina gaining the favor of the family head was a good sign. If she could maintain this cordial relationship going forward, nothing could be better. I just finished getting ready too. The next child coming down the stairs was Glenn. With a sword sized perfectly for his build, Glenn had the air of a young knight about him. Glenn approached us, bypassing the Duke who was endlessly doting on Tina. He was slightly more oriented towards Alesia than me. Thank you, Vice Director. I heard it was you who gifted me these clothes and the sword I'm wearing now. Heart. Alesia shot me a glare as she heard Glenn's gratitude. Understandably so, since while I had delivered the gifts, it was Alesia who had prepared them. And I was the traitor who had broken Alesia's request to keep the source of the gifts a secret. Alesia's fiery gaze was a price I rightfully had to pay. So, since I was already going to endure this gaze, it wouldn't make much difference if it got a tiny bit more intense, right? Alesia picked them out with great care. Not only are the clothes excellent quality, but the sword could rightfully be called a masterpiece. What are you saying? I just picked them up somewhere. This much is nothing. Alesia vehemently denied it, but Glenn wasn't so obtuse as to not understand the value of the items given to him. I had a feeling. A sword this light and sturdy must be made of different materials. I'll cherish it always, Vice Director. Faced with Glenn's honest gratitude, my dear wife swallowed a gasp, her cheeks tinged with a subtle blush. While she casually handed over Tina's gifts, why was she so intent on hiding her generosity towards Glenn? Her intentions were truly puzzling. He'll probably need to replace both clothes and sword soon, given how fast he's growing. Though she anticipated their short-term use, she spared no expense or effort. Alesia was a woman whose outer and inner selves differed in a unique way. I merely prepared it in advance to prevent baseless rumors about the Duke neglecting his dependents. Don't misunderstand. Well, that's unexpected. I never knew my daughter cared so deeply about her father's reputation. It's a consideration at the family level, father. I wonder who you take after with that impeccable way of speaking. Tina tilted her head at the Duke, who himself spoke with impeccable form. Oh, is that so? I think I know who she takes after. Age must be making my mind rigid. My granddaughter is indeed clever. Even the third prince couldn't keep up. Ho ho. I hadn't realized it before, but after hearing grandfather's words, I think she might resemble Julian. Naturally, Alesia immediately protested. Who says I resemble that child? Whoa, she's still a child, Alesia. Ugh. Though I was trying to calm her down, Tina's perceptiveness was indeed impressive. To even see through Alesia's resemblance to Julian. But excluding Julian, who did Tina think Alesia resembled? Surely not the Duke. I shook my head, realizing the absurdity of that speculation. Well, this isn't bad. This scene. An atmosphere that was chaotic yet harmonious at the same time. It felt like looking at a picture I wished would continue forever. I silently prayed to the sovereign god, hoping this feeling would last eternally. Before heading to the Luminal Duchy, the carriage stopped at the temple. We needed to pick up Echo. Though she had renounced her claim to the Peter Viscounty, her noble birth remained unchanged. If she was to someday reveal the truth and properly debut in high society, it was only right that she become thoroughly familiar with their way of life. Our final stop was the Imperial Palace. It was to escort Julian, who had made the Luminal Ducal House the centerpiece of the hunting festival. Squeezing so many people into one carriage would be a tight fit. so we split into 2 carriages, with the children and adults riding separately. Thus, in our current carriage, only I, Alesia, and the Duke were comfortably seated. A suffocating silence persisted. If it were just Alesia and I, we might have chatted away the journey, but with my father-in-law present, finding common ground for conversation proved extremely difficult. I was just wondering if I should try to break the ice with some divine power tricks when the Duke spoke up just as we were leaving the capital. Aren't you worried about leaving the children alone? Echo is still fragile, but Julian and Glenn are reliable, despite their age. Are you ignoring my granddaughter now? Before that, she's our daughter. Anyway, she's more innocent than those 2, isn't she? She's adorable. Truly adorable. I wish she'd transform into a dragon again. For the first time, a topic I could empathize with emerged. It seemed Tina, being a half-dragon, was having trouble getting the hang of polymorph practice. I'd been considering asking the divine dragon Airheight for dragon lessons instead. Anyway, I didn't bring this up just to brag about my granddaughter. No, I was curious who in the world would think to brag about their granddaughter to her father. If anything, the reverse might make sense. The Duke then threw out a rather weighty topic. Son-in-law. Yes, Duke. Have you considered reorganizing the family by becoming an adopted son-in-law? Our current relationship was quite ambiguous, and that discomfort stemmed not from me becoming an adopted son-in-law, but from Alesia marrying into my family. Having married a commoner, she kept the luminal name, and despite being married, she was usually called a princess rather than a duchess. Even this was a compromise. The title of princess was ambiguous in itself. Above all, the greatest discrepancy arose from, I want to make my granddaughter a noble, but under the current circumstances, that's not feasible. The name imbued with the Duke's wish, Tina's existence. The disparity of being suited for noble society yet having commoner status was something Tina would become increasingly aware of as she grew. Glenn isn't a problem. As long as we hide his Basque Hill lineage, he's certain to receive a title. I've had plans for that for a long time. But Tina is different. If she properly awakens her dragon powers and receives training similar to Glenn's, she could earn a title through military achievements. However, I no longer want to see that child face violence. I agree on that point. In the original story, Tina was strong, having been driven by dragon instincts for a long time. She had to grow up that way due to her environment. But now that a comfortable environment had been created, I didn't want to force Tina to walk a rocky path. The Duke's words were 100% correct on this point. That said, this could be resolved if you became an adopted son-in-law. You and Tina would bear the luminal name. My daughter would become a young duchess, and my granddaughter could become the Empire's one and only ducal princess. Father, let's postpone that discussion. It's not urgent right now. As long as I'm involved in the hunting festival, it's not such a distant future. It's harsh, but my granddaughter is destined to choose one of 2 paths, either feeling alienated, separated from the 3 childhood friends she's grown up with, or stepping into the same world as them. She must inevitably choose one. Indeed, that's true. For now, being a young child, she likely wouldn't dwell on such complicated matters. She'd play and frolic to her heart's content, free from calculations. But, as long as Tina wasn't a noble, a limit would surely come someday. When she came of age, she wouldn't even be able to set foot in social gatherings, despite the Duke's insistence, because she'd gradually be forgotten without even having her debutante ball. Perhaps she might even become the subject of gossip and disparagement for some. Imagining such a future sent a chill creeping through my entire body. Heart. Perhaps my eyes had momentarily clouded over. Alesia's hand overlapped mine. Her body heat quickly seeped in, seeming to restore warmth to my chilled blood. Adopted son-in-law, huh? Thinking about it normally, there was no reason not to do it. But the uniqueness of being a baptismal name holder imposed restrictions on taking another's family name. Because my name had already been bestowed by the sovereign god, the baptismal name was the only surname I could have. Therefore, I could only answer with a somewhat stiff voice. When we return from the hunting festival, I'll meet with His Holiness and negotiate. Tina was my daughter, even if we weren't connected by blood. If so, she was as much an object of my protection as the temple's regulations. I steeled my resolve. I might have to make a decision that could incur the Pope's displeasure. Squeeze. Alesia's grip tightened. I drew courage from this inexplicable action. Yes, we were family. For the sake of the meaning I'd found in life, I could probably do anything. Toggle new ads. 3/5 enjoy the chapter? Please give the book a rating and a review on novel updates. It helps the website and helps people find this novel. If you'd like to make a one-time donation to support our translations or subscribe to read up to 15 chapters or more, depending on the novel ahead, you can do so via Ko-fi. Click here. Chapter 57, The Face of a Wife I've Never Seen. The Luminal Duchy was moderately large. That was the only way to describe this territory. It was smaller than the vast borderlands guarded by a border count, but larger than most nobles' lands. Even so, it might have been considered small compared to the reputation of Cardi Luminal. We arrived at the outskirts of the duchy. It was a port city with a faint scent of salt in the air. The sea. The hunting grounds where the festival would be held were in a forest quite far from the port city. Despite this, we chose to stay at the villa in the port city solely because of Alesia's decision. She wanted to show the children something new since we'd come all this way to the duchy. She thought it would make for good memories. Our destination was set for such a typically kind reason from Alesia. It certainly is new. Even including my past life and current one, I'd never had the chance to see the sea in person. So the salty smell lingering on the bridge of my nose made my heart race. I felt fond of the horse that had moved diligently since early morning. Thanks to its efforts and dedication, we were able to set foot in the port city villa as noon approached. I got out of the carriage after the Duke, then extended my hand to Alesia, who remained inside, suppressing a rising smile. "Take my hand, my kind wife." "Pfft, shut that mouth," Alesia retorted primly. Her huffing breaths plainly revealed her inner state. She took my hand, her posture bristling like an angry cat. The fact that she didn't push me away made me think how cute she was once again. Next, the villa's servants rushed out en masse to pay their respects to their master. "Welcome, Your Grace Duke Luminal. No need for such fuss. You've prepared proper accommodations for the children, I trust." "Of course. We maintain everything meticulously so you can stay comfortably even if you return unexpectedly." "That's a good attitude." The Duke praised them in a satisfied tone. Then it was time for the children to come pouring out with excited voices. "Wow, what a weird smell. Dad, can I go up there? I want to see the sea from up high." "Shouldn't you usually ask the Duke's permission first?" "Oh, is that so?" Tina scratched her cheek sheepishly at Yulian's comment. I jumped into their comedic exchange to tease Yulian. "You rascal, you could have just gone along with it, but you dare to scratch our daughter's cheek." Scratch? Don't tell me you're talking about her scratching herself just now. She did that on her own." At this point, I just wanted to see Yulian's flustered face. But then the real deal descended upon us. Ho ho, my son-in-law is right. No matter if he's the third prince, how could he harm my granddaughter? Duke. I called out to him, dumbfounded. But the Duke's appropriate braking mechanism seemed to be malfunctioning due to a subtle madness. So, I left the scene as is. If things got really troublesome, Tina would probably stop the Duke. Our daughter was a good girl after all. As I returned to my place, Alesia spoke to me with a stern expression. "You're the worst, you know. At novel bin at. Think of it as a chance to build crisis management skills. As if you really think that." Alesia pressured me with a look of disbelief. Her sharp crimson eyes had the power to make flimsy rebuttals disappear. Even in this chaotic scene, only the introverted Glenn and Echo maintained their composure. "How is it, Glenn? Can you see the sea?" "Can't see it from here because of the buildings. We'd have to go up to the mansion or a bit further into town to see it." "Town, want to go? We can go. I'll ask the Duke for permission." Echo's face lit up with joy. I might not have been able to read Echo's mind exactly, but she seemed more excited by the thought of going out with Glenn than seeing the sea. "The mansion's already bustling, isn't it? That's how it is with lots of kids around." "I suppose so. Why, don't you like it?" A moment of silence. Then Alesia answered, her eyes seeming to gaze distantly at some old scenery. "No, it's just, I was thinking how things have changed. Dash. The children's overflowing energy upon first arriving began to wane rapidly after enjoying lunch. No matter how luxurious the carriage, it was still a carriage. They had been sitting in that cramped space since early morning, traveling wearily. With full bellies and warm backs, drowsiness inevitably overcame curiosity. Even as evening fell, the kids showed no signs of waking easily. Especially Echo, with her weak constitution, slept peacefully without even a snore. Unlike our daughter. Snore, snore, gur, snore. Oh, Tina. Although Tina was usually angelic, her sleeping habits were far from it. Kicking off all the blankets was just the start. She'd sprawl out to sleep, then hug the blanket if she felt cold. She tossed and turned so much that I wondered how she never fell out of bed at the orphanage. She's still young. As long as she's healthy, that's what matters. Repeating such rationalizations, I slipped out of the room and encountered Alesia walking down the corridor. Unlike the exhausted children, she looked perfect as always. Just like when she fanned herself gracefully at late-night banquets. "I've instructed the servants. If the children wake up hungry, they're to prepare snacks. I'm indebted to you." "Don't talk about being indebted. We're in the kind of relationship where that's unnecessary, as you so often emphasize. There's no need to feel obligated." Alesia crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes. Then she uttered something terribly frightening. "Or what? Is the family you speak of everyone but me?" It came across as both a rebuke and a warm sentiment. Surely she wanted to convey that family shouldn't feel burdened by things that are natural between them, even if they're thankful. I acknowledged my mistake and approached Alesia. "I was wrong. What should I do to make my dear wife forgive me?" NNGH. Alesia was honest to honesty. "What I mean is, she returned honest reactions to straightforward honesty. For instance, the kind of honesty like her prim face that couldn't hide her embarrassment at all. I thought I understood why she developed the habit of crossing her arms. It must have been a gesture reflecting her intention to lock away her inner self, not wanting to reveal it. Suddenly, that thought struck me. That someday, I wanted to break that habit of crossing her arms. And that I wanted to create an environment where she could honestly express her kindness. To do that, I judged that the free outdoors would be better than the stuffy mansion. As I harbored this vague wish, golden particles suddenly rippled around us like a flowing river. "Excuse me, Alesia. Wait a moment? Heart." I ignored Alphesia's words and led her as my heart dictated. In the instant divine radiance blinded my vision, the scenery before us had changed dramatically. The first things I perceived were the salty scent carried on the sea breeze from beyond the vast horizon, and the landscape seemingly overlaid with the colors of the setting sky. As I was lost in admiration, a fresh and unfamiliar tone greeted us, riding on the rhythm. Whoosh, crash. It was the sound of waves, heard for the first time in my life. The sea, its surface rising and falling unevenly, ceaselessly churned and wet the earth. I was momentarily captivated by this overwhelming force of nature. So much so that I briefly forgot about Alphesia's warmth in my arms. What are you doing, Alphesia? I snapped back to my senses. Alphesia wore a complex expression in my embrace. Using your divine power recklessly again. You know better than anyone that you shouldn't. Yeah, I guess my rebellious phase came a bit late. There were 2 lines that a baptismal name holder must not cross. Not using divine power for personal gain, and not betraying one's own sense of justice. Neither actually restricted the use of divine power itself. It was just common sense not to use it carelessly. If one didn't conform to that common sense, the lines drawn for baptismal name holders could be surprisingly flexible. I used divine power for Alphesia's sake, and prioritizing family was my justice. There was no problem. Yes, there was no problem at all. Were you worried about me? Don't be mistaken. I was just stating the obvious. That's odd. Aren't we in a relationship where we shouldn't feel indebted? Is it too much to expect concern in return? It's difficult, so difficult. When I muttered this softly, Alphesia expressed her self-inflicted predicament with a slight shrug of her shoulders. I'm worried about you. Worried? About me. Who else would it be? You seem to have a lot of worries. It was true that I had many worries. I worried about how the 4 children, so different from each other, would grow up. I worried about the future that had become more uncertain after breaking free from fate. But if I had to choose the person I worried about most among all these factors, it would definitely have been Alphesia. I don't want people to misunderstand Alphesia. As I said this, I took a step forward. A chilly sea breeze swept through our hair. Only then did I realize my mistake and draped my coat over Alphesia's shoulders. To be honest, I want to brag about you so much I can hardly contain myself. That my wife is so smart and kind, it's almost too much for me. There you go with the flattery again. It's not flattery, and that's what worries me. People ultimately need to live together with others, but unfortunately, someone keeps trying desperately to hide her kind nature. I'm not particularly kind. You're the one who's sorely mistaken. No way. How could I not know? When I look closely like this, your concern for others shines through so clearly. I stopped walking and gazed into Alphesia's ruby-like eyes, but the darkened scenery cast shadows in them, as if trying to hide her true feelings in the darkness. Alphesia. Right then, the world brightened. Snap. With a sound like electricity sparking, a soft radiance drove away the darkness. Festival lights strung along every street came to life, awakening the city that had been falling asleep. It was the lighting ceremony for the festival celebrating the duchy's joyous occasion, the hunting festival. Streets adorned with beautiful lights like the Milky Way. Along the rippling sea road, I admitted my own mistake. Yeah, I guess I was wrong. There was no need to rush. We still had plenty of time, and people were bound to change. It was just a matter of differing speeds of change. Ugh. Her small hand, substituting for a folding fan, covered her lower face. But the festival lights illuminated Alphesia's existence in a special way, as if she were the center of the world. How else could I explain it? Perhaps it was an illusion caused by me seeing her as the center of my world. Amidst the confusion, Alphesia's revealed face was extraordinary. She wore an expression I had never seen before, seeming shy, on the verge of tears, a face somehow burning with longing. As if enchanted, I reached out to touch the cheek of this unfamiliar wife, as if confirming it wasn't an illusion. Toggle new ads. 4/5 enjoy the chappy? Please give the book a rating and a review on novel updates. It helps the website and helps people find this novel. If you'd like to make a one-time donation to support our translations or subscribe to read up to 15 chapters or more, depending on the novel ahead, you can do so via Ko-fi. Click here. Chapter 58, Long-Standing Bad Relationship. It was just past midnight when they returned to the villa from the heart of the port city's festival. During Hart's brief absence, Alphesia stepped out onto the terrace, capturing the still bright festival lights in her gaze. The sea breeze blowing from the distant, solitary darkness was humid. In daylight, that damp wind seemed to bring life, but now, with only starlight as a guide, it carried a sense of oppression. When such a pale moon rose, the past flowed like a stream before her eyes. Yes, the night she first crossed paths with Hart had a bright moon just like tonight. Recalling it now, that ridiculous and foolish encounter began on a night just like this. Just a little more, just a tiny bit more. Alphesia reached out towards the moon perched high in the night sky. The unusually large full moon seemed as if it would fit perfectly in her grasp with just a bit more effort. Much like the current distance between her and Hart. How much has your heart grown? If his swelling heart surpassed its limit and jumped the fence, he'd hide it for now, even if it meant patching up the creaking fence somehow. But Hart was an honest person. If it truly became unbearable to keep his feelings locked away, he'd surely confess the truth. She sensed it instinctively. That day wasn't far off. The day when Hart would burn the contract she'd long since incinerated was approaching soon. Yet, Alphesia's anxiety expanded in proportion to her anticipation. I must prevent a wrong ending. Hart had used his divine power, for the trivial reason of wanting to chat briefly with Julian, and to cheer her up. He'd manifested divine power for such absurdly personal reasons. An act the past Hart would never have dreamed of. As he grew to cherish those around him more, his desire to devote himself intensified, to the point of using the divine power he'd restrained until now for such trivial matters. It was the same before. He'd attributed meaning to and cherished the first outside connection he made. The bearer of a baptismal name who should have been confined to the temple began spending more and more time outside. Who could have dreamed it would transform into such a massive calamity? Hart's recent behavior brought dusty memories to the surface. To put it in words, it was déjà vu. The self he didn't know and the self he was now overlapped. Am I doing the right thing? Sometimes, her conviction crumbled, wondering if approaching Hart was truly the right thing to do. Perhaps the proper path would be to leave their connection as just a memory, never to meet eyes again for the rest of their lives. Even as she lived out the same daily routine, she constantly pondered this. To be brutally honest, it was greed. The greed to stay by her man's side once more. Watching Hart from afar after letting him go so futilely would have been unbearable torture. In the end, unable to do this or that, she was struggling to break free from her previous fate as much as possible. It was then. Clunk. The terrace door opened behind her. Turning around, there stood Hart, wearing his kind smile, having just returned from visiting the children. As their eyes met, his words were, as expected, gentle. Aren't you cold? The sea breeze was quite chilly. I'm not really sensitive to cold. Still, I'd prefer if you wore at least a coat when you come out. The kids would be sad if you got sick. The concept of gentleness didn't suit her. This man who worried about others purely, without any ulterior motives, was truly a gentle person. The real Alesia Luminal was not gentle. She merely acted gentle out of fear of the past where she'd screamed until her throat was raw. If he looked upon her fondly because of this, she intended to take advantage of it as much as she could. Ha! A bitter laugh escaped her. See? What gentleness. She was just a villainess mimicking kindness while clinging to Hart's nature. Alesia. He called her name. Perhaps he was concerned about the small sound of her mocking herself. If so, she should dutifully admit her mistake. Hart. Alesia approached until she was right next to her husband, then rested her forehead against his collarbone. Don't use your divine power. What's this about all of a sudden? Just, promise me. I'll do better. I'll behave so you won't have to use your divine power. So please don't. Hart was momentarily confused. He worried that perhaps there was some trigger for Alesia's sudden excessive concern. But it seemed unlikely that she, who had been by his side almost all day, would have cause to worry about him. Therefore, there was only one answer. She likely had no intention of explaining even if he asked about the circumstances. Hart simply listened to Alesia's request and obliged. I'll do better too. So you won't have to worry, Alesia. The days spent at the villa were fulfilling. From taking the children on boat rides in the sea to swimming, they went through various experiences, and each day passed without a dull moment. The memories of the blue sea were soon buried behind the sound of carriage wheels rolling. The forest path dyed in verdant hues eventually brought them back to reality. This time, everyone was in one carriage. As the Duke had departed first as the host, they followed as the second group. Thus, the empty space in the carriage was filled by the small-bodied children. While Hart was appreciating the scenery that soothed his eyes, Glenn, who had been nervously fiddling with his sword, shifted his gaze to him. Director, will you be participating in the hunt too? Why? Would you like me to? Glenn paused for a moment, then revealed his complex feelings with a facial expression. If you participate, wouldn't it be too unfair? I agree with that. Aren't you the type who could cut down the entire forest just by swinging your sword? Julian added to Glenn's concern. Their worries were certainly realistic, so Hart reassured them first. I'll enter the forest, but I won't really participate. If you're just going in, is there any point? There are two benefits. Hart held up 2 fingers to Julian, who expressed doubt. One is that I can rush over if any dangerous situations happen for the participants, and second, I'll have plenty of chances to laugh at your mistakes. Especially you, Julian. What? Julian's face turned pale. Moreover, his trembling lips betrayed immense anxiety. Your body must be stiff from only using your head at the Imperial Palace, right? Our Glenn's skills have already improved by leaps and bounds. That's unavoidable. You'll definitely be the weakest among us. That's how the world works. That's not true. I am. Julian stood up abruptly and looked around frantically. First at Hart, then Alesia. After meeting Glenn's eyes, he looked at Tina. I am. When Julian finally laid eyes on Echo, his face filled with shame, looking ready to burst. Ugh. He clearly couldn't bring himself to say he was at least better than Echo, even if his mouth was torn. It was a sentiment Tina, tilting her head innocently, would never understand. Julian, if you find the hunt too difficult, will you shout out for me right there? What do you mean? Papa, please help this weakling? Like that? Damn it. The young lad rubbed his face dry, wiping away his embarrassment. Alesia was watching Hart with a look of disgust. Hart, do you enjoy teasing a child much younger than you? It's always fresh and thrilling. Julian was a genius at receiving hits. Few people were this fun to verbally assault. However, Alesia seemed to have quite a different opinion. At times like this, I wonder who the child really is. If you want, I could call you big sister. Don't even dream of it, it's creepy. Hart shut his mouth at Alesia's rebuke. After that, silence dominated the carriage. His dear wife exerted her powerful presence, suppressing everyone's spirits. For a while, only the rhythm of rolling wheels could be heard. Then, Alesia, who had been staring blankly out the window, opened her mouth. Well, if you really want to, go ahead and do it. Do what? You know. Alesia mumbled that far and then chewed on her lips. Curious, Hart kept his ears open, waiting for her to continue. Like you said before, that, sis. Despite mustering her courage, her hesitant words remained unfinished. The carriage came to a stop in a bustling area. It meant they had arrived at the forest where the hunting festival was being held. Still, before opening the carriage door, Hart pressed Alesia about what she was trying to say. Alesia, what were you about to say just now? It's fine. Let's just hurry and get out. Well, all right then. Clunk. As expected, the first to step onto the ground from the newly opened carriage was the third prince, Julian. Unbothered by curious gazes, Julian was bold. At times like this, he truly looked like a proper prince, making one forget he was just a brat with excellent hit reception. Following Julian were two little ones, one white and one black. Take my hand, Echo. Thank you, Glenn. Despite his young age, Glenn admirably fulfilled the role of a gentleman. Thanks to him, Echo touched the ground demurely, barely concealing her bursting joy. Should Daddy hold our daughter's hand? No thanks. Tina grasped both Hart's and Alesia's hands simultaneously, beaming brightly. I want to hold both Daddy and Mommy's hands. At novel bin at. What an excellent idea. If she were just 1 year older, this wouldn't have happened. And so, Tina received a formal escort, flanked by them on both sides. People's gazes turned towards them. From third Prince Julian, the dark horse in the succession race, to the ever-gossiped about luminal ducal family, they were quite the spectacle. Among them, one child particularly stood out. Who is that girl? It was Echo. Having spent her entire life in an attic, few people knew her. With very few exceptions, it could be said that there were certainly none who did. Why is she there? A girl observing from afar posed a question. The girl's identity was none other than Echo's twin sister who shared the same surname. Rochelle Peter. Toggle new ads. 5/5 enjoy the chapter? Please give the book a rating and a review on novel updates. It helps the website and helps people find this novel. If you'd like to make a one-time donation to support our translations or subscribe to read up to 15 chapters or more, depending on the novel, ahead, you can do so via Ko-fi. Click here. Chapter 59, Cherish Your Family. As Rochelle Peter watched Echo step out of the carriage, she clenched her teeth. She couldn't fathom why Echo was accompanying the luminal ducal family. Even more puzzling was seeing Glenn, who usually kept a stoic face, escorting Echo with such gentleness. Her feelings were understandable. After all, Rochelle had no clue about Echo's whereabouts. Previously, when Hart and Alesia visited the Peter Viscounty to arrange Echo's living situation, Rochelle was left out of the meeting. The Viscount and his wife had dismissed everyone, leaving no room for Rochelle to join. Even after the arrangements were made, the Viscount couple didn't bother to inform Rochelle of the outcome. They simply brushed it off, saying they had sent Echo far away. Rochelle dismissed her concerns at that point. It was better for that unsettling presence to vanish somewhere while she stayed at home. Though young, Rochelle understood all too well how crucial a flaw in bloodline could be. For her own future, it was fortunate to be rid of a blind sister. Believing this, she had been enjoying the fresh air of the hunting festival when, "Did you get motion sickness?" she overheard. "Not at all. Now that I can see a bit, even if it's blurry, just looking out the window made the time fly by," Echo replied. "So you still can't see very well. But if I get really close, I can make out shapes. I'm so excited that I'll be able to see even better in the future." Echo giggled. Her younger sister, who had always kept her eyes closed, surrounded by that awful grass smell, was now gazing at her conversation partner with beautiful golden eyes. Wait, what if she introduces herself as part of our family? Rochelle thought, panic rising. There's no way her disability could have completely healed in the meantime. If so, a single word from Echo could determine her own future. She'd have to silence her somehow. With this, Rochelle decided to take action. The opportunity came sooner than expected. For a moment, while everyone else had left their assigned tents for various reasons, Echo was left alone, keeping watch over their spot. Rochelle discreetly glanced around before entering the tent where Echo was sitting. Swish. Echo reacted to the sound of the entrance being pulled back. "Tina? I guess the cookie table was close by. Ha, so your eyes haven't really improved after all," Rochelle sneered. That voice. Echo didn't need to search far for the answer. The girl's voice coming from directly in front of her had been etched into her mind for a long time. "Rochelle. You remember well. Despite never having seen my face. At novel bin at. Rochelle spoke harshly, trying to break Echo's spirit. It was a tone that had become habitual when addressing Echo, but Echo's reaction was starkly different from what had become the norm. "What does that matter? This is our tent. I'd appreciate it if you left quickly." What? For a moment, Rochelle doubted her ears. The experience of Echo showing such an edge was truly foreign. Enough to leave the proud Rochelle momentarily speechless. I don't want to talk to you any longer either, reeking of grass as you do. I just came to give you some advice." "Advice? Yes, advice." Rochelle approached Echo closely, revealing her blatant hostility. If you dare mention our family name, I won't let you off easy. I don't know how you ended up here, but it's all temporary anyway. Got it? Whether her sister harbored ill will or not was no longer Echo's concern, let alone the threat not to use the family name even if the Viscount couple begged. She had no intention of doing so. You don't need to worry. I absolutely won't. Don't say it twice. Unlike you, I don't lie. Me. She could have backed down at this point. However, Echo's defiant attitude irked Rochelle. The memory of her sister's past subservience kept clouding her judgment, holding Rochelle back. Have you gone mad? I don't know how you got mixed up with the ducal family, but do you think they'd actually accept a blind person like you? You couldn't even do proper maid work with those eyes. I'm not blind. I'm healing properly. They say my eyesight will be fully restored by next year. Who says that? If that were possible, Mom and Dad would have fixed it long ago. The Holy Maiden said so. She said this isn't a disease. So everything you're saying is wrong. Rochelle found it utterly ridiculous. The Holy Maiden, no less. Isn't she too precious to descend except for occasional national events? It was obvious that Echo's claim of having a connection to such a Holy Maiden must be a lie. Does Glenn know about this? That you're just spouting lies left and right. It's not a lie, but even if it were, it wouldn't matter. Glenn would believe everything I say. You might not know this, but Glenn is really kind. Ugh, you Echo. Rochelle recalled the past days when she always approached Glenn with patience, but he never let her get close. It had been strange to see Glenn offer such a kind escort to Echo when they got out of the carriage. At the time, she thought he was just setting an example as Cardi's heir. No way, really? That cold Glenn shows a different side only to this good-for-nothing. Having grown up in a family that thrived on marriage alliances, Rochelle had been conditioned to constantly remind herself of the importance of a good match. As such, it was hard for her to accept Echo, who seemed to have snagged a man far better than herself. The emotion she felt was inferiority. It felt like her little sister, who she had always deemed beneath her, had stolen both her love interest and her future in one fell swoop. How dare you? Rochelle raised her hand. Even at that moment, Echo couldn't see well enough to notice. She could only perceive that Rochelle was making some kind of gesture. That's when it happened. Echo, I'm back. Look at this. Doesn't it smell amazing? There are so many delicious cookies. Huh. A girl pulled open the tent flap. The girl with passionate red hair tied in 2 braids blinked her eyes, as blue as today's sky. It was Tina. Until then, Tina hadn't noticed the situation. So she greeted them nonchalantly. Oh, it's Rochelle? Hi, it's been so long. Hello. Rochelle, who had come to an abrupt stop, returned the greeting quietly, maintaining her posture. Then Tina asked innocently, what were you doing? Your hand is raised weirdly. It's nothing. Just as Rochelle was about to quickly lower her hand, Echo interrogated her in a voice tinged with heat. Rochelle, were you about to hit me just now? What? Did you think this was still your house? Were you trying to take out your frustrations on me like when I was trapped in the attic? You? What on earth are you saying? What am I saying? I told you. Unlike you, I don't lie. The atmosphere reversed in an instant. Even the innocent Tina quickly grasped that Rochelle's awkward posture matched Echo's statement. You were going to hit Echo? And what's this about being trapped in an attic? Ugh. Rochelle flinched at Tina's suddenly changed attitude. Tina didn't know about Echo's past. She had only heard that there were circumstances requiring Echo to be taken in. Get out of here, Rochelle. Tina raised her round blue eyes threateningly. Tina had always left only a cute impression. But the look in Tina's eyes as she faced Rochelle carried an unfamiliar intensity. It was as if she was face to face with a fierce beast bearing its claws. Intimidated, Rochelle left the tent without expressing a word. Flap. As the entrance fluttered in her haste, at that moment. Rochelle let out a dejected groan. For good reason she had discovered a boy her age standing quietly just beside the entrance, as if waiting. Moreover, the boy's identity was Glenn, who she had been trying so hard to catch. Shame and humiliation welled up like blood rushing in reverse. Lady Rochelle Peter. I don't like lady. Actually, I've been uncomfortable with the habit of distinguishing people's ranks every time we speak. That's one thing the director absolutely taught us not to do. What's wrong with that? I'm a noble? Of course I can say such things. No, you can't. Glenn firmly denied Rochelle's assertion. He had learned through Hart that no one has the right to treat people carelessly. After all, Hart, who could annihilate humanity if he wished, always humbled himself. Frugal and unpretentious. And treating everyone with affection regardless of their status. Glenn had always wanted to emulate that spirit of using mountain-shaking power for mundane tasks like carrying burdens. Authority isn't a right to treat others carelessly. You're saying that because you're not a noble yet, Glenn. I'm sure you'll change your mind later. I won't change. Even if I do change, there's one thing that will never change. What? Rochelle, looking crestfallen, asked quietly. It was the indignation felt by someone truly convinced of their own logic. Therefore, Glenn voiced the truth he had learned over the past year. It was a truth diametrically opposed to Rochelle's logic. Family is precious in any situation. That's all. It was questionable whether Rochelle, who viewed family as a means to an end, could empathize. But Glenn had no intention of persuading or reforming Rochelle. He had seen what misaligned relationships could be like. Knowing that there are irreparable relationships, like the case of Tina and her birth mother, Glenn bid Rochelle farewell without sharing any more hurt. I'll keep today's incident a secret. So please don't approach Echo from now on. Why are you so kind to Echo? She's not prettier than me, and she's not even family. She is family, Glenn asserted confidently. Perhaps, someday. The boy, looking unusually gallant and handsome today, smiled gently. Rochelle sensed a deep feeling of defeat. She didn't want to hear the next words. But Glenn, with his universally ideal appearance, inevitably continued speaking. She might become even more family than she is now. Chapter 60, something picked up on the way. The sun reached its zenith at noon. The hunting festival's opening ceremony began at the base camp overlooking the lush forest. Participants emerged from their tents, men and women, young and old alike, attentively listening to the Emperor's address from the place of honor. It seems the hunting festival has returned to the duchy after some 30 years, the Emperor said. While this forest is famous for its abundance of beasts, that's not all. Surely Duke Luminal and his knights have released captured prey as well. I recalled the Duke's day-long absence on my first day at the mansion. Though I hadn't realized it then, he must have been out capturing beasts for the festival, just as the Emperor said. I urge you all to exercise caution, the Emperor continued. I'd rather not hear screams at what should be a joyous celebration. At this ominous remark, the surrounding nobility, particularly the men, gulped audibly. They seemed worried about what ferocious beasts might be lurking, given that the Cardi Luminal had personally intervened. Meanwhile, I half listened to the Emperor's speech while surveying the surroundings. The place of honor wasn't occupied solely by the Emperor, other members of the Imperial family were present too. For instance, the princes, including Julian, and their entourages. Among them, second Prince Rainers had undergone a remarkable transformation. His former ungainly figure was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he cut an imposing figure as he held his position with dignity. In contrast, first Prince Rupehit seemed unstable. Unable to focus on the Emperor's words, he anxiously scanned his surroundings, appearing almost panic-stricken. As I observed this, I had a strange sensation. Did I just make eye contact with the first prince? It was such a fleeting moment that I could have dismissed it as my imagination. After all, with him fidgeting and turning his head this way and that, it would be hard not to catch someone's eye. Thus, I hereby declare the commencement of the hunting festival, the Emperor concluded. As the Emperor finished his speech, thunderous applause erupted. Following this, the three princes at his side dispersed to their respective positions. Watching Julian find his own place, I felt a sense of pride for the boy. Alesia, I said. Yes, there are people around Julian. Of course. It would be a major incident if a member of the Imperial family were assassinated. Right. It's only natural. Julian's mother, unable to enjoy such natural protection, had been murdered by the Empress. But now, Julian was heading into the forest, surrounded by retainers tasked with his protection. Still, it's kind of amusing, I chuckled. Riding such a small horse, he looks more cute than dignified. He probably doesn't realize it. At all? Alesia seemed to agree, a rare smile gracing her features. I was glad to see her genuinely enjoying herself for once. It's quieter now, I observed. Indeed. Most of the men had entered the forest in search of game. The only ones left at the camp were the resting Emperor and socializing ladies. It was almost time for us to part ways as well. Well, I guess I'll head into the forest now, I said. Time to mock those who make mistakes to my heart's content. Such an unbecoming goal for a supposedly upstanding adult, Alesia retorted. That's why the exemplary adult Alesia needs to balance things out. Humph. Alesia crossed her arms, as if to say not a chance. Yet, her lack of outright refusal was quintessentially Alesia. While I patrolled the hunting grounds, Alesia would be responsible for Tina and Echo. Our separation was inevitable. Just then, as I took a step back, Alesia took a step forward. She then handed me a handkerchief she had kept in her possession. Take it, she said. Ahaha. I was considerably taken aback by her action. The hunting festival has a time-honored tradition. As a gesture of well-wishing, one presents an embroidered handkerchief to the object of their affection or their lover. In other words, a public declaration of love. That's why I hadn't expected Alesia to give me a handkerchief. After all, we were merely bound by a contractual relationship. Huh. For a moment, my chest tightened. That peculiar sensation briefly made me lose my composure. At least until Alesia forcibly pressed the handkerchief into my hand. I just picked it up on the way here, so don't feel burdened. Just keep it, she said nonchalantly. Picked it up on the way. I see. To think someone would pick up such an intricately embroidered handkerchief. Despite the elaborate temple crest meticulously stitched onto it. Who in the world would bring such a handkerchief all the way here only to lose it? Then I'll keep it safe. Until I can find its owner someday, I replied. And if you can't find them, what else? I'll have to cherish it for life. At my response, Alesia quietly turned her back. Still showcasing her alluring side-slit dress, she spoke indifferently. As if, leaving behind that curt remark, Alesia moved forward. This time, however, it was my turn to catch Alesia as she distanced herself. Wait, Alesia. What is it, heart? I have something to give you too. Why so suddenly? While Alesia gazed at me blankly, I draped an outer garment over her shoulders. It was a shoulder robe that effectively covered the right side of Alesia's dress where her thigh was exposed. Phew. I almost forgot, I said, relieved. What do you mean, you almost forgot? At novel bin at. Now I can rest easy. I picked this up on the way too, so you shouldn't discard it until the owner shows up, right? Really, are you an idiot? Haha. I retreated quietly, not daring to refute Alesia's jab. After all, I lacked the confidence to win an argument against her. Therefore, once we were sufficiently far apart, I turned tail and bolted without looking back. See you later, Alesia, I called out. Stop right there, Heart. I heard Alesia's indignant cry from behind. She was probably fingering the outer garment I'd given her with that prim face of hers. Imagining her like that made me smile involuntarily. But I'd only done what was right. Others shouldn't realize that Alesia is actually quite sensual. This must be exemplary behavior for a husband. While I truly forgot something else, Alesia mumbled to herself. The hunting festival tradition doesn't end with the woman presenting a handkerchief. If the woman who gifted the handkerchief is a stranger, a kiss on the back of her hand is customary. Or if she's a lover, a kiss on the lips. What Hart and Alesia, a married couple, should have done was obvious. I was, kind of expecting it. Alesia, left alone, whispered to herself. Dash. The Luminal Duchy was indeed worthy of being called a principality. The forest allocated just for the hunting festival rivaled the area of a minor fief, and even limited to the hunting grounds, it matched the size of the Imperial Palace. This definitely warrants bringing an attendant, I mused. Wandering the forest alone, one could easily become lost. Though the hunting grounds were likely fenced, there was always the possibility of an unforeseen incident. Closing my eyes and focusing on my hearing, various sounds reached me. The whoosh of arrows cleaving the air, beasts' cries, and the resounding echo of hooves pounding the earth. As participants grew more engrossed in the hunt, the sounds increasingly intermingled. At present, the closest was the sound of approaching hoofbeats from the right, steadily drawing nearer. When the man finally revealed himself, he took the initiative to greet me. Oh, if it isn't Lord Hart, he said. Who might you be? I asked, not recognizing him. Eek, my apologies for the late introduction. I'm Clever Horton, Baron's successor. I'm Hart of the House Luminal. Sorry for not recognizing you. No need for apologies. It's rare for anyone to remember a mere Baron successor. Besides, this is our first meeting. So it was our first meeting. I almost embarrassed myself. Since he knew me, I'd assumed we were already acquainted. It's an honor to meet you like this. Truth be told, I'm a fan of yours, Lord Hart, he admitted. A fan? Why would you? I trailed off, bewildered. It was a surprising confession. The man before me was displaying undoubtedly genuine goodwill towards me, because of what happened that night. To face a vampire without a single casualty, as one of the heads of the security force, I can't help but consider you a role model. Well, that was just my duty, I replied, uncomfortable with the praise. I was pleased, but it was burdensome. Before being a baptismal name bearer, it was something I should have strived for as a human. There was no reason to be praised like this. But Baron Successor Horton shook his head firmly. It may be a virtue, but it's not a duty, Lord Hart, he insisted. Pardon. If it were a duty, wouldn't failure be unacceptable? And if you failed, you'd have to be reprimanded for neglecting your duty, right? He was stating something so obvious. It aligned perfectly with my own beliefs. But in his next statement, he threw me a curveball. That's absurd. Benevolence shouldn't be reprimanded. What Lord Hart did was a righteous deed deserving of respect. A righteous deed. For some reason, just hearing those words made my head spin. I couldn't pinpoint the source of this inexplicable discomfort even as Baron Successor Horton watched my reaction. Well, that's just my opinion, he backpedaled. I got carried away with familiarity because I was excited to meet you. I apologize for my rudeness. And not at all. So, Baron Successor Horton, I'm honored you remembered. Well, I should go look for some game now. He then skillfully mounted his horse and bid farewell. I hope you return unharmed, Lord Hart, he called as he rode away. As he rode away at an almost urgent pace, I was overcome by a strange feeling. Return unharmed, he says. Had I ever sustained an injury that lasted more than a second in my entire life? The concept of injury was so foreign to me that his caution didn't resonate. Moreover, hadn't Baron Successor Horton said he'd witnessed me facing a vampire? With a body like this, am I worth worrying over by a complete stranger? I believe I was born as a baptismal name bearer to accomplish such feats. Isn't it only natural to be devoted to the task I was assigned? There's no room for emotion to interfere. Thus, even if I left the temple, my given mission wouldn't have changed much. As I was thinking this, my eyes fell on the handkerchief tied around my wrist. Alesia's gift, with its impressive embroidery. Seeing it, I felt I could somewhat understand Baron Successor Horton's words. The meaning of the handkerchief is, to wish for safety. It can't be meaningless for Alesia to worry about me. Knowing full well the body I was born with as a baptismal name bearer, her wish for my safety must have significance. Perhaps she doesn't consider sacrifice to be a given. This is what Baron Successor Horton referred to as a righteous deed. Upon reaching this conclusion, I broke out in a feverish sweat. Ugh. Dissonance. A sensation like opposing qualities clashing in my head, blowing a fuse. This dissonance, accompanied by that sensation, crept up my spine and spread throughout my body. Additionally, a headache unlike any I'd ever experienced raged inside my skull. I briefly leaned against a large tree, feeling the rough bark against my back. My vision seemed to turn pure white. In this whited-out field of view, I saw rainbow-colored droplets. They appeared tattered, as if riddled with cracks.